Good morning, LA. It is a Monday morning, and that's right. You're listening to the right spot right now here on 97.1. It's D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, Cody Decker. But look who we got here today. You're not D. Fish. What up, Joe?
No, a little more hair than D. Fish. A few less rings.
A lot less rings, dude.
Yeah.
Joe, explain to the people who you are and where you're from and why you're so handsome.
Well, I have genetics to thank for that.
There you go.
Well, some of you might know me. I was doing evenings here during the inception of the station back in May 18th.
Look at you.
First day I was doing the night show.
First time in the mornings now, man. You're
first time waking up at 3:30.
Spot, Joe.
Yeah, waking up before the cock crows. That was a little different for me, man. 3:30 alarm. I was like, is this hell? Where am I
Joe,
right
what
now?
is the proper pronunciation of your last name? I have actual trouble with it.
That would be Serrallo. It is a typical New York Italian last name.
That is so New York Italian. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's great, especially at the bars when people ask how to pronounce it. Usually women, and I say, "Do you want it in English or Italian?"
You
then I say Cirallo.
Hey, Aaron, did you hear that? He mentioned women at the bar talk to him. You see how he subtly just let that in there?
Headphones?
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. You let people know you're handsome by telling you that women talk to him.
Well, you've witnessed it firsthand.
See, no humbleness at all. I love that. I love that a ton, guys.
There you go.
So much to talk about today here on The Fan LA. And, of course, Joe, we got to talk about the Dodgers. We got to talk a little bit about the Lakers. Hey, amazing news, everybody. LeBron James, the Kelce odds are just shifting by the second. Yeah. And dear God, we got a new leader of the pack when it comes to a potential home for LeBron James. And it is probably not who you thought it was. My goodness, we will get into all of that. But not to mention, on top of that, World Cup, dude. We had so much weirdness happening at the World Cup yesterday. I would like to open up talking about what a game! Spain, Argentina. And it was a great game, except, one team came there to play soccer. The other came there to have a physical altercation for roughly 95 minutes.
Seriously.
What the hell was Argentina? It was like watching one team just knowing they had no chance in hell, and the only way they can get to them was by punching them in the ribs over and over.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of Super Bowl 53. Patriots-Rams. I was getting that vibe, just the way that Spain was in control the whole time, even though it was a 1-0 tilt, and obviously they needed extra time to get it done. It was like Argentina just didn't have a shot.
Nothing.
Right? It was like the Rams putting up 3 points in that game in Atlanta some years ago.
And by the way, putting Messi in the box the same way they were able to do with France, too, it was like watching a clinic. Just true clinic.
They ended the game with 0.1 expected goals. How do you play 120 minutes of soccer with Messi on your team and have 0.1 expected goals?
Unreal. And it was fun. It was fun to watch.
Yeah.
Where'd you watch it? I was down in Hermosa Beach. I was watching at this place called American Junkie. The place was packed. The place were lively. People were literally, and I'm not figuratively saying this, literally on tables, holding a Spanish flag, yelling at the other table, doing the same thing with their Argentinian flag. It was wild, man.
That reminds me of the environment. I went out for the Mexico-England match, and that was probably the best environment I was out for the entire World Cup. But I was home. I was on air during the match yesterday.
Look at you.
So I was
working,
pro. Had the game on mute in the background, and then when Shakira came on, I had to excuse myself from the program.
Yeah, can we talk about that real quick?
Real quick, or for the next 4 hours?
Actually, that's going to be the entire show. We can all agree that Shakira, quite a looker.
Yeah.
Relatively attractive?
20 years older than me, and I would.
Moderately attractive? I'm a fan.
Miss Universe?
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I'm a fan. You know what I wasn't a fan of was roughly 5 to 10 minutes before that when Madonna technically showed up. What the hell was that, dude? One, she does this weird pre-packaged video of her lip syncing to the song Music.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, she's just in a dune buggy underneath in like a parking lot. And then she walks out and then says into a microphone 3 times, "Music makes the people come together." And then Madonna was able to leave. That was her. It was like a cadaver showed up, kind of singing a Madonna song.
Repeated the same line about 60 times.
Over and
that
over.
was her whole performance. And coming out with Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, I love the appearances from legends. Can we talk about how
Ronaldo looked
uncomfortable?
like, just so we're clear, Ronaldo looked like he was held hostage the entire
It looked
time.
so uncomfortable.
He had this plastic smile on his face. He just was just like, yeah, they paid me money.
Right.
Not enough.
They looked so uncomfortable being a part of that. I don't think they knew what the hell was going on. It did not look like they showed up for rehearsal.
There was never a rehearsal for this.
Not for that
Are you
one.
kidding me? It was awful. But listen, the World Cup itself was a blast. The things surrounding the World Cup were not a blast. Wait,
Tom Cruise.
What is wrong with us? Why can't we just leave well enough alone? Like the Tom Cruise opening monologue. Now, here's the thing. I think Tom Cruise is a television and cinematic icon. I think he has done things that no one else will ever do. I think he does more things to move the medium forward in today's day and age than any probably two people. That is something that Tom Cruise very, very much does. He handles cinema well. He's an incredible producer. He tries to reinvent action movies all the time. He tries to get people into the theater. I will give him all the credit in the world for all the things Tom Cruise can do. You know what Tom Cruise can't do? He cannot act in front of a stadium. He is not a stage actor.
Yeah.
And you know what I learned yesterday? Tom Cruise is sure as hell never going to be a stage actor. Tom Cruise is good at being very subtle and saying things quietly and drawing a camera in. But if you have to draw the camera out and he has to be like outward to a whole stadium of people, it's embarrassing because whatever the hell this pre-show speech was with the music playing in the background, he spoke for 5 minutes, said absolutely nothing.
So here's my thing, and like you said, Tom Cruise, a transcendent actor, what he's done doing his own stunts and the movies that he's both produced and starred in, he's phenomenal, right?
Yes.
I'm not going to take away from him. Can you think of a Tom Cruise monologue that ever riled you up, though?
Not one.
Like, I mean, you said it. The subtleties is what he specializes in.
That's what he can do.
A monologue in front of 100,000 people and 1 billion watching around the world? Like, come on.
It was awful. We came here excited as foes and friends. 64 teams. Hey, can I get some really dramatic music, Aaron?
Yeah.
Find something really, really, really dramatic. I mean,
Give him My Heart Will Go On.
yeah,
or
You got it,
something
you got it.
outrageously dramatic, like something like
Little Celine Dion in
to get the troops together, you know? Something Bill Pullman would say in case the aliens showed up on Independence Day. Something like that. Find me that. That way we can really feel the majesty of what Tom Cruise was bringing to the World Cup.
Bill Burr could have given a better monologue there than
Could
Tom
you
Cruise.
imagine if Bill Burr gave a speech there? That'd have been badass, dude.
Electric.
Absolutely electric. So there you go. You got your World Cup victors. Spain winning it all, which means I do win the Fan LA World Cup pool. Congratulations to me. That's right.
I remember
did it.
that.
Don't give me too much credit. It was a blind pool.
Well,
Like-
I also remember that.
As
I
much
didn't
as
say
I would
congratulations,
I would
said
love.
I remember that.
You should have said congratulations. You should have opened with that. Then I could have corrected you in saying, "Well, slow down."
Yeah,
but
play the
instead,
modest
you
card.
did it wrong.
I'll buy you a beer.
Better, much better, much better. Guys, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. We got Joe in today for the one and only D. Fish. And, of course, we want to hear from you all show long. Get in the chat right now at The Fan LA. You can watch us live on YouTube if you want to see our handsome faces. Of course, in the back, we got Raj, we got Aaron, and we got Crash back handling the ones and twos, everything you need to know about sports today. We got you here on 97.1. Now, here's the deal, dude. The Dodgers had themselves a series this weekend. After getting swept going into the All-Star break by the Arizona Diamondbacks, they head over to the Bronx and play a series, and they take 2 of 3 from the New York Yankees. Not bad. Roki Sasaki doing something very, very impressive on the Friday night game, throwing 21 pitches over 100 miles per hour. And I got to say, dude, before we get to everything else, and there are some things we need to talk about with the Dodgers today, quite frankly, ad nauseum today. I can't stress this enough. We got a lot to break down when it comes to what the Dodgers are going to be doing for these next couple of weeks, because we got some serious Shohei Ohtani information that we need to get into breaking down. But let's just start with the positives of the weekend. Roki Sasaki. I've been saying for a couple of weeks now, these next few starts for Roki are about as important as humanly can be. And it's not because he's going to likely be sent down. I don't think there's a world right now that Roki Sasaki gets sent down. However, losing his starting spot in the rotation is certainly on the table, considering the fact that you've got guys like Justin Robleski, current All-Star, who's basically turning himself into a mainstay into that starting rotation.
So good.
Eric Lauer still doing a very solid job with what he's been asked to do. Emmett Sheehan has been up and down pitching tonight. At least he was pitching tonight. They moved him to tonight.
Yeah.
it's been an interesting year considering the fact we got no Blake Snell, we got no Tyler Glasnow, who, by the way, I happened to see yesterday down in Hermosa Beach. He's a very, very
hard to miss.
Is not easy to miss. Like, look at the size. He's taller than hell and looks like Cillian Murphy with a long, long flowing mane.
It's like me, just 2-3 inches taller, slightly better hair.
He's a very tall dude.
Yeah.
He's a very, very tall
handsome dude too.
Very handsome dude. But here's the thing about Roki Sasaki. He's up, he's down, he's up, he's down. And there's some things about him that I appreciate, but I worry about. It's his emotion on the mound. And it's not like an emotion like he gets frustrated and takes it out on people. No. When he makes mistakes, he wears them on his face. You can see it on his sleeve. We've seen him in tears in the dugout. But we've also seen him have a 0.83 ERA in the playoffs and also closing 3 games all the way through the World Series. So we know what this cat can bring to the table. My question of the day, Joe, are we going to see Roki Sasaki out of the pen when October comes around the way we did last year? Or does he keep one of these spots?
I think it's inevitable. I mean, barring some, injuries to guys who are currently healthy or setbacks to the guys who are currently hurt, I think him out of the pen's inevitable. You mentioned it, the sub-1 ERA. Like, he's already proven.
He was monstrous.
He's already proven he can do it, right? And the Dodgers bullpen, even though this year, to their credit, they had that great scoreless inning streak back in May and early June, and 7th currently in ERA in Major League Baseball.
Which, by the way, I would say is really impressive for more reasons than not. One, they've had Blake Trinan on the IL a bunch.
Right.
They've had Edwin Diaz throw, 3 innings this season?
Yeah.
If that, I might be being generous with
Young
that
guys
estimation.
are stepping up. Guys like Will Klein coming out there and really stepping up this year.
Enriquez.
Yeah. Absolutely. So I do think Sasaki to the bullpen is inevitable come October. And that's even if they stand pat and they don't go out there and get a Skubal or get a starter, which we'll dive into over the course of the next 4 hours.
Yes, we will, because because of that Shohei Ohtani of it all, things are getting very, very interesting with this team.
What's up with Snell, by the way? So we've got his rehab start Saturday.
Rehab start. He only pitched, I think, 2 innings, roughly 2 innings.
Right. I think in 4 to 6 weeks he'll be back.
Yeah, they mentioned that they're going to give him 3 to 5 starts over there, so that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the Dodgers are still winning at a monstrous clip. Yeah. Why rush him back if you don't need to?
Absolutely. I mean, look, you've got Snell coming back, I would imagine, for the playoffs, barring a setback. Glasnow, I don't know about, but Yamamoto, Snell, Ohtani will probably be starting in October.
If there's one name, though, in that list that I'm going to just go ahead and pencil in, he's not coming back.
Glasnow?
Glasnow. I'm doing that mentally. No. I'm not giving you guys new information. I'm just giving you the vibe that I'm just going to pick here because if there's one thing we've shown, death, taxes, and Tyler Glasnow is injured are very, very much one and the same at this point. So I think it would be best if the Dodgers go about their business the rest of the season, just assuming that Glasnow is not coming back. Now, if he comes back, that's just a great problem to have.
100% agree with you. Look, I mean, I hate to say it, but the guy's been in the league, 12 years? He's got less than 50 career wins.
It's just a fact.
I call him Tyler Made of Glass now, because he's never healthy.
He got your ass, Tyler! Joe said that, not me, just for the record.
Yeah, don't tell him I said
love
that.
you,
He's a little
Tyler.
bigger than me. But no, I mean, look, I think Glasnow, if he's back, you got to prepare for him not to return. If he's back, maybe you put him in the bullpen, have him piggyback off of a Snell or off of a Robleski. I think Robleski has earned a spot.
You can't piggyback Robleski.
I think you have to.
You got to keep him in this. You got to keep him in the rotation.
Robleski's earned the spot. Have Glasnow piggyback
on him.
Have Glasnow coming out of the pen. Who doesn't want 98 coming out of the pen?
Just real quick, just so we're all clear, just so we can go full inside baseball. Those of you that are not diehard baseball fans, piggybacking is this is what the phrase means. A piggyback situation is simply this: you have a starter, and then you have another starter that pitches after the said starter. So basically, 5 innings goes to the initial starter. The final 4 innings is for the other starter. Most starters hate piggybacking for multiple reasons. 1, you're a glorified reliever.
Yeah.
2, you're usually not in line for the loss of the win. Thus, it kind of depletes the entire idea of being a starter. And 3, you're not a starter anymore. You're the piggyback starter.
The ego of it all.
Yeah. And my reason why I'm finding this interesting, that's a very expensive piggyback pitcher. That's all I'm saying.
But hey, I mean, the guy can't stay healthy. And also in the playoffs, you talk about being in line for the win. Who goes 5 innings in the playoffs anymore? I mean, that's such a lost art. Yeah, exactly.
Yamamoto goes 5
draw
innings
the
in the
line,
playoffs.
no one else. Like Snell, rarely. Last year in the earlier rounds, we were getting 6-7 innings out of Snell, but not so much in the World Series.
Well, actually, it's going to be interesting to see this year because now Blake Snell, if you believe reports and believe what he's even saying, he's pain-free for the first time in 3 years. So this microneedling thing, which is very, very interesting because the microneedling thing is what he did into his elbow. getting out the loose bodies. But apparently
Same thing Skubal had.
Same thing Skubal had. So the thing about the loose bodies, though, it wasn't causing elbow pain for him. It was causing shoulder pain for him. Apparently, he was just making certain adjustments that was just putting a lot of pressure on his shoulder.
Right.
He got those loose bodies out. He's been throwing, and he says, don't feel anything in my shoulder for the first time in 3 years. If we
So
got
he won a Cy Young feeling it in his shoulder? Is that what he's telling
apparently. So
He's a freak.
So
He's a freak.
beware of a healthy Blake Snell coming
Yeah.
back, and he's going to be a bulldog for this team when he comes back. I am both equally excited and terrified for everybody else when this team actually is healthy. Because keep in mind, 63 wins. This team has had roughly $200 million on the IL this season.
Right. And then another, 50, 60 mil not performing in the lineup and Kyle Tucker.
You know what's funny? I think this has been...
I know you defend Tucker a lot. That's why I said that.
I think we need to have this come to Jesus moment with all the Dodger fans out there. Kyle Tucker, I think if you ask Kyle Tucker, he'll freely say, yeah, this is the worst I've ever played in my life.
100%. 100%.
He's really not playing that bad. That's the thing about it. He's really not playing. Is he playing $60 million good? No.
I mean, his OPS is barely above 700.
It's not great. His OPS is down. His batting average is down. Everything is down. But look at the RBIs.
He'll drive in 90.
Just look. Exactly. If you're telling me horrible year and you give me 90 RBIs,
I might drive in 85 with this lineup.
That's true. I mean, there's always guys
you
on
might
base.
not. Also, and by might not, I mean you won't. And no,
it does help that there's always guys on freaking base.
I didn't
in front
say
of them.
there weren't reasons. I'm just saying if you successfully drive in 90 runs and that's the worst you've ever played,
7 home
I'll
runs?
take it. It's awful. It's
7
not.
home. Now look,
I firmly believe he'll finish with 20.
I'm actually really glad that you value the RBI.
I do.
So many of the analytics nerds in today's world don't value the RBI.
I hate that. They're wrong.
And I'm part of the analytics generation. I'm 28 years old, but I still care about old school stats. Drive-in runs. I want to see your batting average. I mean, the fact that nowadays we get 7 guys finish above 300.
By the way, batting average is a completely lofty stat these days. Like, it is. I freely admit, no one hits 300 for multiple reasons anymore.
Well, the pitching's a lot better.
Pitching's
That's one
insane.
Thing. But it's also, they're like, well, why would I hit singles? I'd rather have a lower average and, get extra base hits.
I one time got yelled at by Pat Murphy, manager of the Milwaukee Brewers.
Getting yelled at?
Most managers wouldn't yell at me. They were
afraid.
Maybe,
you
maybe,
but
but Pat's a big guy. But I remember when I'm in there with Pat, and Pat calls me in the office because I had a game where I went 3 for 4. I thought I had a great game. Turns out I had a horrible game. I was playing third base in AAA, and we were playing against the Mariners affiliate. And I remember they kept playing this right-handed shift on me, and they were leaving the entire right side of the field open for me. So I'm like, all right, thank you. And they're throwing me fastballs away. So I'm like, great. I'll just take my knock to right field, base hit, base hit, base
Great
hit.
hitting, isn't it?
Feeling great about myself. And I'm at third base in the 8th inning. I look at their manager who's coaching third base. I'm like, hey, what's up, man? You going to plug that hole? He's like, no. You just keep doing that. You're doing great. I said, what? He's like, just don't change the thing. I just don't want you to hit the ball over the left field wall. You can hit the ball to the right side all you want. I'm like, oh, that's not good. And then after the game, I get called in the office. Pat Murphy sits me down. He's like, Deck, I got a question for you. He doesn't even look at me. He's just like looking at stats and writing down. He's wearing glasses, which is weird. He didn't wear glasses. And he just goes, Deck, I'm just thinking, how many stolen bases you got in your career? I'm like, what? He said, how many stolen bases you got? I'm like, Pat, that would be 0 at that point in my career. I have none. He's like, okay, so you're not a base stealing threat. I said, no. He's like, So I got a question for you. What good are you at first base? It's like, I'm batting you 4th to hit singles to the right side. Hit the ball over the fence. Don't ever do that again.
That's incredible.
I never did it again.
And it's funny, growing up in Little League, you're taught that's great hitting. Oh, they're giving you the right side, go with the pitch, right?
Yeah, that's what you think.
No.
But that's Little League. Unfortunately, when you get to certain levels, things change a little bit.
The fundies change.
Yeah, the perspective changes. So yeah, the aspect of Kyle Tucker not hitting for a ton of power this year, and yes, he has not been amazing. I can't stress this enough. Not been amazing. But if you're going to give me 90 to 100 RBIs in a bad year, I'll take it. And I'm a big believer in the RBI. I think that
you and I both.
The fact that the RBI, run batted in, has been devalued is insane to me.
Because the nerds who can't hit a ball off a tee say it's a stat of luck.
It is not a stat of luck.
I hate that. Clutch hitting is not luck.
It is simply not. Hitting is not. If clutch hitting is luck, then hitting is luck. Like that is the most insane thought process in the world. You can't score runs unless I bat runs in.
Yeah.
So for that, I think Kyle Tucker is doing fine.
What happens when you have people like David Stearns running things.
Exactly.
You know?
And by the way, the good news is on Kyle Tucker is he's surrounded by the Mookie Bettses of the world, the Freddie Freemans of the world, and oh my God, I even tweeted this last night. Dodgers did not get the win in the final matchup in the series against the Yankees, losing 2-1. Jazz Chisholm's solo shot ended up being the game winner for him. But in the ninth inning, Freddie Freeman, man, you want to talk about just professional at bat. Just unbelievable. Just a 3-2 at bat, fouls off a couple of pitches and draws an incredible walk. This guy is just my favorite hitter to watch in baseball year in, year out.
Yeah.
If you want to learn how to figure out how to hit in today's modern day and age of hitting, just watch Freddie Freeman over and over and over again. I don't think there's a more professional hitter in baseball than Freddie Freeman.
No, I mean, and look, I growing up in New York as a Mets fan, this guy has just, caused me pain for my whole life. Braves to the Dodgers. I mean, he's as good as it gets.
That's right, you're a Mets fan.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
It's brutal.
It's awful. It's like the worst existence you could possibly
have.
have.
I'm so detached. I've you know how women check out of a relationship before they actually end it in dating? Mentally a month or two before they actually end the relationship, they've already moved on.
You can't just sit and rest on your handsomeness.
That was me in February. I already checked out of this season before it started as a Mets fan, because when they, let Alonso go, they let Diaz come here to LA.
But that doesn't make any sense, Joe. You guys spent a lot of money.
Because on a ground ball hitter in Bo Bichette.
Excuse me. You spent a lot of money, and I've been told that if you spend money, that means wins, and it's not fair for other teams when you spend money.
Right.
So why is your team bad, and why are the Dodgers good?
Because David Stearns is the reason my team is bad.
Fascinating.
Because he can't hit a ball off a tee and thinks RBIs are a stat of luck.
Having met David Stearns, he cannot hit a ball off a tee. He is a very interesting little guy.
Yeah, keyword little.
He is little.
They have had it.
That's not a knock. He is a little guy.
No, I know. and he runs the team as such.
Dude, it
takes a little guy to take a 5-year contract and then say, I don't give out 5-year contracts.
That is quite wild.
Takes a little guy to do that.
That is quite wild. But listen, the Dodgers, who are spending the money in the right way, but I already said they already had $200 million on the IL, and they're still winning anyways.
They're still winning, exactly.
At this ridiculous clip. By the way, I love this team. I'm not even a technical Dodger fan anymore.
Right.
I have a very unique perspective when it comes to baseball fandom. I grew up a diehard Dodger fan. Grew up in Santa Monica, grew up rooting for the Dodgers, had season tickets, would go as much as humanly possible. When you get drafted by a team, though, it kind of shifts your perspective quite a bit.
Right.
So that spending 7 years with the Padres and spending a little bit of time with the Rockies and 2 years with the Diamondbacks. I played for
the whole division.
Played for everybody in the division except for the Dodgers.
That's great. No Giants, right?
No Giants. I turned down a contract with the Giants, ended up signing with the Mets.
Quick stop with the Mets, yeah. Right.
But it was a really, really fun time in playing against the Dodgers for years. But here's the thing. Now that I'm kind of out of it and I kind of root for friends and my perspective is just good baseball, what better baseball has ever existed than the Los Angeles Dodgers?
None.
I love this team because they are so fun to watch. And it's not just they're fun to watch on the field. They're fun to watch off the field. They are a blast of a team to watch. I understand teams that hate them and fans that hate them, but the only reason they hate them, it sure as hell isn't because they're not fun to watch. This is, honest to God, appointment viewing baseball to me.
Absolutely. And if you hate them, you hate us because you ain't us. And it
Pretty
really
much.
is that simple.
It is that simple.
Because if you actually go through the roster, and the thing is, I don't like the Dodgers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you go through the roster, I like Shohei Ohtani. I like Freddie Freeman, even though he's terrorized me for years.
You like Mookie Betts.
I love Mookie Betts.
It's impossible to dislike Mookie Betts.
Oh, my God, absolutely. Can we talk about that throw the other night?
Which
Friday
one?
night that he made, against his body, running, as the cutoff man.
I got to go back and watch. Oh, that play!
At the dish.
Oh, yes. Sorry. He was running directly into left field.
Running into left field, throws against his body. Rushing makes a nice tag as well.
Great tag by Rushing.
That was just a fun. That's the stuff. If you're a true baseball purist, that gets you excited.
Yep. Well, guys, we got so much to discuss today here on D Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. Joe is in for D Fish, and of course, we want to hear from you all show long. But when we return, guys, them Calci odds have been shifting quite a bit.
Oh.
And when I say shifting quite a bit, I mean they have turned in on themselves when it comes to the world of LeBron James. Where is LeBron going? There is a new leader in the pack. We will discuss on D Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Joe Sorello in for D. Fish and, of course, Cody Decker. We got Raj, we got Aaron, we got Crash here with you guys all morning long, all the way to 10 a.m. Of course, till you get to Brock and Alex in your mid-morning drive here in Los Angeles. Later on in the show, we got greatness coming your way. We got John Heyman from New York Post calling in to talk all things Major League Baseball and Dodgers. But right now, I mentioned it, them Calci odds. Them Calci odds have shifted in a big way. Ladies and gentlemen, LeBron James. Who is it going to be? Joe, we've been talking for weeks on which team it's going to possibly be, and the odds were pretty high for his home team, Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah.
Excuse
Bless
me.
you.
Excuse
God
me.
bless.
It's not that anymore. Because right now, they have shifted firmly down on the list. Now, at one point, it was as high as 56% for the Golden State Warriors.
Right.
Now, Golden State Warriors are hanging on by a thread, basically. Here are the current Calci odds of where LeBron James could go next, and here is why they actually shifted in the way they did, because we just had a whole weekend of Fanatics Fest, which is basically, how do I put it, Joe? Comic-Con for sports nerds now.
It was weird.
It's a weird...
Can we call it what it is?
Dude, it has become such a weird event, but that is why everything is shifted on the Calci odds, because here it is, at 12%. Fourth place, a potential for him to go play for the Philadelphia 76ers. Now, he has mentioned certain things. There's been a few people trying to decipher the words that LeBron James has said. One that really comes to mind is him talking about the progress and him talking about the process and him talking about wanting to play with a certain team and wanting to play with a team that can compete for a championship right now. And everybody and their cousin can see the writing on the wall. Well, I know one team that has a process. I know another team that happens to be the same thing as the process that also happens to be ready to win right now. If you look on paper, the Philadelphia 76ers right now are nasty. The moves that they just made, and Jaylen Brown joining that team.
Jaylen and Joel.
God, and Maxey. Imagine
DJ Edgecombe.
Oh, it's going to be a sick team.
They've got studs after studs down there in Philly. I mean, LeBron's slotting in right now. The one position that I guess they could use a little help with is the 4. And LeBron's got the versatility, slide in at the 3 or the 4. You put him there at power forward. That's the scariest starting 5 in existence.
It's terrifying. Yeah. Absolutely terrifying. I would love to see this. That being said, the Calci odds currently have it at 12% for LeBron James to end up in Philadelphia, so the odds are not in its favor.
Even less now. It's actually moving as we speak. It just went down to 9 and then to 8, back to 9 right now.
So I think it's safe to say Philadelphia must be out of the running.
Probably.
So let's look at that team up north that looked like it was going to happen. You believed everything under the sun. It looked like it was all being led in that direction. Rich Paul had so much to say about it on podcasts, and Rich Paul had so much to say about it through his squeaky toy puppet named Shams Charania. I actually love Shams, by the way, but I love that Rich Paul last week was saying, I'm not using Shams as a mouthpiece. I'm like,
right.
Okay, sure. You're getting direct quotes directly through Shams, and that's fine. Just let's just call it what it is. That being said, the Golden State Warriors, which it was looking like it was a sure thing, a done deal. LeBron James, according to the Calci odds, down to 14% to end up a Golden State Warrior. The Cleveland Cavaliers, home, back at the land. And he even said, wherever I land. And everyone took that as, oh, he's coming back to the land.
Everyone takes everything. I mean, come on.
I thought it was a good one.
I think LeBron knows what he's doing.
I think he knows what he's doing.
He 100% does this stuff intentionally.
Dude, I think he's been watching those Scott Boras things every single year when he's doing those nursery rhymes about his players.
He is such a showman.
He really is. So right now, the Cleveland Cavaliers actually, I shouldn't say up, down to 24% currently on the Calci odds, which means who's in the lead, which is wild to me because last week this team was down to 10% themselves.
Yeah.
They have skyrocketed to 53%. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the people on Calci and the predictive markets, LeBron James got a 53% chance of being a Miami Heat. What do you think, Joe? Is LeBron James going to take his talents down to South Beach again?
It feels like right now that's the direction things are trending in. And obviously they're the favorite, so yes, that's the direction they're trending in. But I mean, that Pat Riley remark that was made over the weekend,
He
the
said
winning
that
culture down
he
there.
said that active talks have been happening. That's where this all really kind of skyrocketed.
100%. Pat Riley knows what he's doing, and he wants I think he wants a little bit of the public pressure. He'll put it out there that they've been talking with a superstar. I don't know, because he didn't name LeBron in that statement. Did he actually? I don't think he named him.
I don't know if he named him, but we knew what he was saying.
Yeah, who else is out there?
I mean,
exactly.
what are we talking about?
I mean, the idea of LeBron going back there, teaming up with Giannis, it's scary. I'm a little worried if they have too many guys who play the same position down there with LeBron
I don't know
and
how
Giannis
it works
and
with Giannis
Wiggins.
and then Bam. I don't know how exactly this works, but real quick, this is where it all kind of started. Giannis, of course, with a public recruitment at his own press conference when he first got to Miami.
Remember when that was like frowned upon?
Not anymore. No. In fact, it's borderline encouraged at this point.
Yeah, it's a necessity.
He said, and I quote, "If there was a scenario for that to happen, I'd be very, very excited. He's one of the best players to ever play this game. I'd be able to learn so much from him." That from Giannis at Giannis's press conference, introducing him to the team.
Talking about buttering him, I'd be able to learn so much from him. You've got a ring. You're one of the best players on the planet. Who are you looking to learn from at this point? I know LeBron, I mean, he's in the GOAT argument. To me, he is. Other people say Michael. That's fair. But, like, I get it. LeBron all time better than Giannis. Still, how much is Giannis going to learn from him?
He's going to learn so much from him.
It's just buttering him up.
Well, don't worry, because if you thought that's where it ended, it's not where it ended.
Is Steph going to learn something from him if he goes to Golden State? Is he going to start saying that too? The
No,
best shooter of all time?
Well, let's find out what Pat Riley's going to learn from him if he gets up down in Miami. Here's Pat Riley.
There's another one we have to land. I assume you're referring to a 24-year veteran of the NBA, but also what are the challenges of putting the pieces to win a championship together? And does it help when you have a top 5 player in the league?
Well, that definitely helps when you have the top 5 player in the world, maybe, So, I mean, you want to argue about that, go ahead. I mean, that's what your job is. But as far as the 24-year veteran, that is something that would happen organically. I hope I'm not talking out of both sides of my mouth here, but you never know that you're ever going to win a title until you win one.
So he also went on to say, we're waiting like you guys are, and then the things could fill up really quick. Let's be real clear. They're talking about, not to mention the winning culture that LeBron has been hinting at. Everyone thinks he's talking about heat culture. And also Dave McMenamin, who's been in on this from the get-go. He's been one of the very, very closest names to all the very accurate LeBron reporting to this point. He's mentioned that it's really down to 3 teams. And the 3 teams he's mentioned, Golden State ain't even in it. It's only the Eastern Conference team. So I'll ask you that, Joe. Like, if you're LeBron James, where do you want to go? Like, forget the city. Wouldn't you prefer to go to the Eastern Conference, which is a little bit more open?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be considered more wide open. I mean, the Knicks and the Celtics are still, really tough competition.
Yeah,
up top,
but the Knicks have already started downsizing their roster.
I mean, only Mitch Robinson, really. But the regular season is less of a gauntlet in the East. There's certainly no disputing that. So, yeah, you have an easier path to the finals. I will say, I mean, I don't think Miami should be the favorite if LeBron goes there to win the Eastern Conference. I think that Philadelphia still might be better. I think the Knicks still are better than the Heat, but it certainly gives them a shot. Yeah, I do think if you're talking about just getting to the finals, which, the Knicks just showed it a few months ago, like, hey, get there, and then anything can happen, the Eastern Conference is a more viable path. Like Golden State, I get the rapport with Steph Curry and the rapport with Steve Kerr. LeBron on the Warriors does not make them a top 4 team in the West.
You really don't think so? Well, here's the thing. I agree that it doesn't make it a top 4 team, but I do think it's still a potential playoff team. Like, the reason why I don't think it's a top 4 team is not necessarily because that roster's bad. It's because the West is so damn good.
The West is great and the roster's old. I mean,
it is old.
Steph and LeBron and Draymond, and when he comes back, Jimmy, like... Yeah, 5 years ago, that's an Olympic team roster.
It's average age like 37 years old. I freely admit that's a very old team.
I mean, that team, are they going to overtake San Antonio? Are they going to overtake Oklahoma City? Are they going to overtake, Denver or Houston or the Lakers? I don't think so.
You're not wrong about that. However, here is one thing why I do want it to be Golden State. Because here's the thing. If he's not going to be in L.A., I just want this to be as entertaining as humanly possible.
Right.
Are we going to pretend that him and Golden State with that cast of characters is not going to be as entertaining as humanly possible?
It would be great.
There's also the aspect of this, and I'm sorry that I immediately look at it this way, but what if it blows up in a bad way? That will be even more entertaining to watch than if it's actually like this beautiful poetry in motion on court. I'm hoping it somehow turns into a disaster. I'm hoping somehow him and Draymond get into a fist fight that it's recorded. I want to see this chaos. It probably won't turn into that, but God, I want it to.
Well, that's the best case scenario for Los Angeles, right? He goes to Golden State, and then all of a sudden it blows up, and they're in the play-in, or they're the 11 seed.
I mean, they're already in the play-in. Like,
Yeah.
I don't worry about Golden State anymore. It's not 2018.
Right. And Golden State, they had the one recent title just a couple of years ago, and that was a flash in the pan. That was a little fluky.
I thought it was too.
Yeah,
but everyone tells me I'm wrong about that.
No, they're long
but I don't
past their
think
prime.
I am.
They are long past their prime, and LeBron going there does not make them a title contender. LeBron going to, like I said, the Heat, Philadelphia, you got a viable path to get to the finals then. I still think, like I said, if he goes to Philadelphia, they should be the favorites in the East. If he goes to Miami, I don't think that they should be the favorites in the East.
Really? Well, here's the thing. If LeBron
I still think the
joins,
Knicks are better than the Heat with LeBron and Giannis.
I would agree that I think the Knicks are better as well. I think they're a more complete
Philly,
team to
too.
this time. But I think Philly is very scary.
Yeah.
And can I throw this out there? I know everyone in Celtics land over there, Raj, is really upset. Just watch your Celtics mess around and still finish like second or third in the East and still put together something. Because let's be real clear, they punted last year and should have won the East. Like, that's the thing about that team. I'm not ready to count them out, even though I thoroughly think the Jaylen Brown trade was stupid.
What did they? And I agree. I think it was a ridiculous trade. Look, I'm not high on Paul George, but at the end of the day, last year, they didn't have Tatum for 60 games, and they still finished with the 2 seed.
Granted, it was because they had Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, because they had Brown. But now they don't have Brown. They have Tatum, and they have Paul George, who's nothing to scoff at. Are his best years way behind him? Absolutely, but he's still a baller. He still knows what he's doing out there in a supporting role. He's not as good of he's not a 1B like Jaylen Brown. Frankly, he might be their third best player, maybe even fourth on this Boston team. But they'll have Tatum, they'll have George. They're still going to win games in the regular season. They have a phenomenal coach in Mazzulla.
It's going to be...
I don't think that they're a title contender, though, in the playoffs.
Probably not.
Yeah.
But we will get to that. And also, I want to talk about all the weirdness of Joe Mazzulla. Specifically, do you think he's blinked this offseason? We'll get to that later. What's more important when we come back is simply this. Countdown to training camp begins, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to look over those Rams right now because a very simple question. The Rams, on this team, who has the very most to prove? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Of course, Joe Serralo in for D. Fish. And Joe, let's talk a little football, dude, because I have been waiting to talk football since this show even started. We are weeks away from actual football, actually being played, and I'm fired up. We got training camps finally getting right around the corner, and we got to look at them Rams right now, because right now it's the Rams world and everyone else is living in it. And I'm not saying that because we're in LA. It's legitimately true. We got the Super Bowl here this year, baby. We got our hands on the reigning MVP. We have the shortest odds of any team currently to win the Super Bowl, and that is before even the announcement of we're all waiting for with bated breath of whether or not Aaron Donald will join this defense, of which, Joe, if you had to pick right now, yes or no?
That's inevitable.
I think it's inevitable, too.
I said it the day that Myles Garrett, that trade happened and he came to Los Angeles. I was doing the evening show here on The Fan, and I immediately told Shay was producing, who does a great job with Brock and Alex after this
depends
program.
on who you ask.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know what? He was doing great for me with my revolving door I was working with.
You're adorable. Shay, he doesn't mean it. He's just being nice to you.
And I told him, I said, hey, we're getting Mark Schlereth on. And I want a Super Bowl winning offensive lineman on to just invoke the fear into our audience of what it is like to have to line up against someone like Myles Garrett. And Schlereth came on and he was phenomenal. And he said back then, this is what, late May, early June?
Yeah.
He said back then, Aaron Donald is absolutely coming out. That he saw him in the postseason. He was like ready to go, game shape. He's coming out of retirement. And so I've been for about 6 weeks now pounding the table on that one.
So the moment that Myles was announced, we were live on the air, and we went crazy. It was just bat bleep.
That was
crazy.
crosstalk, right?
It was nuts. It happened during it happened like right in between crosstalk. We're sitting there talking about, like, wouldn't that be great if it happened? Then all of a sudden, whoa, Myles Garrett, let's go. And then I immediately scoffed at the idea, because immediately my first thought was, God, wouldn't it be cool if Aaron Donald joined him? Like, what a magic world that would be. And then about 3 hours later, Trey Wingo posts out this tweet saying, because somebody was making all these mock-up photos and these memes of just imagine, and here's Myles Garrett in a Rams jersey and Aaron Donald in a Rams jersey, and then all of a sudden Trey Wingo says, I can't talk about this yet, but this is more than just fantasy. To which I'm like, okay, wait a second here. Then, of course, we get Les Snead on the show, and we just flat out ask him. We practically opened up asking him. We should be talking about how excited we are for Myles Garrett, but with the first question, is this happening? And he immediately goes like, listen, I know conversations have been had between him and McVay, and if you guys want to lead the charge of bringing back Aaron Donald, of which we immediately did. We started putting up billboards throughout the city. Come back, Aaron Donald. And it looks like it might be happening. Dude, if this team has Aaron Donald on defense and Myles Garrett, this team is just terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. I keep thinking about that Myles Garrett video from last year against the Green Bay Packers where he gets through the line and the lineman, who didn't even get a finger on Myles Garrett, just turns around like it was that scene from Boys in the Hood yelling, Jordan, run! It felt like, Ricky! It was great stuff, dude.
Oh, man. I mean, it's a terrifying defense. And the beauty of it is, if Aaron Donald does come out of retirement, which, again, I do think is inevitable. I'm all in on Donald returning. You don't need Defensive Player of the Year, Aaron Donald. You need a guy who's going to give you situational snaps. I mean, this defense isn't just star-studded, but it's also deep. And that's such a rare combination in today's day and age, to have a defense that's both of those things. And so you have Donald coming in, and he can be predominantly for third down, predominantly out there in the fourth quarter, out there in big plays and big situations. He doesn't have to be out there every snap and every down like he's been in the past. So, he can finally settle into a, dare I say it, supporting role on the defense, because Myles Garrett's the Defensive Player of the Year candidate now, not Aaron Donald. So it'll be really fun to see him kind of in a new revised role be the 1B to Myles Garrett's 1A on the most ferocious defense in the National Football League.
Terrifying. Just terrifying, the entire prospect of it. But D. Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Joe Serralo in for D. Fish. And Joe, I got to ask you this, because this is my thought process here. This is a team, just on paper, it's the best team in the NFL. On paper, to me, no question about it. You have two of the best receivers in the game here. You have the reigning MVP. Defense is just looking monstrous. We saw the points that we put up last season. And granted, they are in arguably the toughest division in the NFL. And the Cardinals are there too. But here's the deal. Is there anyone on this team you think has something to prove? Because there's one name I have circled, starred, highlighted, every aspect of it.
Yeah.
And
I'm curious if it's the same guy.
Well, I'm going to throw mine out there right out the gate. It's Puka Nacua.
100%.
No question about it. It's Puka Nacua.
Keep your head on straight.
For multiple reasons. It's one, he's in line to get the bag. Big time. Here's the problem. On the field, he should definitely get the bag. We've seen what he could do. Last year, he had the most yards in all of the NFL. He crushed it with the amount of touchdowns, not to mention the amount of catches he had. Receptions, 129. That's the first in the NFL. Receiving yards, he was second with 1,715. Fourth in receiving touchdowns. Targets, he was third with 166. Yards per catch, he was 32nd with 13.3. But again, yards after catch, number one again in the NFL. And he was listed this last week as the fourth best receiver in the NFL, which numbers-wise, he should have been one or two. That being said, I don't think he was listed four because of his on-field. And I don't think he has anything to prove because of his on-field. Everything he has to prove, as far as I'm concerned, is that he could figure it out off the field, because this has been a very trying, weird-ass 6 months off the field for Puka Nacua. First, you get all of his dating life that none of us really wanted to know at any given moment, yet somehow we were all forced to know about it off the field day in, day out. We had the alleged assault that took place on New Year's that was going on. We had the rehab stint that he had to go through. We had the drunken outbursts that we were seeing, the drunken tweeting that he was doing, making fun of Sam Darnold, who just won a Super Bowl. Like, it was
anti-Semitic
the anti-Semitic thing that he was doing. The video he did with that, what is it? I don't even know the kid's name. But it doesn't matter.
Some loser, just not even worth promoting
loser.
him. Yeah.
But like everything he did, it was like watching Sideshow Bob step on a rake with every single step he took this last offseason. He took all of the great faith that he had built up here, and he basically took a lighter to it as much as he humanly can. Now, that being said, seems like he's getting his head back on straight. He did have that rehab assignment that he went up. And when I say rehab assignment, I mean actual rehab assignment, not a knee injury that he's rehabbing, like went to rehab to get his mind right. I hope all of that is the case, because if we have a tampered down and mind right Puka Nacua on the Rams, you have arguably the best receiver in the game. And you pair that with Devontae Adams, you have the scariest tandem receivers in the game. My question is, does he live up to it? Has all of this offseason nonsense gotten to him?
Yeah, he can go down two paths here, and one of them ends very similar to Antonio Brown, and that's what you want to avoid.
Is the worst comparison you could possibly have, but it's the only one we have in front of us right now.
Yeah, I mean, on the field, it's a great comparison.
Incredible.
Off the field, it is absolutely the death of your career. And look, LA is a tough place to be when you're 25, you're a superstar at your craft, you're a multimillionaire.
Especially when you're a superstar that seemingly came out of nowhere.
Right.
You know,
LA knocks everyone on your head. It knocked me on my ass when I was 24. He's only a year older than that. He's 25 years old. Yeah. I mean, it is a tough place to be. You know, you brought up the rehab assignment. I really, really hope that it worked. Because
I hope that it was real. That was my thing. There was, because my first thought was Puka Nacua was going to rehab, and my first thought was good, but my second thought, which happened right after that good popped in my head, is
he really?
Is this publicity? Is this
it's all for the headlines?
Full publicity stuff? Yeah. Is this for a headline? Is this to get everybody? Is this to get the alleged assault on New Year's where he allegedly bit somebody? Is that just to kind of get that off his ass? I hate that I got to be this cynical about it, but that's actual.
But it's cynicism or it's realism, and I think in this case it's realism to have that approach. You know, he's the only guy who can get in his way. Defenders can't. Cornerbacks can't get in his way. He's the only guy who can get in his own way. And, there's a reason this team is such a short shot on the odds board to win the Super Bowl. That roster is head and shoulders above the rest. He can not only get in his way, but get in their way as a team.
It's wild because this guy is one of the very best in the league, and I really mean that. We watched it last year.
Not even just you mentioned receptions, yards after catch. He's a great blocker.
Yeah.
Like, he's great at everything he does between the sidelines.
He's phenomenal between the sidelines.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that actually bothers me, because it was that, Raj asked us, so who's the biggest question mark? I'm like, there's only one question mark in my eyes. Every single thing here is so locked in that I'm ready for the Rams to just go beat all of that ass. Except this question mark. Because this question mark will have nothing to do with what's happening on the field.
Is the guy we don't want beating ass.
Exactly. We want him beating ass on
Between
the
the
field.
sidelines.
Between the sidelines. Outside of the sidelines, I
Yeah.
just need him to keep his head together, dude.
God, I have a lot of younger siblings. Like I'm, I've got my parents separated, remarried. I've got a lot of younger siblings, as young as 13. There was a popular Nickelodeon show my siblings would watch called Yo Gabba Gabba. You've probably
I've
never
heard of it, but I
Okay.
don't know what it is.
And there is a song, because I had to watch this with my little siblings so often, that is stuck in my head. They had a whole song on the show called Don't Bite Your Friends. Puka Nakua needs to sit down and watch Yo Gabba Gabba to learn how to act.
Wow, that's a
He
very
needs
accurate song.
Yeah, right?
Wow, it's a frightening song.
You can't have the best receiver in the NFL out here biting people.
Just for the record, San Francisco 49ers, this one's free. How are you, if you don't play that song when Puka Nakua is on the field, that's a miss.
Oh, that's
a
great.
straight up miss. So we gave that to you for free, and we are not rooting for you, but you're welcome for that information.
Yeah, that's incredible. Imagine he goes out there and they start playing.
You could do another one, Bites the Dust.
That's a good one.
I mean,
too.
what else
How
is
many
there?
can we think of?
I mean, trying to
you
think
guys
of
got any in the back?
Any other
Like
songs?
the Evander Holyfield announcement, like, oh, he bit his ear.
You could easily do that.
That works.
You could always do some Evander Holyfield. I love that.
Love Holyfield.
Guys, we got lots to discuss today on the show. Of course, later on in the show, we got the great John Heyman from Major League Baseball Network, and of course over there at the New York Post, Major League Baseball Insider. And coming up, we got to talk about baseball because, ladies and gentlemen, the Dodgers lived a charmed life, but did they just lose their ace starter? And if that's the case, do we have to replace our ace starter? Do we get any more Ohtani on the mound? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, D-Fish off there hitting the links today, doing some stuff with his Be Better Foundation, a wonderful, wonderful cause. So check that out. Golf tournament today for a wonderful cause. So D-Fish will be back with us tomorrow. Today, the handsome one himself, Joe Serralo, joining us for the next 3 hours of your Los Angeles drive time commute here on 97.1. Of course, you can take us on the go anywhere you go with the Odyssey app. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the podcast. That is D-Fish and Decker. And, of course, you can check us out live right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. Join the conversation. We are having a blast here already. We've already talked a little bit about the Rams. We opened up talking about the World Cup, but we got to get back to what the biggest topic of the day is. And, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Los Angeles Dodgers, because the Dodgers find themselves in a very unique position, a position they have not really found themselves in, because I've mentioned at the top of the show, Joe, and I've mentioned many, many, many times, we had Dave Roberts on the show. This team has had nearly $200 million of its active payroll on the IL during the first half of the season. Let's go through the names just right out there. Let's start with the pitching staff. You got, of course, Blake Snell, who's thrown 3 innings this season. You have Tyler Glasnow, who has been out for months. You have got Blake Trinan in and out of that the bullpen, who has been on the IL. You had Edwin Diaz, who's only had, 2 or 3 outings as a closer for this team. Tommy Edman started this year on the IL. Kyle Tucker not on the IL, but he played like he was for a good portion of it.
Glad you can admit it.
Listen, I don't think Kyle Tucker's season is as doom and gloom as people has made it out to be. Is it a good season? No.
Not by his standards or by $60 million standards.
Cannot stress that enough. Couldn't agree more. But if he's going to finish with 90-plus RBIs, I am sorry. I'm just not getting on board with everyone that this is a complete loss.
Right.
It's just
out
not.
of the 6-hole in the lineup, too.
I'm just not going to get there with you guys. If he can give me 90 to 100 RBIs, and by the way, there's a whole second half of the season for him to have a monster year. And
absolutely.
I firmly believe Kyle Tucker's going to do something in October that's going to shut everyone up.
If he finishes the year hitting 270 with 25 and 90,
then you guys should
people forget about it.
Yeah, granted, that I would pay half of that for that production.
Right.
But it's not my money, so I don't
exactly.
care.
Yeah, I always say the same thing. I will say, look, you have to find a balance, I think, between the old school approach to the game and the analytics. And you and I are both, I would say, more old school with our approach to what we value. We value RBI. A lot of guys nowadays don't. And they say it's a stat of chance and luck. And I say that you're an idiot if you think that.
It's just an insane thing to say that if you think an RBI is a chance and luck, because if that's the case, so is batting average, which is there chance and luck involved? Yes, because of course there's placement on the field where guys are playing.
You can hit a screamer right at the third baseman that gets caught, or you can hit a blooper for a base knock, but that's the game of baseball. It is what it is.
100%.
But RBIs, that's situational hitting, it's clutch hitting. Those take skill. And so, there is something to be said for driving in 90, but at the same time, that OPS
is way down. Way down.
Tomorrow, it could start with a 6. I mean, it's 702. That's alarming.
Very alarming. That being said, a whole second half of the season for him, see what he can put together. Freddie Freeman's playing like Freddie Freeman does. Mookie Betts Mookie Betts is starting to play like Mookie Betts does.
Great June. Slow July. He's only hitting about $140 this month.
But still plenty
June,
more.
I mean, he was hitting 300 in June.
Yes,
Once he came off the IL, got in a rhythm, we saw Mookie.
Yeah, we went from the 177 Mookie to 250 Mookie. So we're going to be just fine there.
I agree.
And also Teoscar Hernandez missing a significant amount of time as well. Yeah. So that's a lot of money that's been on the IL, yet Dodgers still with 63 wins.
Muncy out of the 8-hole is hitting game-winning homers off Garrett Cole.
Because naturally, and of course they lose Will Smith, who I think is the most important piece of this team. Yeah. He's currently on the IL, but Dalton Rushing doing a solid job.
Maybe the best backup catcher in baseball.
Hey, offensively, no question. Catching-wise, however, leaves a little bit to be desired.
Head case-wise,
leaves a lot to be desired.
Has to grow a little bit.
That being said, phenomenal job by Dalton Rushing this season.
Truly. Were we just talking about being young in your 20s in Los Angeles? Sometimes
very, very easy to lose your mind here. Yeah. No question about it. But there's one name we haven't mentioned, because this name has not hit the IL yet. And we are worried about it, because it's not that he was scratched from his last start in the first half. It's not that he had to go get his knee drained in the middle of the All-Star break and miss the All-Star game. It's not that his next start against the Phillies was then scratched, and now we don't know when we're getting back our 1.7 ERA Shohei Ohtani back on the mound. of which I've said all along, Joe, and I've said it until I'm blue in the face, until somebody listens to me, Shohei Ohtani's pitching years are 100% numbered. We are running out of time of Shohei Ohtani's pitching. But if we run into any scenario, and I've said this last week, the week before that, if we run into any scenario that looks like we might lose offensive Ohtani, then you better get pitching Ohtani's ass off the mound as quickly as humanly possible, because the most value that Shohei Ohtani brings to you is offensively. We learned that by being the first ever DH to win the MVP. 50-50 season. Still can't believe it happened. It's still insane to me that he won an MVP by being a full-time DH, but that's how good he was. And by the way, if he doesn't pitch another inning this year, he's going to win an MVP again by being a half-the-year DH, which also probably has never happened. So well done on that. But here's the thing. Watching him in the batter's box the other day, kind of grabbing at his knee, shaking his knee around, dude, I am concerned. I am legitimately concerned. If I'm Dave Roberts, I'm in there with the front office and Shohei's camp, and we're mapping out exactly how we're doing the rest of the season. Shohei, you're not stealing any more bags. I'm sorry. You get on first base, you are now a base clogger.
You are now Cody Decker
you are
in
me.
AAA.
You are Cody Decker in AAA. You are not moving your ass anywhere.
Yeah.
Someone's knocking you in, and they're forcing you in. You are not running too much.
We're going station to station.
You think you can stretch a double? You got a single. You have a single. You stay right there on first base. You want to pitch? Too bad.
Yeah.
You're not pitching until that knee is 100%. It's the knee he lands on, and it tells me already. Pitching already clearly is a problem for him right now, because if Shohei Ohtani is willingly taking himself off the mound, that knee is worse than they are telling us. Period. Stop.
Yeah, it's too bad because, when I was doing a lot of shows here late May, early June, it was a fun conversation piece. Is Shohei Ohtani going to potentially win a Cy Young?
Man, and it really was looking like it for a bit there. But the Miz is still going.
Yeah, back then Christopher Sanchez was the favorite, and he's fallen off a bit
What
since.
was it, like 60?
40-something innings, scoreless
so
innings. It was like Christopher Sanchez and the Dodgers bullpen both had scoreless inning stretches of 40+. But Ohtani's ERA was low. It was a matter of, is he going to qualify, right? Is he going to get the 162 innings? He's at 86 now, so especially now with this upcoming pause, he can forget about that. It was a fun story in May. It's not a story anymore in July. Bottom line is, when he's been on the bump, he has been phenomenal this year, but you got to think long term.
Yes.
And, I would always take, now Ohtani's obviously younger, he's 32, but I would take this approach, for example, mentioned in hour one, I'm a Mets fan, right? The Mets had some good years recently with Max Scherzer as part of the rotation, right? Jacob deGrom. So guys who are a little older, guys like deGrom, injury prone. And I would say, hey, you know what? For Scherzer, for him to be his best in October, just put him on the IL for 2 weeks in August.
Yes.
Little phantom IL stint. You might have to look at that with Ohtani here. He's not old, but I mentioned it with deGrom, little injury prone. And you want your best Ohtani in October. You're gonna, in all likelihood, have the 1 seed. The division's a wrap. That's done here on July 20th. 1 seed, not a wrap yet, because Milwaukee, Pat Murphy, they just do phenomenal things over there.
They do, which is why he keeps stealing that Manager of the Year award away from Dave Roberts, which drives me nuts. And we've had this discussion. It's not that Pat's a better manager. I know. I played for both of them. It's simply this. Pat is really great at motivating young ball players. I've never
he gets the most out of them.
I've never met anybody who's better at it than Pat Murphy. Truly better at it than him does not exist.
Yeah.
But I hate that that's the criteria to win Manager of the Year. The best manager should win it, and that's Dave Roberts.
Right. Manager of the Year, it's not about who's the best manager, best team. It's who did the most with the least, it feels like. It's why Stephen Vogt's got a couple with Cleveland.
Which, by the way, also phenomenal.
Yeah, but talk about doing the most with the least. That Cleveland Guardians team is the epitome
every single
of that.
year.
But when it comes to Ohtani, my question is, how important is it to you to have the 1 seed? To me, when you have this roster, this lineup, this rotation, when they're fully healthy, it's not that important if you're the 1 or the 2. I know home field is great. If you're going to sweep a team, you're going to do it in both ballparks.
The home field, I think, is important, but at the end of the day, the Dodgers have, that being said, they have the best record in baseball, but now it's only by 1 game.
Right.
Yeah, we're talking about them Milwaukee Brewers right on their
They're
ass
on their
now.
heels, yeah. So, but to me, I'd rather know I've got a fully healthy Ohtani in October than be like, oh, we need the 1 seed. So I'll sacrifice a few regular season games to ensure he's at his peak performance come the fall.
Yeah, well, D-Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, 855-975-2326. Guys, what do you think the Dodgers need to do with Shohei Ohtani? We want to hear from you, 855-975-2326. Do you think that we're going to see Shohei back on the mound this season? And that's actually the direction I want to take this to. Should we see Shohei Ohtani back on the mound this season? Now, we already know we're getting a Blake Snell back. He just had his first rehab assignment. They already have Eric Lauer there, who is doing a decent job in their starting rotation. We got Justin Robleski, who has been
He's awesome.
phenomenal this season.
You talk about spearheading campaigns. You mentioned it with the Bring Aaron Donald back. You spearheaded the Robleski to Philly for the All-Star game.
You're welcome. You're welcome,
and
Justin.
that was so deserved.
So deserved. Absolutely. And Robleski's, I think, has really cemented himself into that starting rotation this season.
I think he deserves one of the four-man spots in October.
I think you're right as well. Then, of course, Yamamoto, no question about that. Yeah. So right there, you got four solid arms that I would be comfortable going into the playoffs with right there.
Not Lauer.
I would even be comfortable with Lauer. That being said, he's not my first three choices. I honestly, if we're ending up with Eric Lauer in this starting rotation, then you also have the Roki Sasaki of it all, and you have Emmett Sheehan. Well, here's the deal. I'm taking Emmett Sheehan out of this rotation.
Yes.
I'm probably, if it's going to be this, and we're going to lose out on Ohtani, I'm probably going to leave Roki Sasaki in that third spot, possibly, as of right now. As of right now, I'm going Yamamoto, Snell, and Roki. That would be my three-headed monster going into October.
Break up the lefties,
I
have
would
Robo 4.
probably do that and have Robo go 4. And that's how I would probably have everything handled in October if we're standing pat with what we're doing. The question is, Joe, are we standing pat? And we want to hear from you, 855-975-2326. Is this Ohtani injury enough for you to say the Dodgers need to go and get something done at the trade deadline?
Whew. I mean, what can they get done at the trade deadline is the question.
Problem.
Because the Detroit Tigers are suddenly winning games. What are they, the best team in the AL or second best
They
in
have
Tampa
been
since
for the
June
last
1st?
Yep, for the last
Yeah.
month, the Detroit Tigers have been winning at a ridiculous clip. They've gotten their winning percentage all the way up to 465, which, by the way, that laugh all you want, they were like 325.
Yeah, I mean, they were.
Like
I think the Mets swept them. They were so bad.
They were the worst team in the game, and then he comes back, and all of a sudden, this team wants to start winning ball games. What do you got, Raj?
If I'm the Tigers, man, I don't want to be in that Angel situation of a couple years ago and just get nothing. What if you do make the playoffs? You're walking. That's cute, but I mean, you've been there before. You've done stuff. What are you really doing,
They're
man?
4.5 out of it.
Get someone's farm system.
In the AL, though, the thing is, if you make the playoffs, you can make the World Series.
You really
the
can.
American League sucks.
You ain't beating Tampa Bay.
I tend to agree.
Tampa's the best. I agree.
I'm not if you're
If
Detroit.
someone else takes Tampa out,
Yeah.
Dude, Boston is now holding
I get
one
what
of
you're
these.
saying. So there's a chance. I get that theory. But I am getting someone's farm system, then I'm going, so you say there's a chance. I'm not doing that with
No,
Scuba.
listen, I hear what you're saying, especially when you're using the Angels as an example, because the Angels not trading Shohei Ohtani is going to be the thing that's going to set the Angels back for probably the next 15 years.
Decade, yeah.
Like, it's so bad, so egregious. Every one of the Angels belongs in baseball jail forever for it. They do. It's sickening that they didn't do it. That being said, how would you compare that to the Tarek Skubal of it all? Because 4.5 out, what's the number? What's the number got to be for you? How many they got to be out by the time the trade deadline comes around on August?
So
3rd?
we've got exactly 2 weeks,
yes,
right?
August 3rd.
I'm not looking at the wild card. I'm looking at one thing, and that's the division. I don't want to know how many back they're out of the wild card, because you got the Yankees, the Red Sox. By the way, the Baltimore Orioles are hot as hell. They've won 7 in a row, while we're talking about the Red Sox winning 13 in a row.
Red Sox right now have that third wild card spot as we currently stand.
The Red Sox are worth a bet to be the 1 seed, in my opinion. That's about 20 to 1, and they're 6 out of the division with a tiebreaker over Tampa.
By the way, you were asking how far they are out of first place in the division. The Detroit Tigers, as we currently stand, 4.5 out of a wild card, 4.5 out of first place. The White Sox still holding on to first place of that division.
No, so they're 6.5.
Oh, sorry, 6.5.
Yeah.
I was looking at the Twins. I apologize.
So I'm looking, I look at the loss column. They're 7 behind Chicago. You got 2 weeks to go. Cut that to 3, and I think you stand pat. Cut that number to 3 at the All-Star break, and I think you go for it. Because to me, again, this is just about the division, not the wild card if you're Detroit. If you can win that division, you can host some playoff games. I think that the American League is so weak that you go for it, and you really try to get a deal done with Skubal. Because if you don't, man, you are going to be persecuted in your home city.
Big time, and that's why we're bringing this up. Do they move on from Tarek Skubal, of which he's a fit everywhere? The Dodgers are going to need another arm if they want to actually replace the Shohei Ohtani of it all, or do they stand pat? Because, again, they have a ridiculous amount of depth. I didn't even mention Tyler Glasnow in my little depth chart that we were just doing right there, because I'm operating in my mind that we're not getting a Tyler Glasnow back. Now, I don't know if that's the case.
That's the way to operate.
That's the way to operate.
Yeah, 100%. The Dodgers front office needs to operate as if Glasnow is either not coming back or maybe coming back as a relief arm.
Yes, which very well could be the case.
I think that should be what
you know why I have that thought? Because we haven't heard anything about his injury. Like the fact
we're
that
getting updates on Snell.
We get updates on Snell. We're getting updates on everybody. The two we're not getting updates on, which concerns me, is him, Tyler Glasnow, and the lack of updates on Will Smith is starting to frighten me. Because that started with neck tightness. Yeah. That's all it was. He was scratched from a game due to neck tightness. This has turned into like a bulging disc in his neck issue that is really, really concerning. And how mum they are about it makes me think they better also get involved in the trade deadline for a catcher.
Those scare the hell out of me. Now, different sport, different athlete entirely, but you remember Amari Stoudemire?
Oh, yeah.
Bulging disc was the end of his career.
Terrible stuff.
I mean, the Knicks had him, Carmelo Anthony, the bulging disc ruined it. So those really do scare me if that's the path this goes down. What is good with Skubal, I will say, you know, back in May, a lot of people thought it would be Dodgers-Padres competing for Skubal. San Diego's
But the Padres have fallen off in a way that again, they're only 2.5 out of a wild card as we currently stand, but
they're not a serious team.
This team doesn't got it this year. They just don't.
The day that the station launched, May 18th, the Dodgers were playing the Padres. And I said it back then, San Diego was like 7-8 games over 500. And I said, I'm sorry, but a team with a run differential of -5, they are playing way in over their heads. They are not as good as their record would indicate. Here they are, a game below 500. That run differential, coming off a 19-2 win, that run differential is still like -32. And that's after a 19-2 win over Kansas City. So this Padres team, they are a 500 team at best. There's no way they're going in on Skubal. I think who's the Dodgers' competition here? Milwaukee and Philly?
I think it's Milwaukee and Philly, but there's one more team in there that I think if they get in, and I've said it many, many, many times, does very much worry me.
AL?
And NL. There's one more team. And by the way, they're currently on the outside looking in. But if they get in, that scares me.
Arizona?
The Arizona Diamondbacks absolutely scare me.
Yeah.
That is an offense that could absolutely do damage, and their three-headed rotation is something that scares me in October specifically.
If they get Skubal, their three-headed rotation?
No,
or
even without him. Even
with
now.
Erod and...
Erod,
Soroka,
Zach Gallen, and if Merrill Kelly gets it back together.
Oh, okay. And don't forget Soroka.
And Soroka's there as well.
He was their number 2.
And who says that Fott doesn't get it back together as well when he did in the playoffs a couple years ago?
I mean, Fott was great when they made their run when they won the pennant.
Big time.
But the thing with their starting pitching, like Zach Gallen hasn't been good for 2.5 years.
Well, last year he was okay. He's been struggling this year.
I mean, and 2 years ago he was atrocious.
Yes.
So Gallen's really struggled. Is there any timeline on Corbin Burns?
We don't know yet.
I mean,
still don't know.
You talk
but
about,
if he comes back.
Talk about the Dodgers being mum with glass now. Corbin Burns, I forgot he was alive.
Exactly.
Like I have not heard anything.
That's been the quietest Tommy John surgery I think that's ever happened in sports history. But also on top of that, if we're not going to be able to get our hands on Tarek Skubal here, got to look elsewhere as well. So who else is going to be available this trade deadline? One name that has been bantered around, but here's the problem. The Miami Marlins are only a half game out of a wild card as well. So Sandy Alcantara might not be available, even though everyone and their cousin would kill to have Sandy. But let's get to the next name. This name I think will be available, and I think it's going to hurt you a little bit. But if I'm the Dodgers and he's available, I'm doing everything I can to get him, because I know that the Phillies will even try to do it, even though I don't know if your Mets would be willing to trade to the Phillies. I do think Freddie Peralta is a name that should be moved, and I think a lot of teams would be very happy to get their hands on him.
Yeah, I'd love to trade Freddie Peralta as a Mets fan. I mean, come on, a 4.8 ERA. That's my only problem is what the hell are we going to get? He's
I don't
so
know,
bad this
but
year.
I'm telling you.
He has sucked.
Just wait for it. This is the Mets. This is what the Mets do. He's going to leave the Mets. He's going to win a World Series
He's
with
going
somebody.
to go back to the Brewers, I bet. Watch that.
Oh, dude. Watch him return to like his old form
Can
there.
we redo the trade? Can we get the 2 pieces we sent to Milwaukee back for Freddie Peralta? Like, I mean, he has stunk.
He's been horrible
for the Mets
Dude,
this season.
everyone that's gone to the Mets has been horrible except for Soto.
It's been such a
Lindor
joke.
has been nothing.
I actually love Lindor. I mean,
I love Lindor too, but this year he's been terrible.
Lindor got us to the NLCS 2024. I've got no gripes with Francisco Lindor. He should have a C on his chest, in my opinion.
You think he should have a C on his chest?
Francisco Lindor should
I
have
think
a C
Pete
on his
Alonso
chest.
should have a C on his chest while still in Baltimore.
Yeah, God, that's
You know that hurts.
How do you let your all-time home run leader, as a guy who's an all-time home run leader, how do you let your all-time home run leader go?
I don't know,
That's
man.
a disaster.
It
takes a very little man to do something like
takes
that.
a very.
Right?
You and your David Stearns little man treatment.
Oh, I can't stand him.
You know what? Do we have a caller right now? Let's get over to him. Let's get to Mitch and Cali. Talk to us, Mitch. You're on he hung up. Oh, we just lost him. All right. Well,
Mitch.
too bad, Mitch. We were going to you. Well, here's the deal. Why don't we go ahead and talk about Xfinity real quick before we go ahead and take this break? And let me pull it up because it's very important. Efforting. Baseball talk and coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA Sports is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Guys, we got so much more to discuss on the show. Later on in the show, we will get more into this trade deadline because the great John Heyman from MLB Network and New York Post will be joining the show live to talk about all things trade deadline. Hopefully, we get some more information on this injury on Shohei Ohtani. What exact damage is taking place to that knee? Will we see Shohei Ohtani back on the mound? Of course, what do you guys think? 855-975-2326 coming up. The Lakers. This is a new look team, baby, from bottom to the top. But is it as good as the team last year? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. the voice of LA Sports, Joe Serralo in for D-Fish. D-Fish out there hitting the links right now for charity for his Be Better Foundation right now. Why am I with him?
Yeah.
Because somebody had
Who
to
hits
man
the
the
links
ship.
better than you? Come on.
I'm funny you say that. I am actually hitting the links later this afternoon.
Of course. With D-Fish?
No.
Okay.
No. Got to go elsewhere. Gotta go elsewhere.
I
I'm
felt
not
like
cool enough, man.
I felt like I let you down when you texted me on Saturday and asked me if I golf.
Because here's the thing. I got gifted like for Christmas like last year. My mom was very nice to give me this. She's like, "Here you go." I'm like, "What is this?" It's a gift certificate. She basically bought me a foursome at like my favorite golf course in LA, place Mountain Gate. It's up in the hills, beautiful spot. In fact, my grandfather was a founding member of Mountain Gate way back when.
Does he have a plaque there or something?
I don't know. I'll look around and see if I can find one, but I'm not a member, so they won't let me anywhere.
So, my grandpa founded the place. That's great.
I know my grandfather built the place, but I'm not allowed in.
Oh, it's incredible.
It's all cool. No, I'm really excited. So I'm going to go hit that. So I did text him like, "Hey, man, you golf?" And your response back was, "No."
I don't.
And I'm like, "What is wrong with you? Why don't you golf?"
I used to do it with my grandfather. And it was kind of the thing where when my grandfather died, I went with my buddies a couple times and I was like, it's not the same.
You're doing it wrong, man.
And
that tells me, telling me is that you've never properly golfed. Was your grandfather like my grandfather was? Like, I golfed with my grandfather, and I hated golfing with my grandfather. Because it was, like, so etiquette and old and by the rules.
Etiquette? No, hold on. If I came
so
up
much
short
etiquette.
if I came up short in a putt, my grandpa, true story, turned to me and said, "Nice try. Now, do you want to take your tampon out and do it again?"
Well,
that was my grandpa.
He seems lovely.
He was incredible.
My grandfather used to say horrible things to me on the golf course. I can't stress that enough. Oh, yeah. So, no, I love golfing. You're doing it wrong. You got to get back out there and hit the links, my guy.
Maybe I'll have my clubs shipped in from New York. Dude, I didn't even bring them 4 years ago when I moved to LA.
That's a problem,
I haven't golfed in 5 years.
This is a place you golf 24/7 and year-round. It's phenomenal. Trust me, it was hard to golf in New York.
The thing is, you can only have so many expensive habits, right? And I'm big on the dating scene, so I guess, like, I had to sacrifice somewhere.
Aaron, you're hearing this guy just constantly talking himself up, right? Like, he needs you to know out there in Radio Land how handsome he is.
Yeah. You watch the stream to know.
Yeah. Join us. You can see how handsome Joe is
I've got my
if you go
habits.
at the Fan LA on YouTube.
It was either golf or Thursday nights at Voltaire, and I chose Thursday nights at Voltaire.
That's too expensive. I love me some
really
Voltaire.
Expensive.
But over there on San Vicente, I love me some Voltaire.
Where I hang out with the Dodgers cousins, you know?
Look at you. Look at you. Well,
I'll leave it at that.
Guys, we got so much to discuss on today's show. John Heyman joining the show in the 8 a.m. hour. But right now, we got to talk about the Lakers. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the Lakers. The new look Lakers. What's your favorite name so far of this new version of the Lakers? Is it Snow Time? Is it there's been a bunch of good ones.
Who dubbed that one? Was that Robbie Williams called them the Snow Time Lakers?
No. Robbie Williams, in case you're wondering, it's a great viral video from yesterday. Robbie Williams, I don't know what the substance is, but it popped right out of his nose mid-conversation. So I can't stress enough. Check out the greatness that was Robbie Williams yesterday at the World Cup. But no, sir. I don't know who coined the phrase the Snow Time Lakers, but it's a funny name.
They're the exciting whites. That's what these Lakers are.
They are definitely that, but here's the deal. This team does look pretty good. Say what you will. This is a team that, went from a team that I said on this air strictly to D-Fish. I'm like, dude, I wouldn't be that upset if we ran it back. We brought back Luke Kennard. We brought back, Marcus Smart. We bring back even LeBron James. We just basically run the same exact team because here's the thing. Last March, we got to see it finally.
Yeah.
We didn't see this Luka, Austin Reeves, LeBron experiment except for like 10 or 13 times. And of which you would see like Wendy go on TV. He's like, the numbers are there. It says the three can't play well together. In fact, the team's better when LeBron's not on the court. Yada, yada, yada. And then March came around.
Yeah.
And then March came around. We saw all three of them actually play together and actually kind of form their thing. And everyone's like, oh, I guess LeBron can figure out how to play basketball with a bunch of good basketball players. And it was wild to see, to the point we were talking about maybe this team can be the best team in the West. Now, granted, that game in the beginning of April was very eye-opening with getting their asses handed to them by OKC. And then, of course, Luka goes down with his injury. Austin Reeves goes down with his injury, all within that same 24-hour span. And then the Lakers were practically dead in the water. LeBron carried them past the Rockets, but there's only so much you could do against OKC.
Yeah.
So I felt like we didn't get the look at this Laker team the way we could have. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not against running it back. Same group. Let's see what they can do. But I was also aware that there was a likely scenario that we're going to rip off the Band-Aid and move into a different direction. And I was also excited about that prospect. I'm looking at these two teams, and I'm trying to answer the question, which is the team I'd rather root for? And I got to say, I asked D. Fish this question, but in a different way. I asked him which team he'd like to coach more. And his answer was a bit surprising to me. I was expecting him to kind of look, because he's talked up how much he loved like specifically the role players. You know, he loved Rui, he loved Luke Cornett, he loved Marcus Smart, and these were the guys that I really liked too, the grinder players on this team that busted their ass. But he actually paused and said, however, this current team, it's got more looks to it, a lot of different things different lineups you can put together. I think it's more versatile. He said, I think J.J. Redick is going to have a lot of fun coaching this team. And if I had my choice, I think I'd have more fun coaching this current team as well, which made me get more excited for this Laker team than anything that has been said to this point. Hearing D. Fish say, of the two, I think I'm more excited for this team, kind of quelches any fear that I had in the back of my mind. Because the only fear I have for this team is regarding one thing, health. That being said, isn't that the one thing for any team that I could possibly be rooting for at this point?
Especially, I mean, last year's team didn't have health. Luka went down. They were old, right? I will say this, last year's team, I don't think if you ran it back as is, that they were going to win a title. Now, they were when Luka, Reeves, and LeBron were healthy. They were phenomenal.
Unreal.
And, I mean, this is a team they finished with the 4 seed. You look at their winning percentage when those 3 guys were all out there at the same time. It was good enough to be the 3rd seed in the West. It was better than Denver's when they were all out there. Problem is, it's kind of a rare occurrence having those 3 out there at the same time. If you ran it back in terms of bringing back LeBron, you still would have had to probably get a guy who they got in Quentin Grimes. You still would have had to improve at the 5. Walker Kessler would not have been affordable. Maybe they would have pivoted towards a Mitch Robinson or a different solution at the 5.
But I also was worried that Mitch Robinson might have also made himself unaffordable for the Lakers as well, considering what he just pulled off.
$14 million a year from Boston.
True. But here's the other thing. If we're talking about injuries, like Mitch is always hurt.
Right. And that's the thing. We were talking about the Celtics earlier, not to go on too much of a tangent. He's listed as their starting center. The guy never plays more than like 55 games a year.
Good luck on that one.
Yeah, exactly.
I lived in New York. I never saw Mitchell Robinson
exactly. So I mean, the Lakers would have had to upgrade the 5. They still would have had to get a 3 and D, but I think that if they did that and they ran it back with LeBron, better chance at a title. This unit is going to be fun. There's no doubt about that. They're not going to contend with OKC or San Antonio. Now, the one thing that they did, to kind of try to neutralize like a Holmgren or a Wemby is go get Walker Kessler. So defensively in the post, they're so much better down low. But, I mean, is Jake LaRavia going to be starting for this team?
I don't know.
Because he's currently on the depth chart, and do with this information what you will. He's listed as a starter.
But we're still waiting to hear the rumor. Are we getting Kuminga for that spot? Is that a thing? And also, is Kuminga even the guy that we need for that spot? Because seemingly we're going to need to do a sign and trade to get him anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. To me, they have more depth than last year's squad, which I like, but they're a little weaker up top. So it's going to be a fun team. I just don't see them actually as a serious contender. I think they're going to be a little worse than last year.
Here's the thing. Do you not take them as a serious contender because this team is not a contender, or is it because they're in the West?
That's a great question. That's a great...
Because I feel like this is a contending team.
It's a little combination of both, but I think more so because they're in the West. I look at this starting 5, and I'm like, a team with Quentin Grimes starting and Jake LaRavia starting is not going to compete with OKC. They would get swept. This team would get swept by the Thunder as well. Last year's team, if healthy, would not have gotten swept by OKC.
You really think so?
If they were healthy.
That team is also, by the way, owned the Lakers last year. What were the Lakers? 0-7 against them going into the playoffs?
I know that, especially as a pro athlete yourself, like you never want to hear this, but like those games were closer than the score would indicate in the postseason, right? Like
it's 0-7, Joe.
Those postseason games, couple of them were closer than the score would indicate, and they were not a healthy Lakers team.
0-7.
Yeah, it's rough.
Before the playoffs.
Well, we've seen teams lay an egg in the regular season and then playoffs come and they get the better of their opponent.
But they didn't do that
They
either.
didn't do that. No. I don't see this team winning games against OKC or San Antonio in the postseason. I just don't.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, who in the West do you? There's only one team right now in the West that's not named the San Antonio Spurs and Oklahoma City Thunder that scares me now.
Denver?
No, believe it or not, it's not Denver at all.
Minnesota.
No, it's not. Guys, I'm not saying this
Houston.
because I'm definitely going to say Houston. Houston's going to be healthy. They're going to be huge, and frankly,
Healthy and huge. The Houston Rockets.
Listen. That team has like a collective average height of 6'11".
So you know who I wanted the Lakers to make a push for?
Who's that?
I wanted them to keep LeBron and make a push for Tari Eason.
Interesting.
From the Houston Rockets. I said that on these airwaves back in like late May. Now it would have required sign and trade maneuvering. He was a restricted free agent. But Eason, if you look at, I think the contract he signed was pretty Rockets friendly. Like, I think the Lakers might have been able to keep LeBron if LeBron took a team-friendly deal, which he's obviously going to do in Miami or wherever he goes.
He has no choice.
I mean, Miami can only offer him, up to $7 million?
I still can't believe Miami's at the top of this list right now.
Crazy.
It really is wild to me, especially how the odds have shifted the way they have.
Yeah.
Man, it's wild to me to see
So
this.
here's the thing. A lot of people said I was crazy. Now you look, if he goes to Miami, it's probably $7 million. If he goes to Golden State, it's probably the minimum.
It's wild.
I said the number I was throwing out there was if LeBron came back to the Lakers for $10 million, they could go get a Tari Eason, go get a better 5 and improve their situation in the post and be set and ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, but if you give LeBron that $10 million, then he can't hold the entire league hostage for months,
Yeah,
buddy.
exactly.
Don't you know how this works? Also, how do you think he's going to do the decision this time?
Oh, man.
Like that's the real question of the day.
There's got to be a collab with Hennessy coming. I'm
You think
sure.
so? Man, does he announce it on a podcast? Does he announce it on his own podcast? Does he announce it on Rich Paul's podcast?
I would say his own.
His
I mean,
own?
he's certainly not going to do the ESPN thing anymore.
I'm surprised he
now.
didn't do
There's
it at Fanatics this last weekend. He had the microphone and full crowds the entire time.
Dude, Fanatics Fest weirds me out.
It is so weird.
Can we talk about, like,
Yes.
It's almost like a celebrity humiliation ritual.
I'm going to say this. I hate it. I really hate it. I hate what that's
I hate that
turned
Tom
into.
Brady was reduced to
Dude,
WWE
I'm
nonsense.
so exhausted by
We got
the
some good sound out of
WWE of
it.
all of it. No, we get some sound out of it,
Yeah.
which is great. Doesn't mean I like it, though, Rods. That's different. It's just very useful sound that we will get to later on in the
I'd
show.
be thrilled if the Paul brothers went away.
Oh, wouldn't that be great?
I mean, hey, if we could...
Which one would you like to see disappear first?
Jake, easily.
Really?
Easily Jake.
Okay.
Can't stand him.
Yeah, he's
And
pretty
we got
rough.
the Tate brothers to go away this weekend. If we could get the Paul brothers to follow
Oh, we're
suit,
getting
that'd be
close,
great.
baby. We're getting close.
Getting
Come on.
rid of the red pill
Come
culture.
on. Come on, UK. You're 1 for 1. Make it 2 for 2.
Love it.
Extradition.
Oh,
Love
man.
it. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. But coming up, ladies and gentlemen, we're so much to discuss. One, Fanatics Fest, World Cup, sound, you name it, we got it. As Joe and I hit it or quit it here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. That's right. Joe Serralo in for D-Fish, but it's time for some good old-fashioned hit it or quit it. Take it away, Rod.
That's right, gentlemen. We were talking a little World Cup last hour, but a lot of the talk has been the halftime show, which a lot of my friends, who of course are soccer purists, were upset because it's 30 damn minutes, only supposed to be 15. You already did the water break. Now we got to sit through anyway. Anyway, Wayne Rooney on the FIFA World Cup halftime show, he said he thought it was crap. Hit it or quit it, Deck, that the halftime show was crap.
I wouldn't say it was crap. I think there were aspects of it that were crap. Let's start with the top. Madonna sucked. That was awful. That looked like it looked like somebody strung up a Weekend at Bernie's version of Madonna to a dune buggy in a pre-taped video where Ronaldo looked as uncomfortable as humanly possible. Yeah. Awful, awful stuff to start that thing. BTS, they were fine. I did not get the Justin Bieber song choice at all.
Bieber
really brought the house down in the worst possible way. But Shakira, we're good. Shakira showed up and made everything okay. So if you're soccer purists have any issues with an extra 15 minutes dedicated to Shakira, that's a them problem, not a me problem. Because Shakira is Shakira.
Hit it or quit it. It was crap, Joe.
I'm quitting the halftime show. I'm hitting Shakira.
There you go.
It was, that's your answer right there. She was phenomenal. She stole the show. Bieber stunk. You can't go slow, folksy, everything hallelujah in an environment like that. The intro to Bieber was great. Loved the lasso element. Jason Sudeikis out there was fun. BTS, if it's your thing, it was a good performance, but yeah, not my thing either. Hitting Shakira, quitting the rest.
Yes, Shakira, but that's it.
Lexi Lawless insisted that it's all good between him and Zlatan after, of course, they're sparring during Fox coverage of the 2026 World Cup. Hit it or quit it that you're buying it's all good, Cody, between Zlatan and Alexi Lawless.
God, no. Yeah. No. So much so that Zlatan announced his retirement at the end of that because he never wants to deal with Alexi Lawless ever again. Yeah. Of which, Fox, do whatever you can. Pay him anything you want. Buy him islands. If we don't have Zlatan in the next World Cup, then the next World Cup is already 10 times worse. Get his ass back there. I don't care what it takes.
Yeah, I'm quitting everything that has to do with Lawless here. He is just the worst. I mean, and Zlatan went out there and he eviscerated him. He emasculated him. He embarrassed him every chance he could.
Yeah.
Lawless, get him off the TV.
You know my favorite thing about Lawless throughout that entire process is how much he just took it, too. He just, didn't even try to defend himself.
The guy
couldn't.
He can't get out of his own way. He's incapable of having a good take. How about the discourse about, maybe we should make soccer more affordable in the U.S. would be better? No. And Lawless is like, nope, privatize everything.
No, you're kidding me? It's great to pay to play. It's so wonderful.
That's how I ended up on the national team.
That's why I'm here all together.
Jerk.
Hey, NFL players, they're pushing for grass fields after seeing the World Cup setup. They say, oh, wait a minute, you can do grass fields? Hit it or quit it on NFL players saying, hold up, y'all, I thought we couldn't do this.
Hit it. If there's one thing the NFL has proven, it's that they've been lying to you from day one. And it is so nauseating how easily they can put grass fields into all of the... By the way, the fact that we're having the conversation in 2026 that we can't put a grass field into somewhere is so stupid. It's exhausting. Why do you not want to protect your players at all costs? It is safer for them to play on grass. Think of the ankle injuries. Think of the Achilles injuries that we've had a little bit of a spike in these last couple of years. This isn't even a question. Change all the fields to grass.
Hitting it 8 days a week, twice on Sundays. I mean, this one is it's a no-brainer. For a league that has more issues surrounding player safety and well-being than any other professional sports league, why would you not take a minuscule step? I mean, how many ACLs, MCLs, Achilles has the turf at MetLife Stadium alone snatched from guys? I mean, come on. This is a no-brainer. It should all be grass.
And also on top of that, you guys ever been slammed on turf compared to grass?
Yeah, it doesn't feel good,
dude. It's night and day worse. You are landing on more or less cement.
My take: I actually like turf for baseball, but I for football, absolutely
I
prefer
hate
grass.
turf on a baseball field. I really do.
I went to St. Bonaventure, man.
Oh,
I
dude.
mean, it snowed like up, it snowed halfway
that
through
part
baseball
I
season,
get,
so
but
we needed the turf.
But like, you can't wear spikes on turf. Your spikes get like caught. You got to switch to like rubbers or
Well,
plastics.
Here's what else I had as a guy, 6'4", long stride. Like, I never had to worry on a turf mound about stepping in another guy's hole.
Fair.
There you go.
Got to be a better way to say that.
Yeah.
All right, hey guys. Speaking of injuries in turf, Cam Scatterboo. He said he's perfectly fine after a botched backflip. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah, I saw it.
Hit it
I
or
saw
quit it on Cam doing backflips coming off of a major injury.
Dude, I quit this so much. By the way, this is not the first time he's done something stupid. In fact, he's really
I think this is not going to be the last time. either.
Have you heard him talk? He's only capable of doing stupid things. Here's the deal. Like, he fresh off of turning his ankle literally 90 degrees the opposite direction, immediately did a thing with the WWE where he, like, got into an altercation, like, in the ring, to which I'm like, the Giants cannot be happy about this. I don't know what to say. Now he's doing backflips at, like, Fanatics WWE events. Like, knock it off, dude. Just get on the field. I'm not one of those shut up and play guys.
Right.
But this kid's got to shut up and play. Scam Cataboo or whatever it is. Knock it off.
Scam Cataboo.
Scam Cataboo's gotta calm it down.
Yeah, I'm quitting everything with this Giants backfield. I mean, fewest brain cells in the league between him and Dart at QB and running back.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough.
I'm a Giants fan. I mean, this is like an embarrassment.
You sure you don't want to be a Jets fan?
I need LA teams. I need new teams. The Mets, the
Rams
Giants
are pretty good, man.
Like, oh my God, I'm so out. I'm quitting Scatterboo with the backflips, and every time he opens his mouth, I'm quitting.
Oh, it's brutal.
All right. Well, at the Open, I don't know if you saw Bryson, what's the name? Shambo. He's, that two-stroke penalty.
Yeah.
He reportedly asked to contact Donald Trump in hopes of having his two-stroke penalty at the British Open overturned. Now, his request just to contact him got overturned, or, denied, I should say. Hit it or quit it on trying to reach out to Trump.
I want to call Daddy. Daddy, fix the problem for me now. Bryson, can you think of a faster fall off than Bryson DeChambeau?
DeScambo?
Like DeScambo? Yeah, that
Scam
works for
Cataboo
everybody,
and Bryson
baby.
DeScambo.
Dude, what a fall from grace this guy has had. Imagine being in a major tournament and actually saying that out loud. Like, how are you not ungodly embarrassed with yourself? Like, that is just so sad. The fact that you wanted to call anyone is embarrassing. But the fact that you wanted to call Daddy, it's just so sad. Sad.
I'm actually hitting it. Why not? Everyone else is doing it. We got the most corrupt freaking administration in the country.
Why not use it?
Tiger Woods gets a DWI. He's calling.
He tried to do it.
Johnny Damon gets a DWI. He's calling.
Balogun red card? What red card?
At least Balogun didn't ask for it.
No,
but Alexi Lalas probably did. I'm hitting it. If
All
everyone
right.
else, they're all betting on Polymarket about who we're going to invade next. Why wouldn't you too if you could?
I mean, why not?
I heard you there. Hey, John Strong, he mistakes Matt Damon for Brad Pitt on Fox's World Cup final broadcast.
Yeah, I saw that.
Hit it or quit it on that. Mistaken identity.
Is that racist, Cody?
No, I don't think it's racist. I just think it's, how do you not know that? I mean, I guess they both look relatively similar. I'm gonna quit it because you should know who Matt Damon is, who is currently, and I'm not kidding, in the biggest movie of the year and the biggest opening of any movie in like the last 5 years.
Yeah.
That being said, listen, Holland didn't know who Tom Holland was either, so I think we should all give him a little bit of a break. Seems that soccer people in pop culture, it does not have quite the crossover as we thought.
I might not recognize Tom Holland on the street if he wasn't with Zendaya. But come on, Brad Pitt. Like, you're saying he should know who Matt Damon is. I'm saying he should know who Brad Pitt
That
freaking
is fair.
Like,
That
how do you
is
not know
fair.
who Brad Pitt is? I'm quitting it. That's bizarre to mistake.
Yeah,
those
and
two.
he also didn't he also say that Pharrell was ASAP
Yeah.
Rocky? That was also a miss.
Yeah.
Did they not have notes?
Those two don't look
Well,
anything
you sometimes you have a spotter, so I don't know if they just didn't have a spotter. Like usually there's someone that says, okay, such and such is here, so we're putting it on the talent, but I'm assuming someone's saying, hey, look, we got a shot of such and such. That's how it usually works.
He
So-
called Shakira Beyonce when she was performing.
Oh, well, that's
No,
different.
no, don't you ever get that wrong. On either side, both deserve their respect.
Hey, Major League Baseball outlaws teams using AI on dugout iPads to help with game strategy. Cody, hit it or quit it on outlawing the AI.
Hit it. Hit it. Should not be in there in any way, shape, or form. I even go a step further. I know what the iPads are used for. Don't need to worry about it. It's not really nefarious. But watching video and I honestly think all technology should be removed from the dugout altogether. I don't think you should be able to look at video in the dugout. You can go inside to the video room and look at stuff, but I firmly believe all technology should be removed from dugouts and infield play 100%. So I'm hitting this. I think this is a good move, and it's stopping something that is clearly the direction something would have happened. Keep in mind, the Astros didn't think they were cheating. They just thought they came up with the next thing.
Yeah. I'm hitting it too, and I'm hitting your take twice over, man. I mean, that banning technology, next step further, I love it. If you're going to use AI, why have a manager anymore?
Exactly.
I mean, I'm so sorry. I'm so tired of, guys like Carlos Mendoza with the Mets. These guys just having, numbers and algorithms spit out their decisions. What happened to the Buck Showalters of Major League Baseball? Guys who had a feel for the freaking game. AI is ruining that.
Yeah, it's a weird thing about baseball because the numbers exist. I love using the numbers, but that's the thing. You get to use the numbers.
Right.
It's not the numbers and then use the
numbers
people.
use you. Exactly.
Yeah, it's wild that's where we're at with baseball, but I'm very glad they outlawed that.
Hey guys, more from your favorite Fanatics Fest. Tom Brady slapped Logan Paul, and so that may set up a WWE matchup. So hit it or quit it on seeing Tom Brady step into the ring, square, whatever you want to call it, at the WWE.
I want to take that back. Remember when I said who's had a harsher fall off than Bryson DeChambeau? Tom Brady. Tom Brady's had the weirdest fall off of any man in the world. He is so divorced dad status right now. It's getting sad. The proceeding hairline is just getting very, very distracting. His face is looking different by the day. And now he's doing full-on wrestling bits with Logan. Dude, you are the GOAT of the NFL. What are you doing lowering yourself to this? Do you need the money that much? Fox is paying you $350 million. You are a partial owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. Stop it. Why do you need to be in this zeitgeist for some reason?
That's my thing. You don't need the money. Alex Earl is younger than me, and she's all over you at St. Bart's. Like, when is enough? Is his ego that damaged from Giselle with the MMA instructor that he's got to go out here and make a fool of himself? If I was Giselle's new boyfriend, I'd be like, that scene in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood where Leo sees himself on TV and he's laughing, pointing? If I was Giselle's new man, I'd be laughing, pointing like that, looking at Tom and Logan Paul slapping each other. I mean, it's pathetic.
It is.
Like you said, you're the best to ever do it in the National Football League.
It's beneath you.
Gosh, enjoy your life.
Well, guys, going to take a quick break, but coming back, John Heyman joins D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Joe Serralo in for Derek Fisher today. Derek out there hitting the links right now for charity, the Be Better Foundation, who will be back live with us at 6 a.m. tomorrow right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And, of course, you can join us live right now on YouTube. Get in the chat at The Fan LA right now and join us. And, of course, you can take us anywhere you want to go on the go with the Odyssey app. Joe, we talked a little bit about Shohei Ohtani and the injury that he is currently dealing with. Looking very forward to talking to John Heyman momentarily of the New York Post, and of course one of the very, very best Major League Baseball insiders that have ever existed. So cannot wait to talk about him, where the Dodgers go from here, and of course all things around the trade deadline. But let's just start with that real quick. The trade deadline is looming, 2 weeks away, August 3rd, which a little interesting to go in the August 3rd thing. I'm used to the July 31st, right? 3 p.m. Pretty interesting that we're going with this little thing, but I'm excited for the trade deadline. The question is, how big of a trade deadline is it going to be? Because at the end of the day, the American League right now, everyone is practically in it, Joe.
I know. I mean, the American League is such a joke this year. Here's the thing. This with the upcoming lockout could have been the biggest trade deadline. Because teams could be going for broke. But in the AL, everyone thinks they're in it. So if you only have maybe 7 or 8 sellers across Major League Baseball, it could be a really small deadline. So it could be, the polarities and the possibilities are wild, because it could be massive, it could be tiny, and it all, at the end of the day, comes back to the Detroit Tigers.
Who better to talk about it? My former podcast co-host right here at Odyssey. We had a show called Big Time Baseball we did together, both me, him, and Tony Gwynn Jr. You know him from MLB Network. You know him from the New York Post. And if you watch baseball, you know him. The one, the only, John Heyman. John, what is up, my guy? How you been?
Hi, Cody. How you doing?
Chilling, my guy. Just chilling out here in L.A. And it seems like we live a very charmed life out here in L.A. with the Dodgers. But, John, I got to ask you, with this whole injury with Shohei Ohtani and looking like they're going to be holding off his starts, what exactly does the outlook of Shohei Ohtani, the pitcher, look like going forward in this calendar season?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty dicey at this point, right? He's taking a break for now, but it doesn't seem like he's able to land that foot because of the knee situation. So, I mean, this isn't something you can't mess around with when you're talking about arguably the best hitter in the National League, and he is obviously needed for his offensive ability. So, I mean, they still have good pitching, but you got to wonder at this point whether they're going to look to maybe trade for a top starter. They weren't acting like they were going to do that before. They're kind of counting on Snell being back. They're thinking maybe Glasnow will be back. Obviously, they've got Robleski, who was an all-star. You've got Yamamoto, who's the ace, who was an all-star. So, I mean, they've got at least 2 top-end starters going strong, and they have 2 potentially coming back, but still got some questions now with Ohtani.
John, Dodgers are taking on the Phillies tonight for a 3-game set. What's the pulse of Philadelphia? I mean, it feels like that window is closing. What do you expect out of them for the next 2 weeks? Are they going to go for broke more than anyone else in the league?
I think potentially they don't have great prospects to trade right now. You've got Aiden Miller, who's hurt. You've got Andrew Painter, who was like 1-7 with a 6 ERA when he was up. Not doing great. Gage Wood is basically their top prospect that they can trade right now, who isn't damaged goods. So, I mean, Dave Dombrowski obviously is a guy who will go for it. John Middleton, the owner, wants to win. They are going to try hard to try to do something, but there are a lot of questions there, and I think they know that. Right now you've got 2 great starters going. You've got Sanchez and Wheeler, and you've got question marks basically after that. Nola's been okay, but then at the bottom of that rotation, really rough. And I mean, I saw them throw a bullpen game against the Mets, and I mean, they got a great closer in Duran, an all-star, but they're pretty weak in the pen beyond him. So they've got some definite pitching questions, and they're going to have to do something to really get into that top echelon. Right now, I think the Dodgers and Brewers are kind of separating themselves from the other teams in the National League.
John Heyman joining us, of course, from New York Post and MLB Network. And John, you mentioned the Dodgers and the Brewers really separating themselves. I completely agree with you, but these are also two organizations that also have a decent amount of prospects. As you mentioned, some other organizations like the Phillies don't quite have that. How active do you expect the Dodgers and the Brewers to be in the trade deadline? And frankly, based on what the records currently are, who's going to be available in the trade deadline?
Yeah, I mean, that is an excellent question. Who will be available? First of all, the Dodgers, they don't generally go for the big fish at the deadline. They don't like to trade the prospects, and that's kind of been the talk early on. Now, certainly the Ohtani injury was preventing him, obviously, from doing half of his unbelievable game at the moment. That could change the equation to some degree, but the Dodgers, obviously, they do things around the edges. Last year, obviously, they did a couple of trades, but not big ones, and that's been typical of them. They did get Darvish once at the deadline years back when he was in his prime, but it's pretty rare that they actually do go for it. It's going to take massive overpays at this point. It is an abject seller's market. As you guys were talking about, everybody in the American League thinks they're in. No matter how crummy these teams are, they all think they're contenders. So, there's like 11 teams that are around 500, and you'd wonder about more probably. But they're all probably going to either hold or just buy around the edges. Maybe one or two will fall into the sell category, but right now we've only got 6 obvious sellers, plus we'll count the Reds, let's say, so 7 sellers out of 30 teams. You might add a couple, 2, 3 to that, but it's still going to be twice as many buyers as sellers, and that makes for a very difficult market. That's not one that the Dodgers like to play in. That said, prospects are off the charts. I mean, they've got 4 guys who are outfielders alone in the top 30 in Major League Baseball in prospects. It's the greatest collection of outfield prospects in the history of baseball. I say that without looking it up. It is really incredible. Between Sirota, DePaula, Hope, and all the rest, I mean, they blow teams away in terms of the number of prospects that they do have.
John, I'm curious because, like we've been talking about, we don't know the full list of sellers because so many teams, especially in the AL, are in it. One team we do know in the National League that will be a seller despite having a payroll comparable to the Dodgers, the New York Mets that I grew up rooting for. Any fits on the Mets team for these Dodgers? Are there any guys on the Mets that you could see making their way out to LA? And I'm also curious about the team the Dodgers just played. Any Mets that you could see going cross town to the Bronx?
Yeah, I don't see Lindor for the Dodgers or the Mets due to the price tag and the fact he's not doing great at the moment, and the fact that the Mets do not really want to trade him, because if they do, what will they do for 2027? It's not like a rebuilding organization like the Rockies where they can trade their best pieces without thinking about it. The Mets do want to contend in 2027. So I don't think Lindor is getting traded anywhere. Their best pieces, I think, fit probably the Yankees a little bit better. They're mostly ex-Yankees. I don't think the Yankees will play for Alvarez, the catcher. I do believe that the Yankees and Dodgers are teams that will be looking at catcher. Certainly the Will Smith injury, the reason for the Dodgers. Yankees, they got a guy hitting about 150 as their starter. So, it's difficult to take a catcher in the middle of the season and align him with your pitching staff comfortably. So I think Torrens is the guy that probably fits. The backup, who's a great defender, great thrower. He probably fits the Dodgers and he fits the Yankees. That's a guy who fits both teams. I think the Yankees like Torrens, who's an ex-Yankee property. I think they like Weaver, and I think they like Holmes, who are also ex-Yankees. There's a lot of ex-Yankees on the Mets right now, but I think the Yankees are a good fit to do something with the Mets. I really do. In terms of the Dodgers, I mean, they aim high in terms of the pitching. They'll probably aim higher than Peralta based on what he's doing now. Holmes coming back from an injury, maybe, not that likely. Weaver will fit anybody. He basically had, I think, 20-something outings in a row without giving up a run. I think anybody would look at him. So Weaver and Torrens would be the 2 guys that I think both the Yankees and the Dodgers would be interested off the Mets.
We are talking with the legendary Jon Heyman out of the New York Post and, of course, MLB Network, former podcast co-host right here on Odyssey. John, there is amazingly, and I know this is going to shock you, it shocks me half the time, another team in Southern California close to Los Angeles, and that would be the Angels. And a team that, very, very famously didn't trade away arguably the greatest player of all time to replenish their minor league system, and they find themselves in another position having the worst record in the American League again. Do they move on from Reid Detmers? And frankly, where does this organization even go at this point? Is it all just dead in the water until they sell, John?
Well, they need to rebuild again. I mean, They need to do it again. They haven't done it, but they need to do it now. And, it's going to be up to the owner eventually. It does feel like other teams believe that Detmers and perhaps Soriano will be available, and they're very good starting pitchers. And in this market, this great sellers market, they will get big-time returns. In fact, overpays for both Detmers and Soriano. So it makes sense that they do that. Of course, it made sense that they trade Ohtani, the best pitcher of all time, in my mind. They didn't do best player of all time, all around. Didn't do that. It probably made sense that they tried to trade Trout previously. They've not done that either. So, ultimately it'll come down to Artie Moreno, but he does have a new GM who may have a little more power than the previous GMs had. He's got, I guess, more experience, so maybe he's got more leeway with Artie Moreno. I don't know, but other teams are hopeful that Detmers and maybe even Soriano will be available. Can't rule it out, but ultimately Moreno has never been able to trade players, particularly ones who are not free agents. They still have years to go.
Mm-hmm. John, the team that I've considered the biggest threat to the Dodgers this year is over in the AL. Ultimately, I think it's Tampa Bay. We've seen them win with the small operating as a small market team. How aggressive do you think that they're going to be in the coming weeks?
Well, they're still not a big revenue team. I keep hearing people call them a small market team. I'm not going to do that because I don't think that's a small market, but they haven't been able to figure out revenue, so they are a small revenue team. They do have a new owner. Perhaps he will be a little more aggressive than past owners. Maybe they will do a little bit more than in the past. They have been connected to Skubal, the top potential trade bait out there, top pitcher in baseball in my mind, and there's no guarantee he's going to get traded because Detroit seems to be one of those American League teams still in it. I don't know how aggressive they're going to be because they do have a new owner, and they are the best team in the American League by record. But if you look at their run differential, it's not that impressive. The best teams are all in the National League. Really, it's the Dodgers, 1, the Brewers, 2, and then after that, flip a coin on the Braves and on the Phillies and the Cubs. Really, I think the best 5 teams might be in the National League.
Yeah, I'm with you there, John. Jon Heyman joining us from New York Post and, of course, MLB Network. John, before we let you go, just last question. You mentioned the name right there, Tarik Skubal. We've had callers call in about Tarik Skubal. We've had, our chat is constantly going off about Tarik Skubal, and especially with this Shohei Ohtani injury, I think everybody and their cousin in Los Angeles is yelling Tarik Skubal. But who else would be in on Tarik Skubal if, of course, he becomes available?
Yeah, I think the Cubs will be. They obviously have pitching questions, big-time pitching questions. They're going to need multiple pitchers. Their pitching issues are much greater than the Dodgers, and they need multiple pieces, and they have fewer prospects to trade. Their prospect base is okay, but not compared to the Dodgers. That's a team that will be looking at him. I'm sure the Phillies will be. I'm sure the Braves will be. It's possible that the Rays will be. I think they are looking at him, but are they willing to trade prospects with that low revenue base? They really haven't done that in the past. They obviously have tried for big-time stars. Occasionally, they made an offer to Freddie Freeman. It didn't get him. Good for the Dodgers there. So, if it's between the Dodgers and the Rays, I always think that the Dodgers can beat them out because they have a lot more money, they have a lot more prospects, and they have a greater desire to win than anybody other than the Mets. I think those are the two teams that really are trying the hardest, but the Dodgers are obviously the most successful at it.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he is the legendary Jon Heyman. Check out, of course, all his work at the New York Post. Check out his podcast, The Show with Joel Sherman and Jon Heyman. And, of course, check him out at MLB Network. John, cannot thank you enough for joining us. And you're a legend in this industry, and we love you, man.
Thanks, Cody. You're the best. All right, anytime.
You're the best. Absolutely.
Thanks, John.
The great Jon Heyman joining us and putting some things into some serious perspective that we need. But it makes me think, Joe, and of course, here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, Joe Serralo in for D. Fish. You know, I had this take last week, and I'd love your thoughts on it. After hearing Jon Heyman just now about the trade deadline, because I'm with John on something here. I think this is going to be a very lackluster trade deadline. I think this has the makings of being a boring one. Now, things can change very drastically. Say the Detroit Tigers go on a little bit of a cold spell for this next week. Say they drop 5 of their next 7. Well, now we're having a real different conversation about Tarek Skubal, and now everybody and their cousin's going to be in on it. Say that Reid Detmers becomes available. Now that's going to change the conversation. Say the Minnesota Twins fall off and Joe Ryan's available. Say the Marlins fall off and all of a sudden Sandy Alcantara is available. Then this has the makings of a bat bleep crazy trade deadline.
Marlins lost 6 in a row, by the way.
I know. So if this continues,
yeah.
I mean, they're only right now a half game out of that wild card spot, but
they were firmly in it.
They were very firmly in it. So things can change really quick over these next 2 weeks. But I had this take, and it's simply this. I think the Dodgers, no matter what, should stand pat. I think they have too much already. And I'm not saying they have too much already and that, like, they can't have more. No, they can go get more. I just don't think they need more. I feel like them going to make a move for a Tarek Skubal specifically, the only reason you get Tarek Skubal at this point, if you're the Los Angeles Dodgers, is only to keep someone else from getting him. That's the only thing I could truly come up with at this point. Because you're going to get healthier, and even if you don't get healthier, you just heard Jon Heyman talk about it. They have more prospects down there than they'll ever know what to do with. They have prospects down there that it's almost irresponsible for them not to trade away because they're never going to get a chance to play for the Dodgers.
Right. I mean, the thing is, if you're going to get Skubal, that means Glasnow's not coming back, or at least not coming back as a starter. Ohtani.
You got a big problem with Ohtani.
Down. Yeah. And so then, all right, if Glasnow and Ohtani are both pretty much wrapped up for the year, you go and you get Skubal. If not, I don't know. I wouldn't say stand pat. I think we're in agreement that they don't need to do a whole lot. But why not go get another arm? Like we've seen in baseball, we thought the Dodgers had too many arms when they signed all these guys a couple of years ago, right?
But it turns out they were right.
But
it turns out they were right because they have so much depth that they still have 63 wins.
And that's true, but you can never have enough arms. So if I'm the Dodgers here, why not look for a guy who you're not going to have to give the moon for, a guy like Reid Detmers down the road?
I would like that pickup a lot, by the way. If the Dodgers got Reid Detmers, I would love that pickup.
Right. I mean, Detmers is a guy who he's been through adversity. He's handled himself, worked his way out of it. He's flirted with a couple of no-hitters throughout his career. I mean, this is a guy who, when he's on, he's really on, and when he's off, he's serviceable, right? Call the Mets for Clay Holmes. You might be able to get him a little cheaper because he's been hurt this year. Those two guys, what they have in common that I think could help the Dodgers, if you need them to start, they're respectable, they're serviceable, back end of the rotation.
Well, I'm glad you said that.
Also come out of the bullpen.
No, that's the thing. That's what I think the Dodgers actually do need. Like, if we're talking about arms, I don't think they need the big home run swing of a Tarek Skubal. I think they need the single hitter, proverbially. They need the double. They just need the get the guy over guy. Like
the number 4 guy in the rotation, or a good reliever.
Exactly. Like I look at a guy like of the value of who they currently have, like an Eric Lauer. I would say go get like another Eric Lauer, a slightly better Lauer. Now that's not to say that Eric Lauer has not done a very good job with this team. He has, but like if I can get another veteran pitcher of the ilk, but maybe slightly better than Eric Lauer, that's kind of the direction that I think. Like Reid Detmers and Clay Holmes fit that to a T.
Yeah, like Clay Holmes, for all the disastrous signings that the Mets have had in the past 2 years,
he has
Clay
not
Holmes
been one of them.
Quietly, when he's been healthy, been great. And, to the guy's credit, like last year, he turns in, I believe, a 3.3, 3.4 ERA. but he made 30 starts. Like, the guy went from a closer to making 30 starts, and I was stunned at his availability a year ago. This year, he had that fluky freak accident, and, he got hurt. But when he was out there, he was absolutely dominant, more dominant than he was last year when he was more than serviceable. I think the Dodgers would love a guy like Holmes because he can start game 4 of a series, or he can close a game for you in the playoffs, or pitch the 8th inning in a high leverage situation. So that kind of versatility is really valuable, and you wouldn't have to give the moon again.
I completely agree. Just what are the Angels going to do, man? It almost breaks my heart asking an Angels question to anybody that comes on this show, because the answer is nothing.
He said did it to themselves.
They did do it. Well, no, they didn't do it to themselves. Artie did it to them.
Artie.
Like, as much as and here's the other thing, and I've heard this so many times, and this is what actually drives me, because I don't know Artie Moreno at all. Never met him, never shook his hand.
Lucky you.
But I have friends that do know him. And honest to God, and I'm not kidding, say really nice things about him. Like, no, he's really great. He's great to work for. He's great to hang out with. And that's all good. But he's not great to, root for a team that he seems to own. Yeah. And that's where my problem is, because this team has been really kind of second tier or third tier since he bought the team in 2003. This was a team that was 1 year removed from a World Series at the time, and now they have the longest drought of any team in Major League Baseball for going to the playoffs.
And they have Anthony Rendon's contract.
Oh boy. Boy, oh boy.
They really can't catch a damn break there in Anaheim.
That was a bad one.
Can't say you didn't try. Pujols, Rendon.
These were all bad signs. These were all bad.
Terrible signs.
Like, these were each one of these. Like, don't go look what he paid Gary Matthews Jr. How about that?
Oh,
Forget
man.
everything else. Just go look how much Gary Matthews Jr. got paid to be a member of the Los Angeles Anaheim.
I don't even want to know.
It's like $130 million.
Gary Matthews inked a 9-figure deal.
You look it up.
I don't actually recall that.
Well, look it up. I'm going to look it up. And it's gonna hurt when you see that number. It's gonna hurt so bad. We're gonna find that number for this next break, so everybody can come back. Guys, coming up, we got to talk a little bit about them Rams, because, man, them Rams are getting ready to start their training camp, and it's time for us to start switching the calendar over to football. What are the biggest question marks around the Rams this season? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, D-Fish not with us today, out there hitting the links for, of course, his Be Better charity event. He will be joining us live here tomorrow morning, of course, as always, but sitting in and doing a phenomenal job. Of course, Joe Serralo joining us today, sitting in D-Fish's chair. We just had the great John Heyman on to talk all things trade deadline and, of course, Los Angeles Dodgers going into this second half. And if you missed that, of course, go back on the Odyssey app and check us out. Check out the podcast and like, share, and subscribe right to D-Fish and Decker. And, of course, you can join us right now and see our very handsome faces over here on YouTube. And, of course, at The Fan LA is where you can find us. And, Joe, it is that time. We got to talk about the NFL. You're a Giants guy, right?
I am.
Why Giants over Jets?
Yeah, it's just kind of what you're born into. Like, a lot of people say, doesn't it go Mets, Jets, and Yankees, Giants? Like, I get it. It rhymes, but that's not always the case. My family originally, and this will tie into L.A. nicely, if they never left, I'd be a Dodger fan. My family was originally Brooklyn Dodgers and New York Giants. Yeah, come on. I'm an Italian guy from New York. You think it didn't start in Brooklyn?
That is fair.
Let's be very real here. If it didn't start in Bensonhurst, where did it start?
By the way, I've always had this thing because, those of you that don't know, I'm sure a lot of you do know, but the Dodgers name came from the Trolley Dodgers. The reason why they were called the Trolley Dodgers, because literally to get to Ebbets Field, there were so many trolleys that were going by. People had to dodge the trolleys to get to the games. So they called the team the Trolley Dodgers. I think Los Angeles should put in a trolley system for Dodger Stadium. I've been saying for years how terrible it is to get in and out of Dodger Stadium. The worst thing about Dodger Stadium is just its location and how to get in with the 4 entrances into a stadium that holds like 70,000 seats.
It's why I go once a year.
Yeah.
I would love to go to more Dodger
But
games,
being in there, it's magic.
Being in there, I mean, the view when you look out beyond the outfield, beyond center field, it's gorgeous. First time I went, I was on vacation. I was 12 years old. Came out here to go to a Dodger, well, not to go to the game, but I came out here and went to a Dodgers-Phillies game. So I was rooting for the Dodgers because I hate the Phillies. It was gorgeous. I love the stadium, but, I live on the west side like you do, and it's just the traffic getting in and out. I go once a year.
Like, they put in that train to get to downtown, like from Santa Monica. I'm like, if only there was like a stop.
Have you taken it?
I have. I took it one time recently, and you know what? I'm not going to lie to you. I actually really liked it.
It was good, huh?
I was really surprised. It wasn't very much. It was like $1.50. He had about 40 minutes.
$1.50 to go Santa? Wow. I'm used to the Long Island Railroad, $20 round trip now to go to New York
I think it was really, if I remember correctly, it was really cheap. I went downtown, and, I don't go to downtown that often, so I actually had a good time. But I think, like, it should create, like, a trolley system, old school, like, to get you up into Dodger Stadium, like, from the train system. Like, that would be awesome if they did something like that. And make it, we could be the Trolley Dodgers again. But the reason why I asked you that question, because LA fans, I don't think they're ever going to ask that question when it comes to who do I root for, the Giants or Jets? No one here is rooting for the Chargers. If you're in LA and you're picking one of the two teams, you're most likely a Rams fan. 100%. And as you should be. This is the Rams' house. The Rams have, of course, a history in Los Angeles, even though when they left, they were down in Orange County. Like, there's something about this team that is, and it's also the fact that they went all in right when they got here. Yeah. There was an aspect where I think I must have been the Cronkies got together and realized, listen, if we're going back to L.A., we need to build an outrageous amount of good faith. And they did. They went for it every single year. They went to 2 Super Bowls. They won one of those Super Bowls, which was in the brand new, arguably the best looking stadium that exists in this country.
I was at that game.
Were you? How was that?
It was so fun. Oh, it was. The only thing that wasn't great was that because, my Connect who got me the tickets, it's like, I don't know where I'm sitting till the morning of. Mm-hmm. So it's a crapshoot. I was at Tampa Bay for the Chiefs. But the only 2 Super Bowls I've been to were the 2 that the home team won it. Naturally. Tampa and the Rams. It's pretty sick. Chiefs Bucks, I was on the 20-yard line field level. Mm-hmm. It was incredible. Rams Bengals, I was second row from the top.
Nice.
So I don't mind that. Look, I grew up going to baseball games sitting in the nosebleeds. That's who I am. I'm a nosebleed guy. So I don't mind that. The only thing that stunk was the halftime show. The acoustics, the sound up
didn't
there.
go well, huh?
It sounded terrible.
Oh,
it was
that's
very
unfortunate. Because on TV, that was one of the best halftime.
One of. Maybe, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't come near Prince, but it was a damn good one.
It was an incredible. But halftime shows are made for TV. They're not really made for the people in the stadium. No. They're made for TV.
Well, the one yesterday wasn't made for TV either.
The Shakira part was made
except
for
the Shakira part, which was made for everyone.
Oh, man.
But like,
Did
looking
it
at
get hot in here?
yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's Shakira, man. But you look at this Rams team right now, and you can just flat out say they're amazing. They have the shortest odds to win the Super Bowl this year, which is once again going to be in Los Angeles. They look like they're running on all cylinders. They have the right head coach at the helm, clearly have the right GM at the helm. Les Snead is just pulling off move after move.
F them picks.
I mean, F them picks. And it's boy, oh boy. I'm wondering, I'm starting to wonder this, and this is a real question. Why haven't more teams adopted the F them picks type of mentality? It's clearly working.
It works. The Knicks did it. I mean, you want to go cross sport, like it worked for the New York
The
Knicks.
Lakers just did it.
Yeah, the Lakers really did it.
So I just dig how this team goes about their business. Sean McVay, listen, Sean McVay might have a little Patrick Bateman American Psycho to him. That's fine. He's our American Psycho.
A touch of the tism.
A little
whatever,
bit.
You know,
and I don't care as
long
long as he's doing his job the way he is. And also, just complete side note, there was a shirtless photo that came out of him the other day. He is jacked to the gills
ripped?
right now.
Oh, man. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, good for you, Sean McVay. Well done. He's got like 20 abs at the moment.
Well, how do you live in LA, make millions of dollars, and not be in great shape?
I mean,
like it's part of the reason I moved out here. Moved out here for a job, but like also I'm like, it's so easy to be in great shape when you live in Los Angeles.
I disagree with you wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Yeah.
What is this guy talking about?
Hold on. Cody,
what are you talking about?
You're from here. You never lived in a place that has seasonal depression.
I have lived in New York the last 4 years. What are you talking about?
When I moved out here, I was like, I'm going to be outside every day. I'm going to be ripped every day. Like, I'm going to be in great shape. And I think being in LA, it is so easy to be in great shape.
Aaron, you completely disagree with this, right?
I do disagree.
How is it hard?
How about this? As a guy that is in pretty damn good shape.
Yeah,
it is not easy
we've
to
seen
stay
the foam
in good.
plates.
It is not easy to stay in good shape, and I know how much you want to play in these foam plate nonsense. I'm sorry you cannot throw around the weight that I throw around.
I cannot throw around 400
I
on a
do
bench.
Sincerely apologize for that, but here's the deal. It's not easy. How about this? It's easy for people who are influencers out here because they got nothing else to do.
That's true. I mean, people do wonder if anyone in LA works.
No,
I don't know.
I ask the question all the time. I actually went to watch the
Cody,
World Cup.
you and I are at the bar at noon and it's packed.
But I'm at least done at 10 in the morning. I finished work.
You and I are at the bar at noon. It is packed.
This is actually true. We did meet up at the bar to watch a World Cup game last day. It's like Thursday. Bar's absolutely packed.
But that's the point we're making, is they're at the bar drinking, getting fat, you know? Like,
well, so, I mean, here's what helps, because I think Cody judged me the first time we hung out at the bar. What did I order?
I don't remember.
Club soda.
Oh, yeah, embarrassing.
So that's why it's easy to stay in good shape.
Embarrassing. It's not
we live
easy.
a couple miles from the beach. You run to the beach, you run back, you throw around 400 pounds on the bench.
Who's chasing you? Stop it.
I do a hot girl walk.
Oh, of
that's
course
my
you do.
thing.
Yeah, naturally.
I'm such a hot girl walker.
Yes. Time for sexy bets or whatever you're posting online. That being said,
bouncing bets with Jeff.
That being said, like I look at this Rams team, dude, and I'm excited for this team. I'm excited for this team everywhere.
Yeah.
Except for one question mark. And we talked about it earlier today. And the question mark for me is all around Puka Nacua. I don't know what version of Puka Nacua kind of exists at the moment. Is it the Puka that has his nose down and is just grinding his ass off and playing amazing football? Is it the Puka Nacua that started to kind of lose it kind of mentally halfway through the season, doing nonsense off the field, and then the offseason hit? The offseason was concerning, dude. I don't know what else to say. You made the comparison earlier to Antonio Brown. It's a name that I don't hesitate to make the link as well. It's a very obvious one. My only hope, because of course we saw the rehab stint that he had, not the injury rehab stint, the actual dip over to the Malibu rehab that he went to. I just wondered, dude, is that enough to keep his head right? Was that performative or was that real?
Well, and so that's crazy because I had actually never thought about that angle until you said it on air an hour ago. Like, I never once thought that maybe he didn't go to rehab. And you called it cynicism. I'll call it maybe realism, having an opinion like that. Like, that is a very valid opinion that, you know, I didn't even bother to think of until you said it. And I hope it wasn't performative and fake because he really needs to have his head on right for this team to maximize its potential.
Even just for himself, dude. This guy is standing here getting ready to possibly reset the entire wide receiver market.
Yeah.
And he's sitting here holding a lotto ticket that could just slip right out of his hands any given second.
I mean, and you know, look, things in sports, you can have a freak injury and things can change. But to get in your own way,
Dude.
like you can't allow that.
Hubris
to happen.
is what did it. Like
25 years old.
That's what that was something that always worried me about playing in my career. I was just like, is what's going to end my baseball career? Is it going to be an injury, or is it going to be me mouthing off to the wrong guy?
Right.
Because I had no problem telling executives how bad I thought certain things were.
Well, things worked out all right. You're a Hall of Famer.
Well, Jewish Sports Hall of Fame. It's a very small list.
Our buddy at the bar just knows he was Hall of Famer Cody Decker.
He does, but you've seen the movie Airplane. It's very, very much like, he's like, do you have any light reading? Oh, how about this pamphlet of famous Jewish athletes? That'll do nicely. Thank you.
Have you signed it for him? Because I think he brings it every time.
I would. If you think for 1 second I wouldn't sign it, you better believe I'd sign it.
Hall of Famer Cody Decker.
But yes, it is true. I am in the Southern California Jewish Sports Hall of Fame.
Oh, not even the big one.
Not even the main one.
Just the SoCal
I don't
one.
even know if there is a main one. Is there a main one?
Oh,
if there's a
man.
main one, I should be in it.
You should, absolutely.
Because the Southern California one's pretty good too. But it's if there's a main one, I should get in that.
It's incredible.
What are your question marks around Puka Nacua? Because here's the thing. It sure as hell ain't on the field. If you looked at just pure numbers, because we broke down the wide receiver list, the anonymous list and all that.
They're phenomenal.
He actually is lower than he should be. He's listed at number 4 by the anonymous players, coaches, and scouts list. That being said, he should be 1 or 2 based on his numbers.
Yeah.
Clearly, other people have seen everything that he did this offseason, and that's why he's been bumped to 4.
So my questions around Puka, how receptive are you to tough love?
Mm-hmm.
How receptive are you to a guy like Matthew Stafford or your coach Sean McVay coming in and saying, hey, stop being an asshat and get with the program? Who are you surrounding yourself with?
Big problem.
My next and probably most important question. Are you surrounding yourself with these TikTok influencer jerks who, we saw the whole thing. He went viral for making like the anti-Semitic hand gesture.
Brutal.
Especially in today's climate.
And by the way,
it's inexcusable.
I will give him I will give him the mildest, and I do mean the mildest, because he truly had no idea what he was doing.
I do believe that.
That being said, bad excuse.
But the guy he's hanging out with has like a track record.
That's why I said bad excuse at best.
And you got to know your crowd. I mean,
yes.
You're only as good as who you associate yourself with. So with Puka, my biggest question, even more than how receptive are you to tough love, my biggest question is, who is in your entourage? Who are you surrounding yourself with? And are you going to be able to cut off the wrong people? Because that's what happens to him. He's not the first athlete we've seen not be able to cut off the wrong people, and it comes back to bite you
every single time. Also, just can he handle the scrutiny? Because he's lived a very charmed life these last couple of years. He's been
the golden boy, charismatic,
belle of the ball,
came
handsome
out of nowhere.
kid.
Yeah,
you
low expectations.
BYU,
right?
You weren't even a wide receiver out of college, and now you're one of the very best in the game. How are you going to handle the scrutiny? Now the lights are getting brighter on you. You're in Los Angeles, dude. The press is out here. They're following you around. Your photo is showing up in the California Post left and right. Like, can you keep it all together? That's the big question. And here's the other thing. Can he keep it all together after he hits the bag? Because it's one thing if he's struggling now. What happens when you pay him hundreds of millions of dollars?
We all say we know how we're going to act if we hit the lotto, if we get rich. You don't.
You do not know.
I mean, I'm just thinking about when I saw Puka firsthand up in San Francisco at Radio Row, your favorite event every year.
God, I hate that.
And I love it.
I hate Radio Row.
He was flying around, zooming around the streets of San Francisco on those like electric scooters, things that you can rent. Like, if my potentially 9-figure wide receiver was zooming down San Francisco on those electric scooters, I'd beat him with a freaking stick.
I'd be so pissed.
Like, are you kidding me? I'd be livid. So, that's before the alleged supposed rehab assignment. So, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. That's about 5 months ago. Hopefully his head's screwed on a little tighter in the last 5 months than it was then. But yeah, I saw some firsthand in San Francisco what I would call at best reckless, stupid behavior.
Let's hope for the very best for Puka, and of course the Rams going forward. We're going to keep you updated on everything Rams. Of course, training camp only just moments away, and of course we're going to get you guys ready for this upcoming NFL season. Lots of Rams to discuss, lots of Raiders to discuss, lots even Chargers to discuss. It's going to be one hell of a year this season in the NFL, and we're going to keep you updated the entire time right here on 97.1. But coming up, there is a new leader of the pack, ladies and gentlemen, and it is not who you thought it was. Who is currently leading the odds to get their hands on the great LeBron James? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Joe Serralo in for D-Fish Day. D-Fish out there hitting the links with his lovely, lovely charity event, Be Better Foundation. Check that out. It's a wonderful cause. He will be back live here tomorrow, but right now, we already talked about it. We got to talk about some odds because the odds are shifting, and they are always in LeBron James's favor. And what can I say? There's no one in the world, I think, in any sport that can do what LeBron James does. And it's not about his basketball prowess and his athletic prowess. No one can hold up an entire league the way LeBron James can.
It's remarkable.
That being said, I don't really even blame him at this point. Do whatever you feel like. You've earned every aspect of the right to take your time. That being said, he is holding up the league so much so that even Adam Silver has had to put out some quotes about it because Adam Silver really, really wants to make the schedule. And those of you that think, how dare LeBron do this? LeBron shouldn't be holding this up. I would like to introduce you to Earth. Earth is where people like to make a lot of money. And when you have an asset like a LeBron James, who is basically a money printing machine wherever he goes, you need to know exactly where he goes so you can have the money print out the machine in the best possible way. So yes, when LeBron James chooses his team, that team's going to have the most primetime games. What team is it going to be? Is it going to be over there in Philadelphia? Maybe. Ooh. That would be an interesting location for him. He's never played in Philly. It would be a new look. Philly hasn't had a title since, 100 years ago, it feels like at this point.
That'd be a hell of an opening night at Madison Square Garden. LeBron and the Sixers against the Knicks.
Wouldn't it? And by the way, right now, on paper, the Sixers right now, to me, are the most exciting team in the East all of a sudden.
Absolutely.
Literally overnight.
And a hot take, maybe. I think they are regardless of where LeBron goes.
I think so, too. Now you added LeBron James to the mix. This is must watch. Period. Stop. Like, it's must watch. I'm going to watch as many of those games as I humanly can, and I can't wait to do that. And it's also a lovely thing about us being West Coast sports fans. Those of you that have never ventured to the East Coast or had to live in the East Coast or, dare I say, work in sports in the East Coast, congratulations, you live the greatest life in the world because Los Angeles is elite sports viewing. Elite sports viewing. All the games are happening at the actual reasonable sporting hour. Fantastic.
I will say this. 95% of the time, it is better watching sports on the West Coast. I do agree with that. I love 10 a.m. football on Sundays.
Where's this 5% coming from?
There is nothing quite like being at the bar with your buddies on a Friday night and 11:30 p.m. Eastern time, ripping a Colorado State bet in college football. Like, there is nothing that beats.
That
like,
tells me you have a problem. If you're that excited on a Friday night about that.
John,
San Jose State, Colorado State.
Joe, 1-800-GAMBLING, I think is the number for that take.
You're kidding me with it. It's like, no, man, let's get to the bar and get to that maction.
Give me a Kona Big Wave and Mountain West football on a Friday night at 11:30. Like, I do miss being sometimes you're out with the buddies on a Friday, Saturday night, and there's no games on. Like, I do like having, a throwaway game, put some money on it late at night at the sports bar. Like, that's fun.
Well, I would like
to... 5%.
Well, right now, speaking of 5%, that's right around where the 76ers currently are trading about him getting over the 76ers. So they've fallen off to the 4 spot, and they seem pretty firmly in the 4 spot, according to the Kalshi odds. That being said, I would like to also point this out. NBA insider Pat Beverly tweeted out the following. Rumor has it, Braun makes his decision today.
No way.
Come on, he's just trolling Braun. That's what he does.
Come on.
If there's one thing Pat Bev loves to do, it's live rent-free in Braun's head. He's the only player that seemingly could do it at this point. It's pretty amazing. The pettiness of Patrick Beverly will be studied by future generations, and I cannot wait for it. I'm here for it all day long. That being said, no longer in the 3 spot, the Philadelphia 76ers. In the 3 spot, sitting actually now relatively firmly in the 3 spot. And that's what's interesting because these guys have been really high up in these rankings when it comes to the Kalshi odds. The Golden State Warriors, who have been as high as 60%, and at one point it looked like it was a done deal. It looked like they were making the loudest push, both publicly and privately. Draymond Green's talking about restructuring his deal to make it work. The rumors that they were going to go out and get AD to even entice him down. Like every single thing.
Imagine Draymond and AD and Jimmy.
In no way would this go well, but I don't care. I wanted it. I wanted all this chaos.
I want that starting five of, oh my gosh, Steph, Jimmy, LeBron, Draymond, AD.
Insane.
I'd watch the Olympic team from 8 years ago.
I'd watch it.
Yeah. Oh, who wouldn't?
Watch it right now.
They'd be the 7 seed, but everyone would watch.
But I'd watch that 7 seed. That being said, of course, now it looks like they have fallen off a little bit. They're at 14%. A lot has quieted down. And by the way, even Steve Kerr had a quote about it on the street of San Francisco. A guy's like, "Get us Braun." And he said to the guy, "It's already done." To which he even said to them, "Put that on Twitter." And maybe he was joking around and playing around with the whole thing. But listen, there was so much smoke about Golden State that I firmly believed it was going to happen. Yeah. It was the only thing that seemed to make sense because I wasn't really able to get there to the 24% that they're trading on in Kalshi. And that was the Cleveland Cavaliers. It just, the going home aspect made sense. But the team aspect and the where he was. Now, I know this was a team that was in the Eastern Conference Finals and all, but I'm having trouble understanding the fit with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell.
You know, I really don't struggle too much to see that.
Interesting.
Fit. And it's because, people say, well, look, with the Lakers, they had the ball dominance of Doncic and Reeves. And, could LeBron make it work with those guys? He did make it work with those guys. Now, they weren't on the court together a lot, but when they were, they had incredible success. And we saw that in the month of March when they absolutely went torrid out there. And they were about the hottest team in the NBA for that month. So, I do think that LeBron could work with Mitchell and Harden. I don't think the Cavs can make the numbers work.
Yeah.
I really felt that the best chance at LeBron going to Cleveland would have been earlier in the offseason if there was a sign and trade that would have sent Jarrett Allen to the Lakers, and then LeBron goes in there as the 4 down low with Mobley, essentially. But, you look at Harden and where he is success. He needs a guy who can set screens. LeBron's actually phenomenal at setting screens and being productive off of that. I think that it could work. I just don't think that it will happen. I think that right now Miami and Golden State are the two best choices. I think Golden State actually is worth a little flyer. You mentioned the odds, trading it. Right now I'm looking at 14% on Kalshi's website. For those of you who are more familiar with betting, that would equate to plus 530.
Yeah.
I think at plus 530,
Not
it's
bad.
worth a little flyer.
It's definitely worth a flyer if you're into that sort of thing. But here's the thing that's just wild to me. And it's how they've skyrocketed all of a sudden back up. Right now, the Miami Heat is currently trading at 53% on Kalshi for this for them to land LeBron James, and that is a stark contrast because only about 4 days ago, they were actually in the 3rd spot behind Golden State. There was even time where they were kind of dancing around with the Philadelphia range, and it looked like Philadelphia was leapfrogging them. But this is all out of a few things that have happened, Serge, just from this last weekend. Well, for one, we of course got the Giannis press conference of where Giannis didn't mince words even a little. He went ahead and even said this quote: "If there was a scenario for that to happen, I'd be very, very excited. He's one of the best players to ever play this game. I'd be able to learn so much from him." And as a guy that's an MVP and a champion,
right,
going right immediately in his press conference and espousing how great you are, I mean, yeah, that's got to feel pretty good and some love towards LeBron James.
There was a time and a day and age where that stuff would be frowned upon. That kind of tampering, if you will.
No.
Now it's just commonplace.
Now it's all legal tampering.
Right. Now in the NBA, it's like you're crazy if you don't do it now. I don't know what Giannis is going to learn from LeBron, not to take away from LeBron. To me, he's the GOAT. Other people would say Michael. Either way, he's top 2 all time. I don't know what Giannis is going to learn from anyone, considering his skill set and what he's already accomplished. But he's given it his best shot, and right now it looks like it's working.
Yes, it is.
Pat Riley is working too.
Well, it's funny you say that. That's actually where this all really went all kablooey.
Yeah.
Because first, Pat Riley said, we're waiting like you guys are, and things could fill up really quick. Well, here's some more actual sound of Pat Riley.
There's another one we have to land. I assume you're referring to a 24-year veteran of the NBA, but also what are the challenges of putting the pieces to win a championship together? And does it help when you have a top 5 player in the league?
Well, that definitely helps when you have the top 5 player in the world, maybe, So, you want to argue about that, go ahead. That's what your job is. But as far as the 24-year veteran, that is something that would happen organically. I hope I'm not talking out of both sides of my mouth here, but, You never know that you're ever going to win a title until you win one.
Then, of course,
little speaking in code there.
that's what he does, and that's what he's very good at. But as time goes forward, now we also have Dave McMenamin also going out and saying that now it's looking like it is full on a 3-team race, specifically out of the East. Those 3 teams that we mentioned out of the East are Philadelphia, Cleveland, and Miami. And
so
then,
no Golden State in that.
And no Golden State in that conversation at all. And then lastly, LeBron's own words, because LeBron, listen, as much as we don't want to give LeBron credit, LeBron knows exactly what he's doing. He's thrown out certain words that he wouldn't use. He used the word process in a phrase where, like, that's a weird way to put the word process. And there's some people like, oh, so he's kind of hinting at Philly. Right. Then he throws a couple of things about the land a couple of times. So I was like, oh, he's thinking about Cleveland. Well, here's the big one. That Fanatics Fest he most recently said, stating that he wants to be a part of a team with championship habits. And everyone couldn't help but notice, boy, that's a two-word phrase that sounds a lot like heat culture, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, guy won a couple of championships there, went to 4 of them. Pat Riley's over there. Giannis has won. It feels like it's trending in that direction. Also, I do think, I mean, look, this is a guy who lives in West Los Angeles, right? I mean, this is the best place in the world to live, in my opinion.
No question.
You have to figure, where does LeBron want to live? Even if he's going to travel back and forth, and that's where Golden State has the edge. First off, it's beautiful up there. Secondly, easiest place to travel back here to see his family. He's got, what, an 11-year-old daughter, and he's got a kid at Arizona, right? Not to mention a kid that plays for the Lakers. So, you know, if you're going to go somewhere else, where do you want to live? Golden State makes sense. Philly doesn't really make sense.
No, I've been to Philly.
Cleveland, and maybe unpopular opinion, I actually like Cleveland.
I like Cleveland.
But I like Cleveland in the sense that it was a nice, easy 3-hour trip when I was in college. I'm not living there.
I know what you're trying to do because you're going to Miami this week and you already opened up your Hinge for it. I'm well aware what you're trying to do to say why Miami's the best.
I mean, I don't love Miami.
But you love their Hinge girls.
Yeah, I mean, it's popping, dude. My profile's popping right now.
Well, guys, Major League Baseball, Dodgers trade deadline, and USA went ahead and USA'd the World Cup. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. If you're joining us in your drive time commute here in Los Angeles, you can take us on the go anywhere you go, of course, with the Odyssey app. Like, share, and subscribe to the podcast. And, of course, earlier on the show, we had the great John Heyman on over at MLB Network and, of course, the New York Post. If you missed that, go and check it out on the Odyssey app. It was a great conversation. We spent a decent amount of time on the trade deadline that is looming in just 2 weeks away, because here's the thing. The Dodgers got a lot of questions they need to answer. And here, which is a crazy thing to say about a team with the best record in Major League Baseball. But we can't sit here and mince words and pretend that the Milwaukee Brewers are right on their heels, and I mean directly on their heels. You brought up the Tampa Bay Rays a few times for being the American League team that I would agree with you is the greatest threat in the American League, at least as of right now. Despite some other teams having a kind of a surgence right now, we're seeing the Boston Red Sox with, 13 wins in a row.
I mean, they were surefire sellers at the deadline.
It was over. And
Sonny Gray was on his way out. And
big
now,
time.
I mean, the Red Sox, they've operated, and John Heyman, to his credit, he corrected me. I said small market. He said small revenue.
Which I agree with. I think
100%.
I'm actually one of those guys that always argues this. And by the way, I'm not wrong about this. I'm correct about it. There are no small market teams. This is what drives me nuts when people yell small market team. San Diego is like the 8th biggest city in America. It is known as a small market team.
Yeah.
It's not.
There are no, yeah, true. No small markets, but comparatively, it is all code for small revenue.
Yes.
Boston has operated in recent years like a small market, small revenue
been wild
team, which is
to me.
Bizarre for a city that calls itself, the city of champions, right? So I hate the way they've operated, and now I think that they're kind of considering how they have chosen to operate recently. Mm-hmm. They're at a tough crossroads here where Sonny Gray is one of the best pitchers in baseball. That was an atrocious all-star snub, by the way.
Yeah.
11 wins, a 2.5 ERA. I don't know what the hell we're doing. Sonny Gray off the all-star
I homered off him
team.
3 times.
Did you really?
Sure did.
Wow. I heard Sonny Gray was like a real-life Troy Bolton. I heard in high school he was like a musical theater kid and a star athlete.
Was he?
Yeah.
Then I like Sonny Gray a little bit more because I too was also a musical theater kid.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
Get the hell out.
Yeah.
At Pally?
At Samo.
At Samo. You were doing musical theater at
Starred
Samo.
in The Music Man. Starred in Noises Off.
Can you sing?
Yes, I can.
Oh, man.
Give him a little something. I don't think he believe
that
you.
voice, that baritone coming at you, how do ladies say no?
Oh,
they
no,
don't.
absolutely.
They don't.
Sing.
I mean, that's incredible.
Oh, you should have seen me dominate the song Mary and the Librarian. Woo! Holding that note. Hold that note.
You learn something new every day. Wow.
That's right.
So look, Sonny Gray, I mean, he's got a mutual option next year. He could be making $30 million.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, he would be a guy the Dodgers, if you had asked me 3 weeks ago,
he'd have been a great pick.
Would have made perfect sense. Now I can't see Boston, even if they want to shed that contract next year, I can't see them not going all in just because of the state of the American League.
And also, I mean, they're currently holding that 3rd wild card spot as we currently stand.
Forget the wild card. They're 6 games out of the 1 seed.
It's legitimate. It's legitimately, as of today, a real thing. I can't believe it either. But here we are going into a trade deadline with seemingly 24 buyers and 4 sellers, it seems like. And those sellers...
Let's do this. Who's the seller?
Okay.
Rockies, Giants, Mets.
and Mets, and Angels.
Reds? Oh, I'm just looking nationally.
Reds are not that far off.
Yeah, and that's I like the Reds, and they have a great manager.
They do.
Tito Francona, who I think can turn it around like that.
Pirates aren't far off. Like, you can make the justification.
Padres.
That's the thing. As much as I want to say the Padres, and I do think that the Padres are falling out because I don't think this is a World Series team. I think they got to move Mason Miller, and of which they can get a haul for Mason Miller.
Yeah.
An absolute haul for that cat.
It's not just, and you know this better than anyone, it's not just about your record. It's about how realistic are your chances. Like the
Against
Nationals,
the Dodgers, not very.
The Nationals and the Padres both have 50 losses. Nationals have 1 more win. But I would say the Nationals have a much more realistic chance at potentially making some noise and holding on to their guys because they have a younger core. They've got, James Woods, CJ Abrams. Like, there's talks about
both guys
Abrams.
they got from the Padres, by the way.
Right. There's talks about trading Abrams. I would not deal Abrams.
Don't you dare. Not right now.
The Padres, though, I mean, think about it, too. Who are their best pieces? Relievers. Who can you fleece guys with at the deadline? Relievers.
Yeah, and also in that, this team offensively needs to get a little younger. You got X over there.
Machado's
Machado's getting there. It just might be time for them to start kind of making organizational directional changes. But that being said, they are not out of it either. But as I'm looking at it right now, it's really
teams in the AL, right?
3 or 4, 6 teams. Royals,
A's,
but who are you going to
Angels.
really get from the Royals? I mean, it's just
Michael Wacha.
I will say the Giants are interesting. The Giants have pieces that could be very, very unique. It's just a matter of what are they going to do and what's the future of the Giants. Robbie Ray, if they dropped a Robbie Ray into the middle of this trade deadline, things get interesting fast.
So let's talk about Robbie Ray quickly, because I'm curious. We've talked about like the analytics nerds and the guys who, underlying numbers this, expected that. Robbie Ray, the analytics guys hate him and they say he's due for regression and he's had a terrible year. I'm sorry, he's got a winning record on a team 15 games below 500 and a 3.3 ERA.
And I've faced Robbie Ray a bunch of times. He's not fun to hit.
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you. He's a very uncomfortable at bat.
Well, because all of his breaking stuff, you're worried it's going to run in on you. He's got a pretty nice cutter too,
and
right?
And here's the thing about his cutter, and by the way, his cutter, I don't even think he knows where it's going because it has
those guys are scary.
It's more of a natural cut rather than like a purposeful pitch. So he has this natural cut that all of a sudden will just cut 4 inches onto you last second,
and it's in on your hands,
and you got nothing to do.
That's not a fun.
And by the way, he didn't intend to exactly do that. He just threw an inside fastball, and it decided to cut an extra 4 inches.
And that hurt. Those hurt in April.
Those are
when
not
it's cold.
Oh god, those hurt. Those are not fun at bats.
Freaking hurt.
And I love lefties. I did not love facing Robbie Ray.
Yeah. So he's an interesting.
He's a very interesting one. Listen, the Dodgers could use just arms. That plain and simple. But it's not the arms that everybody's like trying to throw out there. I really don't think getting their hands on Tarek Skubal, as great as that would be in the short term, and this is also a team that can go ahead and sign him to big money after the fact. But now you're telling me, you have to understand this. This is why I don't like
How many
that.
$300 million pitchers can they have?
That's too many. That's too many $300 million pitchers for one team. But also on top of that, you're really spending more than that on a guy like that. Because if you go and you trade 3 or 4 of your top prospects that are eventually going to go off and make $100 million a piece at some point, you're really giving away massive pieces, and you're going to have to sign them to a big deal. So really, if you really think about it in a long-term way of reading it, it's actually going to cost them about $400 to $500 million if those players turn into the fruition of what they actually really expect them to. Like DePaula, according to everyone under the sun, is going to be a Major League Baseball star.
Is it time to part ways with River Ryan?
Possibly.
Because I just feel like he's a kid who's loaded with potential, but there's never a path for him to get up there.
I have said this multiple times. I think the guy they really need to, well, not necessarily move. The position they need to trade for more than pitching right now is they need a catcher. And they need a catcher to work with Dalton Rushing, who is just a defensive catcher, until at least we get Will Smith back. There are names that are out there.
Can I introduce you to Luis Torrens on the New York Mets? I mean,
it's a possibility, but
and I love him, and I actually, even though the Mets are way out of it this year, the fan in me would want them to keep him because he's just a great mentor and a great defensive backup catcher. But man, you want a guy to work with Dalton Rushing on defense? Who better than Luis Torrens?
Not a terrible idea, but my question is, how does he handle this staff? That's my thing. This is a staff that speaks 4 different languages.
Yeah.
One of which, you have 3 Japanese superstars, one of which you have to keep very happy. We've seen him be unhappy on the mound this season, and that was with Dalton Rushing catching. So the way I see it, there are names that are out there. I have the lowest impact trade that the Dodgers can probably get for free.
Who's this?
And it can come from your Mets. He's not even in the big leagues. He's in AAA.
I'm curious.
Ben Rortvedt.
Really?
Ben Rortvedt was the Dodgers' backup catcher for like the last 3 seasons. He backed up Will Smith and then occasionally Rushing. He
Bring
has
him back.
incredible numbers defensively catching these Dodger pitching staff. He is familiar with the Dodger pitching staff. And frankly, I don't need to go get a massive catcher who can hit the ball a ton. I got that right now with Dalton Rushing, and I'll have that again when Will Smith comes back.
And if Smith's back, you can leave Rortvedt off a playoff roster.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is a low-impact move. It would cost nothing, and it would make your staff and bullpen better.
Yeah, I mean, because Torrens, the Mets would try to, especially because it's a seller's market this year.
Yeah.
The Mets would try to get you for Torrens.
Which is funny. They'd be like, hey, do you want Torrens? I'm like, how about
pivot to Rortvedt?
How about Rortvedt? And they were like, what? Yeah. We're offering you Torrens. Like, cool. We want Rortvedt.
Yeah. That's why. Because everyone's talking about Alvarez and Torrens, both catchers in the big leagues.
Nope. I want your AAA catcher because your AAA catcher has already handled my pitching staff and handled it really well.
When you have Max Muncy hitting 8th, you can afford to go get Ben Rortvedt and not care about your lineup.
You can hit 0. You can hit 0.
I say there are 2 positions that I don't even care what they bring to the table offensively. Catcher's one of them. I'm curious what's the other one?
Probably shortstop.
I was going to say center field.
Center field is up there too, but if I have a shortstop that is just going to really pick it, really pick it, then you're good.
But in today's, we're also spoiled. We're getting better offensive production out of shortstops than ever before.
Yes, we are.
In today's day and age.
Like I'll give you an example. Like I remember playing in college with Brandon Crawford. So Brandon Crawford used to make plays that looked just stupid. And I remember people would bag on his hitting ability, and Brandon could hit a little bit. And when he got to the big leagues,
he hit 280. I think at one point.
When he got to the big leagues, it's like when he really learned how to really hit. It was wild because we're like, oh yeah, he's gonna be like everyone's yelling. He's gonna be like a 170 defensive specialist. Dude ended up being a pretty damn good career hitter. It's just if you can pick it at shortstop, if you can receive behind the plate, and if you can handle a pitching staff, especially in today's day and age, I think that the value in that, I'm not even sure you can actually quantify it.
No, you can't. It's why you have catchers out there who are on the interstate, who might hit $180, $190, but have jobs because of how they handle pitching staff. I mean, Martin Maldonado made a hell of a career out of the way he handled pitching staffs. Crawford's a great pull. I mean, how about a guy on the Dodgers right now who's hitting up a storm, but hitting isn't what got him to where he is? Andy Pajas.
Oh, yeah.
Pajas doesn't have to hit the way he's hitting to be a starter on this team. I mean, now he's the number 2 hitter, which in today's day and age is kind of where you put your best hitter.
That's what they paid Kyle Tucker for.
Yes,
for the record. And instead, they're getting major league minimum out of Andy Pajas with this.
Pajas, when I was doing the evening show, like back late May, early June, I want to say the first show I did, he was hitting 7th against the Padres. And over the course of those 3 weeks, it was so funny watching him just move up the lineup from 7 to 6 to 5 to 2. I mean, he's sandwiched between Ohtani and Freddie Freeman.
Yes. Which is wild.
He's having a phenomenal year.
What a time to be alive. And by the way, the Dodgers are starting a series tonight over there at Citizens Bank Ballpark in Philadelphia.
Are they dogs tonight?
I doubt they're dogs. I'd be surprised if they were.
Sanchez versus Sheehan.
Ooh, Sanchez versus Sheehan might be dogs. So, yeah, that game's going to be on ESPN tonight. So, right now, you got the Christopher Sanchez 11-4 with a 2.62 ERA. Emmett Sheehan with 4-6, 4.81. And, frankly, this is probably Emmett Sheehan's most important start of his career to this point, because Emmett Sheehan's days as a starter in the staff are getting numbered by the day. I've been saying that about Roki. I've been saying that about Eric Lauer, and of course Emmett Sheehan. Somebody is going to be moved out of that rotation at some point. I think Emmett Sheehan is finding himself in a spot that he is the first one to be moved from there.
Yeah, for a while he was winning games and it was keeping him in there, but now
Roki was really struggling.
Yeah, now Roki, even though he's still inconsistent,
he's starting to get it together.
His flashes are so damn pretty.
21 pitches over 100 miles per hour.
I didn't even know he had that in the tank as a starter.
Insane.
I knew out of the bullpen he had that in the tank.
This particular start, his velocity was 2.5 miles per hour over his average.
He was nuts. And by the way, I gave the take on Friday.
Road too, in the
I firmly blamed. I thought the series was go 2-1 Dodgers. I did not think they were winning Friday night. I thought the Dodgers were going to struggle.
Roki versus Cole.
I thought Roki versus Cole was going to lead to Roki kind of having some of those oh no moments where, his eyes like a deer in headlights thing that we've seen a couple times.
He's a young kid.
Stadium,
He still has that deer in the headlights.
I was waiting for it. It never came.
No tears, hopefully.
Nope, never came. He showed up like an absolute bulldog, and it was great to see. It turns out it was the Sunday game, which barely a loss. It was the bullpen start that we got.
What do you think about how they handled that? Because Sheehan was supposed to pitch Saturday.
He was.
I was surprised that I don't like the way that they handled that.
After the
game.
Ohtani news, I think they just decided to shift everything up and they wanted to put themselves in a position for Monday.
I mean, look, fortunately, Yamamoto, that was like every manager's wet dream. A complete game in a doubleheader.
What a game.
You can't
Needed
ask for that's what the doctor ordered.
When you have a doubleheader game, and just so you know, in doubleheader games, every team calls up one more pitcher for their roster. Every roster is expanded, one more player. They get to have an extra pitcher to help fill it out. Didn't need them. Phenomenal stuff. Great job. Exactly what the Dodgers needed.
This guy always steps up and gives the Dodgers what they need. Even
every time.
Look, he's not perfect. His last start, he got rocked by
Arizona. It's the worst start he might have ever had.
But he always, when his numbers called and when they need something, right? Like 2024 World Series run, Didn't the Dodgers do that with like 2.5 starting pitchers?
They won the World Series with their AAA pitching staff.
Yeah, I mean it was Yamamoto, Flaherty, and Buehler, right? Who
was like held together with duct tape.
That's why I say 2.5 starting pitchers, right? And then last year the heroics in the World Series. I mean, he was even going to go in the 18-inning game if they needed him.
Dude, he won the World Series MVP for a reason because what he did was just astonishing.
He's a monster. He always steps up when they need him, and I think that yesterday's start in that doubleheader, a complete game in today's day and age, so freaking important.
Well, pay attention to this series right now, because this is going to be a preview for October. This is going to be a test for the Los Angeles Dodgers, and I'm looking forward to seeing what actually happens this pitcher tonight. It's going to be fun. Good series ahead. We'll keep you updated on everything else, but D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The World Cup. It is officially over.
Ugh,
Joe?
It's sad.
What a run it was. A run it was, and then some. Do we have any sound of that game last night? Well, let's hear the one goal that got us to the final.
Mende para Lamin. El toque atrás, Porro la pone al área. El cabezazo atrás. Queda el remate. ¡Gol! Ferran. ¡Gol!
Beautiful. Just a thing of beauty. By the way, of course, another goal was pulled back because, Vargentina has to Vargentina it up. It seemed like Argentina...
A guy's elbow was offside.
Oh, my God. I hated that call, but it is what it is. We've seen it before. And then, of course, the other goal that was pulled back because somebody's foot was stepped on, allegedly. Also... there was a lot of hate being thrown Argentina's way, not on how they didn't show up, quite the opposite of how they decided to play this game.
Yeah.
As I don't know what to say, violently.
We call it the dark arts, and it's not just this game. This is the way they've been playing.
But this was was this more egregious than other matchups? This one seemed like
I had noticed this in like Cape Verde or some of the other matches.
Well, they may not have needed to or thought they would in something like that, but they were. But especially against like England, things like that, they're doing the same stuff. Dirty little plays.
The first half of that England match was literally like a fist fight.
So this is not the first time. This is what they do. And this is why, and it's funny. The world kind of turned on cute little, Argentina. Everyone loved the story in 2022 after seeing the Egypt, the VAR and getting calls turned their way and overturned. People turned on them.
Yeah, it's easy to turn on.
There's a few reasons, yeah.
Yeah, if you were to Google it,
people are getting educated, too, about their culture, yes.
Yeah. Like I said in the quarterfinals, I said this on air a week ago. I said, 8 European teams remain.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty accurate.
People are like, Germany didn't make it, but they kind of did.
But if you know history.
Actually, more so Italy. This Argentina, they're all like dual Italian citizens. These guys.
Listen, this was an unbelievable World Cup. That's the one thing I want to say first things first. Now, were there issues? Yes, indeed. And I would say the majority of the issues
not surrounding us
was us. And when I say us, I mean us as Americans and how we've Americanized kind of this World Cup. The hydration breaks obviously pissed off a lot of people. I think. Did you end up getting used to that, Raj? Was there a time where you were like, all right, it's fine?
No. And I'm a Chelsea guy. I watch soccer every Saturday, indoor, Sunday even, and I'm just used to a flow. There's a game flow, and I'm not, 45 minutes in, that's when things will stop. When it happens, we just kind of look at like, all right, well, it's just weird. It's not right. It doesn't feel right. And I'm not just being like, get off my lawn, soccer guy.
I get it.
It does not feel right, that water break. No, I never got used to it.
I get
commercials, capitalism. We need
money. We like money. That being said, all right, what was your takeaway as a soccer fan, specifically on the halftime show? Not the quality of the halftime show itself, just its existence.
Well, another thing where the Americaned it up, halftime is 15 minutes. Like, you can get in and out of a soccer game in 2 hours, and that's what is beautiful about it.
Nice.
Yeah,
and
it is great.
They decided to double the time. I just knew going in, this is time to go outside, smoke break, whatever. You know what I mean? So I didn't watch 1 second of it, but I knew I had a long time, and I just treated it like a Super Bowl halftime or something.
Okay, so I didn't hate the concept of the halftime show. I agree with the one thing you just said. Regardless, way too long. Just the whole break was way too long. If they can get this down to closer to like 20-ish minutes, I won't have as much of a complaint. That being said, they put down a lot for on the ground, and obviously
the setup and the tear down,
the prepackaged video.
And they did it all on grass, and the field was playable. Go figure.
Who knew you could do this all along?
Yeah. So what we saw grass at MetLife Stadium, which we won't get during football season, and we saw a physical play from Argentina that we won't get during football season from the Giants or Jets.
Indeed.
I mean.
But what we did get was Madonna lip singing on a dune buggy for some reason,
with a very uncomfortable Ronaldo and Ronaldinho.
Boy, they did not want to be there.
When she put her hand, when she grabbed Ronaldo's face, he just looked like, I hope my wife isn't watching. He looked very uncomfortable.
By the way, you that we all agree that the Madonna portion of that was weird, right? Because it was all pre-taped, and it was just it was weird. And then she came out on the microphone to say music brings the people together 3 times, and then we never saw Madonna again.
Those were the only lines she uttered, I think.
That's
the whole
it.
Song.
And then we go to BTS, K-pop group, not for me.
Not for me either.
But I appreciate it.
They were good.
They were.
Their performance was good, but yeah, it's not my style. I'm not a K-pop guy.
Then we got Ted Lasso, which I honestly really enjoyed.
Yeah.
Ted Lasso introducing Justin Bieber, and Justin Bieber goes ahead to sing a power ballad and makes us all fall asleep.
I don't hate Justin Bieber.
Me neither. I think Justin Bieber's exceedingly talented.
I hate that song.
It's not what I would have picked.
It's not good as an Instagram trend. It's not good at the FIFA World Cup halftime show. I don't get it with that song.
How did we not baby this one?
It just was not the mood.
It was not the mood.
Or Beauty and a Beat. There were so many routes he could have gone
there. But guess
there.
what? Guess who brought us back?
Oh, man.
Shakira. Shows up, takes care of business, amazing stuff. And who did we end up with? Oh, and then Coldplay, because I guess we always have to do Coldplay for some reason. I'm noticing that.
I'm so good without them.
I like Coldplay. The early stuff.
I would not pay to go see Coldplay.
I would have liked to seen 10 more minutes of Shakira. That
would have been great.
Anyway, Shakira was great.
I think she put Blue Chew out of business with that performance.
The point is Shakira's great.
She was phenomenal.
And anyone who disagrees, you're wrong.
I hope that's a preview of what I'm going to see in South Beach in a few days. That dance number. The choreography was pristine.
Ladies, just so you know, he is going to South Beach. He's going to be in Miami. Get on Hinge, and you too can maybe even match with Joe Serralo.
It's set to Brickle right now, if you were wondering.
Guys, we're going to take a quick break, but coming up, the Lakers. Is it possible that the Lakers did really pull off one hell of a steal in the first round this year? We got to talk exactly what Cameron Carr is going to bring to the table for this team, and frankly, what are the Lakers going to do this year in this juggernaut Western Conference? We will discuss. So much more to do here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. D Fish not with us today. Of course, he'll be back with us live tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. because he's out there with the Be Better Foundation, hitting the links, raising some money for a great cause, and you guys should check that out. Of course, the Be Better Foundation with D Fish. Of course, sitting in his spot, Joe Cerula today. How you doing, Joe?
Man, I'm having a blast. We're making 4 hours fly by.
Just right by, man.
If you don't have the right co-host, 4 hours can be a nightmare.
Oh, I've done that before in my past. So
I bet. You and me both.
I've worked at a lot of interesting radio stations and television stations throughout the years.
I've had 4 hours feel like 8. This one's feeling like 40 minutes. I actually didn't and I'm not even making this up. I didn't realize we were 30 minutes away from the show's
we just got 2 more segments, and what better to talk about in these 2 segments
than Shakira.
Than Shakira. Get ready for the Shakira hour, baby. Here we go. She looked
healthy.
She looked healthy. She looked healthy.
Skin was glowing.
She looked healthy. That being said, you know who else looks healthy? Segue, we're pros. The Lakers look healthy.
Ooh, baby.
Boy, do they
a little
look
younger.
healthy. And a lot younger, all of a sudden. Here's the thing. Like we discussed earlier on the show, which team we actually like a little bit more. And I'll freely admit, I'm still kind of leaning to the old team, but it's also, there's a familiarity there. This is kind of new. And there's an aspect to that newness that I'm really excited about. The addition of, of course, the Walker Kessler is the big name that gets added to the list with Luka and Austin. But it's also those other names. I know this name is not the name that's going to jump off a page, but Kevon Looney has 3 rings. That guy is just a veteran presence that I think is going to bring a lot to this team. Yeah. Quentin Grimes is a dog, man. I love this cat. I'm looking to see what Colin Sexton brings to this team. Like, this is a really... As the names kind of started trickling out on how they started filling this team in their depth, and that's the key phrase for this Laker team, their depth, I started getting more and more and more excited with this team. I just feel like we're missing that last piece. Is that Kuminga piece? Is that what it really is?
I don't know if Kuminga's the piece, though, Like, I don't know. I look at this team, and it's an interesting team. I think that it's a frisky team. I don't think it's as good as last year's team, though. I love Grimes, by the way. Like, Grimes is a name that I had circled for the Lakers to go out and get, but that was if they also kept LeBron. Mm-hmm. So, I think Grimes, if he's your 6th man, you're golden, right? I love Sexton coming off the bench. Is Jake LaRavia going to be starting for this team? Because that's a red flag to me if he is. Mm-hmm. There's obviously other pretty pieces out there. I love Kessler, and I love that move. Can Kessler stay healthy? Will he be out there for a full season? That's a big question. But his productivity when he's out there is through the roof. I think that this team has a lot of really good second-string guys, and some of them are starting, which I don't love.
Yeah, it's interesting. But I want to highlight one guy because I know a lot of people in LA are very excited about it all of a sudden. And I'm interested in where your excitement level is on Cameron Carr. Because if you do believe reports, there's a lot of teams that are apparently, according to reports, kicking themselves, thinking that the Lakers actually got themselves a bit of a steal. And they're basing this a lot on how Cameron Carr played in the Summer League. And I do hear what they're saying by that because Cameron Carr looked phenomenal in the Summer League. But my question is, how much should we take that very seriously? It is the Summer League, and I believe I heard the exact same thing 2 years ago about Dalton Connect.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I watched 0 Summer League.
I watched a little bit. I watched 2 games.
Okay, I watched 0. Any team. None of it at all. And I love this Cameron Carr pick.
Yeah.
So Cameron Carr was drafted by the Knicks, and then immediately, as things happen on draft night, part of a deal to the Lakers, I was thrilled when I thought for about 30 seconds that the Knicks drafted Cameron Carr. I love this kid. And just from looking at what he did in college, because again, I don't care about the Summer League. I don't watch the Summer League. To me, the Summer League's just boring. What happens off the court is way better than on the court.
Well, I'll freely admit this. Like, I watched those 2 Summer League games, not because I had to watch Summer League.
Right.
We had no sports last week. I watched 2 Summer League games.
And I watched Love Island. So,
Yeah, we all. And I caught up on X-Men 97.
There you go.
Which is great, by the way.
This guy, the Lakers, the big thing that they needed this offseason, it was 2 things, right? They needed a better center situation. They needed a 3-and-D wing. He is that 3-and-D wing. I mean, he can shoot from beyond the arc beautifully, and his length. So he's listed at 6'5", a $185. A, he'll need to put on weight. B, he's 6'5", but his wingspan is closer to 6'10".
Yeah, that's wild.
That
to me.
excites me.
Like, that's crazy.
That excites me. Like, he is going to be, I think, really good. Right now, if you look at the depth chart, he's listed as a bench player. That makes sense. He has not played a minute in the NBA yet. I think he'll be starting on this team rather quickly.
Really?
By rather quickly, I mean like
Do you think this
year
is more,
two,
more of a
maybe year
rotation?
two.
I'm about to say, you think it's more of a rotational thing or straight up penciled in as a starter every day?
I think by year 2,
Wild.
he will be an everyday starter. Like, I'm high on this.
So who does he replace as the everyday starter?
I mean, by year 2, obviously the team could look different.
They
We're talking
could.
speculation.
But say
I
it
think Carr
doesn't.
starting and Grimes coming off as a 6th man makes more sense.
Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
I could see that taking place.
I think that
especially
makes
as time
more
goes
sense.
forward.
I mean, they don't need to be out there at the same time, right?
No.
They're both 3-and-D guys. But I think that Cameron Carr, with his age, his versatility, his length, I think that he could be a star on this team.
Fascinating.
I love him.
Listen, I'm very excited for this Laker team. I don't know what we're going to get out of it, but I'm excited because at the end of the day, we needed to rip that Band-Aid off. We needed to move forward at some point. But here's the other thing. If this doesn't go well, how much you think Laker fans riot? Hear me out. We've been told now for months, the summer of 26. Just wait for the summer of 26. Luka, just wait for the summer of 26. It's all about the summer of 26. And now that the summer of 26 is coming to a close for the Lakers, I'm kind of sitting here going, I like it, but you didn't like knock my socks off. You've been telling me that you were putting together like the championship team, the one to take down the OKC Thunder and the San Antonio Spurs. On paper,
They ain't doing it.
that ain't it.
This ain't it,
It's
Chief.
good, but it ain't the world beater.
Summer of 27, right around the corner.
With what money? We're locked up. This lineup's like locked in the next 4 years.
All right, can I say something people in Los Angeles might not love?
You can.
This Austin Reeves contract is egregious.
I don't need to hear that. We love Austin Reeves.
I like Austin Reeves, but the contract is egregious.
Hey, you know what we don't need? We don't need to hear that. We love Austin Reeves. That's what we don't need to hear. We need you to tell us why the Austin Reeves deal is great. Go.
Did he learn how to play defense overnight?
Let me start over. Joe, you need to explain why the Austin Reeves deal is great. Go.
Because it handicaps the team for the future?
No, I don't like. I don't like what. And you back there. No, you're a Celtics fan. You are not a part of
The
this
man
conversation.
speaking facts.
Oh, I'm
I don't-
surrounded by a Celtic fan and a Knick fan. That's what I'm dealing with
You want
today.
a white boy who can shoot, have Reddick suit up. Like, I'm sorry, this Austin Reeves contract, Reddick played better D than Reeves. Like, I hate the contract.
There are an outrageous amount of white guys on this team that can shoot,
Dude,
including JJ.
I know. People say the biggest threat to the Lakers.
Same
guys.
same thing at the YMCA gym I go to, buddy.
Like, everyone wants to know, what's the biggest threat to the Lakers? A UV of 7.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Thank God these games are indoors.
Right?
Oh well.
They couldn't have played in MetLife yesterday.
Listen. This is going to be an interesting season, to say the least. I can see this happening. I can see this
Such
going
a
bad
white
fast.
team. Sorry. Such a white team.
It is a white team. It is such a white team.
Oh, man.
This Laker team. Like if you made a poster of them, you would think, is that the Lakers from 1963?
Jake
You can make
Jake
that.
LaRavia is your second darkest starter right now.
Well, good. He's great, and I'm looking
That's
forward to having him.
crazy.
At the end of the day, man, the Lakers. If this goes wrong fast, it's gonna go bad fast. Like I could just see that happening, and I just can't handle Luka going in like the wrong direction, right? Because we've seen a miserable Luka. I can't.
It's not fun.
If we get a miserable Luka here in LA, we got such a problem because we're strapped in for it a while.
If you see him at In-N-Out packing on the pounds, you'll know he's not happy.
Yeah,
Miserable Luka is not in shape.
Can we just keep? We got to keep thin Luka, man.
We gotta keep Luka
when
in shape.
When Luka's in shape, man, there's nothing like it. Then he's in like the finals. Like remember that photo of him like smiling at Anthony Edwards, where like because he's just living in Anthony Edwards' head.
Oh, man,
like
rent-free.
Do you know what it's like? You know how good you got to be to live in Anthony Edwards' head rent free. Like we need that Luka this year, man.
Yeah, I don't think that Luka's going to be able to do what he did when he took Dallas to the finals, even though they kind of got dog-walked by Boston once they got there.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a Western Conference that you can just will yourself past
No.
OKC. And even if you were to will yourself past one of those teams, in a semifinal,
dude. Like I said,
you can't do it against both of them.
I'm also
back-to-back.
still saying, dude, watch out for Houston. They're gonna be all healthy. They're younger than hell. They got a great head coach.
I pulled up their depth chart. I do love it.
It's scary,
if they're healthy.
isn't it?
Well, so I love Jabari Smith Jr. He's not consistent. That's my only knock on him. Like when he shows flashes of what he can be, he's phenomenal. Sometimes it's like, is he even on the court? Amin Thompson, one of the best two-way players in the league. Tari Eason, a two-way stud who I mentioned earlier. I would have loved to see the Lakers try to make a move on him. He was a restricted free agent. I don't think his contract, I don't have it in front of me, it wasn't crazy. Like, I think it was a contract that, another team could have come in with an offer and had him. Yeah, the Rockets are pretty deep. Marcus Smart, hello, our old friend.
Dude, of the guys that we lost this last year, I'm going to miss Marcus Smart the most.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
I loved what he brought to the Lakers. I wanted him back so bad. When I heard he was going to the Rockets, I was legitimately upset.
He was one of the only guys I thought they should have brought back. Him and Jackson Hayes, keeping Hayes, I thought would have been nice. But yeah, from last year's team, there were a lot of people that you could have let go, and to me, Smart was not one of them.
Yep, I completely agree with you. Hey, Raj, real quick, before we head out to a quick break, I want to know, what does our poll look like? What are our results? Talk to the people, my guy.
Well, we talked about it earlier, as Dave Roberts originally said Ohtani was going to be able to pitch tomorrow's game, right, against the Phillies. Well, that has been taken back some, and he will not be pitching. So we put a poll up, should the Dodgers just move Ohtani to the IL? And 83% of the people said yes, let him recover. But there were 17% guys that said no, let him play through it, which he's been doing.
He has.
And so
it's such a tough way to kind of look at it, because I see both of this very, very much. Like, if he can hit, like, I don't know, putting on the IL might be an overcorrection.
Give him 2 weeks.
But you know what? Why don't we discuss? Why don't we discuss on the other side? Coming up, we are going to sit around and we are going to figure out, should they sit Ohtani for the time being, or should they stand pat and let him continue DHing for the next couple of weeks? That and the final out right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, no D-Fish today. He's out there hitting the links for a good cause. Of course, the Be Better Foundation having their charity golf tournament today. He will be joining us again tomorrow at 6 a.m. live right here on the new 97.1, The Fan. Joe, you've been in here all day long, absolutely kicking ass. Not taking names because you're too busy kicking ass.
It's been fun, man. You know, I mean, hey, we've done this before, just on a bar stool.
That is true.
Now we have microphones.
Now we get to do this just for the
we
people.
have to slightly watch what we say.
And we're slightly more sober than normal.
A little. Speak for yourself.
I said slightly.
Yeah.
Only said slightly.
There's the reason I have 2 cups in here, you know?
Factual. Now, here's the deal. We do have some moderate breaking news. Now, we have been staying up on everything LeBron James for weeks and weeks and weeks, and we will continue to do so until we find out what is actually happening. But is it possible Dave McMenamin, who has been very, very much involved in talking about this from the get-go and has been giving out some very, very good and eye-opening reports, one of which being that saying that this is pretty much a 3-team race right now over there in the East to get their hands on LeBron James between Philly, Cleveland, and Miami. And if you check over in the odds right now, the odds would say something similar except for one other team that's also in the mix, and that team's been in the mix as high as 50% trading all the way down to where it's currently at, anywhere between 15, and you just said actively it's actually dropped 2 points down to 13.
It did. It is back up to 15.
Now we're back to 15.
These things are ever fluctuating.
Now, here's what's interesting about that. I would not be shocked if the odds for the Golden State Warriors go up a little in the next couple of hours. Now, I'm not saying exponentially. I'm saying a 3 to 5% little increase, maybe to get them closer to 20%. And I'll tell you why. Because it is being reported right now by Dave McMenamin that the Lakers will play the Golden State Warriors in San Francisco to open up the Golden State Warriors preseason matchups. Now, this is not the opening of the regular season, just the opening of the preseason. Now, does that matter? On the surface, no. But the announcement of it, they definitely want people thinking somebody's going to be on that court.
They want people thinking, but it's also July 20th, right?
Yes.
Anything to generate headlines, buzz, and conversation.
And that's how you do it.
On July 20th.
That's how you do it. Period. Stop. A+ work right there,
It
Warriors.
worked. We're talking about it. We could be talking about Shakira for the next 15 minutes
And
to wrap
we
the show
will,
up.
by the way.
She looked healthy.
She looked so healthy.
So healthy.
I wish anyone could look that healthy.
Oh, I wish everyone could.
I
look
wish.
that healthy.
I wish.
Look, yeah, congrats. You got us talking about it. I will say this. If it was the regular season opener, I would have already bet Golden State to be where LeBron goes.
It would be an absolute, I would take a flyer on it like that.
And originally we were told opening night, and I went to bet it, and then it was, preseason.
Yes. So no, it's a shell. Don't let them get you.
Yeah.
It's a Trojan horse, my guy.
I don't think it means any. I got to see it. I got to see that movie, by the way.
Yeah, you do.
Oh man, I'm dying. How many times have you seen it?
I've only seen it once. I saw it in 70 millimeter on Thursday. I've got to go see it in IMAX now.
So you're going to go back?
I'm going to go back because now I want to see it in IMAX.
Isn't IMAX like a $30 ticket nowadays?
I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm going to see this movie in that IMAX. And of course, we need to go ahead and talk about Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani. Should he or shouldn't he? Should we go ahead and put this guy on the IL? Should we shut him down for just a couple of weeks? Should we potentially take the MVP off the table for a couple of weeks?
I think, well, first off, Ohtani can miss a couple of weeks and still win the MVP.
You are right.
Still will.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I think you're right. I think he's going to win the MVP regardless, barring him missing the rest of the year.
I mean, even just making 14 starts, that's enough to, 14 starts with a sub-2 ERA, plus, oh, by the way, he'll hit at least 35 home runs.
Yes.
Like, it's a down year for Ohtani, and he's got a sub-2 ERA.
But if he goes on the ER, if he goes
35.
on the IL as part of that, I'm not calling this a down
Hopefully
year.
he doesn't go to the ER.
I really hope he doesn't go to the ER.
I think it's very smart to give him a 2-week break. And, I said this earlier in the show, right? Like, when you have aging players or injury-prone players, it's a long season.
And by the way, he is getting up there in age. He is, turning 30?
He's only
just
31,
turned 30.
32.
I thought he turned 32.
Yeah, 32.
You got to understand, Base. I retired at 32. Everyone in my clubhouse called me Pops.
Yeah. Well, you were also like, AAA clubhouse, what was your average teammate? Like 20-something?
Yeah, they were in their mid to late 20s.
Yeah, like Shohei, come on. The guy is he worth $1 billion yet?
Not technically yet, but he's got so many endorsements as well. Like, for instance, I think he's just making $50 million this year just from New Balance alone.
Right, because he's only making, what, 2 from the Dodgers?
He's only making $2 million from the Dodgers.
Think about what he can afford to put into his body work-wise, right? Like, I mean, it's different than the average human at 32.
No question.
He's 32, but he's biohacking. He's reverse aging.
As he should be.
He's a freak. He's a one-of-one specimen. He's a unicorn. So I don't view him as getting old or getting up there. It's a long season. Give him a blow. Give him 2 weeks of rest and have him, we don't care if the Dodgers are the 1 seed or the 2 seed, personally. I don't think so.
I don't think
some
it's that
people
important.
might. If they're going to sweep Milwaukee, they're going to win 2 in Milwaukee and 2 in LA.
I will tell you this. I did ask Dave Roberts about this, and I asked him, quite frankly, I mean, I know it's not super important, but they want the bye. They legitimately want it.
But you can be a 2 seed and get the bye.
Well, in that case, then it doesn't really matter. The Dodgers should just whatever gets them the bye, get
right.
it.
And so, like, that's why I'm saying to me the 1 seed doesn't matter.
No,
because
you are right. They're more than happy to go to Milwaukee and beat them
and win the first 2 games there, and then win the last 2 in LA, as opposed to the reverse. Like,
but that being said,
they'll be fine.
This Milwaukee team, they are running at a very interesting clip right now. To be fair, their pitching staff is outrageous. And make no mistake, they are well aware they got swept last year by the Los Angeles Dodgers. They want some revenge in a bad way.
One thing to be aware of something, can you do anything about it?
I
don't know if you can.
Which is why I firmly believe they're going to be in on that Tarek Skubal deal.
Absolutely. They have to be, because if you have Miz and Skubal coming at you, my goodness, watch the hell out of it.
That's a 1-2 right there.
Horrified.
But in the same breath, if you have Ohtani pitching, you're equally as dangerous.
Yes,
and
you are.
I think the best way to maybe get Ohtani pitching in October is to give him 2 weeks off in August.
I'm with you on that. I can't believe I'm actually going to say this, but I do think it would be a good idea to potentially shut down Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
Him grabbing his knee yesterday scared me. I do not like seeing that. That should not be the case. And if we're in a position where we can, honest to God, the guy just had his knee drained, dude. He had to miss the All-Star game. I'm sorry. It may not be terrible, but it sure as hell ain't good.
Right. And it could get worse.
Yes.
Like, it's not terrible yet, but one wrong turn, stealing a base, something, it could get worse.
Like I said earlier, dude, if I'm the Dodgers right now, you are station to station. You are not taking extra bases. Do not even consider stealing a bag. That being said, I don't know how you can tell a Shohei Ohtani to not play his game offensively. That now you're kind of putting him in a box, and that's no good either. So what is the actual solution? Short IL stint, man.
Rest
you got 11 days on the IL.
I mean, look at that lineup. How many times have I said this show? Max Muncy's hitting 8th some days, for goodness sake.
Indeed. Tommy
you got
Edmonds
the lineup depth.
Yeah,
you got
Teoscar Hernandez is back. Guys are back. So
guys are getting healthy.
Give Shohei some
Mookie,
time.
the last 6 weeks is looking like
coming
Mookie.
back.
Kike's coming back. I look forward to seeing him.
Oof.
Dude,
He's great.
It's going to be. Listen, this
What's
Dodger
he hitting
team,
this year? 750?
No, that's in October.
Kike this year. Because he's only got a few at bats.
Oh, you're right. He only played one game.
2 games.
He homered and then went back on the IL.
2 doubles. I think he's hitting 750.
Because normally he's listen, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Kike is not amazing. Kike's amazing. In October, he's the greatest Dodger who ever lived. But he's normally a career 230 hitter.
Right.
And then October shows up and he's an 800 hitter. He's the greatest October performer there is.
Oh, he's hitting 1,000.
He's 1 for 1
4
or 2
for
for
4.
2? 4 for 4?
I thought he was hitting 7. I thought he was 3 for 4. He's 4 for 4 with a homer, 2 doubles. His OPS 3.250.
Give that man his respect. I love Kike.
I've never
Hernandez,
seen
man.
an OPS start with 3.
Except
yours and
love some Kike Hernandez. All right, let's bring in Raj and do a little game we like to call the Final Out.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
That's right, Raj. Take it away.
Yeah, man. Guys, we just got done watching a World Cup, a fun World Cup, so you Americans won't have to watch soccer for another 4 years.
You're from Philly.
You pretend like you're experts. Guys, can you name me the 8 countries? There's only been 8 countries to ever win the World Cup. So we go 1 for 1. You don't do them all, Joe. So go ahead. You're new. Give me one. Give me one country.
I'm Italian. Let's go Italy.
Yes, you're Italian. You should be very proud. They haven't made the last 2 World Cups. I'm sure that makes you proud.
Actually, we haven't made the last 3, Raj.
The Euros, everything. All right. Well, that's one of them. Okay, let me give you a little. Get you a little ding. They've won 4 times.
Well, let's talk. You want to be a disappointment? Oh, yeah, your poor Italian team. How about the disappointment that was Brazil? What a disappointment they were. Huh, Raj?
Yeah, I told you they were. They're coming. Yeah. 5 titles, of course, by Brazil. And I hate it every time they play. This is a very average Brazil. They're like, 5-time World Cup champions Brazil. Like, no, just call them Brazil, Jesus, this year. But anyway, yes, that's another team. We're looking for countries that have won the World Cup. There are only 8 of them, people. What you got?
Do we build up suspense, or do I go for the deep cut now and get Uruguay out of the way?
Ooh.
I'll admit I didn't even know that answer.
Yeah,
So,
you would see now.
you should have held off.
You should have held
You
on.
should have held off on that one.
Yeah.
That might burn you in the end.
They've actually won twice way back in the day. What you got?
Let's go with the Germans.
Yes, Germany have won 4 times. According to the last time the World Cup was in Brazil, 2014, they won that time, destroyed Brazil in the semifinals. What you got for me, Joe?
Now I'm taking the layup and going Spain after the Uruguay poll.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. They on there. Yup. Spain's got it.
Well, I mean, obviously, let's go with who Spain just beat, Argentina.
Yes, 3 titles for Argentina. Okay. We've got 1, 2. Did you guys get them all?
No,
There's
one more I know of.
We're at 6.
1 more.
There
Go
is?
for it.
I thought there was 2 more.
Yeah. I think we're at 6.
Yeah, 2 more. 2 more.
Yeah, because I got 1 in my head.
Okay, what you
Yeah,
got?
well,
I
I'm
thought I
probably
had
going to
2.
take that when I take France off the table.
Oh, Francois! They have won 2 titles and uno más.
But so has England. England's got a title.
Yes, they have. So there's the tie.
You didn't see that coming, did
don't-
you?
No,
3
I did
lines.
actually because I got a backup for you guys. Now,
Oh, this might get dicey.
backup tournament. So now, during this World Cup, there are 10 players who have scored 4 or more goals during this current World Cup. 10 players have scored 4 or more goals. Give me one, Joe.
Jude Bellingham.
Jude Bellingham is on the. I'm looking for him. Hang on. Yes, 7 of them. Yep, ding.
I'll go with Mbappe.
Mbappe, of course, he won the Golden Boot.
Yes, he did.
Scored 10 of them. Yep.
All right, give me Messi.
Scored 8 goals. That's correct. You guys got the top 3 out of the way.
Give me Harry Kane.
Harry Kane, 6 goals. That's right.
This is going to get dicey now.
Now
I'm getting in trouble.
Harry, you just said Harry Kane, right?
I did.
Okay. Things are getting a little
I'm
dicey
struggling
here.
now.
Got 5 seconds.
Oh, 5 seconds.
Yeah, you're running out of time,
Oh,
bro.
man.
3.
I'm trying to...
2.
It wasn't Mo Salah.
Actually, it might have been. That's a good call. I'm so mad.
We have a champion, and it is Cody. You are the champion.
Can you give me another one of the names? Because I really don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to give you all the
Because I know
names.
Bellingham did not. He got 3, right?
So you guys missed the layup. You're going to be mad at yourself. Plays for Manchester City.
Oh, Haaland.
Erling Haaland. Yeah, you're going to be angry. He had 7 goals.
Oh, that's a layup.
Mbappe has a teammate up there.
Oh, Olise?
He is his teammate, but he is not. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Dembele. He scored 6 goals.
By the way, you know when you started that, I thought in my head, I'm going to use Holland as my second answer, and then I completely forgot he wasn't said.
You just blew it. Yeah.
Thank God.
And one of the Spain gentlemen, I can't pronounce his name, but Mikel is his first name. Sar is up there, and the Mexican, the player, the Blaxican, if you will, for Mexico.
I don't remember.
I was thinking of someone on Mexico, but I didn't have a name.
Quinones. And then from Brazil, Vinicius Jr.
Is that Julian Quinones on Mexico?
Yep, you got it.
Mexico, my God. That match was only like a week and a half
How
ago.
did I
It
not
feels
have
like
Holland?
82 years ago.
Guys, we got about 90 seconds left. Tonight's game. NLCS preview, would you say? I mean, Dodgers, Phillies?
It's as good of one as you're going to possibly see. If it's not that, it'll be the DS preview for sure.
Yeah.
And listen, I got the Dodgers tonight. I definitely got the Dodgers tonight in this series, and I got them in this series. But I think this is going to be one hell of a battle. Obviously, the pitching matchup does 100% favor the Phillies with Sanchez versus Sheehan. And I think the rest of the series, as of now, is TBD on far as pitching matchups go.
I think as far as picking a winner, you either pick the Phillies or you take the over if you're looking for action. Because if the Dodgers win, it's going to have to be an over with Sheehan on the bump.
No question about it. So, listen, it's going to be a great series. We got a lot to cover throughout the week. We got to keep you updated on the Dodgers, of course. Keep you updated as the week goes forward with everything about LeBron James. Is this finally going to happen? Is Adam Silver going to be able to actually make a schedule for this season? We will find out as we keep you guys updated. Of course, everything with the NFL. We are just weeks away from the actual launch of actual football being played, and we're going to preview that all month long right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And Joe, thanks so much for sitting in for D-Fish, man.
It was a blast,
Absolutely crushed it. Follow everything Joe is doing everywhere on social media. And, of course, you don't want to go anywhere. Brock and Alex is next, and they're going to have a great show for you. Until then, enjoy sports. This has been D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We'll see you.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or you're watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show today, you guys. If you're watching the live stream on YouTube, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA-FAN. Brock.
Hey.
How are you? It's been a long weekend since we haven't, for me at least.
It has been a long weekend. How were your travels?
I'll go first. Okay.
Yes.
Fun weekend in Chicago, you guys. I'm wearing like my Theta shirt that
You're
we all
repping
made
it.
together. You guys, we never got a chance to like wear them out. But like, what a fun reunion weekend with all like my Theta college girlies. Like, I am out of shape in terms of like going out 3 nights in a row. Holy guacamole. But we had so much fun. There was so much food. There was a lot of booze, a lot of laughs, a lot of adventures. We went to Wrigleyville on Saturday. Had no idea. We were like, I also have no concept of how expensive tickets are just because we work in sports. My husband works in music. And the tickets to the Cubs game Saturday were like, why are they so expensive? Had no idea they were celebrating their 2016 championship run. And they had these incredible Chicago dogs, like the hot dogs you guys were telling me about, on the hat. And so it was like the hot dog hat. And they only were giving away 2,000 of them, which is insane to think about. So when you've seen lines wrapped around for Ohtani giveaways, imagine fans, there's only 2,000. Normally it's the first 20,000 fans.
That is not a lot.
Wild. We ended up getting one from a blacked out guy walking on the street. We're like, he's going to regret that so much tomorrow. Hey buddy, you want your hat? He's like, here you go. It was so much fun. A+ weekend. I'm so happy I got to see all my theater girls again. That was good. That was great. How was Quentin's camp?
Quentin's camp was phenomenal. Maybe somewhere between 150, 180 kids.
So explain what it is again.
Yes. So Quentin Lake does a yearly annual camp. I believe this was the 4th one at Mater Dei High School, of which he is an alum. It was from kindergarten to high school, and it's very funny because as the day goes on, we actually got pretty lucky with the weather, but as the day goes on, the younger kids get tuckered out.
Yeah.
Whereas the older kids start going harder, and I was explaining to BTS Nick, the ratio of bloody noses as the day goes on.
Wait, is it pass?
Per kid
is it full contact?
It's it's only 2-hand touch and flag, but once competition and once I mean when I was 13 years old, if you told me a current Rams player was going to watch me play football, I'm going hard.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah. It's you wanted to show off.
Yes.
Hey, look, I can be professional one day. This is my shot.
Yes, and Rampage the Ram was there. The mascot. The younger kids loved him.
Love Rampage. I also do. When I went to, I think it was this last season. Yeah, I went to the Rams game. It was a Toyota Rams game, and Rampage came up and asked me how my baby was, and I was like, "Oh, you are my favorite mascot now of all time, Rampage." And we danced. We danced to a mariachi band, and we were doing salsa together.
Yes,
big Rampage fan.
Rampage is great. Rampage brought it. The camp was wonderful, and I hope to be at the 5th annual. Saturday night, went to the Phantom of the Opera at Pantages.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You had a weekend.
We did have a weekend. It was great.
And then you saw the Odyssey.
And then the Odyssey was Sunday. After the Odyssey, was able to catch up on some World Cup action and 3 Dodger games. It was a busy but fun weekend.
That was can we just give a shout out though to the World Cup? That was an incredible 6 weeks of soccer, you guys. 104 games. And that ending, we talked about it. You actually brought it to my attention before I saw it go completely viral on social media. The GOAT beating the baby goat and Spain beating Argentina in extra time. But I mean, the images after with obviously Messi and Lamine Yamal when he was bathing him, baptizing him 19 years ago. And this was the passing of the torch from the goat to the new baby goat was just incredible. And it all happened the final was on July 19th, 19 years after that Messi and Yamal baptized photo. Messi wore number 19 when he was playing originally, and Lamine Yamal wears number 19. He actually posted both their jerseys 19 side by side together. They both turned 19 in their World Cup debuts.
Dang.
There's so many 19s, and some people believe the number 19 is the beginning of a new cycle.
Whoa.
I went down this whole rabbit hole of the 19s. But yeah, it was just that was rad.
From Saturday, the 3rd place game, and Sunday, it perfectly catered to every type of soccer fan. I feel like Saturday, England
no one
beating
played
France
defense
6-4, but that was the perfect cap for the new soccer fan who was watching soccer for the first time throughout the World Cup. And this is for me. And then yesterday, you have something for the soccer purists who just want defense and ball control and just a perfect cap to like you said, 6 weeks that somehow felt like a day. But yeah, I tip of the cap to Argentina and Messi for getting way further than they probably should have. They pulled off heroics.
Especially with the red card. They were playing down a man, like into extra time.
Fought hard. And it was really cool. The man who scored the goal for Spain, Ferran Torres, in the 106th minute, he's the guy who was benched for Lamine Yamal to end up starting. So how about that, to score your only goal in the tournament? And it's for your country to bring it home. And now 4 years from now, you get to host it, and you see if you can go back to back. So Ferran Torres
is that
gets to
where
be a hero.
it is? That's where it's
split between Spain, Morocco, and Portugal.
Oh, that's going to be
But Spain will certainly
sick.
be hosting. I would imagine be hosting
like the opening and closing
and the final. Yeah.
Wild.
Credit to Ferran Torres. That was
Dude,
great.
that was just that was just beautiful. That was so fun, and I'm just so happy that like the fact that the World Cup was here in the United States, everyone understands the love and the passion behind soccer and the World Cup, and that it's not necessarily just about soccer. It's about celebrating people and like the joy of watching a sport together.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of why I love what we do so much. Like that's what sports does, is it just brings people together, and it brings out the joy, and it brings people together that would never normally be together.
Yeah.
And that is one of the coolest things for me. Like just for however long the game is, whatever game you're watching, like we're all here and we're all joyous together.
Agreed. And the soccer bug hopefully has infected many Angelinos and just people across America and El Tráfico, just based off that atmosphere and talking to the people in the fan family who work with us that were able to go.
You guys were at El Tráfico.
Yeah,
vibes were high.
It was crazy, honestly.
Okay, tell us more.
I heard a lot about Carson, and I've also heard a lot about LAFC Stadium.
Yeah.
We went to Carson because that's where the first game was. Galaxy, yeah. So Dignity Heath Park.
Yeah.
It was very interesting because the security was tense. Everyone was tense. Like you're walking by and the security guards, like I heard a security guard like ask, like he was like, "Oh, I gotta catch the bus later," to like his manager, like, "Can you take me? Like, can I get off?" The guy goes, "On the busiest day of our year," like, you can see how tense it was from the fans to the workers. To
were there any
everyone.
fights?
So they had it locked down.
Okay.
So the Galaxy section, you couldn't go into it if you were wearing other team stuff. And then so we're media, right? I tried to go into the LAFC section to get media stuff, to get pictures with them and interview them. They didn't let me in.
Whoa.
They didn't even let us into the concourse area where they are. And it was all gated off. And then on top of it, so me and Nick were there for like an hour, 2 hours after the game.
Yeah.
They kept the LAFC fans in their section until the entire Galaxy Stadium got empty, and then they were like, "You could leave now," so nothing would happen. But they didn't care. It was funny. People were smoking up there. People were drinking. Like, the vibes were high. Everyone was very happy. Like, no, I didn't see any fights. No one was really. I'm sure it happened, but I didn't see it. But it was really fun. Lindsay was able to do her immersion stuff. So if you saw her story, she's going to be having a vlog that comes out. And actually, Lindsay will be joining us later, so we can ask her a little bit about it too.
Yeah, she's at D-Fish's golf tournament today, right?
She's at D-Fish's tournament today, and then she'll be filling us a little bit about that later today. But no, the vibes were high. It was great. And if you want to check out a soccer match that actually feels like a real rivalry, where you're almost like a World Cup, I'm not going to say it's exactly like the World Cup because I definitely was at SoFi. And it wasn't the same, but
it was great.
It was great, and it's if you have that itch, check out an MLS game 100%.
I do have to correct Shay. There was one fight.
Oh, tell me.
Oh, okay.
Because the Galaxy got rocked. They got rocked.
You're saying on the field there was a fight.
Yes, on the field it was a one-sided fight. Maybe a beatdown is actually a better phrase for it, but. I'm happy to hear how intense it was, because it was safely intense from what we hear. Nobody got hurt or arrested or anything like that. Because I'm sure there were hundreds, if not thousands, of people who were at that match because they were riding the high of the World Cup. And they realized, you know what? Let me just go to this and see what it's like. And I'm excited actually to hear that the crowd is being structured the way it is, and you can't leave, because that's how it's done in Europe. That's how it's done in Spain.
Oh, yeah.
And to hear that the California fandom has reached that level,
of
that
aggression.
Security has to be
passionate
heightened.
Aggression.
I think that's a good sign.
That's a beautiful thing. Yeah, because in Europe, when I was studying abroad in Italy, they wouldn't even sell alcohol on game days at the grocery store.
Right.
Like you had to go into a bar.
Yeah.
Like, and I know it's really gnarly too in other European countries. It's like, don't bring kids to these certain matchups because like it's crazy. It's crazy. So everyone had a really fun, wild weekend. Go us. Go team. We were outside. We were outside across the country.
Outside.
You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. But the big news, you guys, that came out of Dodgers camp this weekend, Shohei Ohtani will not make his scheduled start against the Phillies on Wednesday after continuing to experience discomfort in his left knee. Now, that news came out over the weekend, and obviously, he's still in the lineup. And he's still swinging the bat, and he's still going to be doing Shohei Ohtani things. And we'll dive deeper into everything that's being said and that is continuing. I guess I wouldn't even say being said, what's not being said would be the better way to put it, because it feels like the Dodgers are just kind of tiptoeing around the situation. Shay, do you have the Dave Roberts kind of talking about, this was before the game, talking about Shohei Ohtani?
It's going to be some time, and I say that it's not going to be a day-to-day thing. I think that once we've moved Emmett, the rotation can keep going forward without Shohei for the time being. And I can't speak to how long that's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one thing that needs to happen is what makes Dave Roberts so great is he is always available to the media. He's more media forward than many managers in baseball. You can get him before the game, after the game, in between, and that's what makes him great. He needs to stop giving injury updates.
Oh, the medical. Like what they got medically done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was misinformation that we got.
Completely wrong.
He told us
incorrect.
that he got his knee drained and got a cortisone shot when he in fact got...
No, he did not get that. What Shohei got was a shot that is related to arthritis. Think of it like WD-40. It's to
Oh, that's funny.
To lube up your joints. Yes, exactly. And it's supposed to, and you have to make that noise when you do it too. And
like the Tin Man.
Exactly.
The Tin Man getting his oil so he could get all loosen up.
And it helps with shock absorption in the knee. So the big thing here.
Orthovisic injection.
Yes. And that is less invasive than what was previously reported. And again, Dave Roberts, thank you for being so informative with everything.
Yeah.
But I never thought I would say this as someone in sports media. Less might be more going forward with information specifically coming from Dave, because I think he feels the pressure of you guys want to know as much as you can about the best baseball player in baseball. But this is a very fluid thing. And maybe we just need to keep this under wraps until we figure out what the plan going forward is.
I mean, this also shows us it's a way bigger deal than everyone was leading on, which we knew it. You kind of got that idea. They were being very tongue in cheek about it. Like, okay, he's okay. We're just giving him a little. He's day to day, a little bit of rest, but it's a big deal, you guys. Yeah. It's a big deal. And we'll dive deeper into why it's such a big deal a little later in the show. But let's take a little flashback of the Yankee series here, because Dodgers also had Saturday postponed. So they played a doubleheader yesterday. This is going to be a wild 5 days for them. Doubleheader yesterday. Dodgers took 2 of 3 from the Yankees over the weekend. They took game 1 8-2. Yamamoto was just absolute fire. Star of game 1. His first regular season complete game in his MLB career. And it was the first Dodgers regular season complete game since Gavin Stone in 2024. So it is not as common as it was, say, even 10 years ago for starting pitchers to go complete games.
Right. No, it's really unheard of because pitchers are so good. They throw so hard and batters are so good, they usually get tired. But when you're Yamamoto, and the fact that you threw a complete game with only 102 pitches means you were dialed in for
and
that
no walks.
game. And no walks. Yes, seven Ks, only 4 hits. In the 6th inning, you could see the Yankees start to get better contact, and I expected Dave Roberts to make a change going into the 7th. Came out into the 7th, gives up a leadoff double, but is able to get out of that inning. And obviously, there was a conversation in the dugout that went well because he stuck with Yamamoto. And Yamamoto, I'm maybe saying he made history is a bit of a stretch, but he made some personal history. And to say that you pitched a complete game in New York, which, man, when he is pitching in New York, he always seems to be locked in.
Big stage, big moments.
That's a big time thing for Yoshi, and it rested the bullpen, which made the bullpen game later in the day a lot easier.
They needed that, and I honestly, that's probably the only reason that Dave Roberts let that happen. Was because obviously they knew that Shohei Ohtani is going to be out now, so then that kind of messes with the whole rotation. And a couple hours later, he was going to need every arm that was available. So the fact that Yamamoto not only helped the Dodgers just with an outstanding performance take game 1, but then they were able to save the bullpen was everything. And the bats looked good too. Tommy Edman looked awesome. 3 hits, 3 RBIs in the opener, plus the game-tying homer in the finale. Ohtani driving in 2 runs. I don't remember what game, if it was game 1 or game 2 on Sunday, but like he was running to first base and his knee, like that right there, I was like, his knee gave out, you guys. He stepped on first base and you could see, they showed it in slow motion, which always like
made it a lot worse.
Running, like trying to like run out the hit, and I thought that was going to be it. Like I thought that was going to be a season, the way he stepped on first base.
It looked terrifying, and he had that moment, and he also, in game 1 of yesterday, he fouled off a pitch that just hit directly off of his knee.
He's going through it.
He kind of rubbed it and shook it off. But for Shohei to show any ounce of pain, you know that is pounds of pain. And yeah, it was a rough series, not from a success standpoint. It was a rough series. There were just a lot of Shohei moments that you're kind of wincing and grinning through it.
Well, now that we know that it was an orthovisic injection that was supposed to, as you said, provide like joint pain relief and cushioning. Think of like the Tin Man getting his oil to kind of like loosen up all of his joints, and it's not working, and it ain't helping him. Okay, and then he had that moment stepping on first base, had the moment like fouling the ball off of his knee. It's hard because again, you know this man wants to be out there doing everything that he can to help this Dodgers team. However, they also need Shohei Ohtani, even if it's just the hitter, healthy for October.
That's the only thing that matters. And while you can't go back in time, the fact that we're at this point is because there was not enough honesty going both ways early on, and I feel a lot of this.
Do you think there was, though, and maybe he just wasn't telling them like how much it hurt because he didn't want to be taken out, because he had that goal of like, I want to go for the Cy Young?
That's what I mean. I feel that if Dave Roberts knew that this was the level that Shohei was getting at, I feel he would have done everything in his power to stop reaching this point. I feel, and this isn't necessarily a Shohei thing. This is just a top competitor thing.
Yeah.
When you feel like you are at the top of the food chain, at the top of your game, you are very excited because you're entering your first year as a Dodger, fully healthy to do both. Sometimes you can even convince yourself that something doesn't hurt as much as it does, but there's also times where I know this hurts, but we're in a groove and I'm frustrated, and the fact that I'm not pitching to the best of my ability actually makes me want to work harder instead of pulling back. You know, there's a million factors, but I don't think it's out of line to say there was not complete honesty from Shohei's camp to Dave Roberts to what was being told.
Lost in translation, if you will.
A lot was lost in translation, and maybe some was being hidden. Before we step aside for a moment, we want to shout out Roki Sasaki, who in game 1 handled business. 5.2 innings, 5 hits, 5 Ks, 1 run. It wasn't even an earned run. But most specifically, 21 pitches at over 100 miles an hour.
That's huge.
Welcome back, Roki Sasaki.
They need him. With this Shohei Ohtani news, you guys, like, they need Roki Sasaki to be great.
And he heard the call, and obviously we've felt this good in the past, and it's about stacking things together. But for that moment to have that level of pressure on him and to deliver like that, great job, Roki.
Yeah, no, again, they need that, you guys, because we are about 2 weeks away from the trade deadline, and are the Dodgers going to be active at the trade deadline with the Shohei Ohtani news? I am completely moving closer to yes. I was at a firm no. They're getting Blake Snell back. They're getting Edwin Diaz back. We have Tyler Glass now maybe on the horizon. We still don't know what's going on with Will Smith. Kike Hernandez is on his way back. But with this Shohei news and with his knee and him basically taking up 2 roster spots, whether it's he's a starting pitcher or like one of your dominant bats in the lineup, if he goes down or you miss him for like any bit of time, I think they have to be active, and they can be.
Their phone is definitely plugged in and charged, and they are definitely listening to anything that anybody has to say.
You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, you guys, Rams training camp starts on Saturday. Let's go. What is the biggest question hanging over the Rams heading into camp? That's coming up next. around the corner, you guys. Rams are reporting to training camp on Saturday at LMU, and they have all the expectations in the NFL just staring them right in the face. They are the Super Bowl favorites. They have the best roster in the NFL. They are the first team in NFL history with the reigning MVP in Matthew Stafford and Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett, the blockbuster trade of the summer to get him to LA. And he has been outside. He has been everywhere in the best way possible. He took home a couple ESPYs last week, beating out his new teammate, Matthew Stafford, for the NFL Player of the Year. But with all the positive and with all the great things that the Rams have going for them, there's still a lot of major off-season questions and not necessarily great ones. There's some like very positive off-season questions, but they also have the legal issues with Alaric Jackson, who will reportedly not face felony criminal charges, but the NFL could still investigate the issue and have their own discipline. He already had served a 2-game suspension in 2024. If you want to expand on this whole situation here and why it's such a big deal.
Yes, so Alaric Jackson, young left tackle, played at Iowa. The talent and ability has never been questioned. He's lived up to the expectation on the field, off the field. He has been quite the headache for Les Snead, and they were able to handle a lot of this behind the scenes. But if you keep messing up, eventually it comes to the forefront, and then the things that were handled privately get redug up because you look at them in a new light because they're not a one-off.
You're like, is he a good person?
Now it's a pattern of behavior. So like you said, in 2024, he was suspended 2 games for violating personal conduct policy, which is a team's way of saying we're just going to handle this in-house. And
so like... just kind of personal conduct just means like anything outside of like doing something wrong, like not like following the rules.
Right. So personal conduct can be a legal thing, but a lot of times they use that phrasing when it's you are consistently late. You got got in a fight at practice. You said something to the training staff that you didn't.
Got it. Okay.
So that was 2024. In 2025, he was sued for recording an intimate moment without consent. While that case was dismissed, it still happened, and the league is now tracking a pattern of behavior. It allegedly happened, let me say, but the case being dismissed, while that may free you legally from Les Snead's perspective, here's yet another thing that we're dealing with. And now, most recently, in June, his case for domestic violence was assigned for diversion, which means he won't face a felony. However, it is still technically an open case. He's allowed to do his job and live his life. But it's also kind of like a probation thing. Like, if you mess up again, we're going to really bring the hammer on you. However, the NFL can still punish because the case is not dismissed by any means. So the NFL can punish him, and now you're sitting there at Matthew Stafford looking around saying, we are trying to have the best year that any NFL team has ever had, and my left tackle may not be here for part of that.
We need to protect you.
Yeah. Matthew Stafford is not a young pup anymore.
That's an extremely important position.
So the left tackle position behind Alaric Jackson, if there is a suspension, left tackle David Quessenberry, who is a journeyman. He's 35 years old, so again, not an ideal situation for a left tackle, but he has tons of experience. Houston, Tennessee, Minnesota, Buffalo. He was on the Rams last year, so he knows the system. He knows Stafford, and you could be comfortable with Quessenberry there at the left tackle spot. Behind him would probably be third-round rookie Keegan Trost out of Mizzou. Typically, you don't want a rookie at your left tackle, so hopefully Alaric Jackson can get his act together. But at this point, I would not be surprised in the least if Quessenberry needs to start, maybe to start the season.
And it's just very off-brand for what the Rams are. We've talked about this a lot. Being in LA, being a Super Bowl favorite, having won a Super Bowl here, the Rams are normally like Matthew Stafford, all of their star players, minus Puka Nacua, which we'll get to in a second, and obviously Alaric Jackson. It's very much you play football, and you do your family and friends stuff, but you stay out of the media in terms of headlines like this.
Yes, the Les Snead way of doing things, the Sean McVay way of doing things is a lot about our players, but you know about what they do on the field.
Yeah.
When you live in LA with a lot of money in your pocket, which these guys have, there is a natural feeling of worry if you are a coach or a GM or a president or a team owner or whatever. And the Rams, to their credit, have historically stayed, since moving to LA, have stayed out of the news much more than the rest of the NFL. And unfortunately, this most recent summer, I would say that as for the first time since being in LA, that has not been the case.
Yeah. So it's been a very loud offseason for the Rams, whether it's been the positives of the Myles Garrett trade, which was the blockbuster, perfect timing moment trade, because we kind of stopped talking about the Ty Simpson draft pick. We stopped talking about the Puka Nacua situation. We stopped talking about the Alaric Jackson situation. And it was like, all right, here we go. We have the reigning defensive player of the year. Now, for the first time in NFL history, playing with the reigning MVP. We were already Super Bowl favorites. We were already like a top roster. Now we have like the best roster in the NFL. And that was kind of the focus. But now that kind of has taken its moment,
yeah.
Everybody's going back, especially now that we are kind of in that last lull before the start of the NFL season, with training camp starting this weekend. So the other like off-season questions that we'll go through, we'll dig deeper into Puka Nacua. But he's eligible for a major extension, like resetting the wide receiver market, like changing your family's dynamic, generational wealth style extension. But he has to get his life together. And he said he went to rehab. I have a hard time wrapping my head around his whole situation, because it's just immaturity. And again, repeat behavior, very similar to what we're different, kind of like just a different area than Jackson, but there is a track record that, again, I think the Rams kind of kept under wraps until it was very public and on social media and you couldn't hide it anymore. But he has to get his life together.
Yeah, and you would hope that this tumultuous offseason would be enough to motivate him. You would hope that looking over at Jackson Smith-Njigba, who was taken in the same draft as Puka Nacua and is now the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL, Puka would be sitting there saying that should be me. But because of the decisions I've made off the field, and I mean, really, I was going to say off the field, but when you're tweeting moments after a game, that's also kind of on the field in a way. In the locker room is a better way to put it. You just have to gain the trust, because it's not a matter of ability. Is he worth the $38 to $40 million a year on the field? Of course he is.
Up to $44 million a year.
Yeah. And the problem is, if you are the Rams, you are saying, I would rather find someone that I could pay $30 million a year that isn't as good as Puka, but is not going to give me headaches or worry when he's not in our building, than have to worry about Puka. So Puka knows the football production is not the factor here. If he can go in this entire year keeping his nose clean and being smart and being mature and regaining the trust of his team and his franchise, that big payday is around the corner. But he is one mistake away, I feel, from the Rams moving on from him.
Oh, 100%.
Which is an insane thing to think about.
He's already had, like, is it 4? So it was the podcast that he was on when he made the anti-Semitic gesture.
Yeah.
Then it was the tweets right after the game in the locker room that Sean McVay was asked about in the presser, had no idea that it happened.
Right.
It was the drunken Super Bowl rants and tweets.
Sam Darnold.
Laughing at Sam Darnold. And then it was getting sued by the woman who claimed that, with the photos she showed, that he bit her and was saying anti-Semitic remarks.
Right.
So he already has like 4 kind of big knocks against him.
And if you are Les Snead, you are sitting there saying, we have so many guys who are up for big contracts. How can I tell Kobe Turner or Byron Young that you have to wait because we have to give money to Puka when he's acting like that, when you don't have to worry about Byron or Kobe Turner, right? Or Braden Fisk still needs to get paid too, right? So there's a lot of decisions to be made, and the good thing for Puka Nacua is it's all up to you. The ball is in your court. You are in full control over generational wealth being given to you and your future family if you choose to. Oh, well, he already has a kid. So, yeah, in your future family.
Also, he handled very poorly.
That's another thing.
That was another, like, she got completely harassed because he didn't know if it was his. Like, that was a whole other wild. But again, that's the personal life outside of the football field. And how much are you going to allow it to, with both these situations? They are off-field issues that then affect how you look at the person as a player and their values and could they be good leaders on this team? And with what they've both shown, that's a hard no.
Yeah, and it puts the Rams in an interesting spot because on one hand, the fact that none of your issues are on the field lets you know that the Super Bowl is and will always be the goal throughout this year. And you are better fit to claim the title than any other team. But on the negative side, if all of your issues are off the field, that can derail a season sometimes even quicker than something going wrong
on the
field. So everyone has to act right. And I'm sure day one at training camp, Myles Garrett and Matthew Stafford will go up there and give a speech. That first team meeting is essentially where the head coach gets up there and he says something. He opens the floor, and the guys who are going to be your leaders and your captains go up there and say something. I'm sure plenty has been said to both of these gentlemen, Jackson and Nacua, in the past couple months. But
so you expect Jackson will be at training camp? Are we expecting him to be there? Okay.
Yes.
So it's going to be business as usual for
him,
everybody.
As long as he continues to act. Yeah, for both of them, as long as they continue to handle it. However, I would say TBD on whether Goodell and the NFL elect to suspend Jackson. They won't hold him out of training camp or anything like that, but they could say you are suspended for the first 2 games of the year. We've seen similar suspensions for less than what Jackson is currently going through.
Okay, so that's what that first day of camp is really like, because it's not open to the media until day 2. So day 1 is like coaches, captains, let's get everybody together. Let's just kind of like
there's
talk
a lot of
through
speeches.
Everything.
Yeah, you have to sign your paperwork. You move in. They're doing practice at LMU, so they'll move all their stuff into the dorms. They'll probably get it lifted, but really it's get everyone under a roof and let them know starting tomorrow it is one-track mind to the Super Bowl.
Is that why they're there? Everyone stays in the dorms?
Yeah.
I don't think I realized that. Because I was like, why aren't they at their facility? They have this $1 billion facility that they built. But they're at LMU, so everybody is like...
So typically when you
similar to like spring training, everyone's kind of staying in that same little area.
Yes, they want access to you at all times. Now, this is actually starting to change. When I was a rookie, it was very common to go to a college. Like you pick a small college and you stay there. The Bears did it at Joliet University.
Okay.
And we stayed at the dorms and everything. So I'm assuming that they move it to LMU for the ability to keep everyone in the dorms. And it usually reaps some benefits.
Wild.
Yes.
Wild.
Yes.
Okay, you guys, we have so much more that we're going to get to about training camp. This is like training camp week here at the Fan LA. So we'll be diving into the Rams, some Chargers, some Raiders throughout the day and week. There's still so much more we have to get to as the most to prove on the Rams. We didn't even get to Aaron Donald. Like, is that still happening? We're gonna talk about all of that in just a bit. We're gonna take a quick break here. When we come back, it's time for Do You Care? LA. We are heading around the world of sports and talking about some of the biggest topics. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. Like, subscribe, all of that jazz. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. But right now, it is time to bring in producer Shay for Do You Care LA.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
Damn! That was sick! If you're watching the live stream, you guys, that was sick.
What is up, guys? Yeah, BTS Nick just made a commercial. So what Alex was talking about, if you're listening on radio, if you want to check us out, you can check us out on the Fan LA on YouTube. We do it all. We got video, we got radio, we got socials. But BTS Nick did make a little commercial there, or a little intro there.
You guys are always up to something.
Love
there,
it.
man.
We do what we can. We
Love
do what we can. But welcome to Do You Care LA, the segment where I tell Alex and Brock different stories from around the sports world, and they tell me if they care or not from an LA perspective. You guys ready to go into this one?
Ready.
Born ready.
Sweet, guys. So the first question, or the first do you care, is Michigan says its problems weren't widespread. And what do I mean by that? So Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel will step down at the end of the year after an independent review found failures in accountability, oversight, and reporting throughout the athletic department. Michigan's been through a lot of fire through cheating scandals and a ton of other scandals. So Michigan spent nearly $12 million on the investigation, but only released a summary saying misconduct was not widespread despite concerns about retaliation, poor leadership, and multiple scandals involving the football program. Do you care, LA?
This was also the football coach who had the affair with an employee who then she got pregnant, showed up at his front door. There was a lot that went down after Harbaugh left.
There is a ton going on, and there has been a ton going on really since Ward Manuel has been there, despite all the success that most Michigan sports programs have had. I mean, God, they've had a NFL, a football championship, and a basketball championship in just the past couple years alone. 11 separate legal transgressions among players and staff, most of which have taken place in just the past few years.
So is it he's just turning a blind eye, is that what they call it? I didn't see it.
So Michigan is very strange in that they have this idea of a Michigan man. That's their phrase that they cling on
what
to.
Is that?
How you represent yourself on the field or on the court or on the wrestling mat is only half the battle. The other half is how you represent yourself as a human being, right?
Yeah.
And they have always claimed to care about that standard, but it is very hard to stand by that claim in recent years, from DUIs to hacking computers to various NCAA violations, to sign stealing, to the Sharon Moore case. He's still waiting how much time he's gonna have to serve. It's been an absolute mess, and quite honestly, the fact that Ward Manuel made it this far is actually pretty shocking. And I think what makes it so unfortunate too is it's very easy to forget in the current state of college sports that with all the money they're making, they're no longer living in dorms. They're living in homes. They're not.
Oh, the football players?
Yeah, really any sport that has NIL, right?
Okay.
They're not sharing cars or riding scooters and bikes. They're driving Mercedes. And
you're dealing with NFL-style players.
Yeah, but it's easy to forget that you are still responsible for people's children. A mom and dad are dropping off their 18-year-old to you in hopes that 4 years later he will be a better man or she will be a better woman. And when this is the chaos that's at the top, eventually you have to move on, because the brand of Michigan right now is not associated with winning.
It's scandals.
With winning championships, it's scandals. Every single offseason there is some kind of scandal, and I guess finally, it took a minute, but enough finally became enough. There are some dark stories regarding Michigan. Some I didn't even bring up.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's an absolute mess, and whoever takes it over, Underage children.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it is insane.
Oh, like the worst of the worst.
It is insane.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah.
How is that not like gotten media attention?
If we took the rest of the show just to run through Michigan scandals, we would have to continue tomorrow.
Ew.
Oh, it's
Ew.
insane.
Oh, they're disgusting.
And the thing about Michigan is they've been doing so much winning, really across all sports, that
it's overshadowing.
It's been able to push a lot of the stuff down. Also, because so many things keep happening, you don't even have time to react
process.
to the crazy thing that you forgot about. Oh no, it's crazy. And this era of Michigan sports, I feel, is not going to be remembered from a national championship, from national championships across the board.
Absolutely not.
It's going to be remembered.
So it's interesting. Harbaugh got out of there. He got out of there real quick.
A couple coaches did.
Uh-huh.
Some of them unscathed, some of them very scathed. But the past couple years, it has very much been, it's time to get out of Michigan because the hammer of Thor is about to come down on this program. And it kind of has already.
Whoa. Ew.
So that's
gross.
your Michigan update. Hopefully, going forward, there will be a clearer track of leadership and the way that you're supposed to do things.
They need like a clean sweep of the whole, like an overhaul of everyone that was involved with this man. Ew, gross.
Yeah.
Okay.
We care that he's gone.
We care that he's gone. Yeah. Bye. Bye, boy. Bye.
All right, guys, on to the next one. Nice little Thor shout out, Brock. It's like you just watched the trailer.
There you go.
The hammer of Thor.
On to the next one, guys. So the Warriors won the Summer League championship. I don't know if you guys were watching. I kind of was watching. Not really. I was just watching Cameron Carr, to be honest. But the Warriors defeated the Grizzlies 64-90 to win the 2026 NBA Summer League championship. First round pick Yaxel Lendenborg scored 21 points and was named championship game MVP. Golden State also was the team to end the Lakers' 6-game winning streak in the semifinals before finishing the job against Memphis. Do you care, LA?
Not really, because the Lakers didn't win. I think I would have cared if the Lakers won, but it's also Summer League, and we've talked about that with every guest, whether it was Kobe or Buha that we had on. It's you got to temper expectations. Yes, it's great because these young stars kind of get their first taste of the NBA, and we kind of get the first glance of these top draft picks. And I think it was great for Laker fans to see Cameron Carr. He is the real deal. He is one of the most athletic young players out there. But yeah, it's for that, and it is what it is for that.
I don't care, but why I'm close to caring is because the Warriors are so old and are going to have to rely on some young talent. For example, Yaxel Lendenborg, who went to Michigan, is on track to be very solid. And the fact that they are in the same division as the Lakers, in 2 years we will care.
Okay.
Once these young guys continue to get reps,
make it into the regular starting
because
roster.
With such an old starting five that the Warriors are going to have, there's going to be a lot of young guys who get opportunities,
get playing time
on a big stage earlier than they probably would in some other franchises. So we don't care, but we're keeping an eye on things.
Yeah.
What they got cooking in Golden State.
All right, guys, on to the next one. And Brock, this is close to home for you. Christopher Nolan is still box office proof, especially going against the FIFA World Cup. So Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey opened with the $124.5 million domestically and $264.1 million worldwide. That was the number, giving him the biggest global opening of his career and his largest non-Batman debut in North America. The nearly 3-hour adaptation even opened bigger than Oppenheimer, despite being no Barbenheimer to boost it, and to have to compete against the FIFA World Cup runner-up finale and the actual finale. Do you care, LA?
Wow. Yeah, because I want movies to thrive. We love movies, and this shows that people are still going to the theaters, even though I'm not one of them. However, I feel like everyone here has convinced me, who has actually gone and seen The Odyssey, because you saw it. I'm going to let you go off in a second here, that I'm going to need to get a babysitter and actually go see this in the theaters.
That's what impressed me most, was the fact that, so the theater I went to, there was an Oppenheimer, there was an Odyssey showing every 30 minutes for the entire day. All of them were sold out.
And did you go to like the 70?
Ago. So I
IMAX?
saw the regular IMAX. I'm seeing the 70 millimeter IMAX the first weekend in August.
Oh, you're going back?
This movie is like you walk out of a movie hopefully saying that was really funny or that was super romantic or the action was great. I walked out saying I don't even know how they made that. Like it doesn't even I don't get how somebody makes a movie that way. It's super practical. There's not a lot of CGI.
Yeah.
And you can tell that they are actually in the middle of the ocean off the coast of Iceland just doing crazy.
Oh, is that where they were?
Iceland, Morocco, they were all over the world. This movie is insane.
And star heavy.
Oh my God. Every single scene has like an Oscar nominated or Oscar winner, Emmy nominated person. Everyone is in this movie. This movie is incredible. I'm trying to figure out where it ranks favorite movies all time at this point.
No way.
It's very good.
No way.
It is very good. And for how long and confusing the Iliad and the Odyssey can be, my wife pointed this out, how it was very digestible. Even if you aren't up to speed on the stories.
Okay, so you don't need to know anything going in?
You'll get more out of it maybe, but
what do you, okay, so then what do you need to watch beforehand, if anything? Like, is this a second to a movie?
No,
okay.
no.
So you just, if you have a general understanding of like what the story is, then you'll be okay?
Yes, I would say the movie does a good job of setting the stage for you, so you can go in blind and still have a great time.
Really?
We do care, and we're going back for round 2.
Did you buy the ticket right after the movie, or before you went, you already bought the second?
The ticket was already bought before.
Wait, what? Brock, that is psycho. What?
Great job, Matt Damon.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Hour number 2. Who has the most to prove for the Rams? What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the show. So get in the chat. If you're watching the live stream on YouTube at The Fan LA, like, subscribe. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And we both had ourselves a weekend here. I didn't realize how many little events that, Brock, you went to throughout the weekend. And we just had, we were talking about the Odyssey and Do You Care and how it just absolutely took over the box office, which was crazy because we had the World Cup final this weekend. And I was giving you a hard time. I was like, I cannot believe that you bought tickets to go see the Odyssey the exact same time that the World Cup final is happening. But it looks like a lot of people did across the world because it just absolutely blew up. And then the fact that you just told me, you guys, he already bought tickets before he saw it the first time. Yet yesterday is when you saw it. You already had tickets for the next time that you're going to go see it.
My wife called me. She was with her brothers. This would have been Saturday morning. And she said, hey, insert names here, are thinking about going to see the Odyssey on the first weekend in August. You want to go? I said, yep.
Oh. How many? Okay, so like, what's the movie that when it was out that you saw the most in theaters? Like, have you gone like more than once to see movies often?
You know what? I typically don't see movies more than once in the theater. I think I've only seen a movie in the theater more than once one time, and that twice.
Okay.
One of the Avengers movies.
Yeah.
And Bohemian Rhapsody, because my mom and dad wanted to go, and my mom never wants to go to movies. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm going with mom. So those are the only
I have
two. Actually.
two.
Let's hear it.
The first one was Big Daddy. I think I saw it like 6 times in the theaters. I was obsessed.
Still
kept,
funny.
Kept wanting to go back to see Big Daddy.
It still holds up.
Yeah. I almost said one of my favorite lines, but I was like, oh, that's not appropriate for the air. And then the other one was one of the Avatar movies.
Oh, okay.
Like when they first came out.
Yeah.
Because like you had to experience it in the theater. And I'm getting that same vibe with the Odyssey. I feel like that's something like I have to go experience in the theater.
Making it an event, right? Like the Rams, it's not just going to see football. Like the Rams have built a roster to like this is an event.
But
I have
even
to say that
SoFi,
I saw it. Yeah,
even being like in SoFi, like that is an experience and an event when you're in SoFi. Which also made me question, like, why didn't we have a semi or a final or the third place game here at SoFi? Because
I would love to know that.
Because there is no reason, especially like they got really lucky with the weather, but in New Jersey, in the middle of summer, in an outside stadium, someone paid a lot of money for it to be in New York and not be in LA or in one of like the covered stadiums.
Yeah. From how many fire disasters are going on? Was it upstate New York or in Canada or something like that?
So I had you guys, I was in Chicago this weekend. I had no idea. I have not been watching the news recently, and I didn't realize that there were fires in Canada.
Yeah.
The day I landed in Chicago, they had the worst air quality in the world. The worst air quality. They canceled, I think, I don't know if it was it was
baseball?
a soccer game. They canceled a soccer game.
Chicago Fire.
Yeah. Is that
what
what they're called? Is that what they are?
No, wait.
That's a TV
Chicago
show.
Fire's a TV show.
That's a TV show. I was like, Brock, I'm gonna let you ride with this one, and please, like, prove me right. Prove yourself right.
That is
bad. Yeah.
No. They are the Chicago Fire. Chicago Fire FC, but it's also a TV show.
That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
I never made that connection.
We were also supposed to go to a comedy show, and the comedy show got canceled because of the fire, and the smoke was so gnarly. Like, people were walking around in the masks that everyone wore during COVID.
Yeah.
I was coming in and landing, and I was looking out the window, and I was like, dude, it looks like doomsday. It looks like when we had the LA fires like a year ago. Like, it was just this like red smog everywhere, which is wild.
Yeah.
Had no idea.
Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, because we always have the wildfires out here. Maybe they're thinking, let's put this final where there are never wildfires. And sure enough, one got pretty close to New York.
But it actually looked so good. And I have to give a shout out. Like, I was concerned of like, okay, what's this halftime show going to be like? And it was actually very entertaining. Yes, everyone got one song. That was it. They had so many stars. Everyone got one song.
Credit to Justin Bieber
just
for being
out.
the only one actually singing. Credit to Justin Bieber.
So, okay, this is really hard. And my husband kind of explained this to me.
It's part of it.
You can't, there's not enough time to hook up all of the instruments, to hook up all the microphones. And with that many hundreds of millions of people watching, especially like the Super Bowl, no one's ever really singing and performing live. You are singing over a track. Mm-hmm. And depending on like in that moment, how good it sounds, they will like lift up the actual volume on the regular mic. But instruments and everything, it's like usually pre-recorded. Yeah. You just can't risk it. And there is zero time to like make sure the sound check. Like,
yeah, and Madonna's EQ or her settings on her microphone, if you will, are going to be different than Shakira's, which are going to be different from Burna Boy's. But R&B showed up and said, just give me a guitar.
Dude,
I
actually loved that whole lead-in with Ted Lasso and them walking down the sidelines and it's time to, well, you were in the Odyssey for this, but you watched it back. Okay.
Yes, I did.
It was just so perfect on brand. Just because, like, that's how I think Americans who weren't soccer fans first started to fall in love with soccer was Ted Lasso.
I love that they acknowledged that. It was almost like admitting to a stadium full of Argentina fans and Spanish fans and people watching from across the world. Like, yeah, America's kind of new to this, but because of this right
Ted
here,
Lasso,
we want this to be as big as it is where you're from. And I think that bridge kind of worked. Like,
dude, it was perfect. Yeah. It was like time to like change up the vibe, and they put him like JB, like he was getting subbed in, and they had like the Believe, but it was Believe in the back. Like I was all for that. And you know what? Shout out to Bieber for just, obviously he sold his catalog, so he doesn't play a lot of his old songs anymore because he doesn't get the music rights for them anymore, which is why you saw the Coachella performance that he did, where he was just, when he was playing old songs, he was playing along to them on YouTube, fully strategic, so like he doesn't have to pay. But you sold them. Taylor Swift spent like $1 billion and like every single day trying to buy back her rights, and he just sold his catalog. So like that's on you a little bit. Okay, like I know you didn't want to tour, you didn't want to do all these things. Like I think he got like $200 million, something around that. But like,
not bad.
Now you don't get the monies when you play your old songs, and that was your choice.
Solid halftime. I had low expectations, but I was really impressed. And when Shakira, you add to the fact that it was a fantastic match as well, it all came together.
And they wrapped it up with Miss, like she is like the voice of World Cup. Yeah, Shakira.
If there's a World Cup, Shakira's not far away.
Shakira is there. It's like Mariah Carey in the holidays. Yes. She starts to defrost in October. It's just Shakira. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, you guys. So it was an awesome weekend of entertainment. Yet, like we said, you had the Odyssey, you had the World Cup final, we had great baseball matchups. Dodgers taking the series in New York. They are in Philly this afternoon. First pitch at 4:10. We'll be diving more into that as we get closer. With the biggest news coming out of that Shohei Ohtani will be missing his start on Wednesday with no clear timeline of when he will be back on the mound. He is still hitting, but his knee is a little more gnarly than they were leading on. But we also have this week, you guys, Saturday, Rams camp is kicking off at LMU, and the new 97.1 The Fan is counting down the days to training camp. And today's question is simple. We're going to kind of have a theme each day. Today's theme is who enters Rams camp with the most to prove. Mm-hmm. And the Rams, as we were talking about earlier, the Rams have championship expectations. Not only because they are the Super Bowl favorites, but they made the biggest blockbuster trade of the offseason, getting Myles Garrett. They are now the first team in NFL history to have the reigning MVP and the reigning Defensive Player of the Year on their roster. They're also coming into the season voted around the league as having the number one roster. There's also rumors that they might get Aaron Donald to come out of retirement and join this already Super Bowl favorite #1 roster in the NFL. So with all of that together, the Rams are coming into the season with the biggest bullseye on their back. And they're not even the defending champs. The Seahawks are. The Rams have the most to prove this season. And there's a lot of different levels to, okay, so now you look at the roster. Who do you think has the most to prove? I'm going to let you go first. Who do you think has the most to prove on this Rams roster?
There are quite a few candidates. I may have to cheat and do multiple here, but the first one I'm going to say is Trent McDuffie. Trent McDuffie was the big signing before Myles Garrett came along. But Trent McDuffie is here to stop Jackson Smith-Njigba. Jackson Smith-Njigba torched the Rams. He got whatever he wanted to get every time that they played, and the Seahawks making him the highest paid receiver in the NFL means he's going to be there for the foreseeable future. So the first thing that Leslie and Sean McVay do is go out and get one of the most versatile cornerbacks in the NFL. Trent McDuffie can play nickel on the inside, he can play cornerback on the outside, and he can shadow a #1 man if need be. If you look at the first 4 games, San Francisco, who has Mike Evans, the New York Giants, who has Malik Neighbors. If Malik Neighbors is healthy enough to play, TBD on that, but if he is healthy enough to play, a future superstar in the NFL. Denver, who traded for Jalen Waddle, super speedy. And then Philadelphia, who still has Devontae Smith. From Mike Evans, Malik Neighbors, Jalen Waddle, and Devontae Smith are 4 premier wide receivers, 4 wide receivers who are built completely differently, 4 wide receivers who have varying levels of speed. Mike Evans is an old, grizzled vet who uses his body very well. He's basically playing power forward, whereas Jalen Waddle is 5'9" on a good day, 170 pounds on a good day, and is lightning fast with 4.2 speed. And you look to Trent McDuffie, hey, you have to cover all those guys. You have to show your level of versatility while you're here to find a way to cover every single one of those dudes. And if you're not able to do that, we're going to have an issue. But they cashed him out and have him as cornerback 1 for the foreseeable future for a reason. He is definitely capable of doing these things, but that is as tough of a first month stretch that a cornerback can be asked of.
So I also like to think of like that was their first round move.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because the Rams had 2 first round picks and they traded their second one to get Trent McDuffie. And you said this was a big move to essentially guard JSN. And when they face the Seahawks, this is going to be most likely like for the division, for standings.
They'll probably meet in the playoffs as well, honestly.
So they play week 16 and week 18. So 2 of their last 3 games. And it's interesting because when Sam Darnold was asked about the Myles Garrett trade, he's like, well, what are you going to do now? He's like, well, I don't have to think about it yet. I don't have to think about that till the end of the season. So I'm not going to think about it until the end of the season, which was like, what can you do?
Yeah.
But that's like a good poker move in terms of like, obviously that was their weakest link when we were talking about the Rams' weak spots. Like that was their weakest spot. And they did everything they could to make it one of their strongest. Now we'll go back and forth if you have another one.
Love it.
So I believe Puka Nacua has the most to prove here.
Okay.
This is his make it or break it year. He has proven himself on the field, and we know that. He was projected by PFF, ranked him the #1 receiver in the league. ESPN execs in the scout poll ranked him #4. Like, he has the opportunity to completely change his life and change his family's life with generational wealth right now. Like, he is projected to, if he can keep it all together, a 4-year deal worth somewhere between $156 and $175 million. So that's somewhere between $39 and $44 million annually with $100 million guaranteed. And his baseline, like for the negotiations, is going to be with his draft classmate, JSN, who just got the 4-year $168.6 million extension, making around $42 million a year. But the biggest issue for Puka Nacua is, can you imagine right now, right? Because we broke this down in the last hour, but he has had 4 really immature moments this last season that were either right after a game or just centered around media, like to the point where it's like, just put your phone down. Like he needs someone to take his phone away, whether it was the anti-Semitic gesture that he made on the podcast, whether it was tweeting in the locker room right after a game where Sean McVay was asked about it during the presser and he had no idea what was going on, to then drunk tweeting, making fun of Sam Darnold for winning the Super Bowl, and then biting a girl. They showed the bite marks and then apparently said anti-Semitic comments to her. And he was getting sued for that, I think. So if he's acting like that while making he has $4 million rookie contract,
Right.
What's going to happen when he's making $44 million a year? Right. And that scares me. Like, he has the opportunity, as we mentioned, to completely change his life and his family's life. We know that he is incredible on the field. He led the league in total receptions and receiving yards per game and yards after catch. So Puka has completely exceeded expectations for someone who was drafted in the 5th round, 177th overall. Like, he is a top 5 wide receiver in the league and could have got a contract extension this past season, this offseason, because he is on the last year of his rookie contract. But because he can't keep his life together off of the field, Rams are questioning, is he worth paying that kind of money? Can he still perform at that highest level, but also be a good person?
Yeah. And Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase are right now 1A, 1B in regards to being the NFL's best wide receivers. Once they get older and pass that torch, JSN is there. And the second seat is open for Puka, but he has to want it more than people want it for him. The second one I would bring up, and the reason I'm cheating here is because it's not a person, it's a unit, and it's special teams. Special teams was probably the biggest weakness for the Rams last year. They fired their previous special teams coordinator. They bring in Bubba Ventrone. I played for Bubba in New England. He is the man for the job. He's relatable. He is a genius. He sees special teams in a way that I've really never heard anyone else, any modern special teams coordinator, talk about it. Last year was missed kicks, bad tackling, bad blocking, penalties, especially on punt returns and kickoff returns, bringing things back, making your offense have to drive 85 yards instead of 75 yards. Go back to the NFC Championship against Seattle. That third quarter muffed punt directly led to a Seattle touchdown.
Yeah.
You could argue that ended up being the difference in the game. And also during the NFC Championship, there were a lot of holdings during punt returns and kick returns that, again, made the offense have to drive further than they needed to. New kicker Harrison Mevis. He took over halfway through the year last season after the previous kicker missed a third of his kicks up to that point. They brought back Mevis. They have confidence in Mevis. Young guy out of Mizzou, so it's all up to him. And then new long snapper Joe Cardona, who Bubba Ventrone is familiar with. I was also in New England with Joe Cardona, as respected and as smart a special teams man that you are going to find. He can help with the blocking aspect, avoiding blocked kicks. So the special teams unit has tons of pressure, especially when you look at the offense and you say, well, that was the number one offense in the NFL last year. You look at the defense and you say, well, this is probably going to be the number one defense in the NFL this year.
Yeah.
We can't fall short.
No.
And we were the weakness a year ago. So credit to Bubba and everything that he has accomplished. This will be his biggest test yet, but I'm sure he's up for it.
Interesting. And it's funny because it's like, okay, is there pressure on their leader now? So you have their new one of their new offseason acquisitions in Trent McDuffie. They're one of the faces of the offense and Puka Nacua, that can he keep it together? Right. And the special teams. And we didn't really talk about Matthew Stafford. Yeah. So that's something I think we can get into a little later too, because like obviously reigning MVP, he completely blew every expectation out of the water last season, especially since he started the year in that weird truck and everyone was like, Is he gonna be okay? Is he gonna be okay?
Is he alive?
Is he okay?
Can
What's happening in there?
Can we get a wellness check on Matthew
no idea.
Stafford?
And then he just like bursts out Avengers style, like, I'm gonna win the MVP. Have the best season ever. So much more Rams talk we're gonna get to today, but we got to take a quick break here because coming up next we have Bob Nightingale joining us from the Dodgers Philly game. So excited to get his take on everything Ohtani, Dodgers, this series going on. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you're a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Now, a lot of positives to take away from the Dodgers this weekend, and I think that was taking the series against the Yankees, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, star of the first game on Sunday, completing his first full game on the mound, first regular season complete game of his career. Roki Sasaki looked great. We did get some unfortunate news about Shohei Ohtani, but focused in on the positive. They took the series, then they took a bus over to Philly and starting the series in a couple hours here, 4:10 first pitch. So we are so excited to bring in MLB insider for USA Today and Odyssey, Bob Nightingale, joining the show. Bob, how we doing?
Hey. Doing great. How was your weekend?
Weekend was awesome. I want to talk about the news that came out of Dodgers camp over the weekend, though, with Shohei Ohtani scratched again with no return date. How seriously are the Dodgers now with that news going to be active in the trade market?
I think look around a little bit more serious now. I mean, they believe that Ohtani will be fine, but, you never know for sure. And just for kind of caution, I think they'll be out there. I can't see the Giants trading him, Robbie Ray being the same division. The Giants are going nowhere. Mm-hmm. But, I think they'd like to have some kind of insurance just in case he's not right come October.
And, Bob, is the Shohei health or the Will Smith health more of an immediate need if the trade market is something that the Dodgers pursue?
I think the Will Smith is more imperative. They're saying he should be back in a month, but they also said there's no guarantee of it either, when he returns. So they don't want to keep going with that dolphin rushing. They like to have a backup plan. I know he was in Wrigley Field over the weekend, and Ryan Jeffers has a catcher available for the Minnesota Twins. And the Yankees and Tampa Bay Rays were, both watching closely, which I got to think that, well, if those two teams are on him, the Dodgers may be looking closely also at him.
Okay, so the Dodgers at the trade deadline might be looking for some pitching help, as you're saying, some catching help with Will Smith, with no real, both Ohtani and Will Smith don't really have a deadline in place of like when the return will be. So on the pitching side of things, what starting pitchers are realistically available and make sense for the Dodgers?
Well, they can certainly, if Toronto keeps losing like they are, they can certainly go to a Kevin Gausman or a Shane Bieber. Those guys are both veteran guys, and the Blue Jays are playing poorly, so those would both be great fits. I don't think obviously the Red Sox just won 13 in a row, so Sonny Gray's not going anywhere. There's just so many teams that are back in the race now, so I think that but Toronto the way they're fading, I don't think Joe Ryan from Minnesota is available, but there's gonna be plenty out there. Just maybe a lower run guys, which is fine. Just it's not like the Dodgers already had their ace in Yamamoto, and if Snell comes back, which he should. That's a powerful 1-2 punch for sure.
And Bob, how important now that we have these injury updates, most notably to Shohei Ohtani, how important was the success that Roki Sasaki had Friday night?
Yeah, very important. It's a big cog. It's almost a bonus. If he can keep doing that, okay, then you can rely on him in the playoffs and don't have to have him go to the bullpen like a year ago. So no, I think I'm not saying it's icing the cake, but it almost is. If they can count on him, that's a great, number 3 starter.
Well, an arm they can definitely count on is Yoshinobu Yamamoto. He was the star of the day in the first game of the doubleheader on Sunday. His first regular season complete game of his MLB career. Is he back to looking like that ace of a championship rotation?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. What he's done. I didn't realize he'd never had a complete game before, which is stunning. I had him in the postseason, but not the regular season. So yeah, no, it's very cool.
Bob, were there any major takeaways from the Yankee series that you walked away with?
Just the fact that is a team that could be playing in October, and they went, head to head with those guys, toe to toe, and came out on top. I think they've proven that they're the better team for sure. So I think that boded well for them.
So kicking off the series today in Philly, have you been around the team yet? I know obviously coming off a double header and then taking the bus to Philly, it was a little bit of a crazy travel day for the Dodgers. But what's been the vibe around the team today?
Yeah, I think the vibe is, I'm going to the ballpark now, so I think I know on the Phillies side, they're already saying that, well, these two teams can meet up again in postseason, just like a year ago. The Phillies have been there every year since 2021. So I think the Phillies are looking more forward to it. Like, okay, if we can get the World Series, this is a team we got to go through. So no, I think people are really curious to see what happens next 3 nights.
Bob, can you put into context the year that Tommy Edman has had so far?
The year, I'm sorry, which one?
The year that Tommy Edman has had so far.
Yeah, they can get he was out for so long, and he's such a valuable guy. It's been a long season with all the injuries for him. But he's it's almost like a great trade pickup, just like when they got him originally. They can do so many different things for you. At some point you can get Kiki Hernandez back too. So that that gives you the valuable depth and which teams need. So it's almost like no big thing because they were still the best record in baseball. Without Tommy Edman, without Kiki Hernandez, and they're just going to have those two guys make the Dodgers maybe have the deepest bench in baseball.
So looking at the matchup tonight, Christopher Sanchez, their ace, going up against Emmett Sheehan. What are you expecting to see from both these arms?
Well, Sanchez had a bad start, his first one coming out of the break, so I expect him to bounce back. He didn't have remember he struggled too at the All-Star game itself, but I expect him to bounce back and be the guy that's right there in the Cy Young picture. So you would think that the Phillies should win this game. If the Dodgers do, then it's almost like it's another notch for the Dodgers' confidence. Like, okay, we just beat their ace. If we can beat Sanchez, we can beat Wheeler and Nola too, who go the next 2 nights after that.
So as you were talking about earlier, these two teams met in the postseason, and it feels like they should meet again if they can both get there in October. So do you expect this series to have playoff atmosphere and vibes all 3 days?
Absolutely. The Phillies came out of the break playing the Mets. That's a rival. Mm-hmm. But of course, the Phillies. The Mets have been terrible this year.
Yeah.
So that's no big thing. But no, I think the vibe these 3 games, all night games, will be electric because I think the Phillies fans, realize, okay, got to win this series. If they sweep, it gives them a lot of confidence. But I think this is their first big test that, okay, let's see how we stack up here. And, if they lose the series of Dodgers, then I think it's almost a little bit of a panic, like, not this again.
Bob, we appreciate you calling us on your way to the ballpark so much. Have a great time at the game tonight.
Thanks, Bob.
All right. My pleasure. All right. Take care.
Yeah.
Good talking to you.
See you, Bob. Okay. So they are seriously considering and looking for a catcher replacement. That was my biggest takeaway out of that conversation right there.
Yeah. The Will Smith status has... While the Shohei status has been a moving target, the Will Smith has kind of just been digging with a shovel just deeper and deeper and deeper. And like we've said for the past month and some change now, with knees, neck, and back, you're not just thinking about this year, right? Everything that the Dodgers do was about October. when you have an injury to such a vulnerable place like that, where it's not just your career that's jeopardized, it's your quality of life is jeopardized.
Everything you do. You don't realize, like, again, once you hit your 30s, you sleep wrong, your neck's going to hurt. You sneeze wrong, your neck's going to hurt. And I didn't realize that until you hit your 30s and you wake up and you're like, oh my gosh, if you can't turn your head, like, and this is just us going through everyday life. When this is like your job and you have to be able to move your neck at the highest level and like having 100-mile-per-hour ball come at you and being able to just figure everything. Like, it is wild when you think about like the littlest body parts on a lot of these athletes when there is an injury, how much you cannot do.
And he has to be so careful about this. Everything we know about Will Smith is he is the ultimate competitor, just like every one of these Dodgers players are. So I'm sure it's absolutely killing him. But I'm glad to hear that they are not trying to rush him back, because you just can't mess around with the neck. So initially he was out for about a week. Then they put him on the 10-day IL.
He was on from
that
June
was
8th.
50 days ago. What feels like 50 days
Retroactive
ago.
to June 8th. He was put on the 10-day IL. Now it's saying expected return possibly August. He was shut down from baseball activities because his neck was not recovering well, with the hope of starting back up this week. So they're hoping that maybe he'll like start baseball activities, but that means he's not even like throwing the ball or playing catch or swinging the bat. Like, he ain't doing anything.
When you are shut down after re-aggravating, attempting to ramp up, I wonder what is the point of trying to ramp up again a week later? Like I said, Dave Roberts says he doesn't know if he will be back this season, but they are hopeful. Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize that was dropped. Like, he might not be back this season. Oh, then they definitely have to go get a catcher at the trade deadline.
But this is what's different. Here's the full quote. Dave Roberts says he doesn't know if he'll be back this season, but they are hopeful for a mid-August. So I don't know what, like, we were talking about this
with Ohtani
before, and we talked about it in the show, like, the only time in history of sports media have I asked a manager or a coach to give us less.
Yeah.
I just think...
Just say less.
Dave loves
in the literal meaning. Love it. Just say less.
It's like Dave loves being in front of things, and I love it that we're in a city that has a baseball manager that's willing to talk. Some other managers give two-word answers and a middle
let
finger.
Me tell you.
So
been there.
I'm appreciative of that, but with injuries right now, I think there's just too much information for Dave to relay to us, and I would rather not have an update than to hear he might be out for the year or he might be playing 2 weeks.
But that's a similar, like, kind of similar vibes we're getting about Tyler Glass now, like with the lower back spasms, who like he was ramping up and then had the setback. But he is continuing his bullpen progression, still only throwing fastballs, but at least he's throwing.
It's better than. No,
he's throwing
fastballs, I guess. Yeah,
It's
at least he's throwing.
The Shohei Ohtani and the Will Smith is, and I mean, you could put Tyler Glasnow in there, but like, I don't expect him back. I'm not counting on him to be back. I want Shohei Ohtani, obviously, do whatever you got to do to make sure that knee feels better. Take as much rest as you need, and then you can kind of be that cushion for October in the postseason. But if Will Smith is out for the remainder of the season, as you just heard Bob Nightingale say, like, oh, they don't want to stay with Dalton Rushing throughout the rest of the year. Like, that was blunt.
Yeah.
That was, but we all kind of know that. We saw that with the Shohei Ohtani. We've seen it with his actions on the field. Not necessarily like his play, but his response to certain plays.
Yeah. Yeah, it's elevated.
You liked it. I said it was going to be an issue.
I do like it when it is against an opposing team, which, to be fair, it hasn't been for a while. But if Shohei Ohtani is on the mound in the World Series, how confident is he or Yoshi or someone else going to feel with rushing there, as opposed to Will Smith or another vet that they could trade for? TBD.
Yeah.
TBD.
Interesting. So, yeah, the Dodgers are going to be active in the trade market before the trade deadline. We're about 2 weeks away from that trade deadline. Look at them trying to maybe get an arm of some sort and a catcher. That's going to be interesting. Thank you, Bob Nightingale, for that inside information. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. When we come back, Lakers Summer League got cut short, but there were some great positives to take away. We're going to dive into that when we come back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we'd love for you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. Subscribe and like. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We want to know how you're feeling about the state of the Dodgers right now. Rams camp, who are you most looking forward to? And then our Lakers, you guys. They had an impressive summer league run that came to an end on Saturday, losing to Golden State in the semis. So obviously they didn't win the championship, but they accomplished, I think, what the primary purpose was, and that was seeing their young players really show up, with Cameron Carr being at the forefront of all of that. I mean, throughout Summer League, we had Kobe Price on and Jovan Buha, and asking both of them. They were out in Vegas, and their biggest takeaway was that Cameron Carr was the best player on the court at Summer League.
Which is exactly what you're looking for. When you're Cameron Carr and you enter Summer League, of course, it's the team's opportunity to get some run in and win as many games as possible, but there's an understanding that the offense is going to run through the number one draft pick that the team has, right? Mm-hmm. And everyone is out there to make themselves look good because they're trying out for the Lakers technically as well, but it's to see what Cameron Carr can do, and he passed that test with flying colors. It's things that are transferable to the big stage as well. If you go out there and you're dunking on everybody and you're pulling up from 50 feet, I don't know how well that's going to translate to the NBA, right? But yeah, if you are Cameron Carr and you just prove to be the best athlete on the court, you prove to have an understanding of spacing. You're out there blocking shots, doing things that are directly transferable, and to where Luka Doncic is watching the tape at home or wherever he's vacationing, saying, "Oh, I can work with that." Right? Cameron Carr has to gain that kind of trust. But it wasn't just him. Adu Thiero, who contributed down the stretch last year, minimal minutes, and really it was due to just not having enough bodies. But to see him in Summer League and getting some meaningful reps, it is clear that he has taken a step from last year. And if they need to rely on him again, he will certainly be able to answer that call. And lastly, Arthur Kaluma, who spent last year part of the South Bay Lakers, hopefully has played himself for his
now
for
the
his
Coachella
case.
Lakers.
If he is still with them, they will be the Coachella Lakers. And the question is now, because he's certainly played himself into a two-way contract, meaning you are able to be up with the NBA team or down with the G League team, going back and forth as the team pleases. It could be with the Lakers. If not, it will be with another team in the NBA because he played that well. So the Lakers need to decide if signing him to a two-way, which you can have three, is a possibility. So Cameron Carr, Adu Thiero, and Arthur Kaluma, the three stars of Summer League for the Lakers.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, like, when we were talking to all of our guests, as we've been talking about Summer League, you kind of take everything with a grain of salt because of the level of Summer League. So what you want to see are, as you mentioned, things that will translate well to the NBA. And with Cameron Carr, his scoring ability was just at every level. Obviously, we know that he has the athleticism and the talent. We've seen those kind of like tomahawk dunks. That was something he did big in college. But then we heard about the leadership, his vocal leadership and intensity on the court was something that was kind of came out of Summer League as a big positive. And then obviously the defense and his wingspan, being able to block. I think he was blocking, I don't know if Jovan told us this. He had at least like a 3-point block shot in each of the games. And he was asked kind of like his mindset moving forward in the Sporting Tribune. And he said, I just want to keep learning. I want to keep my composure, keep level headed, just focus on the next thing. I don't let it take me out of the game. On the other end, I want to keep competing and keep playing hard. It's big time, he said, for his first Summer League. I got to lean on a lot of good players that have been here here a little bit, so I've gotten to ask them questions, learn from them, be a sponge, and of course, stepping on the court with them, it's a blast. It's fun to get to play with these guys and, of course, win. So he's doing all the right things. He's saying all the right things, and kind of as I don't know if you want to say the leader, but the biggest spotlight was kind of on him during Summer League to be able to perform and completely exceed expectations. The Lakers have to feel really good about this first-round draft pick.
Plenty teams felt that Cameron Carr was the best athlete in the draft, and him being still available to the Lakers by some teams' metrics was considered a steal. There were plenty who thought because of that high upside of athletic ability that he would not be available when the Lakers had their pick. So he's excited to be a Laker because as you're waiting to be drafted, you're kind of leaning toward this place or that place, and then all of them say no to you, and then all of a sudden you get to move to LA and play with Luka Doncic and all these things. He seems like a guy who is excited, did not expect to have this opportunity, and is now going to make the most of it with Luka Doncic on the court. And if Cameron Carr can work himself to where he's in a rotation and spending minutes with Luka at the same time, I would be very excited to see that. Luka just creates so much spacing with the attention that he draws and how much he slows the game down. If you have a quick first step like Cameron Carr, if you can finish at the rim like Cameron Carr can, you're a lob threat. Just continuing to surround Luka with younger, very athletic guys with length that have high energy and can pick up the slack and guard multiple positions on defense. That's what Cameron Carr is, and that's what Rob Pelinka wants this offensive scheme built around. And it's going to be fun offensively, and then defensively, if you are athletic and have as long of arms as he has, you're going to be all right. Yeah.
The wingspan is crazy. So we talked about this a lot. Rob Pelinka was making moves for his job this offseason. Like with the new ownership, the Dodgers ownership group, Rob is Jeannie and the Buss family's guy. Obviously, he started out as Kobe Bryant's agent and then became the GM of the Lakers. And he got an extension from Jeannie before she sold the team, which, some might be like, oh, he's safe. It's like, no, that's his own security blanket because even if they do let him go, he's still going to get paid. Right. But this offseason was the defining moment for the future of Rob Pelinka with the Lakers. And he told the Luka Doncic camp, summer 2026, that's when everyone's contracts were up. This is when we're making moves. And the two big things that Luka asked for, keep Austin Reeves and get me a star center. And so they paid Austin Reeves, the $180 million man, max contract deal. And they went out and they got Walker Kessler. Also had to overpay him to get him. But they made a lot of great moves around.
Yes.
Around the core, whether it was the Quentin Grimes or the Mamu or the Sexton, drafting Cameron Carr and just seeing his ability in the Summer League. What would you grade right now? And obviously they might not be done yet. And he still could try to go. We're also waiting to see what LeBron James does. Once LeBron James makes his decision, and we might get that this week, since this is kind of like the last week of no real big NFL news yet. So it kind of feels like this is going to be the LeBron week of where he's going to make his decision. That's when we'll know kind of what's available and what that final move the Lakers might make.
Well, they just made a recent one. We got some breaking news. Matisse Thybulle is being signed by the Los Angeles Lakers. A prototypical 3-and-D guy, spent 4 years with Philly and then spent 4 years with Portland. You could say, if you had to sum up his experience, there was a ton of excitement about him in Philly at the jump. If you talk to any 76ers fan, they would say he never really quite reached the trajectory that they thought he was on. But again, this is Rob Pelinka surrounding Luka Doncic with a bunch of very athletic guys who have big wingspans, who can guard multiple positions and can hit a three-point shot. Matisse Thybulle has never been a consistent starter, not in Philadelphia or Portland. The most games he started was 50, and that was his third year in the league. In Philly, outside of that, he's never started more than 30 games in a season. The past 2 years with Portland, he played only 30 games and 15 games. maybe more DNPs across his career, more so at Philly than Portland, I think. But he has the length. He can hit a 3-point shot. He's averaging over 40% from 3 over the past 2 years, and he will be added to the rotation. So
interesting.
Him being added, I would put the Lakers additions at a B+, and if Jonathan Kuminga is added, that firmly bumps it to a firm A.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say B+ too, and if they can get Kuminga A-.
Okay.
Because again, like, this is a lot of new.
Yeah.
And you got to see how it works, not only chemistry-wise on the court, but how are these personalities all going to work together in the locker room? And can Luka be that leader? Yes, we know he can lead by example on the court, but can he be that kind of bringing everybody together, a verbal leader? Now, have you been a part of a team where maybe the best player was more of that lead by example on the court and someone else kind of took control of the emotional side of things?
Yes, but you are never going to be as good than if your best player is not part of the leadership.
Okay.
Because you want your best player to set the standard for everything. And I've definitely been on teams where that guy is one of our best players. Everyone knows it, but when we warm up and stretch, he's not in the front row, right? Like small things like that are always consistent with teams that I feel I was on that never reached our full potential. And Luka knows that, and it's time for him to be the mature leader that the Lakers need him to be.
But he also has like Austin Reeves, who everyone loves, and Ed, like we hear how big of he could be that vocal like 1-2 punch with him, you know? Who knows? All right, guys, much more Brock and Alex coming up next. Shohei Ohtani scratched from his next start. How long could he be out? It's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. It is going to be a fun week here at the Fan LA, you guys. We are counting down the days until Rams training camp, which kicks off this Saturday at LMU. And I love because this weekend you were actually at Quentin Lake's,
yes,
his, what would you call it, camp?
Yes.
It's not training camp, but kind of like a training camp, like his camp for little kids.
Yes.
And this is the last week that a lot of these guys either kind of have time for these outside activities, get to do those last little vacations with their families. Kind of tell us the vibe of what this weekend was like.
It's a great question. Yeah, I was able to talk to Quentin for quite a bit there toward the end of the camp. It's different for everyone. I always wanted 2 to 3 days before, whether it was college football or the NFL, before camp, where I just did nothing. I just wanted to hang with my family. I wanted to play video games. I wanted to sit on a porch and have my last beer. You know, I wanted to do nothing.
Are you one of those like Tom Brady, like he was just like clean during the season? Ish?
Not after a win. No,
okay, cool.
But then some guys from here to camp are starting to ramp up, you know. So there's a lot of guys who are running more and just want to be in the best shape possible day one, especially if there's a conditioning test. So everyone approaches.
There's conditioning tests like
for a
week
lot of
one?
teams. Oh yeah. So the Patriots, when Bill Belichick was running the show, were notorious for you do not practice until you pass the conditioning test.
Whoa.
We don't care if it takes you 1 day or 2 weeks. Albert Hainsworth famously, it took him over a week to pass the conditioning test, even though he was this big ticket. They gave him a ton of money to be there. And that was his introduction to how Bill Belichick kind of runs things. The Bears,
wild.
The Bears test was pretty easy. I think it was just like 8 gassers, but you had to finish it in a certain amount of time, but it wasn't hard at all.
What are gassers?
Down, back.
Oh.
Through down the length of the field. Yes. So a lot of I wonder if
what
it's
did we
still
call
popular.
that? We had to do that in soccer too.
Okay.
But it was like full length, 18, half, then the other 18, and then back.
Yes. Soccer conditioning is gnarly, by the way, for those who don't know. I mean, you're running
average,
6 miles a game
like
or something.
7 miles a game.
Yes.
It's different, more if you're in the midfield.
True.
Like I was defense. So like I would do little sprints here or there, but I was more quick sprints.
Bursts.
Quick sprints. Trying to take someone down.
But yeah, the condition. Now, some teams don't believe in conditioning tests. Some teams say you are not hitting this practice field until you pass it.
Wild.
But yeah, that is what is going through the mind, and you could tell he was in happy-go-lucky mode because all the kids want autographs and photos. But even in just brief conversation, you could tell he was starting to lock in a little bit.
But these camps mean so much to these young guys. And I love when you see, especially like a Quentin, who is a captain on the Rams, really make it a priority to give back to the community. I know you do too in terms of working with a lot of young players, but just kind of just give a perspective of that impact that it has on the next generation.
Quentin and myself, I think what we had in common is his dad played in the NFL and my dad, and at the time my older brother was as well. And I think because of that, you have so many memories of being young but having access to athletes who made you realize it was possible. I remember when I was in high school and my brother got his first scholarship offer, and I was like, oh, that's a thing.
I can do that.
Right.
Yeah.
That is an actual thing. Oh, I guess I would have been in 7th grade at the time. But anyway, and then when I was in college, when my brother got drafted, like, you know, you're told that you can be drafted. That's a possibility. You watch the NFL, you know it's a possibility. But once someone close to you does something, or in Quentin Lake's case, once the guy who hosts the camp that you go to every summer tells you this is how you do it and this is why it's possible, you actually start believing it. And it goes a very long way. And I love any time an athlete in any sport takes the opportunity to reach out to kids and let parents know they can ask him anything. It goes a really long way.
I love that you went out there and you were a part of that too. Quentin.
The fan was representing.
Friend of the show. Friend of the show,
Quentin Lake.
I love that. He was awesome. I remember when he was on, I was like, can he stay for like the rest of the hour? They're like, no, he has to go. I was like, this man has a future in broadcast.
Oh, yes, he does.
Like, he was like so well spoken. He could have hosted the whole show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a monster on the field and off the field. He is just a giant teddy bear that the kids loved him. It was a great time and happy that the fan was invited to hang out.
Heck yeah.
It was great.
Heck yeah, you guys. This Saturday is when it all begins. Oh, we're going to be right back. We're going to be right back in football, you guys. But this weekend was also a fun, the Dodgers-Yankees series obviously got postponed Saturday, so we had a fun little doubleheader yesterday. But the news that came out of the weekend was Shohei Ohtani will not make his scheduled start against the Phillies on Wednesday. And before we dive into it, Shay, let's just play Dave Roberts kind of sharing the information and why. Give us the long version.
The elephant in the room is Shohei's not going to start on Wednesday. His knee, we just want to continue to give it the best chance to kind of get into a good spot. And as he said, as we feel, it's the pitching and the torque on landing on that leg that kind of gets it upset. And so I think that the hitting doesn't do that. So I think that for us, we're trying to give it as much time as possible. So I think being able to kick Emmett to Monday made the most sense.
There's a lot that was not said that you can kind of read through the lines in that comment right there from Dave Roberts. So the Dodgers initially hoped. So we'll just start out with, we were given wrong information as to what Shohei Ohtani and whatever the treatment was on his knee. At first, we were told it was he got it drained and then he got a cortisone shot. And then we find out it was an orthovisc injection that he got during the All-Star break, which when we were talking about it earlier, it's used to provide joint and pain relief and additional cushioning. So kind of think like the Tin Man, and you're all squeaky and you need to move all smooth and stuff, and you're putting the oil in and you're just making sure everything starts to move smoothly, and it wasn't working. Which makes it a bigger deal than everybody was leading on, which when he got scratched for the All-Star game in his last outing, that was my initial reaction. I was like, oh, this is way worse than they were ever leading on for it to be.
Yes. So in between the doubleheader yesterday, the first game was, I believe, 9:30 local time. Second game was late afternoon. Shohei threw a little bit, and it's funny, there's probably only footage of it because it was a doubleheader. A lot of the media just hung around, and they were just like, I think Shohei, is that Shohei? Oh, yep, Shohei's just going to throw. So he wasn't on the mound. He was just in the outfield, but he was going through the pitching motions and not quite the bullpen, but kind of, and obviously that didn't go great.
No.
So if you are not pitching from elevation, whereas the mound is high up in the air and you are standing on flat ground on grass and you're feeling pain in your knee, then when you are standing on a mound and putting even more pressure on the knee on dirt instead of grass, you can imagine.
And coming down at an angle.
And coming down on that angle, you can imagine that's a scary situation. So not at all the information that we wanted, but also the whole Shohei thing has become such a guessing game from the jump, and Dave Roberts can only relay the information that the team is comfortable with him sharing, but it's also becoming clear that he is not maybe hearing the right things to share, or sometimes getting it confused, because multiple times now we've heard an update on someone that's just wrong. And Dave is not someone who's, trying to mislead the media.
No, not at all. He's doing his best.
Yeah, I think there's just so much going on that he's having a hard time.
So many injuries.
Yes, exactly.
That training room is just packed,
which is a
with
terrible
their
sight to see.
hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yes, and it's not a sense of comfort when there are so many injuries or so many ailments to just one player specifically that we can't keep straight what injection happened, what drain did or did not happen. All that is to say, Shohei does not need to be pitching for a very long time.
No.
And gladly, at least, this is stopped before we reach the point of no return with a knee injury, because it is also clear that this knee is a lot more fragile than we were initially told.
But this is something he was born with, too. Like, this isn't the first time he's had this injury. He's had surgery on this knee back in 2019. This is a condition that he was born with around the patella. So that's the other hard part too, is like, this isn't something new. This is something he has had to deal with throughout his life and throughout his career. And I just wonder, because in the beginning I was like, nah, man, let him cook. It's fine. And we saw Dave Roberts try to load manage Ohtani, whether it was, not hitting on days he was pitching, or then like having the day off after days that he was pitching. And I was like, nah, man, let him cook. And you were like, nah, you got to protect the player from himself. Brock, I've been influenced and I have switched teams. I
Come aboard.
Fully agree that this is a situation where you have to protect the player from himself, because even in the game on Sunday, he was running to first base and his knee buckled at one point when he stepped on first base. I thought that was going to be it. Like, I held my breath there. I was like, oh, that was it. Because we had just gotten the news that his start was getting pushed again. The knee injection wasn't responding the way that they were hoping it would. He was going to continue to hit, but he wasn't going to. There was no clear end date to when he is going to start again. And when he stepped on that first base, I was like, oh, this is it. He might be out for a while. So that's the other thing you have to worry about right now, because we are in such a sensitive. This is where you can really injure yourself when you try to push through a coming back from a not totally sure to how an injury is feeling. And again, this is something that he has been dealing with and managing his entire life.
Yes. For those who don't know, it's called a bipartite patella, meaning instead of having one patellar tendon, he has two of them, which just puts the knee in a vulnerable position. It's not some life-altering thing for most people, but if you are a premier athlete, it comes into play more so than someone else. It's something that a ton of people have, but unless you are in athletics,
Shohei
Ohtani,
the greatest player of all time,
you're not going to know it because you're not going to get your knee scanned, right? So the Dodgers are 63-37. That's 100 games exactly, meaning they have 62 games remaining. You bring up the point of Shohei racing the pitcher to first base.
Yeah.
And there was also game one of the doubleheader yesterday where he fouled a ball and it bounced off his knee. And he I can't do 62 more games of every single Shohei moment. You're kind of gritting your teeth wondering, is this going to be it? God forbid, like if it happens in September, October, right? So there has to be a discussion, if it's not already ongoing, about what the plan is for the remainder of the year. I feel like the plan for the remainder of the year keeps getting reset as a new aggravating thing arises or new updates come about. And I go back to an article that was written about Shohei in Number magazine. It's a Japanese magazine released maybe 2 months ago.
Okay.
And it was him talking about how he views his career.
Okay.
And he says he is trying to maximize what he can do, even if it means jeopardize the length of it. So the problem with that is I completely understand that mindset as an athlete. And if you know that you have this knee situation, you've already had some arm situations.
2 Tommy Johns, you guys. That is a really big deal. Like, we have a lot of research that backs the fact that you are not the same after your second one.
Exactly. So I feel we're at a point where what Shohei wants, and hopefully this specific conversation doesn't happen until the end of the year because we can finish this year as healthy as possible and get a three-peat. But there does need to be a conversation of what does the rest of your career look like in your eyes, because we need to make sure that is conducive to what's best for the Dodgers, because everyone is not on the same page, and we entered this year thinking they were on the same page. That's not the case.
So it just sounds like he's looking at his career like a sprint instead of a marathon, where that's totally understandable. However, the Dodgers, have to look at it both ways.
Right.
Obviously, we are in pursuit of a three-peat. They are the best team in baseball, and they don't even have all of their star players back or like fully healthy on the field right now. They have a chance to make history. We're also looking at a potential, most likely a lockout at the end of the season. Right. So there's so many different variables here. And I understand by Ohtani saying, like, again, with all the injuries that have stacked up, he knows that he's had this knee issue, the 2 Tommy Johns, and being the first two-way player ever. I want to do as much as I can right now. I am not going to try to rest. I am not going to try to take it easy. I am going to go like pedal to the metal, full throttle, everything that I can do right now in this moment. And he has, and that's how he has become the greatest player in the history of the game. And he is still in his quote prime. He is a 2-time World Series champion and a 4-time unanimous MVP. Probably has a couple more MVPs coming his way. Definitely has another World Series with this team. It feels like it's going to be this year, but anything can happen in the postseason. And again, anything can happen with this if he doesn't take care of this knee. I feel like the Dodgers need to shut him down from pitching for a month. Give him a full month to recover and then ramp him back up at the end of August so he has that month to get his timing and his velo back to then be ready for the postseason. Because again, this is his first time as a fully healthy, and again, he ain't fully healthy now as we've seen, as a two-way player with the Dodgers. And the most important thing is having Shohei Ohtani healthy for October.
Yes.
That is the most important thing right now.
His whole thing is how he's in that article is he's not going to play it safe. It's not about how long he played for, but by how much he accomplished. And if you are Shohei and at 32 years old, you've been dealing with this bipartite patella in the knee, you've had 2 Tommy John surgeries, you're probably sitting there thinking, well, yeah, I probably could rest and relax and elongate this, but I don't want that to be the case. So I'm just going to push through these things because I don't know how much longer I can maximize myself on the mound. Like, it's pretty clear that Shohei will be able to hit much longer than he can pitch just by nature of the human body. And Shohei can be a hitter as long as he wants to. If you told me 45-year-old Shohei Ohtani is still DHing, I'd say, yeah, that sounds right. But if Shohei is wanting to maximize his ability on the mound, that is in direct clash with what a franchise wants. A franchise wants the best version of you for as long as possible. They don't want the best version of you just for this year, and then we'll figure it out going forward. So there has to be very difficult conversations at the end of this year. But if we're just focusing on this year, I completely agree with you. He has to relax. He has to rest. And at least for now, it sounds like the injuries are to a point where he's finally on board with that.
Well, he doesn't have a choice.
Right.
He doesn't have a choice. You can't hide it anymore.
Making the choice for him.
Right. Which now with this information, and after talking to Bob Nightingale earlier, I think the Dodgers might be very active at the trade deadline. I had different beliefs before this news came out, and then the other news that we have no return date for Will Smith, and his neck injury is a little more serious than, again, we thought and we're leading on. But if the Dodgers lose Shohei Ohtani, thankfully Roki Sasaki feels like he's kind of turned the corner back to being where he was during that 3-game stretch this season. But if the Dodgers lose Shohei Ohtani, at least for a month, and I believe they should shut him down and let that knee fully recover as much as he can, and you're not going to be stealing bases, you're not going to be trying to run out a ball to first base and almost like your knee give out in that moment. But you got to respect the man. You got to respect the fact that he's not slowing down by any means. But
he's fighting through it.
Yeah, Now I believe the Dodgers will be active at the trade deadline. Probably going for an arm, a starter, and a catcher if they can get one. Now that we know that there is no date or light at the end of the tunnel right now for Will Smith.
They have to do something. Let me not say they have to do something. They're at a point where their phone has to at least be open for voicemails. They're definitely.
We're starting the conversations.
Yes,
everybody.
Yes.
Whew, yeah, we'll keep you guys all updated on that. We are also hours away from first pitch. Dodgers game 1 against the Phillies tonight in Philadelphia. 4:10 is the first pitch. We're going to take a quick break right now, though, because we have legendary American former professional soccer player Marcelo Balboa joining the show when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
We back, baby.
and in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. And that song was kind of matching that bittersweet vibe that now that the World Cup has come to a close, because it was an incredible 6 weeks. The vibes, the games, the culture is just coming together, and America falling in love with soccer. So I am so excited to bring in our next guest, a legendary American soccer player, 3-time World Cup veteran, a trailblazer really for the MLS, a pioneer of modern America's soccer, now calling games on Apple TV. Marcelo Balboa, thanks for joining the show.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we love it.
I'm an LA boy too, by the way. I'm an LA boy. So just so you know.
LA local. We love that. Okay, so Marcelo, you've seen firsthand the growth of soccer really over the last few decades here in America. How did you see from start to finish the World Cup change soccer and its popularity here in the U.S.?
Hey, listen, every time we get the World Cup here, 94, look where we sit here today after 94. So soccer has always been a sport that's been growing in this country. It's just a shame that some people that don't understand it, the first thing they want to do is put it down. Mm-hmm. And when you go and look at this World Cup, what can you say negatively about the World Cup? That it wasn't well attended, most attended World Cup, most watched World Cup. You've had storylines with a 39-year-old Messi who lit up the World Cup and people were watching. So, soccer has grown and will continually keep growing in this country. And now it's time, to stop fighting it and embrace it.
Marcelo, from what I've read, Mauricio Pochettino has not signed his extension, but he has been offered one. What do you expect him to do, and what do you feel is the current state of men's U.S. soccer despite a disappointing exit?
Listen, it's funny when we talk about Pochettino because first time in history we won 3 games in a World Cup. People keep forgetting that. We won the group, we got out of the group, so we had a bad game. So did Argentina last night, and it was worse than what the United States happened against Belgium. 0 shots on goal, 0 shots anywhere. So listen, I think Pochettino's going to sit back, relax, and he should. He's done a good job of what he wanted to do in this World Cup. Did we fall short? I think we realized that when you look at the 4 teams that are in the semifinal, they're there for a reason. We're not there yet. We're getting there, but we're still not there yet, and we want to be realistic about our sport. So I hope he takes his time. I hope he's sitting on a beach right now having a freaking beer. And I hope that he's going to realize what this project is and what it can be in the next 4 years.
Now, you talk about the fact that this U.S. men's national team isn't quite there yet to get to one of those top 4 teams. And I guess Christian Pulisic has kind of been pushed as the face of this U.S. team, but the way that it ended, there was a lot of frustration. There was a lot of controversy around that. And then you have a guy like Flo Balogun, who felt like he just gave it all. Obviously, a really unfortunate situation with the red card and how he came back, and then all the controversy that came along with that. But who do you see moving forward really being the face of this U.S. team?
Well, let me just go with, listen, I think the whole thing got screwed up when Trump got involved. He shouldn't have gotten involved. I think even Flo said it. It was a very weird feeling 24 hours before the game. I've been told now I can play. And people got involved that shouldn't have got involved. And it put more pressure on the U.S. national team. So listen, Christian will always be the face of this team. He's doing things that no American has done in Europe. He's won a Champions League. He's playing on the top teams in Europe. So Christian will always be the face. Now, we need to build on that. I mean, we don't have just one star. We need more. So now you're talking about Weston McKennie needs to carry a little bit of the weight. Flo needs to carry a little bit of the weight. So as you keep building a team, we're not at a point where we can say we're going to jump on Messi's back or Ronaldo's back or anybody's back to win the World Cup, just like Spain did. Spain didn't rely on one player. They didn't rely on Yamal. They relied on a team effort. So, listen, I think it's unfortunate because having the World Cup at home, I think everybody was expecting Christian to light it up. And he got hurt. Yeah. Then he got kicked. And it's unfortunate you can't control injuries. But there's more to blame than just him. I mean, there were 10 other guys on that field that stunk it up pretty good that day. And it just happened to happen on all the same day. But Christian is still the face of this team. But now I think Weston needs to carry it. Flo needs to carry a little bit more and take a little bit of pressure off that young man.
You just brought up Spain. Can you explain in a digestible way how Spain just controls the ball for the entirety of the match? How you can be on the same field as Leo Messi and yet almost remove him from the game entirely?
I can't because I'm still pissed off because I'm Argentinian American. So.
I'm sorry.
It was a very rough day in the Balboa household. Let me tell you. But no, listen. Last year, my mom and dad were crying, or 4 years ago, they were crying because they won. Yesterday, they were crying because they got played off the park. But Spain is a team that relies on possession and movement. And people will call it slow. People will call it a little boring, but they lull you to sleep. They move it and they keep possession. And when one guy drops out of that position, the next guy drops into that position. And they're okay. They're okay taking their time. They're okay putting 30 passes together. That's proper football, what they did yesterday. They taught and they handed Argentina their ass yesterday. Because when you get 0 shots, and they did a nice job of playing nice and tight. So when they did lose it, they pushed their lines up. So anytime an Argentine got it, there was pressure, almost man to man. And they just couldn't solve it. Messi couldn't solve it. Maybe in the overtime, we saw a little bit more of Messi. But by then it was, it was like you're desperate. You're pumping balls into the box. And that's what Spain wanted.
And you're gassed playing down a player like that on top of Spain outplaying you in every aspect of the game. But I mean, what we saw Argentina do even throughout this entire knockout stage, like every one of those games being a late match comeback was absolutely magically insane. What separated these two finalists really from the rest of the teams in the tournament?
God, every team has something special. When we talk about France, you talk about Mbappe, Olise, Dembele, Dua. You've got so many players there, but in order to win a World Cup, it can't be an individual effort. It's got to be a team effort. And Spain showed when you play as a team, because listen, they rely a lot on Yamal, but Yamal didn't have a great game and they didn't rely on him. There were other players that stepped their game up to take what Spain did is, 70% of possession in a 120-minute game. That's a lot of ball possession. That means as a defender, you're running, you're moving, and you don't have the ball. When you have the ball, it's joy. You can knock it, you can keep it, you can move it. But what Spain did and Argentina, what they were able to do against England within 10 minutes of putting those two in the back of the net with Messi. And that just goes to show you, maybe nobody pissed him off yesterday because Bellingham pissed him off in the England game. You saw his face like, oh, okay, you want to play like that. And in 10 minutes, what do? Spain is smart. He played at Barcelona. These players know him. Don't piss off Messi. Just let him do his thing, and we're not going to piss him off. So, listen, it was probably the best two teams of this tournament deserved to be there. And it's a shame that Argentina just couldn't find their game. It was a shame because you see Messi at the end crying, probably knowing it's his last World Cup, so close again. But listen, this 8 years of what Argentine football has done, 2 Copa Americas, a World Cup, and a World Cup second place. That's pretty good, man.
It's wild.
Yesterday, the score is 1-0. Saturday, not quite the case as England and France combined for 10 goals. What were your takeaways there with England's victory?
I hate the third place game. I've played in a few of those. I've played in all-star games like that. I've played in third place games and other tournaments where, no one wants to defend. No. I loved it. I absolutely loved it because it showcased how much strength and power both teams have to go forward. Mm-hmm. They just wanted to keep going. And it's not realistic because if that's a normal game, if that's, you're not playing like that. So, but I love it because of the fact that they just went at each other. Like even the center backs were going forward. It was like all hell broke loose. Let's go attack. So it was pure entertainment, we'll say.
Yeah. It was about as opposite as you can get in two games. The Saturday third place game against the Sunday final. But again, it was fun for the casual soccer fan and then the soccer purist, which I think was great. So what kind of lasting impact now do you expect this tournament to have, not just on America, but on the MLS, hopefully moving forward?
Well, I think we've already seen it in MLS. When you look up throughout the World Cup, a lot of players came out, a lot of fans came out, are like, oh, it's not what we were told it was going to be. We really like it. It's beautiful. And the players were the same way. They're like, that we were told differently. These stadiums are state of the art. Their training facilities are state of the art. So I think people are starting to open their eyes to what the United States has in a football sense, our football. So I think that it's going to leave the impression that it's going to leave on everybody that this was a great World Cup. Everybody had a great time. All the cultures mixed together and got along, and they danced and they enjoyed themselves. And I think that was me, because there's so many different ethnicities in this country, from Europeans to South American to Asians, and everybody got along. Everybody loved this sport. And there's a reason why it's the number one sport in the world, because it's played on every continent you could think of. And that's what we live and breathe. I came up in an Argentine household, and I lived and breathed. And my dad we had a 20 by 20 satellite. You guys weren't born yet, but back then they had this 20 by 20 satellite, and it took like an hour to move 4 inches. But we picked up games all over the world because my dad wanted to watch football. So that's the impression we're going to give. And I'll give you this.
Okay.
When I grew up, my dad threw a ball at my feet on my brother, and we played all the time. But when I would go to my friend's house, their fathers or their mothers would put a football in our hands, or would put a baseball or a basketball in my hand. I think now it's changing. Now, little by little, parents aren't putting a baseball or not putting a football. They're putting a soccer ball at the kids' feet, and they're rolling balls at their kids. So I think little by little that culture is changing, which I think maybe won't see it in the next 10 years, but I would say in the next 20 to 30 years, you're going to see a big switch in sports in this country.
El Tráfico took place on Friday night, LAFC winning 3-0. So going off of what you just said, with a new wave of soccer fans, give your pitch to your fellow Angelinos over whether they should be a Galaxy supporter or an LAFC supporter going forward.
Well, I'm not going to pick either one. I have faith.
You're putting them in
for Apple TV. I am neutral. I'm neutral.
I know. What are you doing more, man?
You know what? I love it. I love it because we didn't have those kind of rivalries back then. And now before it was the LA Galaxy and San Jose. Now you have El Tráfico. So I love it because it's right up the road. People can now pick and choose. Both teams are successful. Both teams have won a championship, and the Galaxy have won a few more. But this is the beauty of sports, that rivalry, man. We did the Seattle-Portland game, and Portland came into Seattle and Portland just spanked Seattle, and you could see how much it meant to Portland and Seattle. So when we talk about rivalry, listen, I remember in the old days, it was the Dodgers and the Angels. You know what I mean? I'm gonna date you. I'm gonna go back to Frank Tanana, lefty that used to throw the curve. All those kind of guys, the old Ron Says for the Dodgers. My favorite player was Ron Says, so I love rivalries.
I love that so much. Also, I'm a South Bay girl, so are you rocking a Becker's Surfboards or Becker's Bakery T-shirt right now that I'm seeing pop in?
It's a Becker surfboard. I'm sorry, and I don't know how to surf.
That's okay.
I know how to boogie board. I got the boogie board down.
There we go.
Oh, I love it. You're also an SDSU alum. So am I.
I am. Oh, there we go. Come on, girl.
Played soccer.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to ask what year. I'm not going to ask what year.
We don't need to talk about it. Marcelo, we appreciate you so much. Thank you for coming on and just sharing your joy and love for the game. You were wonderful.
I appreciate it. Anytime I'm around, we can have some more fun.
Let's do it.
Anytime, sir. Appreciate your time.
We're taking you up on it. Yeah. See ya.
Take care, guys.
That was great.
He's awesome.
That was wonderful.
Awesome.
That was like a joyful, like, yeah, you need to get in and like, do you see what you've been missing?
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys see how much fun you could be having every single week? Like he was just talking about like the greatest players in the world. Messi is the GOAT still, you guys. He plays in the MLS. He plays on Inter Miami. So you want to watch Messi? You can watch him play here in the U.S.
Very rarely in such an international sport do you get to be able to purchase tickets and see the GOAT in front of you. Take advantage of it because I don't know how many years he has left, but he has played far more than he has remaining. Get an opportunity to see the GOAT. Keep riding the wave of soccer.
It was wild. So when they were here, when Miami came to play LAFC, they moved the game to the Coliseum. And
That's
it was
right.
sold out at the Coliseum.
Yeah.
And I didn't plan correctly. I was like, oh, okay, so I just got to get there for the start of the match. I don't have a pregame hit. I have a postgame hit. It took me 2.5 hours to get off the freeway.
The GOAT's in town.
Because of Messi. 2.5 hours to get from the exit to my parking spot in the Coliseum because Messi was in town.
Changes everything.
Wild, you guys. Okay, that was fun. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to head to Chargers training camp. Who has the most to prove? Don't go anywhere. More Brock and Alex when we come back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We've had some great debates today, so if you want to be a part of that, give us a call. Let us know what you think. Obviously, the Shohei Ohtani news that dropped this weekend, that he is getting scratched from this start with no real date of when he's going to get back on the mound. Do you think the Dodgers should shut him down for like a month plus like I do? Or you like let the man cook? Who knows? You can give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. We've already talked a lot about Rams training camp, but now we're going to talk about the other LA team.
Okay.
The Chargers. Okay, little different expectations than the Rams heading into training camp. Like, Rams are coming in as a Super Bowl favorites, the best roster in the NFL, and probably the biggest target out of any team right on their back. Meanwhile, the Chargers are entering training camp with just playoff expectations and the goal to win a playoff game. I feel like that is the biggest goal for the Chargers this season. You got to win a playoff game.
They have to. You look at Jim Harbaugh, who's entering his third year as the Chargers head coach, and you look at Justin Herbert, who some would have him in that upper echelon of NFL quarterbacks. Some are still waiting to see a little more. But the fact is, for the past 2 years, they have been bounced in the wild card and have scored a combined 15 points.
That's why he's 0-3 in his playoff career.
It's
bad.
It is time for both of them to prove not just a step, but a leap. And that division is winnable. You have the Las Vegas Raiders, who we are rooting for. There are many of them among us here.
Sweet baby Fernando. sweet baby Fernando. Like,
but
that man I will root for till the end of time.
He is a very likable guy. But the fact is, they are still in the building phase and are probably years away before they are a contender. And that's not a surprise to anyone. You have Denver, who scratched and clawed their way to far surpass anyone's expectations.
But then they lost Bo Nix.
Then they lost Bo Nix. But no one, I would argue, if you look around the league, there is no team that sees Denver on their schedule and feels fear. They're thinking last year was the anomaly, and we are going to Denver to beat them. Yes. Their defense is terrifying.
That's what I'm saying, though. And, Bo, they got far. That's really the general consensus around the league?
The general consensus is Denver had a magical year the way that the Lions had a magical year. Well, what did that be, 3 years ago now?
They had a couple magical. There was a couple magical years in there.
The NFC Championship. So with Kansas City, you have Patrick Mahomes, but he's coming off of injury. There has been a ton of change defensively and a new offensive coordinator. I say all that to say the Chargers, the time is now. It has to be now for Herbert. It has to be now for Jim Harbaugh.
Well, and the hiring of Mike McDaniel. I think that is kind of the biggest. Mike McDaniel, obviously, leaving Miami as the head coach, got other head coaching job offers. I think mainly was it the
Cleveland
Browns.
offered, yep.
Yeah. And he's like, nah. I'm gonna go into Harbaugh and I'm gonna be an offensive coordinator. I'm not going to that dumpster fire. I'm gonna go over here and see the potential. So I think just with Justin Herbert, as you mentioned, there's been so much anticipation and high expectations and him being put in that top level of quarterbacks without much to show for it.
Exactly that.
And it's getting hard at this point of his career to say, oh, you're one of the great, or you're one of the good ones, you're one of the top quarterbacks, when you're 0-3 in the biggest games of your career.
Yes.
And this has to be the season. So if you're looking at this year, I'm going to say there is the most to prove is the Justin Herbert.
Okay.
He's got to go out there. And you are the face of the franchise. The conversation has always been around, maybe he hasn't had the right pieces around him. Maybe he hasn't had the right head coach. You got the head coach. You're getting the pieces. Now you have the offensive coordinator in Mike McDaniel. Yep. this is the season we need to see results.
And that leads to my Charger, who has the most to prove. You just mentioned him. It's offensive coordinator Mike McDaniel, specifically his pass game. So Mike McDaniel is a run game savant. He takes plays that you've been running since you were 7 years old and somehow reinvents them and makes it look like the thing that it's not. So from the running back room, you have Omarion Hampton, Keaton Mitchell, Kamani Vidal. Omarion Hampton's a complete back, super balanced. Keaton Mitchell is the speedster. Kamani Vidal is the physical guy. They brought over fullback Alec Ingold from Miami because McDaniel trusts him, and they signed Charlie Kohler, who is a tight end but is really just an extra block. He's probably the best blocking tight end in the league. The run game has no concern. The pass game is where things get interesting. You look at Miami when Mike McDaniel was running the show there. He had Tua Tagovailoa, who does not have a strong arm. He was getting rid of the ball very quickly. That was Mike McDaniel's calling card for Miami's pass game, getting rid of the ball and forcing defenses to stretch laterally instead of vertically. He had the talent to do that in Miami. He had guys like Jalen Waddle. He had guys like Tyreek Hill, who you just get them the ball right now and just let them do their thing and just turn the play basically into a punt return. You look at the Chargers, you have Justin Herbert, who maybe has the strongest arm in the NFL, and you don't have the get-rich-quick guys. You have Ladd McConkey, who's probably the closest thing to it, but if you put Ladd in the Miami offense a year ago, I don't know how much he fits when you have Tyreek Hill right there and Jalen Waddle right there. So does he fit this scheme, or is he just the closest thing to fitting this scheme? So Mike McDaniel openly discussed this. He's always great in front of a microphone. He said he went back and watched every single throw of Justin Herbert's career, and he focused on the 2.4s. 2.4 is considered like the Mendoza line of when you need to get rid of a football.
Okay.
To where whether you have a great O-line or a bad O-line, if you can consistently get rid of the ball, make a decision, and find a man in 2.4 seconds, you're going to be fine. So McDaniel was looking at those moments, and he said that is when Justin Herbert has his most success. Despite having a monster arm, besides being able to launch that ball 60 yards downfield, most of his success comes under 2.4. So he's been working on Justin Herbert's footwork. They're allowing a quicker drop. He's this big lumbering guy who takes these big long steps. The offensive line last year for the Chargers was a mess, tons of injuries. But it sounds like Mike McDaniel is crafting Herbert to a get-rich-quick kind of offense.
Interesting.
I don't doubt that McDaniel can scheme guys open. I don't doubt that Justin Herbert can make necessary adjustments. But I do doubt that the current wide receiver room for the Chargers just does not fit what McDaniel was doing in Miami. I expect a run-heavy offense, but I just don't know what this pass game is going to look like.
So then what does that mean for Justin Herbert if it's a run-heavy offense? Like maybe that's kind of the adjustment that he needs, so not all the pressure is on him to throw the ball?
Yeah, and for a guy like Justin Herbert, who, again, depending on who you ask, some have him in that top category of quarterback
he's definitely
ability.
taken
I do.
Like a peg down.
I firmly
the last two seasons.
What it is with Justin Herbert is because there is so much ability, people don't want to give up on that. They know when it all comes together, he could be one of the best.
Yeah.
He's not the young pup anymore, right? And we need to see it. So I expect a run-heavy offense, and maybe less ends up being more with him. Maybe not relying so much on him, especially. But the offensive line will be way better this year. There's no way.
Oh yeah.
Historically, it quite literally can't be worse than it was last year if people stay healthy. But I'm putting this season on Mike McDaniel's pass game, the development of Justin Herbert, and what changes can be made to this pass game. So it's on Herbert and the wide receivers.
So it's interesting. We both have the most to prove. I'm with Herbert, and you're with his leader in Mike McDaniel. And it's crazy too because I don't want to say he's he kind of a part of the Shanahan McVay tree. They all coach together under one other main coach at some point. So it's when you look at the Shanahans and you look at the McVays, and the whole league kind of has a 6 degree of separation from the McVay and Shanahan tree.
Exactly.
He is a part of that too.
Yes.
So he has the ability to, as you said, he is so creative.
Yes.
In the way that he can kind of put these plays together that you may have been running since you were 7 years old, you were saying. Right. So it's going to be interesting. But yeah, all the pressure is on without like the head coach pressure, which is interesting. Like taking that step back and knowing that like all the pressure is on you, but maybe not in like as big of a situation moment.
There's definitely motivation in how much he wants to be there. You turn down a head coach job to come coach Justin Herbert, it means you really want to be there.
Yeah. Okay. Herbie and McDaniel. Let's go, Chargers family. Let's see if you can get it done. All right, guys. Hour number 4 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry, who are Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 4, the Power Hour. So whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. And you guys, we want you to be a part of the conversation and a part of the show. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Shay, how's the chat been going on today? I feel like you just woke up. We kind of get like producer Shay around the noon, 1 o'clock hour every day is like, oh, here we are. And we're back.
It's honestly, it's because I'm stressed about the show. And then
is
when
that
the,
what
when
it
the
is?
last, when the
There's
last,
like a shift in like, I'm like, oh, there he is.
yeah,
There's Shay.
I'm honestly like stressed about the show. And then when the last hour hits, I can be like,
yeah, I know. I feel it. I hear it in my ear, and I was just like, oh, he just woke up. What just happened there?
It's more of like a tunnel vision. And then when this hits,
okay,
I'm
that
like,
light starts
makes
getting
sense.
brighter and brighter.
I was like, was he just tired the whole time? No, he's just like in the zone.
It's more of like a tunnel vision.
That's fine. How's the chat today?
Chat's good. Chat's good.
Yeah?
Shout out to Greg Sauces. We've been talking a lot.
What's up, Greg?
Ariola. Shout out to you and Mr. Ray Gabriel. We've been chatting a lot.
What's good,
it's
Gabriel?
funny. It seems like a lot of our fans were also Spain fans.
Oh,
so that's
interesting.
That was interesting to see. And then regarding the Lakers moves, it just seems like we're in a, no matter what we do, we're gonna be in a pickle with the roster spots.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
we'll talk about that tomorrow. a lot
We'll
more.
dive deeper into like what they're gonna need to do and what they have to do. Dude, I was seeing. Okay, I don't know if you guys saw it, but there was like a lot of people were gambling on the World Cup final. And there was someone who bet $600,000 for Argentina to win. Yeah.
About that.
It's funny. I follow this girl, and she's like kind of like the concierge to the elite.
Okay.
And it was a rich son. I'll say it wasn't his money.
Okay.
Was trying to get out of a gambling debt hole. And so he bet $600,000 for Argentina to win, and then just got deeper and deeper in that hole. And that's what gambling does to you guys. Like with that, like, I mean, that's insane for most people. That could be like a life savings for a lot of people.
Oh man.
Yeah. That's deep.
Like,
what's the most you've ever gambled? Or won? We'll say what's the most you've ever won. Let's do it that way. More of a positive. What's the most you've ever won? In Vegas. You're a Vegas guy. Like family's there. Do you gamble, and what's your game?
The only thing I will do two things.
Okay.
I will play craps, or I will play roulette. Now, if I play craps, it's because I'm with a group of friends. And craps is really the only game where everyone's on the same team.
Yes.
So it's more so joking,
cheering
and having
around
fun,
everybody.
high-fiving people,
Yeah.
which is fun when you're like on a bachelor party or something.
Yeah.
Roulette, the only way I play is I'll walk up, and whatever money is in my pocket, I'll just say $25 on black.
Yep.
If it hits black, then the next time I walk by, I'll say $50 on black, and then I just do it until I lose, basically.
So it's just like the walk by.
Yeah.
To have a little fun.
And that's typically like when I'm the first one down to the lobby and I'm waiting for other people until the Uber gets here.
You would be the first one down.
Well, you know, you got to breathe in the fresh cigarette smoke, you know? It just makes you feel alive.
The oxygen getting pumped in.
It makes you feel great. What about you?
I think I share this. So it gives me so much anxiety, like gambling away money. I've gone to Vegas with a lot of high rollers, so I've gambled with other people's money, and
that's
it's the best
money
way to do
to
it.
gamble
Yep, it was
with,
great.
yeah.
And I told myself, I was like, if I reach a certain amount and I win a certain amount, I'm going to go buy myself a Chanel bag. And I was at the blackjack tables. I won $5,500. I cashed out and went straight to the Chanel store and got myself a bag. And it was just like, oh my God, this was insane. Even like, look, because it feels like fake money. The chips don't feel real. And I understand how people can just get lost in it. But I was watching, like, when you're with high rollers and you see how much like they bet on certain hands, I was like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, what?
I no longer play blackjack because it's bad for my safety.
Oh.
Because I sit down and I tell people I am the most aggressive blackjack player you have ever played with.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I will never join someone else's table. I'll always pick my own. And then while people join, I let them know that. And they don't understand what I'm telling them, that I'm going to make insane decisions that are going to piss you off. And then everyone wants to kill me. So now I no longer play blackjack.
I feel like there was a situation, like something went down. Would you win, though? Because that's the most important question here. Did you actually... Oh.
It's because Brock would make the wrong choice.
Because
he would take a card away from
what
someone
they would
else.
deem the wrong choice. If it is under 17, I'm hitting. Every single time.
You're hitting
every single time.
You're not hitting over 14, Brock.
I'm hitting.
Stay away from me.
I'm only
Never
hitting.
sit next to me.
I'm hitting.
Wild.
I'm hitting until I reach
That's
18.
An insane decision.
But again, I tell people that when they sit down, I say I am very aggressive. I'm just here to have fun.
That's fun.
For me, well, I'm not gambling enough money for it to not be fun. But I tell people that, and then eventually I got to a point where I said, you know what, I'm just not going to play this anymore.
Yeah. It's probably best for you and everybody.
I don't want someone following me back to my room to kill me. So.
Severe.
So,
you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97 on the Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We just went down a gambling. How do we get there? Oh, people betting on the World Cup final. And what was our best, I guess, like winning gambling situation. But like scared money doesn't win money. So it's like that you were doing, if you want to win big, you got to have that mentality that you have.
Yes, you do.
Dude.
And Machine's got to win big tonight.
Dude, let's get to that.
Because Christopher Sanchez got something for you, buddy.
Woo! All right, you guys. Dodgers lineups are out. As you just heard Brock say, Emmett Sheehan is on the mound for the Dodgers going up against Christopher Sanchez. First pitch at 4:10 in Philadelphia. The first of 3 against the Phillies before the Dodgers head back to New York to play the Mets. And we were talking about the Shohei Ohtani news that came out this weekend, that his start is going to get scratched and pushed from Wednesday with no real date in mind of when he's going to get back on the mound. But don't worry, he is still in the lineup. Shohei Ohtani is leading off tonight at DH. Then you have Andy Pages batting second in center field. Tommy Edman batting third at third base tonight. Then you have Freddie Freeman batting fourth. He will be obviously first base. Mookie Betts batting fifth at shortstop. Miggy Rojas batting sixth at second base. Teoscar Hernandez in left field batting seventh. Alex Call in right field batting eighth. And Dalton Rushing behind the plate. So Shohei Ohtani's knee must be feeling okay after the 2 situations we were talking about yesterday. One of them being when he was trying to beat out a play to first base, and they showed it in slow motion. He kind of stepped on the bag, and his knee, the slow motion looked gnarly, buckled.
Yes, it did.
Knee buckled. And then the other situation was when he was at the plate.
Game 1 of the doubleheader yesterday, fouls off a ball, hits him directly in the knee, kind of rubs some dirt on it. Then he tries to stand up, then he says, actually, that kind of hurt. And then he rubs again, like, I don't want to see that.
Yeah. So obviously coming off of a series win in New York, but they're coming off of a doubleheader and then a bus ride from New York to Philly. So we are in the dog days of summer right now. It is hot. It is brutal. Double headers just kind of take it all out of you. Thankfully, Yoshinobu Yamamoto pitched his first complete game during the regular season in Major League Baseball. So he was able to give the bullpen a little bit of rest in order for them to have a bullpen game for the second of the doubleheader yesterday. But now you're heading to Philly, and this is going to feel like a playoff atmosphere. There is history here. There is postseason history. We were talking to someone from Philly last week, getting ready for Vinny Gargano, getting ready for the All-Star game, and just the excitement around the Home Run Derby and the All-Star game in Philly. And then we kind of previewed this matchup that was happening. And he's like, oh yeah, no, this is a series that the Phillies have circled. This is this is a team that knocked you out of the postseason. So anytime they're coming to town, we mean business.
Yeah, there is a bit of a rivalry feel there because the Phillies know we are going to see you in the playoffs, and the Dodgers know when we're at our best, we can take care of the Phillies. But if we are less than our best, the Phillies can snag us. And when you have what will likely be a playoff preview, there is an aspect of, okay, let's see what the measuring stick is, because the next time, not the next time we play each other, but when we play each other in September or October, the stakes are going to be a lot higher. I have to say that there are three things that stick out for me during this lineup that you just read off. Alex Call right field, only because it's been a while since he's properly started a matchup. Tommy Edman at third base, giving Max Muncy a rest. And then there is Freddie Freeman, who is batting fourth. Now, Alex Call giving Kyle Tucker a rush. Kyle Tucker's kind of like Iron Man. Every now and then he gets a day off, so that's not too big of a deal. Just great.
It's kind of like
just
Iron Man.
So just kind of. Well,
are we bringing it? Okay, you guys, we watched the
Avengers. Okay, that one was not intentional.
We watched the Avengers trailer during the commercial break today, and that is your third Avengers kind of drop.
This one was accidental.
In.
Because Kyle Tucker just doesn't really take days off. Him and Pajes are just kind of always out there. So, but I'm not saying a knock for Tucker. I'm saying I'm excited that Call gets an opportunity against Chris Sanchez. The two things that point out for me is Tommy Edman and the trust he has built within Dave Roberts. I think he's batting close to 400 in the 20-something games that he's been around, had a hit in every single game in the Yankee series. He is red hot, and it's gone from...
Yeah, he's batting 355.
355, thank you. He came out the gates hot, and it was, oh, look who's got fresh legs. Then it was 2 weeks. It was, oh, Tommy Edman's looking good. That's funny. Yeah. He usually kind of stinks during the regular season. In the playoffs, he lights it up. And now we're over a month, and I think this is just who he's going to be this year. Awesome for him to have this opportunity to bat third. And Freddie Freeman, who needs to get... He needs to get his bat going. In the Arizona series, he was 1 for 10, and then in the Yankee series, he was 1 for 10 again. 6 strikeouts throughout that series. It's been a rough go for Freddie, but I'm hoping that this reordering of things is enough to get some juice going for Freddie here.
Yeah, he's batting 167 in his last 7 games.
Yeah, so by any standard, not great, but considering where Freddie was, that's a significant drop. Yeah,
he's going to be just fine. Like, that's kind of the ebbs and flows of playing 162, and especially being a star player like Freddie Freeman, he's going to be great. But I just kind of want to go back to Tommy Edman and just the conversation of him coming off of finally, coming back from the injury when he did mid-season was, okay, we don't need to have, like you said, he's not really the regular season guy in terms of at the plate. Like his defense and his play and everything that he has done, being able to kind of plug and play wherever you need him, has been dependable.
Yeah.
But to see him, and again, like he's sitting on the bench, he was rehabbing and just waiting. Even hearing him talk at spring training was just like how excited he was to get back in that lineup and back to full strength. And we saw him testing that ankle right out of the gates, making sliding catches, like just everything that he has been able to do and contribute to this Dodgers lineup further proves that at any game, at any point, it can be 1 through 9 who is going to step up and help this Dodgers team win, because they still don't have a lot of their star players. And again, they had a lot of their guys, whether it was a Kyle Tucker or a Mookie Betts, who weren't playing up to expectations at some point during the season. And still, the Dodgers are in first place.
There you go. As a reminder for this recent Yankees series, Tommy Edman reached base every single game. Game 2, he reached base 3 times. Game 3, he had the game-tying home run before, of course, they lost the lead in the 8th inning. Dave Roberts said going into the series that he said he needed to see Tommy hit better from the left side. Tommy is a switch hitter.
Yes.
Typically likes to lean to the right side. in order to move up in the lineup. And Tommy did just that. I'm realizing Dave Roberts is a man of his word. So Tommy gets a tremendous opportunity today to show what he can do against the dynamic Chris Sanchez, who consensus right now is second place in Cy Young voting for the NL. This is a tremendous opportunity for him and some other Dodgers as well.
But as we heard Bob Nightingale say, he's coming off of a tough last outing. I think of what he said, or
Chris Sanchez. Oh, Chris Sanchez. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Is that what he was saying?
I'm assuming he was referencing the All-Star
All-Star
game.
Okay, because that's what I was wondering. I was like, is he talking about the All-Star game? Because that was brutal.
Yeah,
but
well,
do we consider that an outing?
Chris
a tough
probably
inning?
doesn't.
Yeah.
The top of that AL lineup got the best of him. Was that every run scored? Was it? No, because Robleski gave up a home relay. So almost every run was scored in that first inning. So Chris Sanchez definitely looking to have a better outing.
Okay, that makes
last
way
time
more
he was in the
sense because
stadium.
you said that and I was like, what are we talking about? He's in the Cy Young, he's literally in the Cy Young race. This man has been in fuego. So players to watch, you guys, for this series. As we mentioned, Ohtani remains available despite the continued knee issues. Now, should he be? That's up for debate. I definitely think that they should shut him down pitching wise for at least a few more weeks, let that knee completely heal. But he leads the Dodgers with a 291 average and 22 home runs. I mean, not close to Kyle Schwarber on the Phillies, Schwarbombs, with 33 home runs. But as we were just talking about, Andy Pages, who has just been the MVP on this Dodgers team, leads with 67 RBI. Brandon Marsh, former Angels, who he is one of my faves, leads the Phillies with a 293 average. So this is going to be, again, you guys, everyone that we have talked to kind of surrounding this series is this is going to be playoff atmosphere.
Yeah, and while he will not be out there today, I'll throw another name on that list of yours. Max Muncy. Again, Tommy Edman will be starting at third base today. Muncy had a heck of a series coming off of two pretty brutal series against Arizona and San Diego defensively. Offensively, he's been fine. He'll just crank a homer every now and then and do his thing. Defensively, he had 4 negative plays in the Arizona series alone. Not all of them were errors, technically and statistically speaking, but plays that Max Muncy has to be able to make. And clearly that All-Star break was a nice well, actually, he was in the All-Star game. Clearly there was some kind of reset because every single game he had a great play there in that hot corner. And game 3 specifically, a throw home to get a runner off of what was kind of a slow little ground ball, but scooped it through it. It was money. So when we do see Muncy, likely games 2 and 3, keep an eye out for him to continue what has just been a phenomenal series against the Yankees.
You know what? Maybe he needed that All-Star appearance. It's been 5 years since he had gotten an All-Star nod. And during Sunday Night Football on NBC last night, Dave Roberts was asked, what player are not enough people talking about? And he said Max Muncy. And then the broadcast went into I guess he has always kind of been a glue piece when he's on for this Dodgers lineup. So happy that, he got that little added, I don't know if it was a little positivity push after being part of an All-Star game. That's got to feel great, especially after 5 years not being there.
Three different positions, as you highlighted. Max Muncy will be the forever, he was so much better than you remember him being.
Always.
Guy. That kind of just defines his career. And you know what? That's not a bad place to be in.
No, it's a great one.
Yeah.
All right, first pitch, you guys. 4:10, Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers, taking on Christopher Sanchez in Philadelphia. That one just a couple hours away. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're heading back to the NFL. Who has the most to prove for the Rams training camp starting at the end of the week? We're going to talk about that more. Brock and Alex when we come back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And I was just thinking about you guys because we're counting down the days till Rams training camp that gets started at LMU this Saturday. And we were talking about it earlier in the show where you said that a lot of teams used to, and some still do, start their training camp at a college because everyone lives in the dorms.
Yeah.
And so when I think about the dorms, like the dorms were like one of the coolest, craziest experiences like in college that first year. Obviously, like way different. Like these are professional men making millions of dollars. But it was always like a party feel in the dorms.
Yeah.
But when you're at training camp, do you have like curfews and like set dinners and like, so it's like, there's none of that like fun kind of that atmosphere. It's
so
like
there
just
is,
business.
There is. So I'll paint the picture of this. You wake up in the morning, you go get breakfast. If you're an AM practice team or a PM practice team, meaning you either practice in the morning, then you come back for a walkthrough after to make corrections, or you have a walkthrough in the morning and then you actually practice in the afternoon. So
is that like offense, defense?
It'll be both, actually. Both.
Okay.
So when I was with the Bears, we were an AM practice team because it would get so humid in Illinois. So to paint the picture...
you're just saying the team as a whole.
Yes,
I thought you were saying like the team was split.
Oh, sorry. No.
Okay.
So to paint the picture, you wake up in the morning and it does feel like college. Like people are walking through the halls, you're brushing your teeth, you're doing all this stuff. You walk to get breakfast, you hit the practice field, you'll have some time off, you'll either get a lift or you come back to the dorm, then you go out and you have a walkthrough, you watch film, you have corrections, then you come back at night and usually you have like 90 minutes, an hour to kill before curfew.
Yeah.
That break after practice and the break after the final meeting before you go to bed is when it feels like college.
Okay.
You always bring your Xbox or your PlayStation, and the guys with families are FaceTiming their daughters and stuff. But the rookies and the guys who don't have families, you're playing Madden, you're playing cards, you're screaming at each other, you're playing new music. So there is a team bonding aspect that does feel exactly like college for a little bit. Yeah.
And that's so fun. It made me think about that because I just had my college reunion in Chicago with all of my Theta girls, and I lived in the dorms. I lived in my sorority house, which was wild. And we were playing like the last night we were like home, like playing card games, like ordering pizza around the table. And it's just like those are like that's what it makes you think of, especially when you're on a college campus or you have like a team or a group together. Those are like some of my favorite moments.
It goes such a long way because when it's week 15 and you're playing an away game and it's somewhere cold and snowy, I want to be able to know a lot about the guy who I line up next to, and you build those memories in late July or in August when you're playing cards after a long day of practice. It wasn't a great day and he's telling you you'll go get him tomorrow. That's where those bonds are made. And I'm glad you brought that up because I wonder how many people envision that's how training camp kind of works. It's basically going back to college for like a month.
That's so fun. What was your card game? Because those are great. Like I learned a new one this weekend. Presidents and A-holes was the game that we played. I can't say the whole word of it, but like that's what it was. It was hilarious and it was so much fun.
That
like
is
learning
great.
a new card game. My family does Dumb Bunny Bridge. Is
you guys
another
have
one.
So many games I've never heard of.
Okay, so what's yours?
Bridge I've heard of, but the Dumb Bunny part is interesting.
Fun.
We would always do poker, which I only pretended to understand at the time. I didn't actually understand poker coming out of college, so I would just randomly put cards down and judge people's reaction. Or if we were crunched for time, we would just do a quick game of war.
Everything Brock has said about cards has pissed me off.
Okay.
Like, genuinely.
War is, like, funny, though, because, like, that's what one of my girlfriends was trying to get us to all play. And I'm like, how do you play war with that many people? It's a game now in Vegas. They have, like, you can, they have war in Vegas now. But it's just luck.
I'll save my thoughts on that.
It's just luck.
You know what? I'm not going to save my thoughts. If you are currently sitting at a war table in Vegas, gambling your hard-earned cash on a game of war, Seek
what?
help.
What are you doing?
Seek
There's
help.
nothing you can do.
Seek help,
All
please.
luck.
You already have like a 7% chance in a normal card game. Now you're taking now you're removing the 7%.
Yes.
Seek help if you're currently in Vegas playing War.
Love that though. Love that for you guys in your game. Shay, do you guys play? Do you have does your family play cards? Do you have a card game that you guys all do?
So they play like these Persian games. It's like
so there's different card games.
Yeah, they're like different games. I honestly don't know the words for them. It's kind of one's kind of like spoons.
Love spoons.
I don't know spoons.
One's kind of like spoons.
I don't know spoons.
It's similar to spoons.
Okay.
And then there's another one. It's called like King, Queen, Jack, but that in Farsi, obviously you'd say.
Okay.
It.
Oh, got it.
But they're fun to play. But I play blackjack. I play craps. I do all of them.
Well, if Persian food is being served, I will be at the next one.
There you go.
Yeah. It's so fun how many different card games are. You guys get in the chat or add us at the Fan LA if you have any other fun, cool card games that you like to play when your families are all together. You can call us 855-97-LA Fan. I love learning about all of these things, like picking up a new game. That was great. So, yeah, this was all started around the fact that Saturday, you guys, the Rams are heading to LMU and starting training camp. And the Rams are coming into this season with championship expectations, not only internally, but they are the Super Bowl favorites. They were voted the best roster in the NFL. They are the first team in history to have the reigning MVP, and trading for now they have the reigning defensive player of the year in Myles Garrett. There is even a possibility that Aaron Donald, and it's feeling like it, so you're telling me there's a chance, Aaron Donald is coming out of retirement and gonna do kind of like a last dance with this Rams team. So the Rams have the biggest target on their back this season, and they got a lot to prove. But I want to know who you think has the most to prove on the Rams this season.
Rolling with cornerback Trent McDuffie, who was the Rams signing before Myles Garrett became available. So Trent McDuffie is versatility personified. When Quentin Lake was here a little over a month ago, we were talking about how the role of a DB has changed. Initially, you were a field corner, and you were a boundary corner. You were a free safety. You were a strong safety. You were a nickel. And that's kind of gone. You kind of just play DB. And Trent McDuffie was really, really part of that wave of guys who can just cover anyone and line up anywhere. He can line up outside to the boundary. He can line up in the slot. He can really play safety if he needed to. But that being said, his versatility will be necessary. Why the Rams got Trent McDuffie is because Jackson Smith and Jigba torched them every time that they played last year. Mm-hmm. Jackson Smith and Jigba is now the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. The Seahawks locked him up long term, so the Rams need a counter to that, and that is Trent's role. And he'll be able to show off that versatility in the first month. The first month, the Rams play San Francisco, the New York Giants, Denver, and Philly. He'll be matched up with Mike Evans. He'll be matched up with Malik Neighbors, if he's healthy. He'll be matched up with Jalen Waddle. He'll be matched up with Devontae Smith. Those four wide receivers all are completely different, completely separate skill sets, different levels of speed, different types of routes that they're going to run, different ways of catching the football. Mike Evans is a big guy who's basically going to box you out like he's trying to get a rebound versus Devontae Smith, who is super smooth and lanky, and he isn't really sudden as much as he is just buttery smooth. Trent McDuffie is a guy who is capable of guarding all four of those body types. And it's not that he can't do it. He will do it.
Yeah.
He's one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL for a reason. But in regards of answering the question of most to prove, he has to prove that versatility right off the bat.
Yeah, and it's crazy because you said they got him to kind of stop JSN, and that's not till the end of the season because they play each other week 16 and week 18.
What's so funny is they will likely play each other in the playoffs as well, and they could play each other 3 times in the span of 6 weeks.
Yeah, I mean that's true because I mean this is a similar situation to what we saw last year, right?
Yeah,
they played each other, I think, like
3 or 4 weeks apart or something like that. It was crazy. Yeah.
In the end of this, like obviously it was for the division, and then it was to get to the Super Bowl. So there's going to be so much on the line, and it's crazy too because obviously the first thing that Sam
Sam Darnold.
Thank you, Sam Darnold.
They're brothers.
Brothers from another mother. He was asked, how are you feeling about the Rams getting Myles Garrett? Because now you got to look at like all the quarterbacks that the Rams are going to face now, and it's like, hey, you thought it was bad before.
Guess what?
You're not only going to be facing Myles Garrett now, but there's a possibility you're also going to be facing Aaron Donald.
Terrifying. Simply terrifying.
You went from like 0 to 100.
Yeah.
Like that is insane. The reigning defensive player of the year and the former defensive player of the year. Like that is going to be wild. Okay, so my Rams player that has the most to prove is Puka Nacua. Puka, this is your make it or break it year. You've proven yourself on the field, but can you keep your life together off of it? Because Puka's projected to be that next JSN contract.
Yep.
Because that's kind of where the negotiation begins. JSN got the 4-year, $168.6 million extension. So Puka's being projected to make anywhere from 156 to 175 million over 4 years. So between 39 to 44 million annually. But the biggest issue is like, okay, look at how he's acting right now in the spotlight and as a star playing under his $4 million plus rookie contract. What's he going to do once he's making $44 million a year? Like he has the opportunity to completely change his life in a great way. Generational wealth for his family. He is ranked as a top 4 wide receiver, as someone who was drafted in the 5th round, 177th overall. Like he has the ability to be great. But if he can't get his life together off of the field, why would the Rams give him that kind of opportunity?
Exactly. If you are the Rams and you can't trust that the person you are giving $40-something million to is going to be available every Sunday because he might be suspended or just is no longer going to be able to play at the level that he's playing at because of distractions off the field, you're not going to give him that money. And it seems kind of nuts to say that about a guy who is in line to be one of the best receivers in the NFL, is lined to be the next great receiver in the NFL once the class of Justin Jefferson passes the torch to the next group. And if you're the Rams and you're Les Snead, you say, okay, we could give Puka that much money, or we could just wait for George Pickens to be a free agent next year. He has his issues, but we don't have to give him the $40 million that we would have to give Puka. Maybe we wait for Chris Olave to become a free agent next year. He hasn't signed an extension yet. So if you are Puka, not only do you need to be motivated that a guy who got drafted in the same class as you in the first round, and typically first rounders get paid after everyone else because they have that 5th year and get franchise tag going forward. If that doesn't motivate you, then this should motivate you. There are other guys that the Rams can replace you with who aren't as good as you, but won't cost as much money and won't cost as many headaches.
Yeah.
It's now or never for him. You're absolutely right.
It's just crazy, too, because I don't think we talk enough about mentors in the NFL. Because we're like, where was this Puka the first year? Puka was like, he went from being like the lovable underdog that everyone was just like, oh my gosh, like wrapping their arms around him in LA, to this kind of villain who just cannot.
Villain's a good word.
Yeah, cannot keep himself out of trouble. And you forget that when he came in, he had Cooper Kupp, who was his mentor, and he talked about it. They did everything together, and Coop kind of took him under his wing in every which way possible. And then when Cooper Kupp obviously wasn't brought back by the Rams and won the Super Bowl with the Seahawks.
Kind of got the last laugh, I guess.
you see what happened to Puka Nacua, and it was like he did great on the field. Obviously, he was kind of thrust into that wide receiver 1 role, competing with Devontae Adams as that like 1A, 1B, 1-2 punch wide receiver, but he didn't have that older brother figure mentor to help kind of, I guess, keep him out of trouble. And it seems like that was something that he really needed.
Yeah, we knew nothing about Puka Nacua. Absolutely nothing. Just that he had some older brothers that played football and that he started at Washington and went to BYU. And that's what made his story so great. Look at this fifth rounder who's on track. And this chapter of his story ain't going nowhere. So while his future is still unwritten, unfortunately, everything he's accomplished up to this point is kind of being weighed down by his actions of the past couple of months. It's up to him to make sure that this is just a chapter and not the remainder of his story.
I mean, as someone who was a Puka fan and like jumped on that, like, I love an underdog story, to everything that's happened recently, I have a hard time cheering for him.
There will be
I can't cheer for him.
And there are a lot of people that feel that way, and he just has to eat that.
Yeah.
That's his fault.
It's sad.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking. So, my Rams player that has the most to prove is Puka Nacua.
Trent McDuffie.
All right. We have, you guys, this is just day one of the week of counting down the days until Rams training camp. It's going to be fun. It's going to be real fun. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, you guys, we are heading out to D-Fish's golf tournament.
Going to the links?
We're headed to the links. We got Lindsay Pilares joining us live from the golf course. Don't go anywhere. More on that coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you've been tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here and being a part of the show today. 4 hours just flies by.
It seems to, doesn't it?
It's so much fun. And you did not hear D-Fish on the morning show because he has been at his golf tournament today, the Derek Fisher Be Better Foundation, and 97.1 The Fan has had boots on the ground. The face of our digital content reporter for the Fan LA, Lindsay Pilar, is joining us live from the tournament. How's it going, girlfriend?
It's lovely. It is a sunny day at Porter Valley Country Club. Honestly, I don't golf, but this seems like it would be perfect golf weather.
Wait, I love that so much. Okay, so just paint the picture for us, because these events and these celebrity golf tournaments are always so much fun with so much talent around there. What was it like this morning, and how has it been throughout the day?
It has been honestly amazing. When I walked in, there was a huge crowd of people waiting to check in and get their golf carts. And honestly, as soon as you walked in, you see retired NBA players, Hall of Famers, pretty much every athlete under the sun. But really what stood out is I was able to talk to D-Fish and just get a temperature on, how he's feeling today. And he's just been so overwhelmed by the support. And I think that's really where the good vibes stem from. There's a big circle of friends, business leaders around him. And it's really brought the energy of this whole tournament up. So it's been a tremendous turnout today.
Lindsay, athletes are always going to be athletes no matter how long it's been since the last time they were on the field or on the court. Have you seen the competitive drive show itself today?
Yeah, I want to say it's laid back with that athlete competitiveness that just always creeps in, like you said. It's just a reunion of friends and former teammates, everybody here. So it's hard not to start trash talking, and I've heard a bunch of side bets going on at each hole. But you know what? I think that ultimately benefits the Be Better Foundation, because whoever loses the bet just donates more. And, you can buy mulligans at certain holes, and you can buy an eagle. And I certainly think some people are doing that in order to better their game. So we love that.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, so give us the tea. Name drop some names. Who have you seen and talked to today that's been so much fun?
Okay, so I was riding on the back of a golf cart, so I've been bopping around the golf course today. So this is the list I got for you. James Worthy, Paul Pierce, Kenyon Martin, Brian Shaw, Byron Scott, JC the Barber, and Lorenzo Neal. Those are people that I've actually got to talk to. But, there are business leaders, a ton of independent supporters here. Like I said, D-Fish has a huge circle that's really come out for the Be Better Foundation, and everybody is having a lot of fun. One cool thing is that there's pretty much some sort of beverage or snack at every hole, so it's really hard not to have fun today. And I had a really amazing acai bowl. I cannot complain.
Ooh, acai bowl, fancy D-Fish. Lindsay, maybe the most important question: what's D-Fish's swing looking like?
I think it's looking good. There's definitely some beginner golfers out here. I won't say who, but certainly some celebrities learning to golf. D-Fish is solid. I think there's again, we talked about former athletes just being incredibly competitive, and I think D-Fish is exactly one of those people that just cannot be, just serviceable. He's going to be better at everything than the average person. So I thought the swing was great. I actually got some good shots of it. So everybody check out our social channels later so that you can see the evidence of D-Fish's golf swing.
Wait, I love that. Okay, so tell us what else fans can expect to see on the Fan LA. What kind of content are you getting out there today?
Okay, so I asked a lot of people their favorite Lakers moment or playing against the Lakers. Paul Pierce, had, the whole winning against the 2018. That one kind of stung, but, I needed to ask. I could have guessed that. He was the MVP that year, so it is what it is. But a lot of people just have really fond memories with D-Fish. When he came into the league, playing with him. And I think those have been my favorite stories to hear. And then everybody's just been raving, obviously, about LA sports because we have the best pro teams in all the country. I am very biased, but everyone else here seems to think so, too. So check out all that stuff. It will be on our social channels. I'm literally editing at this wonderful shaded table because I've already done my rounds on the golf course.
Lindsay, we've been able to call D-Fish a coworker for some months now, but what has it been just to know what others think of him, just the man that Derek Fisher is outside of the studio?
Yeah, it seems like everybody has the highest opinion of D-Fish, as they should. I think athletes are always willing to use their platforms for good causes, and he's got a great circle around him in order to do that. And it's just been great to chat with Derek just about all the good that he's doing in LA County and the surrounding communities. Obviously, he's invests a lot of time and effort and energy into the Be Better Foundation. So you can tell that this cause is near and dear to his heart, and it's very known to everyone that is here at this tournament.
So, Lindsay, what do you think people should know about the work happening kind of beyond today's event surrounding the Derek Fisher Be Better Foundation?
Yeah, I think I became more familiar today. And it's important everybody knows that all the benefits from the event go into programs that support youth literacy, health and fitness, athletics programming, workforce readiness, career development, all the things that are going to help take the youth of this generation to the next level. That's a really, really big passion of D-Fish's, and obviously this whole tournament is dedicated to that cause. So it's a good one, and it's got everybody hyped.
Lindsay, we are honored that this is your debut on this show. Specifically, can you give the people...
Thanks for having me.
Of course. But we've known you for so long, and we're always hanging out before the show and after the show. I want to give you an opportunity to kind of lay out what you've been doing in the sports world, because you have multiple feet fully cemented in this thing.
I like to multitask with everything I do, but the most, probably the biggest chunk of my career has been dedicated to field reporting, which I guess is what I'm doing today, and it's what I love doing. I don't want to say this on the LA airwaves, but I was actually the team reporter for the San Francisco 49ers.
There's a lot of Niner fans here in LA.
I don't know what to say.
There's a lot of Niner fans, girl.
I know, there are. There are so many Niner fans in LA. Loved my time there, but I've also covered multiple NFL franchises. I lived in Green Bay. I covered the Broncos in Super Bowl 50. I did a little baseball and was at Fox Sports San Diego covering the Padres. So basically, if it's a sport or a game, I've probably covered it. But I'm so happy to be home. I am from LA County, Long Beach to be specific. So it's a lot of fun to be reporting on the hometown teams, I'll say that.
And now that we have you a part and really the face of our social and digital team here at the Fan LA, what can fans expect to see from you and kind of the fun that you're bringing to the digital side of the Fan LA?
I'm a reporter, but now that, digital media is playing such a big part in, just how we consume sports, expect like a little bit reporter flair and then just a little bit of a digital creator mixed in one. And then obviously I am going to be boots on the ground at all the major sports events and talking to athletes, celebrities, all the people that our fans want to hear from, because that is what I am here to do. So super excited for everything that's to come. Obviously a lot of really important seasons coming up for many, many teams here in LA.
Let's go, girl. Lindsay, thank you so much for joining your first time on the air here, and have so much fun at the rest of the tournament. Give D-Fish a high five from all of us.
I will. Thank you so much, guys.
Of course.
The greatest.
How do you do in celebrity golf tournaments?
So I always get the vibe first.
Okay.
Sometimes tournaments are there. Okay, all of them are there to raise money, but some of them are there to raise money and also compete.
Oh,
and some are there to raise money and get sloshed. So I always get there fairly early because there's always great food, I kind of feel it out, and that kind of gauges my mindset of, okay, I'm just gonna make sure I'm in a cool pairing that's willing to blast music, bring a cigar, whatever, or it's, hey, let's get the team together. We're competing, boys, and we are not losing. And then it's, okay. Then I got to lock in. So I like to say I can gauge the vibe early and then cater to what's going to be expected of me. What about you?
It's funny because I spent most of my career covering them, because like the Angels and the Kings, and I would be like Lindsay is, like boots on the ground doing shows surrounding the tournament, and then would get to kind of show off my golf swing every now and then. Everyone's like, oh, you played? I was like, yeah, since I was 5. But when I got to play in my first one, I got flown out to Canada and played in the celebrity golf tournament.
Some nice courses up there.
This was like a special drink at every hole.
Oh,
there
one
were
of
competitions
those.
at every hole. I won like a black label by like chipping a ball into the washing machine or something, or the dryer or something like
Sure,
that.
why
It was
not?
sponsored by a dryer company. I mean, it was wild. It was so much fun, but it was like that was a rage tournament.
That is like golfing in Cabo, where like every
Yes.
hole has a taco stand and a shot of tequila.
Yes.
They're not asking
but
you
they
to
were
take it. You have
themed.
to
Like
take
every
it.
hole was like, it was a sponsored thing. So
Yeah.
it was like, this hole is this drink, this hole is the Caesar, this hole is the, and I was like, well, I'm not driving, so I feel like this is okay.
It's always fun too because the fundraisers are always at nice courses that I typically would not be allowed on.
No.
So
Like, I'll just say, by the end of it, some of the athletes were riding the top of golf carts pretending like they're flying. Like, does that paint the picture for how wild this one was?
Who doesn't want to experience flight? You know, that's the closest. That's the closest you're gonna get.
That was insane. That was fun. It was wild. Oh my gosh, that's how I got my dog. I was online.
You want a dog?
No.
Oh.
I was a little tipsy and online and saw that there was a dog available for adoption and committed, sent it to my husband. He ended up buying a plane ticket to Reno, going to get our dog Ozzy, renting a car and driving him home. That all happened at that golf tournament.
Drunkenly adopting a dog.
Best decision of my life.
Is
Best decision of my life.
That is up there on list of things that are possible on a golf course. Some people can hit a hole in one. Some people can adopt a dog. Anything's possible.
Dude, I'm telling you, literally, actually both happened. My other dog, I was in the dugout, like getting ready for an Angels game. And again, on social media, saw someone say this dog is available. Her name is Peggy. I was like, those are my mom's names. So, it feels like it's meant to be, and we renamed her Penny.
Penny and Ozzy?
Yeah, so Ozzy Osbourne and Penny
Oh,
Lane.
love that,
yeah, we went music.
I
We
like
went
that.
music vibes.
Well done.
This was a fun one today, you guys. It's going to be a great week. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for 4 hours. Don't go anywhere because we've got the James Coe Show in for D-Mac and Reiter coming up next here on 97.1 The Fan.
If y'all were looking for smart sports talk, you're not going to find it here. D-Mac and Bill Reiter, they're off for the week. I don't know what these boys are doing, man. I don't know what these boys are doing. Vacation? How dare y'all vacation? How dare y'all have a good time? Now, these guys obviously have worked incredibly hard, and they deserve it all. That being said, they're off for this week, so I'll be sliding into the normal D-Mac and Reiter 2 to 6 p.m. slot all week long. Next week, we go back. Don't worry, it's not permanent, y'all. Next week, we do go back. The James Coe Show goes back to evenings from 6 to 10 p.m. Okay, today's show, man, oh my goodness gracious. I'm so stoked. We got football right around the corner. You know what that means? We're talking NFL today. It's going to be a heavy NFL day. Today, we're going to be breaking down the Chargers, biggest question marks, biggest concerns. You know, obviously we'll talk about strength and where these guys win. Who are going to be some of the guys that come up and pop up for the Chargers and for the Rams. Maybe some sleeper candidates. Maybe some sleeper candidates in terms of, okay, maybe a guy that you're not thinking of that's on the roster right now that could contribute in a big-time way. Who are those guys? We'll talk about those guys here as well. Obviously going to be doing a Dodgers preview. Got to break that down. Big time set against a potential playoff matchup in the Philadelphia Phillies over the next few days. We'll get you Dodger updates as they become available as well. Man, just a lot to talk about, especially in regards to football, baseball. But come on, man. You come to this show, you know you're going to talk some basketball now. You know you're going to talk some basketball. What's the Summer League looking like, man? Summer League's now pretty much done and over with. How about Cam Carr? How about Keaton Wagler? What these boys do in Summer League? Were they impressive? Were they not impressive? What'd they look like? Throw some stats out there. We'll talk about what I liked, what I didn't like in Summer League for the two LA teams. Again, lot to go through. But I think the top story right now in Los Angeles, if we're just focused on Los Angeles, it is the fact that Shohei Ohtani is being shut down for the foreseeable future at least. I love the fact that it's like a lubricant in the knee too, you know? It's like rusty joints style, you know? It's like, all right. This guy plays like a robot. He is a robot. You know, he's got to grease up the joints every now and again. They literally greasing up his joints for Shohei Ohtani. Dave Roberts did talk about Shohei Ohtani. And Birch, I think we've got this sound. Yeah, we do. All right, so let's listen to Dave Roberts talking about Shohei Ohtani's injury.
It's going to be some time. And I say that it's not going to be a day-to-day thing. I think that once we've moved Emmett, the rotation can keep going forward without Shohei for the time being. And I can't speak to how long that's going to be.
All right, so that was Dave Roberts talking about basically, he didn't say the word indefinitely, but that's indefinitely. He said it's not day-to-day, it's not week-to-week. It sounds like indefinitely. What does that mean with the knee? Obviously, they're going to have to take a look at the knee and see how it responds to treatment. Like, how does it respond to not pitching? Right? But the bottom line is there is just one-way Shohei now. One-way Shohei? What does that end up looking like? You know Shohei wants to throw. Shohei. You know it must be bad because Shohei wants to throw. So you know this knee issue's got to be pretty bad. Because if there is one thing we know about Ohtani, man, this guy absolutely is a gamer. I mean, we're talking about a dude that second Tommy John surgery, goes out there and says, you know what, I can't pitch, so that's fine. I'll just go 50-50. We'll just go ahead and do the first 50-50 in Major League Baseball. I love that he's just got random side quests. He's like, I'm winning MVPs, and you know what? That's kind of boring. That's not enough. I'm winning World Series, and it's great. It's great to win World Series. It's great to be MVP. It's just, let me do some side questing here. Let me be the first guy to get 50-50. Let me be the first guy to win. Let me be the first guy to be a Silver Slugger and a Cy Young winner in like a billion years, right? Let me be that guy. Ohtani's just out there doing side questing, man. But no, it's just, again, he's getting the lubricant in the knee. You know it's got to be bad because this is about as tough a guy as you're ever going to find on the baseball field, right? That's that guy. He is that guy. Meanwhile, the Dodgers on the field split Sunday's doubleheader with the Yankees. It is a doubleheader that featured a complete game from Yoshi Yamamoto. Yoshi was like, hey, you know what? My boy Ohtani, he's down. So let me pick up this team right quick. My boy Yoshi was like, okay, my guy Shohei Ohtani can't pitch it. But, hey, listen. I know everyone's, Shohei mania and all that kind of stuff. It's Showtime Shohei, all that stuff. Yamamoto stepped in and said, you know what? Hey, don't worry about it. I got you. He said, I got it, guys. Complete game. Looked awesome. Looked amazing. Taking on the Yankees. It was great. Yankees, obviously, without their best hitter. That's fine. Who cares? Yamamoto looked awesome. Yamamoto looked sick. He was great. And it was a big boon. And quite frankly, let's be real. Yamamoto has been, the entire season, has been the Dodgers' best pitcher. Right? Let's be real. He's just quietly been putting it together. Birch, let me ask you, man, why is Yamamoto needs to be getting some more Cy Young consideration, right? I know Mizorowski's the front runner right now, but Yamamoto very quietly has been putting together an absolutely fantastic season, absolutely fantastic campaign. I'll tell you what, when the season is done, Yamamoto will be in the Cy Young conversation.
He absolutely should be. D-Mac has been banging that drum, that Yoshi's really been the true Cy Young on the staff. I think he's just been overshadowed because of just how good of a first half the Miz had, how good Christopher Sanchez was, and of course how good Ohtani was throughout the first half. But Yoshi has been consistent throughout. Those are all guys who they've never been this good before, and so it's hard to see. Mizorowski obviously is phenomenal. Sanchez is
Incredible.
an excellent pitcher, but we've already seen Sanchez have a couple rough outings in the last month.
Correct.
And Mizorowski's never put together this long of a season before, and you look at him, and I'm not trying to wish an injury on anybody, but he is
long, lanky dude.
Yeah, and he's defying the odds with how hard he throws.
Yeah.
It's
very
just,
violent release.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a matter of time on that one. Yoshi, we know that he's got the stamina and he's got the consistency. By the time we get to the end of the season, he should absolutely be in that conversation, and he gives himself as good of a chance as anyone to take it.
Mizorowski's like a longer, more elongated, Tim Lincecum type player, right? Just long, that arm just stretching out, and just, man, you're just like, man, how is he going to get by with that release, bro? I hear what you're saying, 100%. I think at the end of the day, too, the wins matter. Look, the wins matter. And look, I know the Dodgers obviously have a more complete team, better team than the Brewers. There's no question. But if I know anything about the Cy Young voters, the wins do matter, right? So unless there is, and by the way, I think there is this, but unless there is an anti-Dodger sentiment yo, guys, come on, man, you guys are spending $4 trillion. You have more invested into this baseball team than the U.S. debt right now. Come on, chill out. Okay, we can't give you everything. You got a $4 trillion team, and we can't give you that. We're gonna give you the MVP. All right, Shohei's gonna get the MVP, but we can't just then give you the Cy Young too. I don't know. Like I said, there needs to be a case, and by the end of the year, there will be a strong case if Yamamoto keeps doing the thing that he is doing, especially now that Shohei won't be pitching for the foreseeable future. Shoot, we don't know when he will be back. I mean, that's the crazy thing about what you heard in that Dave Roberts sound, is that he doesn't know when they're going to be back, right? When is Shohei going to be back? Is it going to be August? Is it going to be September? Or is this a thing where we're just saying, hey, listen, we're going to get him ramped up the last couple of weeks of September, get him ramped up for October, because the way this division is going right now, shoot, the Dodgers might have this division locked up now. You know what I'm saying? So if they get this division locked up in, I don't know, August, are they really that pressed to go get Shohei out on the mound just for him to get some innings? I don't know. And how often is he going to pitch? I would say for the rest of the year, when he does get back, man, there's no way you're going to see him. I mean, it'll be once every 7 days. All right, at most. And I don't think we're going to see a complete game from Ohtani. I don't see Ohtani going out there and throwing 110 pitches, I don't see it. 5 innings clean? 5 clean innings, maybe 6 clean innings. Sure. Why not? But I cannot see them pressing the button on Ohtani. I can't see them saying, hey, listen, guy, like, I know you want to go out there. I know you want to pitch every 5 days. I know you want to redline it. I know you want to go out there, pitch as many innings as possible. It's just not going to happen at this point. Look, I was the guy that was at the forefront of saying, well, maybe not the forefront. I know Bill Reiter's been heavy on this narrative too. I do think D-Mac got him, though. I think D-Mac finally convinced him, like, hey, man, the Cy Young's out of sight. Like, hey, we got to think about team here. Team. Right? We can't be thinking about individual accolades. And I've been, the whole dang time, I've just been saying, hey, listen, D-Mac's a very smart guy. And, I respect the hell out of him. But I don't got to agree with him. I want Ohtani to go out there. I did. I really wanted Ohtani to go out there and chase individual glory. Because here's the thing. When it comes to being a pitcher, you can chase individual glory, and that helps the team. Right? The thought that, okay, well, he's going to be worn down for the playoffs, or he might get injured like he is right now. Like, for me personally, I'm like, I don't care. Like, if Ohtani wants to go do that and just collect these awards like, they're Infinity Stones and he's Thanos, go for it. I'm all about it. I am all about it. And again, I want him to go do that. Because individual glory, when you're talking about at this level, that's legendary. It's unforgettable. Unforgettable. If he ever gets the Cy Young, which it sounds like it's got to be next year. It might be next year or nothing. Next year might be the last year Shohei can go chase down this Cy Young. If that's the case, let him go do it. Let him go do it. Let him be a legend, man. Let this guy go down as the absolute stone-cold best baseball player to ever play the game, period. Like, no arguments. He's got them all. Multiple MVPs. Shoot, he might chase down Barry Bonds for the most MVPs. How about that? Most MVPs, Cy Young, multiple World Series rings. Getting the three-peat would be sick, but just let him do it all. 50-50 season. Let him do it all. That's what I want to see. I want to see greatness. And there is, when we're talking about a player like this, greatness is defined by these awards. The Cy Young, the MVP, the Silver Slugger. I guess he could go on a side quest and try to go get that Gold Glove. How would that look? Hey, yo, put this guy in the outfield, man. Let this guy go get a Gold Glove. You know what? I bet you anything when he stops pitching, I bet you anything like he's going to want to play the field because this guy just loves ball too much. He just loves to ball. I bet you anything, once he stops pitching like full time, I bet you anything he's going to go try to play the field and go get a Gold Glove. That'd be sick. By the way, I hope, I'm going down a total rabbit hole here. I do hope that he ends up going the John Smoltzy route. Be John Smoltz, man. Excellent frontline starter. And then as you age gracefully into a closer role. Can you imagine? I don't know how that's going to work with the whole baseball rules and all that kind of stuff. Whatever. That's neither here nor there because, we all, I know, we all know baseball will adopt rules that will allow Shohei to do that. Right? And so, I've heard before, like, hey, like, how would you go about doing that? You're playing the field, then what? Like, you're playing the field and you like, let's say your at bat is up and then, you got to go get ready to close. I don't need to be thinking about that kind of stuff. Like, let Dave Roberts figure that out. Okay, that guy gets paid millions. It's all good. He can figure it out. The pitching staff can figure it out. How to get Shohei ready to close a game, even though he's batting. It's fine. Don't worry about it. What do you do? Like, he gets on base, you pinch run for him. Okay, cool. And then he just sprints to the bullpen and just starts warming up. Yeah, sure. Why not? Does it look weird and funny? Hell yeah, it does. Give me that. Give me that visual because that visual's amazing. I want to see it, man. I just want to see this guy just break all the rules. Just do all kinds of random weird stuff. Get him a gold glove. Hell yeah. Let's do it all. I love it. Dave Roberts went down a weird, crazy rabbit hole there. Dave Roberts over the weekend did extol the virtues of Yoshi Yamamoto. Let's listen to what he said.
Yoshi was really good. I mean, I think you see Schlitter that first inning, and you see the velocity, the stuff, strikes out the side, and for Yoshi to come back and do what he did and to perform the way he did, that's why he's our ace. He had really good command today. The fastball command, the cutter in on the lefties, the low dart, the split was really good today. And you could just see, he made the one mistake to Grisham where he tried to go backdoor and kind of yanked it a little bit. But outside of that, he was really good. His pitch count was so good the entire game. And, once I felt we got to that seventh inning and we tacked on some runs, I felt, he could get us through the seventh. And then he had a good seventh, and it just felt like he could finish this game. And so, again, thinking about where his pitch count was at, the stress, where that was at, and also knowing that we've got another game, in a few hours.
There you go. So, again, Yoshi Yamamoto, complete game against the Yankees. Looked awesome, looked amazing. And there's just, there's you can't be effusive enough in the praise for Yoshi Yamamoto because why? Because, listen, the guy has been, and the shadow of Shohei Ohtani is long. And it is dark to be in that shadow. And Yoshi has handled it gracefully. I tell you what, man, there'd be other pitchers that would be in that same situation and they'd be jealous. Why not? I mean, shoot, it's his countrymen. It's hard not to compare apples to apples. It's hard not to compare what you got, what the media coverage you got versus the media coverage of Shohei. It's hard to do that. I mean, let alone being a Japanese pitcher. Let alone seeing your countrymen do this thing. So, yeah, man, the shadow is long and dark underneath Shohei Ohtani. Yoshi Yamamoto, being a great teammate that he is, he deserves all the flowers now because he hasn't been getting them. He hasn't been getting them, y'all. And I want you to think about that situation that he's in. Y'all could say, hey, it's all about team and I'd be the bigger Hey, once you get in that situation, I promise you, most of y'all be hating from the sideline. Most of y'all would be unhappy. It's hard. It is hard. Think about where Yoshi Yamamoto was at. He wasn't getting the flowers. Man, people weren't talking about Yoshi. No one was. He's not moving the needle. As a matter of fact, this was crazy. More people talking about Roki Sasaki than Yoshi Yamamoto. More people talking about Roki because he's been struggling. Golly, put yourself in the shoes of Yoshi Yamamoto. He is out here. Dave Roberts called him the ace, and that's what he has been. He has been the ace for the Dodgers all year long. I would say outside of the first month of the season where Ohtani was just an absolute stone cold assassin on the bump, like just mowing, sniper, straight up mowing dudes down, sniper. That was early season Ohtani, but after that, it's been Yamamoto just chugging away. Every single time it goes out, looking good. No problems. Just born old Yoshi Yamamoto just doing his thing. Being great, not getting the applause that he needs, not getting the flowers that he needs, not getting lauded the way he needs to get lauded. As a matter of shoot, man, you go up and down this pitching staff. Guys are more, again, there has been more press clippings on Eric Lauer than Yoshi Yamamoto. More people have been talking about, and hey, listen, and your boy over here, I'm guilty of this. I am 100% guilty. So I'm calling the police on myself. Self-reporting. Even I have talked about Eric Lauer more than Yamamoto. The Dodgers haven't lost a game when Eric Lauer takes the bump. Talking about how he's been a reclamation project. Wow, Mark Pryor and his relationship from San Diego translates to LA. He was on the scrap heap, man. Crazy. Crazy. This guy was going to be out of baseball. We're talking about Eric Lauer. What a great story. We've been talking about everyone except Yoshi Yamamoto. So you know what, man? Let me be the first person in line screaming from the top of the mountaintops, man. Yoshi Yamamoto, Cy Young, let's go. Because this man deserves his flowers now. Now he deserves his flowers. Now he needs to be the headliner. Yoshi Yamamoto. He is that guy. He's that dude. And again, I cannot stress enough, man, the fact that he has just been going out there and doing his thing all year long. No problems. Like again, he's not been going out there like the diva wide receiver or anything. You know what I mean? Like, he's been making no waves. Nothing. And he absolutely could have. A high-level athlete like him? No one's talking about him? Oh, absolutely. That would drive a lot of athletes crazy. Crazy. Insane. It would drive them insane. I mean, shoot, it drove T.O. insane. Terrell Owens was literally, like, couldn't handle it. He's like, why are y'all talking about Donovan McNabb? I'm the GOAT. Talk about me. Couldn't handle it. He's out there in his driveway doing sit-ups without a shirt on, bro. Like, that's how much he couldn't handle it. Yamamoto, man. Give this man his flowers. Okay, I'll tell you what, we step away. When we come back, we'll give you, I want to play a little bit of sound from LeBron, and then we will start talking about football, baby. Let's go. This is my wheelhouse. See, y'all don't know. I've been on air for over a month now. I've been holding these cards. I've been holding it, man. I'm ready to break down the Chargers. I'm ready to break down the Rams. That's coming up next on the James Kelly Show on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. What is cracking Los Angeles? James Coe here with you till 6 o'clock. Man, we got the socials going right now. Live on Twitter, X, live on YouTube as well. I see the YouTube chats are wondering, where is their guys, D-Mac and Reiter? I apologize to y'all, man. No D-Mac and Reiter all this week, as your boy, James Coe, is going to be live with you from 2 to 6 p.m., filling in this spot. Next week, don't worry, the guys are back. So, again, I just want to say what's up to the YouTube chat out here. Greg Sauces, what's going on? Donnie Boy, very active. Smash that like button. I agree. Smash that like button, man. And, of course, we've got Odyssey Max and producer Bursch in there, regulating the chat, corralling y'all who are a little too active, a little too crazy. Okay. Yeah, man. If y'all want to, again, if you guys want to engage into the show, YouTube is a great way to do it. Download the Odyssey app. That's a great way to do it. Or, of course, you could always call in 855-97-LA-FAN. Again, that's 855-97-LA-FAN. LeBron and his quote-unquote indecision has been getting skewered as of late. Where is he going to go? Will he finally make a decision? For the love of God, LeBron, just sign somewhere. I find the conversation to be really interesting and maybe misguided. I don't know how I have become somehow the biggest LeBron defender in the city of Los Angeles. Everyone else in the city of Los Angeles, every other sports commentator, just blasting LeBron. Blasting him. And that's not me. That is not me. I can see, look, here's the thing. If the guy's taken a long time to make the decision, someone needs to tell me how that is on LeBron and like why does that bother you? Your beef should be with people like me. Your beef should be with people like other sports commentators on the radio, on TV, speculating wildly about where LeBron is going. You're not sick of LeBron, or you are. I know you are. I know you are. You are not angry that LeBron hasn't signed. You are angry that LeBron is getting attention. That's where you are really angry. And what I'm saying is, you know, listen, there have been some wild and like weird things like the Rich Paul whiteboard. The whiteboard is so stupid. And it's like I was saying, is this a Rich Paul thing or is this a LeBron thing? And again, people get this conflated. Like, well, because it is Rich Paul, it is LeBron. And I think there is something to that, but you got to make a step, right? Like you got to make that jump. You got to make that leap. Whereas I'm just judging it based off of, okay, well, this is just Rich Paul being weird. Like I'm going to judge this on the actions of the guy doing the actions, not the guy behind the guy doing the actions and then the other thing. You see what I'm saying here? I agree. Rich Paul is being weird. Rich Paul telling, you know, boomer executives, some of the most powerful people in the game of the NBA, that, hey, yo, if you want to talk to LeBron, you better send me a voice note. Golly, that's got to be the stupidest thing I've heard. Send me a voice note. Got to be the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You think these boomer executives know how to send you a voice note, dog? Like, what? I like Rich Paul being like, hey, listen, I'm going to be on the Call of Duty lobby. Jump on the sticks, and let's play a little COD. You could talk to me there. No. That's not how this works, dude. I mean, can you just conduct business normally? Bro, I know I'm a sports talk guy, but like, you know, I have a business, right? Like I've got businesses. I cannot imagine trying to conduct business via voice notes through text. Like, how does that even... So stupid. How does that even enter your mind? Like, you know what, man? We're talking about millions of dollars here. We're talking about millions of dollars being moved around. And shoot, honestly, when it comes to the NBA, we're talking about, hundreds of millions of dollars. We're talking about how the TV schedule cannot be completed without LeBron figuring out where he wants to go play. And we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. We're talking tens of millions of dollars. And we got Rich Paul talking about whiteboards and voice notes. Dog, what? I mean, that is what you would say if you're like doing like a high school like group project. Hey, listen, y'all. I don't like y'all. Y'all don't like me. Someone's going to be dragging the entire group down. I don't want you to be that person. I don't want to be that person. But at the same time, in this group project, I'll be damned if I'm leading the way. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You guys have been in that group project. And everyone in that 4-person group project be looking at each other like, all right, who's going to actually do the work here? Who's going to actually do the work? None of y'all want to do the work. And so you're trying to figure out, okay, how can I get away with the least amount of work possible? You know exactly what I'm talking about. But that is how you organize that. Like, that's how you organize a group project. Hey, man, like, we're in high school. We're not going to do like a Zoom call because that's too boomer. But you know what? Rachel, I'm just going to send you a voice note right quick. And we'll figure out how to divvy up this work. Actually, while we're in class, we got this whiteboard. Let's just draw a bunch of things on this whiteboard. We'll use a red pen. It'll look official and whatnot. We'll just draw a bunch of arrows. And we'll divvy up the work that way. I mean, that's how Rich Paul is approaching this thing, man. It's crazy. Crazy. Insane. Absolutely insane. That being said, let me just get back to my original point, which is, look. Let me put it to you this way. If the market was so soft for LeBron that he couldn't get a job, y'all would be, all the LeBron haters out there would be rejoicing like, ha ha, look at LeBron, can't find a team. What a bum. What a bum. No, but see, and so again, if it was taking that long because he couldn't find a team, y'all would be rejoicing. So it's not the time. It's not the time being spent on this. It's the media coverage. Y'all are sick of the media coverage. Right? And my point has always been, hey, listen, if LeBron wants to take this long and there are teams that are still willing to put up with it, again, blame the teams. Why are you blaming LeBron? The second that LeBron sucks, the second that LeBron can't play ball is again, there won't be teams knocking on the door. You see what I'm saying? He ain't going to be, again, it's like he can want to drag it out. And maybe he does want to drag it out, but you know what? The teams are going to dictate that. That's the market. Y'all are blaming the market. Y'all are mad at the market. Stop being mad at the market. That's stupid. You're mad at the market, but you're blaming LeBron. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're really jumping here. Like, we're really making some assumptions, I'm not trying to be a LeBron Glazer. I'm just saying, like, yeah, okay, does he want to take his time? Yeah, everybody wants to take their time, bro. Everyone. Making a major life decision? Yeah, I would take my time too. As a matter of fact, when I took this job, I took my time, bro. It took me 2 weeks to figure out, okay, this is my dream job. I want to do this. I can't wait to do this. I'm so excited. I know I'm going to do this. But once you get into the actual details of it, like, okay, it's 6 to 10 every night. I won't see my kids at night. I won't be able to, like, hang out with the wife at night. Like, all those, like, date nights that we did every Tuesday night, that's gone now. Sorry, babe. See what I'm saying? Like, when you start hashing out the details, like, okay, well, how much am I going to get paid? All right, well, how much time off am I going to get? Okay, well, what does health care look like? You know what I'm saying? Like, once you get into the actual nitty-gritty, that stuff takes time. You can agree to go to a place, and as a matter of fact, I bet you anything LeBron's already agreed to a place. I bet you anything he's already agreed to a place. But the fact that he's taking a below-market deal, signing for the MLE, or in some, like if he goes to Cleveland, might sign for the veterans minimum. That's crazy below market. When you're signing below market value, you're trying to find value in other places. So maybe LeBron and Rich Paul and all of them they're trying to figure out, okay, well, how can we sweeten the pot a little bit for you, man? We can offer you the MLE. I know that's under market. Okay, but what else can we do? And again, when you start working out those details take time. So it is very possible that LeBron has already figured out a spot to go. We just don't know right now because they've been very tight-lipped about it, and they're just trying to hash out the details. I tell you right now, man, when I got this deal, listen, man, we had a gentleman's agreement in place, and it still took 3 weeks. Come on. And I'm a nobody sportscaster. What are you talking about? I'm a nobody sportscaster, bro. And that deal still took 3 weeks to hash out. And we had agreed in principle way before. We had a handshake deal way before. Took a long time. Figure out the small details, man. That's just what happens. Y'all are mad about the process, man. And blaming LeBron for some reason. I don't know why. Be mad at him for a lot of different things, but don't be mad at him for this. I'll tell you what, we got to step away. When we come back, we will break down the Rams. We will break down the Chargers. Football is on deck, baby. On the James Coe Show on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Yeah! You got to let that play. That's mean. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just an old boomer. But you hear that guitar rip, and you just got to let that bad boy go. If that don't make you want to drink a couple of Bud Lights, I don't know what will. My goodness gracious, let's go. That'll wake you up in the morning, let me tell you right now. That guitar starts ripping, baby, and you're like, all right, cool. It's Sunday morning. Maybe we're going to go play a little golf. Let me go rip a couple Bud Lights right quick. Let's go. Let's go. James Coe here with you till 6 p.m. Having a good time, as always. Again, I do apologize. When you listen to D-Mac and Reiter, you get a really good education. Like, you're going to learn something, you know? Like, they'd start hitting you with, like, you know, like, I don't know, like VORP and, like, you know, things of that nature, okay? Stats. Like, it's good stuff, you know? Very educational. Very smart program. Bill Reiter, D-Mac, they're very smart. And listen. I've got a Berkeley education. I got a master's degree from USC in journalism. But, I mean, listen, you could listen to my show for 15 minutes. You know it's not going to be that. We're talking about, okay, ripping some Bud Lights right before we hit the golf course. Things of that nature. Okay. We will do a football preview. I promise you we will. I just wanted to give it its full time and, you know, full glory. You know what I'm saying? That being said, also, we didn't hear from LeBron. I want to hear from LeBron. He was talking publicly about his decision-making process, and he talked about how his family, specifically how his daughter, is playing into this decision.
I pulled it to the side, and I was like, baby, I'm letting you know, I don't want you to hear from nobody else, but I won't be playing for the Lakers next year. I will be playing somewhere else, so I won't be home all the time. And you may not have an answer right now. You can give me an answer now. You can wait. You can write it down. Just want to know how you're feeling about it, because you mean a lot to me. Yeah. You know, with me being away from you means a lot, you know, so the family portion is a big thing too. You know, my daughter and my wife and things of that nature, and I'm a big family guy. So there's a lot of things that's, you know, people are like, hurry up and make a damn decision, Brian. It's like, okay, it's not just about the team. Yeah. There's so many other factors that I'm, you know, factoring in right now on what, you know, not only best fit me as a player, what best fit me as a person, what best fit me as what my happiness, and also with my family as well. Yeah. You know, so there's a lot of, I won't hold you guys up too much longer, but the family portion is huge for me.
You know, I will say this too, okay? Like, even the most ardent LeBron supporter, and I'm not that guy. I fall somewhere in the middle, but it's like, it's funny. You can't be middle of the road LeBron, because if you're middle of the road LeBron, people will call you a glazer. I mean, that's how far the conversation has shifted, especially in Los Angeles. If you could have like a moderate, mild take on LeBron, you're a glazer. Okay, that being said, he did talk about family there. Shoot, hey man, I know this is like not kosher. Should we be blaming LeBron's daughter? Maybe LeBron's daughter hasn't picked where she wants to go to school yet, man. Is that the issue? She doesn't know? I think they're going to stay in L.A. And again, I mean, all the reporting is like all speculative, man. But like, again, like if they go to like Philadelphia, for example, like do they enroll the daughter in Philly? Does she stay in LA? I don't know. Again, it just sounds like there's a lot to consider. And by a lot, I mean, like, it sounds like family, money, all the extra things in regards to being able to prepare and play basketball. A lot of those things. I don't know. Regardless of where he goes, obviously the team is anticipated to make a legitimate postseason run, because the 4 teams that he's got kind of sort of bookmarked here. Golden State is the only Western Conference team. You got Philadelphia, you've got Miami, and you've got the Cleveland Cavaliers. Man, the internet, the speculation, it's so funny because I've seen reports that say the Miami deal is done. They're just working out the details. I've seen the Cleveland deal has been done for a while. They're just working out the deal. I've seen it all. The Golden State contract is done. They're just working out it's like, okay. All right. I've seen pictures of LeBron's daughter enrolled in a Philadelphia school. So again, there's just a lot of random reports out there. I mean, shoot, we had what was it? What was it? Caroline's Cupcakes? That's what it was, right? The random cupcake company that was saying, "Hey, I got sources. I was right about LeBron going to Miami, and those same sources are telling me that they're telling me Caroline's Cupcakes in Akron, Ohio, that the LeBron to Cleveland deal is done. It's over. He's coming back home, baby." I don't know. Like I said, all these little side stories are so funny, man. Like I am enjoying it. I do. I'm not like y'all. Everyone seems so mad at LeBron. Like, just make the decision already. Oh my God. It's like LeBron's just milking this thing. It's like, oh, he just needs the attention. He needs the attention. There was a guy in the chat, actually in the YouTube chat. Go find YouTube right now. YouTube.com/TheFanLA. Live streaming right now over there. It said LeBron wants attention. Free agents sign ASAP. He makes it about him all the time, and that agent they need to go away. Rich Paul, he's referring to. If I am LeBron, and I've said this on my show. This was, by the way, some dude 626. He's repping the 626, which, by the way, best Asian food on planet Earth is in the 626. Okay, you want a good boba? Go to the 626. Let me tell you right now. But I would say, though, and I've been saying this on my show for weeks now, is that LeBron needs to have a come to Jesus moment with Rich Paul and be like, "Hey, Rich, yo, you need to chill. Like, stop breaking out the whiteboard. Like, stop talking. Like, as a matter of fact, Rich, you're already a rich man. Like, why do you need a podcast, bro? Why does Rich Paul need a podcast? Why? I don't know. If I'm LeBron, I tell Rich Paul, I'm like, "Hey man, you got to chill with the podcast stuff, dude. Like, you got to chill with the whole, like, telling people about the voice notes and whatnot. Like, can you just represent me like a normal businessman?" We're talking multi-million-dollar contracts now, man. Like, I don't need you doing a sit down with Max Kellerman every single week. Like, let's just, and again, people say, "Oh, the PR machine, LeBron's got that PR." He's got the worst PR machine in the whole world. PR machines are supposed to help, are supposed to get people to like you. People hate LeBron. People hate LeBron. He's got the worst PR machine in the whole world. Come on. What are we doing out here? If I'm LeBron, I need to sit down with my guy, Rich Paul, and be like, "Hey, Rich, I love you, man. Like, you've made me a lot of money. It's cool. Like, we got these businesses and we got all this stuff going on. Brother, stop it. I'm getting killed out here because of the dumb stuff you're doing, man." I mean, people are judging LeBron through Rich Paul. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? Look, I just want to tie this back into LA real quick. Again, people love Ohtani. Hey, yo, Ohtani has surrounded himself with some shady characters, bro. And we don't care. We love Shohei. And LeBron has surrounded himself with Rich Paul. People hate Rich Paul, and by proxy, they hate LeBron. That's crazy. That's great. I'll tell you what, man. If I'm LeBron, I want to sit down with Shohei. "Hey, bro, tell me how you doing this. Tell me how you're doing this right now. ESPN is about to release a documentary on Shohei's former translator. He's Teflon. People love Shohei. Shohei had a real estate deal in Hawaii go bad. People lost millions of dollars. Hey, it's all good. Shohei, it's all good for Shohei. Teflon, baby. Nothing sticks. LeBron needs to sit down with Shohei and figure, hey, how are you doing this, man? Like, what are you doing? How are you so Teflon, bro? Like, what is the deal? Like, on the real, Shohei has surrounded himself with some shady characters, man. Some shady characters. But it don't matter. Everybody loves Shohei. Everybody. You know, the other thing about Shohei, too, which is so interesting, is, like, the Dodgers are the 2026 version of the evil empire, right? Like, they are the Yankees from the 90s, and Shohei, just drawing comparisons to that dynasty in New York, is that Shohei's a lot like Jeter. People hated the Yankees. Oh, my God. I can't tell you how much I hated the Yankees. I hated them. I couldn't stand them, man. Couldn't stand the Yankees and then buying titles and whatnot. But you know what? No one hated Jeter, though. Everyone hated the Yankees. No one hated Jeter. Everyone hates the Dodgers. No one hates Shohei. Teflon. How does he do it? He's on the modern day evil empire. Shohei is. And people still love him. It don't matter. It's great. Like, he goes up to bat. No one's booing Shohei. No one. It's incredible. I don't know how he does it. Is it just because he's handsome, bro? Is that what it all just comes out in him being handsome? Like Jeter? Like, is that what it is? I don't know. I tell you what, we got to step away. When we come back, it's more of the James Koh Show right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. cracking, everybody? James Coe here with you. We're having fun today, man. I'm so stoked. Are you kidding me? I get to talk football today? B.A., a.k.a. Boss Andrew, a.k.a. B.A. Baracus. Boss Andrew told me, hey, listen, this is the week that we start talking football. This is the week. I said, say less. Let's go. I'm so stoked. Man, I'm pumped. Let's do a Rams preview. Let's talk Rams. What are the biggest concerns? What are we looking at here with Myles Garrett? What are we looking at here with Trent McDuffie? Some of the biggest additions that they have made have all been pretty much on the defensive side of the football. Who has the most to prove? What are the biggest concerns? Let me tell you what the biggest concern is right now when we're talking about the Rams. And the Rams are going to be on the short list to win the Super Bowl, right? It should absolutely be Super Bowl or bust this year. Anything short of a Super Bowl appearance is a disappointment for this team. That being said, the biggest concern, no question, is offensive fragility. What do I mean by that? Matt Stafford is 38 years old. Matt Stafford gets out of the pocket one time, gets hit, and he's hurt. That's not good. And I love Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford's a Hall of Famer. I love the fact that Matt Stafford is over the last couple of years has certainly gotten his flowers, and because he was toiling away in Detroit and playing extremely good football and not getting recognition for it. As a matter of fact, people said, oh, he's overrated. He's overrated. He's out there trying to win games with Jim Bob Cooter, bro. Jim Bob Cooter is out there leading the offense. My guy Matt Stafford's out there. He's got to be shaking his head like, come on, man. My offensive coordinator's name is Jim Bob Cooter for reals? Okay. All right. Let me just go out there. No Megatron's fine. Megatron retired early. Okay, that's fine. Let me just go out there. Let me just try to do what I can do. People kept trying to sell you on this narrative that Matt Stafford was actually overrated, that he actually wasn't that good. All empty calorie stats. Then he comes to LA and all of a sudden it's like, oh, actually, no, he's actually sick. Oh, actually, no, he's really good. I don't know if you guys caught that, man. The switch up was so fast. The switch up on Matt Stafford was so quick. It was crazy. The switch up from, oh, he's overrated to, no, actually, he's legit. He's actually one of the best quarterbacks to ever play the game. The switch up was so fast, y'all probably didn't see. It was like a good magic trick. Y'all didn't see that switch up. But see, I got receipts, man. Like, I got a memory now. Like, I remember people saying he was overrated. I remember arguing with people online being like, bro, no, he's legit. He is truly a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Every single year he's been in the league, he's been top 10. Every single year. It was like, oh, wow, how many playoff games has he won? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's sickening. It's like, you guys are tired about LeBron? I was tired about having these arguments. Like, oh, the Stafford can't win playoff games. He stinks. Come on, man. The switch up was so crazy and so fast. And now it's just universally accepted that Matt Stafford is, Hall of Fame guy. He's the same guy. It's the same dude. Crazy arm talent, can make the right plays, crazy gamer. Doesn't matter if he's injured. He's playing through injuries. He's awesome, right? Only problem is he's 38 years old. Only problem is he just can't get out of the pocket like he used to. Offensive fragility when it comes to the Rams is their biggest concern. And it's not just Matt Stafford. Davante Adams is 33 years old, and while I love Davante, hey, listen, I'm going to do a lot of these hey buts, okay? Davante Adams is 33 years old. He's going to go down. Hey, give me Davante Adams in terms of his career, top 3 all time. Argue with your mother if you don't think he's top 3 all time. His peak and his longevity, he's top 3 all time. At his peak, unguardable. At his peak, the best technician in the game. Could play in the slot. He could be a big slot weapon. He could be a stretch slot. He could beat you over the top. Oh, you need to go run an out route real quick? Okay, cool. You want to do some back shoulder to him? Okay, great. We got it. In contested catch scenarios. At his peak, there was nobody better than Davante Adams at his peak. And yet, he has done it for a decade plus. The longevity of his career has been incredible. All that being said, he's 33 years old. I'm not trying to downplay his career. I got to do the whole Twitter thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got to defend my position before I say something bad. You know what I mean? Look, last year we definitely saw a little bit of a slide. And by a little bit, I do think we've seen a slide, actually. The athleticism is just not quite there. He's obviously catching a ton of touchdowns and doing those things. But, man, being a touchdown-only threat, that is the first signal that we're really close to the end. Being an ex-receiver that was just trying to draw coverage away from your true number one wide receiver in Puka Nacua, again, big-time symbol that he's not that guy. Because 5 years ago, him running them ex-receiver routes, he's getting open and he's getting the football. Now, he's a decoy between the 20s. Once you get in the red zone, once you get goal to go, still that guy. Still tough as nails, contested catch, man, great hands. He's going to be a red zone option for, the next couple of years for sure. But still, 33 years old, offensive fragility when we're talking about the Rams. Puka Nacua, man. What is going on with Puka Nacua? He allegedly bit a woman. He allegedly used racial slurs. Allegedly. He goes on a live stream. This is not alleged. Puka goes on a live stream and denies concussions are real. What? Bro. What? Why are you going on a live stream and saying concussions are fake? Dog, you're in the NFL. What do you mean? My guy, come on, man. So what happens, man? He gets drunk a lot, checks into rehab. He's drunk on the streets. Now, let me say this. I'm not throwing stones from a glass house. There have been plenty of times pre-social media that your boy was on the streets a little too tipsy now. I get it. Okay? There's been a couple times. Maybe your boy's been on the golf course a little too tipsy as well. Okay? Listen, that has happened. That has happened. My boys can confirm that. Sources close to James Coe confirm that he has been too tipsy on occasion. That has happened. And by the way, that was me in my 30s. Okay? Lord knows the kind of animal that I was in my 20s, dude. I can't even imagine James Coe in his 20s with money. Oh, forget it. I'd be in trouble. Now, that being said, I wouldn't be going on lives. Even in my most rambunctious days, I would not be going out there and denying concussions, though. Come on, man. By the way, I'd be remiss in not reminding y'all, if y'all want to be part of the show, 855-97-LA-FAN. 855-97-LA-FAN. Okay, again, offensive fragility. Stafford, 38 years old. Davante Adams, 33 years old. Puka Nacua, checked into rehab, coming out of rehab. Starting left tackle, Alaric Jackson, he was involved in another domestic dispute. Remember, he was suspended 2 games in 2024 for allegedly recording a woman during sex without her consent. 2-game suspension for the personal conduct policy in the NFL. Now, for his most recent dust up with the law, Jackson was not charged with a felony, but he did enter a diversion program. Okay? So what does that all mean? Well, not facing jail time, but he might not get away from the NFL police. You know what I'm saying? That right there, entering a diversion program, that could be considered another violation of the NFL's personal conduct policy. What will that end up looking like? It might be 0, it might be 2, it might be 4, it might be 6. I don't know. I would imagine it's just having covered the NFL for 10 plus years, seeing suspensions, this being part of my, this is my universe now. This is my world in covering the NFL. Just based off of that, based off of nothing else but just my experience, I would imagine if the NFL really wants to come down, I think Alaric Jackson might be looking at 6 games. This is just nothing but conjecture, though. Legitimately, who knows with the NFL, because the NFL and their personal conduct policy is about as, unpredictable as it gets. It legitimately could be 0 games. But I think on the top end, it could be 10. But honestly, I think they might fall on I think 4 to 6 games would probably be what might end up coming down here for Alaric Jackson. But again, could be 0, man. Could legitimately be 0. But he's their starting left tackle. Offensive fragility when it comes to the Rams. Alaric Jackson starting left tackle, you might be saying to yourself, well, how much is that really going to matter? Well, when your quarterback is 38 years old and not mobile, that matters quite a bit, actually. We saw Matt Stafford, when he gets out of the pocket and he gets hit with anything, he's hurt. And he's not playing at 100%. Because he's 38 years old, y'all. See, all y'all young cats, you guys don't even know. But once you get to 35, you could sleep wrong and you're out the game for a week. You know what I'm saying? It's like, wait, hold on. How did I get injured? I was sleeping. Once you get to 35, that's what happens. All my fellow old heads listen, be yep, this guy's got a point. This guy's got a point now. Go play a round of golf with a couple of Bud Lights, man. Go to sleep. You wake up and you're like, golly, man. What is going on? I'm hurt. Why am I hurt, dude? This kind of sucks. That happens. I'm just saying, he's 38 years old. He's getting chased down by 300-pound linemen, bro. Even the most simple tackle could be devastating for him. I'm just saying. Offensive fragility, no question, the biggest concern for the LA Rams. 855-97 LA fan, what are your biggest concerns for the LA Rams? What's your biggest concerns, man? By the way, this is a team that completely revamped their defense. You trade for Myles Garrett, but it wasn't free. Jared Verse is a dog. Jared Verse could play. Was this a great deal for the Rams? Yes, but it was also a great deal for Cleveland. You lose Myles Garrett, but you get younger. And you get a potential Pro Bowl defensive end in Jared Verse, along with the first, along with a second, along with a third-round pick. This is one of those deals that it is truly a win-win. You know what I'm saying? That was, to me, my takeaway from the trade, was that both sides won this deal. But the bottom line is the Rams, they go get Myles Garrett. And shoot, hey, listen, let me just tell you some stats in regards to Myles Garrett. Over the last 5 years, Myles Garrett is number 2 in total quarterback pressures. In terms of pressure rate, Garrett is number 4. But as we know, as he is coming off of a record-setting single-season sack record, Myles Garrett is number 1 in total sacks with 83 over the last 5 years. How much is that? TJ Watt is second with 65.5. Dang near 20 sacks away from Myles Garrett. Number 1 in total sacks, number 1 in sack rate. Incredible. Next Gen Stats measures get-off times. How fast a player can get across the line of scrimmage once the ball is snapped. Over the last 5 years, again, Myles Garrett, number 1 on get-off time. 0.7 seconds on average between the ball being snapped and Myles Garrett getting across the line of scrimmage. That is insane. Insane. Crazy stuff. By the way, he is doing this while being double-teamed at a really high rate. 14.1% double-team rate according to Next Gen Stats. That is 10th highest among all edge rushers over the last 5 years. Listen, it's hard to double-team edge rushers. But Garrett is still seeing 14% double-team rate. Despite a high double-team rate, still getting across the line of scrimmage. By the way, those two numbers are related. Hard to double-team a guy when he's already at the quarterback. 0.7 seconds, dog. That is insane. Snap of the ball, 0.7 seconds. He's across the line of scrimmage. Good Lord. Good Lord. Now, you think about Aaron Donald potentially entering this mix as well. I mean, golly, if you listen to the internet rumors, it's all but a done deal. Aaron Donald, he's coming back. If you listen to the internet, I don't know if that's true, but golly, there's a lot of breadcrumbs. As a matter of fact, there's so many breadcrumbs, man, you can make a whole dang sandwich out of it. Aaron Donald manning the middle. You know what's crazy? I don't even know if Aaron Donald will man the middle. Why? Because the team also invested in Poona Ford. Poona Ford, 3-year, $30 million deal. That's not a little bit of money for a nose tackle. Listen, this is we're talking run stuffer. We're talking about a guy who just fills the gap. Good luck running on this team. What is that? Oh my gosh. What does that defensive line look like? You talking about Myles Garrett, Poona Ford, Aaron Donald? You got size, you got speed, you got strength. Good luck. Good luck, NFC West. That is wild. See, people aren't talking about the Poona Ford edition, and that's huge. That's huge. The Poona Ford edition is like legit. You're getting a run stuffer in there, and that's using up a lot of space, a lot of real estate. That's going to allow Myles Garrett to go do his thing. And then on top of that, you got Aaron Donald in there too. Oof. Oof. What does that look like? How about Myles Garrett lining up as outside linebacker with Aaron Donald on the edge? Oh boy, good luck. Where are you going? Who are you doubling? Who are you doubling? You going to double team both on the same side? Good luck. Not going to happen. It's not going to happen. If that happens, Poona Ford's going to get 10 sacks, bro. That's insane. Insane. The biggest weakness last year, there's no question, was their cornerback play. Emmanuel Ford was not good. He was not good, y'all. And so what does LA do? I mean, before they even got Myles Garrett, what'd they do? They go get Trent McDuffie, trade for him. Big trade. Big trade. with Kansas City. They trade a first, a third, a fifth, and a sixth-round pick to go get Trent McDuffie, who then they had to extend. And they gave him $31 million per year. Trent McDuffie. They also signed Jalen Watson. Oh! They completely and utterly revamped their cornerback room. This is, in my opinion, top to bottom. They still have some questions at linebacker, but it's okay. This, to me, top to bottom, is the best defense in the NFL. All due respect to Seattle. All due respect. But when, and again, this is assuming that Donald comes back, but when you're talking about a defensive front that includes Myles Garrett, Poona Ford, and Aaron Donald, and then on the back end, you've got two guys in Jalen Watson and Trent McDuffie, good luck. Good luck. By the way, Jalen Watson, not enough people know about Jalen Watson. Jalen Watson, he can play now. He can play. I wouldn't say he's a game breaker, but he's an absolutely solid number 2. Really solid. Trent McDuffie is the guy that could potentially be the guy that's an absolute game changer. I think especially if we're talking about that defensive front getting up there and making some noise. Trent McDuffie had a little bit of a down year last year. Let's be real. He had 1 interception and 7 pass deflections. Right? Next Gen Stats has this thing called Hawk Rate, which is basically like pass deflections and interceptions and just how often is he mixing it up, right? Hawk percentage is basically pass deflections and interceptions for every single time you're targeted. What's his Hawk rate? 18.4% Hawk rate for Trent McDuffie, right? It's good. It's fine. But it's fine. But that's a down year for Trent McDuffie. He allowed a 60.5% completion rate when targeted as the nearest defender, according to Next Gen Stats. Again, that's pretty good. It's fine. But it's not like, oh my gosh, crazy. But this defense has a lot of expectations. As a matter of fact, how much pressure is there on Chris Shula? You talk about who's got stuff to prove? It's Chris Shula. Chris Shula needs to come out there and draw up a good game plan because he has all the ingredients in the world for this to be the best defense in the NFL, period. No excuses on the defensive side, period. None. Chris Shula has a lot of expectations. Can he get it done? All right, we step away. When we come back, we will talk about the LA Chargers. Full breakdown on the Chargers. That's coming up next, right here on the James Koh Show, on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. What is cracking, Los Angeles? Let's get it going, baby. James Coe here with you. We're talking football. Yeah. I'm so stoked, man. When BA, boss man Andrew, when BA tells you, hey, listen, let it go. Let it rip. Let it rip now with football because football is here. You have no idea, man. The show, the James Coe Show, has been on for about a month now. And we just celebrated our 1 month anniversary, I think last Friday, as a matter of fact. Last Thursday. And I've really been holding back on a lot of NFL stuff. Just FYI. Despite the fact that, again, the NFL has been primarily my bread and butter for the past 10 plus years. Why? Because I just wanted to unleash it all at once. You know what I'm saying? Store it up. But now I'm ready. Now we're going. Dude, I was supposed to, and I will talk about the Chargers here. But man, I just saw on Twitter X, dude, we got the tea. ESPN's Ryan Clark was on NFL Live, their flagship NFL show. Ryan Clark has been, again, one of the faces of NFL coverage there on ESPN. He's on the show. He is on the show. And according to the Athletics' Andrew Marchand, Clark was on NFL Live today, but he was told during the program that he was being let go, according to sources who told Andrew Marchand. He then walked off the set. Didn't finish the show. ESPN was supposed to inform him tomorrow morning, but somebody told Ryan Clark that he was being let go, man. And the dude walked off the set. Spicy. I love the media drama. I love it. I don't love it for Ryan Clark. Let me just make that clear. Like, I feel bad for Ryan Clark because Ryan Clark, I think he's a really good analyst. I think Ryan Clark is exactly that guy that you want on TV. He was a high-level player. He was an absolute dog. But he was also really well-spoken. He's exactly the kind of player analyst you want on TV. He's got takes, but he's also well-measured. And, yeah, man, Ryan Clark is a hell of an analyst. I'll tell you what the other major problem is here, too, for Ryan Clark. It's July 20th. And now he's not going to be with ESPN. I don't know what his deal looks like, but a lot of these NFL guys, or a lot of on-air talent at ESPN, have provisions in their contract that say, hey, listen, we're going to pay you the rest of your contract to not be on air. But if you take another job, that contract money goes bye-bye. Right? So does Ryan Clark have that? Did he still have years left on his deal? I don't know. Man, I guess I could Google it and try to do some internet sleuthing, but I don't want to do that much pocket watching when it's in regard to Ryan Clark, man. But the problem with it being July 20th is that, let's say his contract was up for renewal and they didn't renew it. Man, a lot of these other networks, they have contracts in the books. They're pretty much set. Where does he end up? There's not that many places. He could be a guy that goes to NBC, maybe for Football Night in America, whatever. Maybe he's a guy that can go to CBS. But again, their coverage is pretty light other than their studio show, and I think their studio show is pretty much set. Go to Fox Sports. That's the most likely fit. And I'm sure Fox Sports is doing the whole Birdman hand-rubbing thing. Yeah, okay, cool. We're going to go get Ryan Clark maybe. I don't know. But that being said, they also might be in the situation where they're like, man, we're already at the max of our budget. How do we go get Ryan Clark? I don't know. Like I said, this going down July 20th makes it pretty complicated for Ryan Clark. I don't know. And again, I don't know what his contract looks like. But maybe, hey, and listen, y'all remember Max Kellerman? Do you remember why Max Kellerman was off air for this many years? Because he was getting paid literal millions to sit on the sideline. He wasn't going to mess up that check. He's like, you want to pay me $1 million+? You want to pay me multiple millions of dollars to just go hang out on the beach? Let's go do it. Let's go do it. You think he's going to take some radio gig so he can mess up that money? Hell no. Hell no. And it's kind of messed up for him too, right? Because like Kellerman's like a radio goat. Like he's awesome. He's awesome on the radio. That's the trouble with some of these contracts, right? That like, hey, ESPN's like, hey, listen, sit on the sideline, we pay you, but as soon as you get another job, we're not paying you. Okay, well now you got to weigh, as somebody who has been in this business for, dang near 20 years, it's like you have to weigh free money versus relevancy. And relevancy in this business means a lot. Like your paycheck is tied to your relevancy. Right? So somebody like Max Kellerman, that's a tough call. Listen, somebody like me, shoot. In the grand scheme, hey, listen, I'm a high-level sports broadcaster, man. Like, I've been in L.A. I've been working in L.A. I've worked at NFL Network. I've worked at Amazon Prime Sports. I've worked at NFL Red Zone. I'm a high-level dude. Listen, I'll tell you right now, I am like a Z-level celebrity. So, for me, I'd be like, yeah, give me that 6-figure paycheck, dude. I'm good, bro. I'm not tripping. But for Max... that's a different calculus altogether. Same way, it's going to be a different calculus altogether for Ryan Clark. High-level guy. Very relevant right now. I'm surprised, I am, that ESPN decided to part ways with Ryan Clark because, again, this is the guy, this is exactly the kind of dude that you want to get on air. Well-spoken guy, played at a high level, and was an absolute dog when he played, too. This guy was not afraid to fit the run. This guy was, again, just like, you want to make a big hit over the middle. Here comes Ryan Clark, man. He played way bigger than his size. He was good. What an interesting story. What an absolutely interesting story developing here with Ryan Clark and ESPN where, man, they tell him mid-show, and he's like, all right, peace. Later, y'all. It was a good time. I wonder if he did the whole, like, hey, you're cool, you're not cool, before he took off, man. Some of it, I know he got a little blowback for some of the way that he talked to Peter Schrager, right? Where he said there was that internet clip of going around, like he was talking to NFL reporter Peter Schrager, and he basically said, like, there's a reason why I'm a high-level player and you're not a player. You can't really speak on football. Oh, here's the quote. He said, that's the non-player in you, when he's talking about Peter Schrager in regards to a football take that he had. And Schrager said, hey, listen, if you have a perspective, then say your perspective, but why do you have to belittle me? Ryan Clark responded with, quote, Peter, what I need you to do is not get mad and let me finish. Golly. And apparently that bled into some off-air comments too, because later that day, Ryan Clark tweeted out, I had an interaction today with my colleague both on and off the air that I regret. Dude, what did that conversation look like? Props to Peter Schrager, too, man. Let me tell you something. To have the stones to sit there and say, hey, listen, I know we're talking about ball, but let me tell you why you're wrong. I'm a reporter, you're a player, but I got the stones to do that. Shout out to Peter Schrager, man. You got to have some cojones, man. I don't know if I could do that, and I'm a fiery dude. I'm a little fiery short king. Let me tell you right now, you come at the throne, you best come correct. Because I will defend myself now. But if we're talking like, okay, we're going to be talking about football, and let me go ahead and argue with Ryan Clark right quick. And Clark says something to you off air? Shoot, man, I don't know. I don't even know if I got the stones to do that, man. Shout out Peter Schrager for standing on business, dude. That's awesome. I don't know. Okay, we got some contract details. Ryan Clark signed his most recent deal with ESPN in 2024 after a very public negotiation. Okay, there you go. So that's 2024. So 2024, 2025. I bet you he still had another year left. So I bet we don't see Ryan Clark in this upcoming cycle. Maybe the next cycle. We'll see. That's wild, man. Wild development for him to find out mid-show and for him just peace out. By the way, like if you look at like the NFL Live or like the ESPN NFL account, it's a bunch of Ryan Clark like clips right now. It's a bunch of Ryan Clark videos right now. Are they going to take those down right quick? I don't know. Wow, this story is catching some heat, though. That's crazy, man. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's step away. When we come back, I swear, this time we are going to talk Chargers. There's a little news out of Philadelphia, too, that I found to be really funny in regards to AI and Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni using AI, dog. Oh, my gosh. What a story. That's coming up next right here on the James Coe Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. What is cracking Los Angeles? It's your boy, James Coe, man. How's everybody doing out there today, man? I'm having a good old time. I'm filling in. Obviously, this is not the voice of D-Mac and Reiter. They are taking a much-deserved vacation. Filling in for them for the entirety of the week. So again, let me apologize in advance. I will be back in my normal time slot from 6 to 10 starting next week. But all this week, no D-Mac, no Reiter, and we're going to get this thing going. We have a little bit of time here before the first pitch of the Dodgers and Phillies, and that's coming up. Emmett Sheehan taking the mound for the Dodgers. Meanwhile, for Philadelphia, Christopher Sanchez, who's having a fantastic year. 11-4 with a 2.62 ERA. Sheehan has been, he's been up and down. More down as of, more recently. Overall, he's 4-6 with a 4.81 ERA. If we're talking about the injury report, well, the injury report brought to you by Ozeron Law, the injured worker hotline. Shohei Ohtani has been removed from the starting rotation indefinitely. Dave Roberts is not sure how long it will be. Again, that was the injury report brought to you by Ozeron Law, the injured worker hotline. I am somewhat concerned in regards to the Shohei injury and how that might impact the starting pitching depth. Look, Yoshi Yamamoto has been incredible. He's the ace, and he should be getting Cy Young consideration moving forward. Now that he is out of the shadow of Shohei Ohtani, give that man his flowers. Give that man his flowers. That being said, depth right now is a little shaky. Look, we love Justin Wrobleski. Robo's been doing awesome. And he's great. He's a frontline starter, no question. But without Shohei Ohtani, the starting pitching staff loses a lot of oomph, if that makes sense. Roki Sasaki had a great outing last time we saw him, but as we know, he's been very up and down this year. Although I do find it funny. There was this whole idea that he's tipping pitches, so then he has this oversized glove now. Like it's just this giant glove. He's got this outfielder's glove out there. I need to know what where did he get the glove? Because it's huge. It's massive. I mean, it's so big, it almost looks like those novelty hats that all the NFL guys were wearing for some reason, right? That's what he should do. Go full Spaceballs, right? And just have this ridiculously oversized. As a matter, the next time he goes out, his glove needs to be bigger. Screw it, just go bigger. Get a bigger glove, Roki. Just get it way out there, man. And wear that oversized cap too, that all the NFL guys are wearing. Go full Spaceballs on us. That'd be incredible, dude. That would be awesome. But no, Roki's been very up and down. I know he had a great outing, and maybe the oversized glove will address the pitch tipping issue. Dude, I am not smart enough, bro. Am I just stupid? What does an oversized glove do to help protect against, pitching, tip pitching? How does that? What? I don't, dude. Hey, if somebody smarter than me, please call in and explain this to me, bro, because I don't get it. Why is he going with this crazy big glove, and how does that help protect against tipping pitches? Could somebody explain? 855-97 LA fan. Again, that's 855-97 LA fan. Eric Lauer has been, again, better than he was in Toronto, but he's more like a good luck charm than he is anything else. The Dodgers have not lost a game. I believe they're 9-0 when Eric Lauer has taken the mound. They haven't lost. His numbers have been very, very plain Jane, but They haven't lost, man. I'll tell you what. And again, the way they have not lost has been very, very rocky and up and down. Like, Eric Lauer has either given up some runs and the offense has to pick him up on the back end, or, maybe he pitched a good game and then the middle relief ended up, blowing it. And then here comes the offense again, another late inning comeback. Dodgers, the one thing about the Dodgers that I don't think gets enough pub and enough appreciation, how often they come from behind, man. It's like every night they're coming from behind. They never make it easy for you, You're watching them, they're like, all right, they're down. Okay, they're down a run in the 7th. Oh, well, here you go. Max Muncy, 2-run jack. All right, cool. I don't know how they do it. They're incredible. Did y'all see this story out of Philadelphia, though? This story out of Philadelphia. Nick Sirianni is using ChatGPT to keep his message fresh to Eagles players. That includes sharing sports stories with, quote, great relentless effort. Brother, if you need ChatGPT to help lead the troops, that means you can't lead the troops. Look in the mirror, Nick Sirianni. Oh my gosh. Like, of all the things, come on, man. We can't be using AI to help inspire humans. As a matter of fact, humans hate AI. Has there been anything more reviled than AI that the oligarchs keep pushing on us? Like, we don't want it, and yet we keep getting more of it. Has there ever been anything more like this in the history of man? Nobody wants it, and we keep getting more of it. Brother, if you need AI to help inspire the troops, you are not a leader of men. That's crazy. What does Nick Sirianni do? I'm legitimately asking. Like, if you're a player's coach or like you're a personality manager, right? Like, that was, Phil Jackson's thing. Master of Zen. He would send like books to players. Hey, read this. And he'd get everybody on the same page. The beef between Kobe and Shaq was legendary. And he's able to go through there and, winning a bunch of championships, right? Managed personalities. Obviously, the beef between Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen. I mean, shoot, he had Dennis Rodman, absolute wild man, taking, doing photo shoots in wedding dresses, like going to North Korea. Like, come on, bro. Like, this guy, he's out of control. He's crazy. He's managing that roster. Personality management. Nick Sirianni, he's so bad at personality management, A.J. Brown is giving himself books to read, bro. He's giving himself books to read, self-help books to read on the sideline. He's so bad at personality management, the Eagles had to trade him. I mean, what does he do? He's not drafting the players. The front office has been incredible drafting the players. What does he do? Offensively, when they have not had a high-level OC, the offense has stunk. Shane Steichen, good offensive mind. He leaves, the offense stinks. What? What does he do? I don't get it. Kellen Moore, he leaves. The offense stinks. Defensively, is he a defensive guy? Dude, like I said, I don't know what he does. If he's supposed to be a leader of men and you're leaning on ChatGPT to come up with speeches for you, dog, like we have to examine what we're doing, man. We have to examine. This is, of all the things ChatGPT can and cannot do, They're not going to be able to lead men. Humans hate AI. I mean, it's a running joke on the internet right now is how bad people cannot stand AI talk and ChatGPT talk. And yet he's using this to come up with speeches? He's going to sound like ChatGPT? Homie, what are we doing? Insane. All right, I'll tell you what, we step away. When we come back, Chargers preview coming up next. Los Angeles! What is cracking? It's your boy, James Coe. We're taking it all the way to the 6 o'clock hour. We're having a lot of fun today. Clowning on Nick Sirianni. I just read the article from Zach Berman of The Athletic. He wrote this whole article that he wrote. It's free on The Athletic, by the way. Find Zach Berman on Twitter to go find the link to that Athletic article. But Zach Berman, it's this long article, and it's all about how Sirianni used ChatGPT to find like inspirational stories that he could incorporate into his own speeches and whatnot. According to the article, that I guess Sirianni discovered ChatGPT. He doesn't even know the name of this thing. He's like ChatGPT something. He just discovered it in June. I love it. I love it. I love the fact that he just discovered it in June. He's like, you know what? Let me let me mess around in here. Let me talk to the chat bot right quick. I don't know if you guys know this, but there have been studies done about people using artificial intelligence like a lot, and their brain just goes numb. Like they get smooth brained real quick. So be careful out there. I'm just saying. Studies have been done on usage of ChatGPT and other AI and your brain. And guess what? Shockingly, when you don't use your brain, it doesn't go well. Man, I swear, there has been nothing less wanted in the history of the universe. Dude, James Cameron made an entire set of movies based on AI and how it's going to lead to world destruction. When has AI ever been painted in a good light? Shoot, The Matrix made billions of dollars off of people's fear of AI. We don't want it. Nobody wants it. And the oligarchs are like, all right, cool. I hear that. Here's more of it. Oh, let me just pop in this data center right quick. Let me just use up all this fresh water and just here's this data center to help with AI, something that nobody wants. But we're just going to ramrod it in. Let's go. This is great. 7 people make trillions of dollars off of this, but everyone else hates it. But okay, it's cool. Here you go. Here you go. You're welcome. You're welcome, world. I know nobody wants this. I know it's going to lead to the end of the world, but you know what? So long as I get to make trillions of dollars over the next 20 years before I die, cool. We're good. Nobody in the world wants this, and yet we're being force-fed this. And I know what you're saying. You're like, hey, I use AI, though. Yeah, I know you use it. Everybody uses it. Listen, I'm ethical. I don't use it. That's probably not true. When I Google something, now Google's like, hey, listen, Google's not even good enough. We're just going to give you Google AI. I'm like, dog, what? How is this different than just getting Google results? It's the same damn thing. But now we have to force feed it through AI? Google, it's doing the exact same thing that y'all do, except it just uses more resources. Just give me what y'all do. I'm so confused by the Google AI. I'm so confused by it. I really am. And it's probably because I don't use AI enough. But again, it's like, what are we doing, dude? Humans, what are we doing out here, bro? Oh my gosh. Oh my god. This is why I'm convinced that aliens have not made full contact yet. They're like, you know what, man, these guys, you know what, just let them do their thing, man. Just let them do their thing. They're probably observing us like they watch television. There's probably alien cameras just all over the place and just being like, man, look at what these guys are doing. This is great. This is so funny. It's like when y'all watch Love Island, it's like, wow, I can't believe people are this dumb. That's why y'all watch Love Island. Let's be real. Like, wow. These people are hot and they're so stupid. This is great TV. Hot and stupid always works on TV. Always. Hot and stupid. If you're hot and you're stupid, beautiful television. Beautiful. It's crazy. Man, I don't even know where I was going with this. Oh, Zach Berman, go find it on Twitter. Free article. Anyways, I guess Nick Sirianni looking for these inspirational stories, and then I guess he came to some self-realization like, oh man, you know what? My tenure with the Eagles is kind of inspirational too. Dog, come on, man. Come on. Oh my gosh. I mean, there's so many social media jokes and memes and content about how how bad it is to like talk to AI and like using AI voice and like using AI language. By the way, we're seeing much more of it now too. Like regular people are starting to talk like chatbots, bro. Like, holy hell. Holy hell. Where are we going as humans, man? Where are we going as humans, bro? Okay. Now that being said, come on, man. I'm not here to talk about no AI. I'm here to talk about Chargers football. Let's talk Chargers football. Most to prove. Who has the most to prove? Clearly, it is Justin Herbert who needs to get it done in the postseason. That much is absolutely clear. The table is set for him now to put together a decent run. And similar to how people have, for a long time, were discounting and discrediting Matthew Stafford, I do believe it's very similar with Justin Herbert. You know? What I don't understand is, does he not get passes for the coaching staff that he has had to endure? Does he not get passes for the offensive line that he has had in front of him for the entirety of his career? Once they got Joe Alt, once they got Rashawn Slater, all of a sudden everything normalized and Justin Herbert started balling. They go down, the offensive guards stink, and then all of a sudden he's not playing well. I mean, yeah. Does that, I'm confused. Does that surprise people? Now, to be fair to the critics of Justin Herbert, he has not played well in the postseason. That much is for sure. He has been in the NFL for 6 years. He's going on year number 7. Year number 7. So, yeah, I mean, I get it. There needs to be some expectations now. In his 3 games in the postseason, he's 0-3. And the numbers look, I mean, they look rough. Or as my daughter would say, the numbers look like buns. 55% completion rate, that's terrible. He's got 2 passing touchdowns and 4 interceptions, that's terrible. He has a 65 quarterback rating in the 3 postseason games, that's terrible. None of that is good. In addition to the 4 interceptions, he's also fumbled the rock 3 times, losing 1. So now he's got 2 touchdowns to 5 turnovers in the postseason. Tough. Horrible. It's really bad. None of those numbers look good at all. And, you know, from like a yardage perspective, you know, 225, he's averaging 225 pass yards per game in these three games. Again, you know, if you're throwing for 225 and you're winning the games, no one cares. If you're losing these games and you're throwing for 225, that's a problem. Again, we need to be obviously north of 250. And shoot, if you want to say you had a good performance, okay, we want to be closer to 300 now. Can you throw for 300, especially when you're trailing, especially when you're losing, man? And can we have better than a 2 to 5 touchdown to turnover rate? That's not good. So obviously he's got a lot to prove. Now that being said, like I said, how does he not get a pass for last year? His entire offensive line was gone. Gone. In 2025, I think that was the one time where you could say, you know, you could point to, okay, he needs to have played better, and he didn't play better. He had Ladd McConkey, but he was a rookie. J.K. Dobbins was in the building. He was running well. Quentin Johnston had stabilized himself a little bit. Jim Harbaugh was his coach. But again, if you look at his receivers in 2024, it was Ladd McConkey with 1,150 yards, Quentin Johnson, who was still somewhat of a recovering mess. Josh Palmer, who may or may not be in the NFL this year. Will Dissly got cut. Stone Smart, it sounds like a countertop company. It's like, hey, you need to get your backsplash redone? Call Stone Smart, baby. Simi Fehoko, Darius Davis. Who are these dudes? Jalen Reagor somehow was on this team. Again, look at the pass-catching options for Justin Herbert in 2024. It was Ladd McConkey and no one. No one. He didn't even have a high-level tight end. Will Dissly, Stone Smart? Guys, come on. Let's be real. Let's be real. Would you have liked him to perform better? Yeah, of course. But he's force-feeding Ladd McConkey and no one. And then in 2023, what are we talking about here? Brandon Staley? Y'all wanted him to perform with Brandon Staley? Are you insane? Who was his? I mean, again, I just want to point out who were this guy's primary weapons. The oft-injured Mike Williams, who is even in his prime, Mike Williams is a good player, not a great player. There's Josh Palmer again. Keenan Allen, again, at that point was getting a little longer in the tooth. He was 30 years old. Good, at that point, really good player, but still only played 10 games that season. Right? High-level tight end? No. He had Gerald Everett. Everett's a good player. He's not a high-level pass-catching tight end. He's not that guy. Look at the room. Look at the room that he is throwing to. He hasn't had, a bevy of weapons. And he's had to work through bad coaching with Brandon Staley as well. I don't know how to tell people this more clearly. Justin Herbert is an elite talent. Period. Hands down. And he has been average throughout his career. And you know what? Average considering what he has had to deal with on the offensive line, pass catchers, coaching. For him to be average in this scenario means that he's good. A good quarterback with this scenario would have also done absolutely nothing. You put a mid quarterback in that scenario, it's a complete dumpster fire. Complete dumpster fire. For them to be making the postseason in 3 out of 6 of his seasons, I think says a lot about Justin Herbert in general. Look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you, oh man, Justin Herbert's better than Josh Allen. Justin Herbert's better than Lamar Jackson. Justin Herbert is, he's a top 3 quarterback in the NFL. I'm not going to sit here and do that. I'm not going to go and cape up for Justin Herbert to that level. But it's similar to Matt Stafford when Stafford was in Detroit. Everyone keeps, saying, well, he never got it done in the postseason without ever talking about, okay, well, who are his pass catchers? Who are his coaches? What did his offensive line look like? What did his defense look like behind him? No one ever talked about any of those things. They just said, well, when was the last time he won a postseason game? As if there are not 22 starters. But, hey, the switch-up was crazy quick, though, right? The switch-up was crazy quick. He goes to L.A., wins the Super Bowl. Oh, no. Actually, no, Matt Stafford's actually the GOAT. Actually, he's a Hall of Famer. He went from not being that impressive to Hall of Famer right quick. That switch-up happened so fast. It was like a magic trick, man. That's how fast it was. That's how fast y'all switched up on Matt Stafford. Similarly, Justin Herbert is out there putting in the work. He, again, just like watch the film, like he's making the throws. Guys are dropping passes all over the place. Guys aren't getting open. He's making plays. He's not perfect. by any stretch of the imagination, but he's out there making plays. He's not falling apart. Shoot, he didn't look like, I mean, again, we talk about like put a mid quarterback in his shoes. Swap him with Tua Tagovailoa. Oh my! First of all, can you imagine Justin Herbert with prime Tyreek and prime Jalen Waddle and Mike McDaniel? Well, now Mike McDaniel's in the building, but you know what I'm saying? Like Mike McDaniel as a head coach with Tyreek and Jalen Waddle. Oh, my guy's putting up, dang near 5,000 passing yards. 40 touchdowns easy. Chalk it. And then what happens when Tyreek gets hurt and, hey, the offensive line isn't that good? What happens with Tua? Falls apart. Put Tua on the Chargers, where Ladd McConkey's your number one and nobody else can catch a ball. What the hell does Tua look like? I'll tell you, you saw it last year. That's what it looks like. Terrible. The fact that Justin Herbert has been doing what he has been doing, despite adverse conditions, let me tell you something. If the conditions improve, he's taken off, boy. He is taken off. And this year might be that year. I love how the offense is set up. Because Ladd McConkey is a dog. Like, now he's a veteran. I'm telling you, Ladd McConkey, if he stays healthy, Ladd McConkey's going for 1,300 yards, minimum. I'm telling you. Quentin Johnson has stabilized his career. Trey Harris is a viable piece, too. That trio of wide receivers is probably the best trio of wide receivers that he's had in LA, even though they're not big names. Even though they're not like the household names of Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. These guys are young. They're athletic. They got to work on drops. Please, QJ, stop dropping the ball. But you include the tight ends in this group now, too, with David Njoku, Oronde Gadsden. You talk about the offensive line, Joe Alt, Rashawn Slater coming back healthy. They signed Tyler Biadasz, good center from Baltimore, right? They re-signed Trevor Penning, a former first-round draft pick. Where does Penning play? I don't think he plays tackle. Can the great Jim Harbaugh, who's like an offensive line guru, can this guy transition him to guard? I think so. They signed Cole Strange, who, again, more of a, mid-level, average, maybe slightly below average guard. They're still going to have some problems on the guard spots, but they stabilize center with Biadasz, and they're getting their two tackles back. I am still holding out a candle here. Maybe Trevor Penning ends up being a really good guard for them. I don't know. Or at the very end of the day, he's just a backup tackle. You don't want him to be a starting tackle, Trevor Penning. That would be bad. But if they can transition him to guard, okay, we might be cooking with gas. But the offensive line is revamped for the Chargers. Really good. The offense is in a good spot. You talk about Mike McDaniel modernizing the offense. You talk about Omarion Hampton. Hey, and can I just tell y'all, man, look, I chart running backs. I've watched a ton of Omarion Hampton. I've charted him as a prospect. I charted him last year as a rookie. Omarion Hampton, even as a prospect, was never a between the tackles guy. That's not his strong suit. And it wasn't his strong suit. Running out of man gap, not his strong suit. Omarion Hampton, with his size and his speed, he needs to get the edge. He needs to get out there. Man, he needs to be flowing. If he is flowing outside and finding cutback lanes, that's where he's in his happy spot. Guess what? When you got Greg Roman and Jim Harbaugh, guess what? You're running a lot of man gap. You're running a lot of power. You're running between the tackles. That's what you got to do. That's what Greg Roman does. Man gap all day, every day. Power football all day, every day. Oh, yeah, baby. Counter trap. Let's go. Power O. Find that A gap. Let's just bury somebody down in that A gap. But Mike McDaniel's not that guy. Listen, man gap will obviously be utilized. I mean, every run game utilizes a little bit of zone, a little bit of man gap, right? But Mike McDaniel's going to incorporate a lot more zone concepts, which I think will obviously help Omarion Hampton. He's going to be using a lot more outside concepts, both in man gap and in zone. But you're talking about wide zone here with Mike McDaniel and shoot. Just go back and look at Raheem Mostert off the scrap heap. Out of nowhere, Raheem Mostert, great outside zone runner, running under Mike McDaniel's system, out there just crushing it. Devin Achane. I don't know how to pronounce his last name now. I'm going to keep calling him Achane, though. I'll figure this out, guys. At some point, I'll figure it out. Devin Achane, same thing. He's out there running wide zone all day long. Hampton doesn't have that kind of speed or quickness, but dude, I'm telling you, this run fit for Omarion Hampton is so much better. It's going to be night and day. Hopefully Hampton's healthy. That's what we're looking for. But the run game is going to be on track. The run game is so much better from a scheme fit perspective when we're talking about these guys. Man, it's going to be night and day. There are going to be some big plays in the run game. I love it. It's going to be zone heavy. Omarion Hampton's going to eat. He's going to eat now. Don't be surprised if Kamani Vidal eats. If Keaton Mitchell getting in there for a handful of snaps, big plays out of the backfield, let's go. The run game is going to be nice for LA. Mark it down. All right, we give you more Chargers preview on the backside of this break. You're listening to the James Coe Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. What is cracking, Los Angeles? It's your boy, James Coe, here with you. We have been talking about the Chargers, how I love how their offense is set up. Their run game is going to be strong. Boss man Andrew, B.A. Baracus brings me into his office last week. B.A. says, James, we got to win football. Boss man, I got you, bro. We're going to win football. I'll tell you right now, there is not another radio show in Los Angeles where you are going to learn more about football than on this show, period. There might be ones that are just as good. That's fine. That's fine. I promise you, you're not going to learn more about football than on this show, though. You know what I'm saying? We're winning football. We are, ladies and gentlemen, this show, we're winning football. We're going to make it happen. We talk about the running back room and how much of a better scheme fit it is under Mike McDaniel because he's going to use a lot more zone concepts. He's going to use a lot more outside zone, outside run concepts, both in man gap and in zone, and how that's going to impact Omarion Hampton. I did charting for Omarion Hampton as a prospect. I charted him after his rookie campaign. I had concerns about his, tackle breaking ability at the point of attack. And he's a great running back. He just needs to get to the outside. Mike McDaniel's going to unlock that. He is going to unlock that. They obviously signed a former Raven in Keaton Mitchell, 2-year, $9.25 million deal. I know there's a lot of we don't talk a lot of fantasy football here, but in terms of the fantasy streets are alive, hyping up Keaton Mitchell. I will say I don't necessarily buy it. I think he's going to be a part-time, weapon player, and that's it. So, and as a matter of fact, I actually have some stats on this here. Let me give you some stats here. I actually did a deep dive into size of running backs and Jim Harbaugh. I went back nearly 20 years to 2008. Then I got bored and I stopped researching. Okay. Jim Harbaugh as a head coach, both professionally and on the collegiate level, what does it look like? Well, he likes beef from his running backs, man. They got to have a little bit of weight now to them. Again, I go back all the way to 2008, and I look at the running backs that have led Harbaugh teams in carries, both collegiately and professionally. We go back to 2008, Stanford, Toby Gerhart, 231 pounds. Stephon Taylor, Stanford, 214 pounds. Frank Gore, Niners, 216 pounds. Devion Smith, Michigan, 223 pounds. Karan Higdon, Michigan, 190 pounds. Zach Charbonnet, Michigan, 220 pounds. Hassan Haskins, Michigan, 228 pounds. Blake Corum, Michigan, 200 pounds. J.K. Dobbins, Chargers, 212 pounds. What am I telling y'all here, man? Jim Harbaugh likes size at the position. Why do you think they went out and got a 220-pound running back in Omarion Hampton? Now, all of a sudden, y'all think Keaton Mitchell's going to go out there at 185 pounds and somehow lead the running back. It's not happening. He'll be a really fun and exciting part-time player. Somebody that Mike McDaniels will scheme up. Somehow, maybe it's passes out of the backfield. Oh, man, get Keaton Mitchell lined up on a flat-footed linebacker, it's over. That's a chunk play. That's a chunk play waiting to happen. Shoot, that might be a house call. I don't know. Keaton Mitchell obviously has dealt with a lot of injuries in his career as well. So we'll see if he can stay healthy. Hopefully he does. And if he does, he adds a lot of, explosiveness potentially out of the backfield for Justin Herbert in the passing attack. So let me just reiterate that. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 running backs. Of those 10 running backs, every single starter other than Karan Higdon was over 200 pounds. So 9 of 10 starting running backs under Jim Harbaugh were over 200 pounds. Right? 8 of 10 have been at least 210 pounds. This is not Chip Kelly in Oregon. Chip Kelly in Oregon, for some reason, loved undersized back. As a matter of fact, they just kept that going, too. Like, Jordan James at Oregon was like 190 pounds or something. So, no. Keaton Mitchell will not be an every down guy for Jim Harbaugh. Mark my words. Mark the tape, baby. Bold prediction. The guy who signed a 2-year, $9 million deal will not lead the team in rushes next year. If anything, if you're looking for a quote-unquote handcuff here for Omarion Hampton, I actually like Vidal. Kamani Vidal, I think, last year showed pretty decent skills. Is not a perfect player by any stretch of the imagination, but is another player that, again, I think plays better when he is running in zone concepts. I think he plays better when he is trying to run to the outside. Mike McDaniel will find a way to get this guy involved. So, if anything, maybe my bold prediction, really honestly, is that Kamani Vidal will have more touches than Keaton Mitchell. People think that Keaton Mitchell is going to be like the clear handcuff to Omarion Hampton. I could not disagree more. I actually think it's going to be Kamani Vidal and again, I think it might be like 55% snap share for Omarion Hampton, maybe like 30% for Kamani Vidal, and maybe like 15, we'll say 15% for Keaton Mitchell. And then there'll be some empty back sets too. So that would be my original take on this. Maybe it's 60, maybe 60, 30, 10, something like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But again, Jim Harbaugh likes to have size at that running back position. Loves it, as a matter of fact. We talk about the Chargers. Their offense, I think, looks really good. Most approve for the Chargers. Justin Herbert needs to get it done in the postseason, period. This is the year where there's no excuses. Last year was the O-line. The year before that, they didn't have any pass catchers. And the last time before that, bad coaching. Brandon Staley. Brandon frickin' Staley, y'all. Do not sit there and tell me Justin Herbert's supposed to go out there and win with Brandon Staley calling plays, bro. Don't do it. You lost me. It's like, oh, he's 0-3. He hasn't won the postseason. Yeah, no kidding. How about this? How about the fact that he even got to the postseason in 3 of those 6 years? That's incredible, bro. Coming out of the AFC West? Think about this division, too. This is a division, the AFC West, where last year you had all 4 coaches in that division had won Super Bowls. Or, excuse me, at least had been in the Super Bowl. You have Super Bowl caliber coaches at all 4 teams last year in the AFC West. The AFC West was an absolute juggernaut. Kansas City, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, okay, good luck. Denver with Sean Payton. Las Vegas was a mess. Okay, I get it. But for Justin Herbert to make it out of the AFC West and be a playoff team 3 out of his first 6 years in the league, I think that actually says quite a bit. But he does need to prove it this year in the postseason. And listen, they will make the postseason. If they stay healthy, I am telling you, they're making the postseason. Done deal, lock it up. And that's not even a bold take. Here's my bold take for the Chargers. I think they win this division. Now everyone looks at Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes coming off a major knee injury. They didn't draft any wide receivers. Their wide receiver room is a mess. Their number 1 wide receiver just did rehab in jail. He just did rehab in jail. He's their number 1 wide receiver. They didn't address wide receiver at all in the draft or free agency. Kansas City, with Patrick Mahomes coming off a major knee injury, they're in trouble. Travis Kelce, my God, Travis Kelce, that guy's closer to being a full-time roadie on the Taylor Swift tour than he is, playing another game of football, man. Come on, man. He's got one foot out the door already. Kansas City's in trouble. Las Vegas, they're not quite there yet. I like Clint Kubiak, and Mendoza's my guy, and man, they're moving in the right direction. But again, they've got some issues. Denver, Bo Nix coming off of a major injury. I love the trade they made for Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle, by the way, if you want to talk fantasy football, Jalen Waddle going to go crazy now. Jalen Waddle's going to go crazy. But Denver is probably the front runner to win the division. But I'll take LAC. I think the Chargers win it. I think Denver number 2, KC number 3, and Vegas number 4 in this division. Sorry, Raider fans. I apologize. Because I do like the Raiders. I do. I think they're an up-and-coming team for sure. But Justin Herbert is going to make the postseason, and dude, they need to get it done in the postseason this year. Second guy with the most to prove, defensive coordinator Chris O'Leary, and I'll explain why after the break. Chris O'Leary, defensive coordinator for the Chargers, has a lot to prove. Why? And I want to take your phone calls. 855-97-LA-FAN. What do you think about Justin Herbert? Has he actually outperformed expectations, or are y'all like everybody else and saying that he has underperformed? Where are you at with Justin Herbert? Who is a player, who is a coach that has the most to prove in regards to the LA Chargers? 855-97-LA-FAN. More Chargers on the backside of this break. On the James Coe Show on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. What is cracking Los Angeles? It's your boy, James Coe. Man, we're having a good old time talking about the Chargers right now. We also broke down the Rams earlier in the show. Don't you worry, Rams fans. We'll go back and talk about the Rams a little bit more later on as well. Wanted to give folks a little bit of a Dodgers update, although there's not much to update here, but here's a little bit of a Dodgers baseball update. I think the number one storyline right now in terms of the Dodgers playing the Philadelphia Phillies, obviously this is a potential playoff postseason matchup here between the Phillies and the Dodgers. But I think the thing that caught my eye was that, okay, so Kyle Tucker's out of the lineup right now, but Tommy Edman moving all the way up to third in the batting order. Bursch, this is somebody, my boy, Hyun-Soo Edman. Tommy Hyun-Soo Edman had been a bottom of the order guy, rotational player, but dude, he has been absolutely gas all season long, and now he's been rewarded by moving up to third in the batting order.
Yeah, he's been hitting great ever since he really has come back from his injury. Obviously, he didn't play until about a month ago, but he's been excellent. And today, he moved up to third. He's also playing third base. Made a great play on a ball for a double play early on in this game. We also see Miguel Rojas is hitting ahead of Teoscar Hernandez today. I do wonder, no Max Muncy in the lineup, so they're facing Christopher Sanchez. So they're really heavily attacking Sanchez with the right-handed bats. And I wonder if Muncy isn't a full-on off day, but rather this is a strategic move to maybe put him into the game later once Sanchez comes out into Rojas' spot. Then you've got Muncy ahead of Teoscar, which feels a little more natural there.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. And I would also say, too, I think the work that Dave Roberts has done in terms of like playing his matchups, I think has been brilliant. It's been really good, and he's been keeping. I mean, and again, this is nothing new, man. Dodger fans know this is nothing new. But Dave Roberts has been doing a great job with the matchups. Right now, they're in the bottom of the second, one out. The score is 0-0. Although Philadelphia threatening just a little bit here. They've got two on, and as a matter of fact, a hit, and I believe a run will score for Philadelphia. So they've broken the 0-0 tie. Philadelphia now with a run on the board. They lead in the bottom of the second, 1-0. And again, this is Emmett Sheehan on the mound for the Dodgers. How much of a rope will he be allowed by the Dodger coaching staff? I'm not sure. Like I said, it has not been great for Emmett, especially over the last 5 or 6 starts here. So we'll see. We'll see how long what kind of leash they'll give him, especially considering the bullpen was in that doubleheader. Although, again, to be fair, it was Yoshi Yamamoto giving a complete game, which obviously helped the arms there in the middle relief as well. Hey, I tell you what, man, I was talking about going to the phones. It's 855-97 LA Fan. Again, that's 855-97 LA Fan. We go to Eric in Crenshaw, who has called in, and he wants to talk Bolts here. Eric, what you got, man?
Okay, I want to talk to you a little bit about the Chargers.
Yeah.
I'm very concerned about not only the running back, but I'm also concerned about what's going to take place with regards to the defense. Now, I'm not ready to go ahead and award the division to the Chargers yet, because I want to see some improvement not only on the offensive line but also the defensive line. And the thing that has been important to me, as a person who loves the Chargers, who has been a Charger fan for over 40 years, San Diego and LA.
There you go.
Justin Herbert has to be the answer, because the most important thing that's important, it's on him. It's on his ability to help out his teammates, and it's important to do the things that are important. And one other thing, if 97.1 The Fan really wants to be a very good sports station for us here in LA, we need to carry an NFL team, and we need to carry Monday night. So I would like for the people over there at Odyssey to get this done, do something, because I have not heard anything. I have not heard anything about the fan carrying an LA sports team right now, and this is very, very disgusting to me. And as I've been perusing the websites, I've heard nothing about the fan carrying. I mean, I'm hearing rumors of two teams being carried.
Eric, let me jump in. Eric and Crenshaw, I appreciate the phone call. And again, I'm with you on a lot of these things, man. Like, again, I'm a Chargers fan too. I love the Chargers, man. I hope they do really, really well. In regards to media rights and all those things, well, first of all, can I just say this? And Eric, again, I really do appreciate the phone call. 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. Let me just say this in regards to media rights. And listen, the Fan has been around for 2 months. Give him a chance. Give us a chance. Give us a chance. But when we talk about media rights, it's not as if, the Fan can just come in and say, hey, listen, give us your games. This is not how this works, So I would say, look, you want to find games on the Fan? I want to find games on the Fan. Shoot, I want to be part of that coverage. That'd be incredible. But that being said, it just takes time. It just takes time. So hopefully you will stay with us. But I promise you, man, like, obviously this is way above my pay grade. Way above. But I would be surprised if the Fan is not working in the background trying to secure some media rights. But again, that stuff just takes time, man. In regards to your Chargers and your concerns about Justin Herbert, we talked about that at length and extensively. The defense is something that I am interested in. We talked about who's got a lot to prove. Well, shoot, it is Chris O'Leary, defensive coordinator here for the Chargers. And if you're wondering why, well, it's because, he has got some big shoes to fill. Jesse Minter, longtime DC under Jim Harbaugh, leaves LA, takes the head coaching gig in Baltimore, and is the new Baltimore Ravens head coach. And he has been universally praised as a sharp defensive mind under Jim Harbaugh. Can I offer this, though? While I do believe he did an incredible job, he did. There's no question. There's also no question that Jim Harbaugh is obsessed with the defensive side of the football. He is obsessed with O-line play, and he loves the run game, right? This has been a staple of the coaching style of Jim Harbaugh throughout his collegiate and NFL career. How much is the thumb of Jim Harbaugh pressed onto the scales of the defensive side? What I mean by that is, how much is Jesse Minter calling? How much of the game plan is being, put together by Jim? How much of it was Jesse Minter? How much of practice was organized by Jim? How much of practice was organized by Jesse Minter? I think the defense will be fine. I think the defense is going to be more than fine if they stay healthy. What Jim Harbaugh needs Chris O'Leary, their new defensive coordinator, to do is just be a great lieutenant. Just be a great lieutenant. Somebody who helps organize, helps keep things efficient. And again, people don't talk about practice time enough and how efficient practice is. These NFL teams have such limited practice time in their schedules that they have to be extremely efficient with what they are doing. If Chris O'Leary can do that, then they'll be in pretty good shape, because I do believe that Jim Harbaugh will have a very, very strong say in the organization of the defense. Now, again, most approved defensive coordinator Chris O'Leary, along with Justin Herbert, who, again, needs to get it done in the postseason. To Eric and Crenshaw's point, I agree with that. Biggest concern is also on the defensive side. Why? The biggest concern for me when we're talking about the Chargers is defensive age. Denzel Perryman, 33 years old, run stopper extraordinaire. Really good run stopper is Denzel Perryman, but he's 33. Dalvin Tomlinson is their defensive tackle. He's 32. Again, another really strong run stopper. But he's 32 years old playing defensive tackle. Khalil Mack is 35. Khalil Mack is an absolute superhuman. He's a metahuman. He is not of this world. But he's 35 years old. Father Time is undefeated. Derwin James will be 30 years old when the season starts. Again, he's the captain of the defense, man. He is the leader of the defense. I love Derwin James. He brings attitude. He brings intelligence. He is the guy when we're talking about the defensive side of the football. But he has also dealt with a lot of injuries in his career, and he will be 30 when the season starts. Defensive age and defensive fragility are big-time issues facing the Chargers this season. Jim Harbaugh is an incredible defensive coach. Incredible. But you can only do so much when if your defense is not healthy. So defensive age, defensive fragility, to me, is the biggest concern right now facing the Chargers. Now, luckily, Tuli Puloto is 24 years old, coming off of a 13-sack season. He's the star. And he's 24. But, again, there's just so much going on, man. There's potential fragility on the defensive side of the football. Can they get it done? That is my biggest concern, and also why I think Chris O'Leary has the most to prove when we're talking about what is going on with the Chargers. More Chargers breakdown on the backside of this break on The James Coe Show. Yo, what is cracking, everybody? James Coe with you on this beautiful Monday early evening. 5 o'clock hour. I can't believe it's 5. How is it 5 o'clock, bro? I got 1 hour left? How? I don't get it. Yeah. We're going to take you all the way to the top of the 6 o'clock hour. Oh, boy. We're talking football, but you know what? We got to talk baseball here, too.
Dodger baseball.
We give you an update. It was a disastrous bottom of the second inning as Emmett Sheehan gave up 4 runs in the bottom of the second. So they lead right now 4-0. It was a scoreless top of the third, so now we're going into the bottom of the third. Again, the Philadelphia Phillies leading the Dodgers 4-0. We will give you updates as they become available as well. Okay, we go back to football. Football coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Man, we are breaking down the Chargers. In-depth breakdown, too, let me just say. And I will stand by this, man. I'll stand on 10 toes on this, man. I'll tell you right now. You will not find another show on LA Sports Radio that will be more in-depth into the game than the James Coe Show. And this is just like my first real deep dive into it because I've been waiting. When B.A. Baracus, boss man Andrew, when he said, hey, listen, we got to win football. He brought me into the office last week, said, James, we got to win football. I said, hey, boss man, no problem. We're going to do it. We're going to win football. Nobody, no show will go deeper into the game than this show. There might be other shows that are that run just as hot, let me tell you. But I am confident in saying there will not be a show that goes deeper into football, into the game, than the James Coe Show. With that in mind, we go to the phone lines. We had Eric and Crenshaw earlier talking about the Chargers. How about Jordy in Ontario, calling from the 909? Also wanted to talk about the Chargers. Jordy, what do you got for me, man?
Hey, man, so I was just calling because I know you had a concern about the defense.
Yeah.
I do feel the defense, there is a big gap to fill with Jesse Minter gone.
Yep.
I know he was a great defensive coordinator. He went to the Baltimore Ravens. And I know the new coach is going to have to step up. As far as Justin Herbert, I feel like he's doing great. He's always been doing great. I believe he has a lot of good things underneath his belt. Most completion in the first 5 seasons, most passing yards in the first 3 seasons.
There you go.
Most total touchdowns in the first 3 seasons, most games with 300 passing yards.
Preach.
Fastest to 20,000 career passing yards. I mean, he's great. We're lucky to have him, to be honest.
No, I totally agree with you.
I am concerned about the defense. And another thing, I do feel like everybody else needs to step up around him. Like the playoff game, I feel like a lot of the veterans needed to step up. We have no offense. Our O-line also was no good last season. I believe Martin Hampton hasn't had a single snap with Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater on the field. So, I mean, that's going to make a big difference this season. As long as our O-line stays healthy, I feel like our run game can get going. Our passing game is going to be going. And just our defense needs to step up also. So
I like it.
It's going to be tough, but I feel like it's going to be good overall.
There you go. Hey, Jordy, I appreciate the phone call. Jordy in Ontario, spitting facts out there, which I like it, man. That's great. Again, that's good information, good insight. I haven't fact-checked all that stuff, man, but clearly he feels some kind of way about the Chargers, which is great, and I think he echoes my sentiments, right? That again, I think Herbert has been actually underrated, if anything, that the playoff failures have been, almost double counted against him as well. But yeah, interesting stuff. Bursch, did we have another caller on the line?
He's gone.
Okay. All right. That's a no. Okay, that's okay. That's okay because I actually got a lot of things to kind of sort of break down here. When we talk about the Chargers here, again, my biggest concern will be the defensive age and fragility. Perriman 33, Dalvin Tomlinson 32, Khalil Mack 35, Derwin James is going to be 30. Right? That's my biggest concern. The O-line has been revamped. Alton, Slater are back. Biotish at center is nice. It's a really nice signing by the Chargers. They re-signed Trevor Penning, a former first-round draft pick. I get that he was not good. He's a bust. But if anyone's going to be able to make him transition to guard properly, it will be Jim Harbaugh. So I'm holding out hope there. And they also signed Cole Strange, who, again, is kind of sort of like a league average guard. Okay? Khalil Mack returning to the Chargers was big. Was big. But he's got to stay healthy. In the 4 weeks without Khalil Mack last year, LA allowed 579 rushing yards in 4 games. That was the 6th most in the NFL at that time. But then when he came back in week 7 all the way to the end of the season, this according to ESPN, right? Los Angeles allowed the 4th fewest rushing yards in that span. And again, you're telling me they go inside a run stopper like Dalvin Tomlinson? You're telling me that Denzel Perryman, who is a noted, lifelong run stopper, one of the best run stoppers in the game, good luck trying to run on LA when they are healthy. Good luck. This will be, mark my words, in the early portion of the season, if those 3 guys are healthy, Khalil Mack, Dalvin Tomlinson, Denzel Perryman, if those 3 guys are healthy, this will be one of the best run-stopping units in the NFL, period. Period. I love this unit in terms of stopping the run. But they got to stay healthy. Father Time is undefeated, man, but can you hold him back for one more season? Because if you can, this defense is set up to stop the run very well. And man, we haven't even talked about the revamped tight end room. Their tight end room is completely revamped. Will Dissly is gone. Oronde Gadsden should have a slightly more featured role. And I know he turned heads in the middle of the season. He cooled off to close the season, but Oronde Gadsden as a rookie, man, he showed you some flashes now. Gadsden could be a guy. Gadsden could be a dog. I'm curious to see what happens with Gadsden. Now, again, I'm not talking fantasy. I'm just talking pure, regular old football. Can this guy get it done? Maybe. Oronde Gadsden, man, he showed some serious tools last year in the middle of the season. That being said, if you don't think that this is a team that will go to more heavy personnels, we're talking 12 and 13 personnel, 2 tight ends on the field, 2 or 3 tight ends on the field, as a matter of fact. I don't know what to say. They have done everything to tell you that they are going to get heavier. And sure, you know who would love that? Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh is going to love heavy personnel. I mean, Sean McVay, of all people, transitioned his offense from 11 personnel to heavy 12-13. I believe the Rams led the NFL in 13 personnel last year, if I'm not mistaken. They were one of the heaviest 12 personnel teams in the NFL last year, too. But we're going to see that now. Justin Herbert is going to have to be very comfortable under center, and they're working on his footwork and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Little play action, opening up big plays down the middle of the field. Watch Ladd McConkey. Watch Ladd McConkey now. Off a play action, run a simple dig route right to the intermediate middle. That's going to be a bread and butter play for the Chargers. Omarion Hampton threatening on outside, a stretch play to the outside. Naked boot. I can see it right now, man. Naked bootleg coming off of a stretch play. Play action. Got the offensive line flowing. Naked bootleg. Justin Herbert. You got one guy out there running routes, and it's Ladd McConkey. Connection. Boom. Got it. 15 yards. Pick it up. I can see it right now. I'm telling you, that's going to be a bread and butter play for them. A little play action, a little in-breaker to the intermediate middle of the field. Ladd McConkey's eating. He's eating. It might be, again, they might run, a little drag concept. Like they might have a drag route for QJ, get him going horizontally. And then you got Ladd McConkey over the top on a deep over route. Let's go. Let's go. I love that, man. But this tight end room was revamped. Again, Oronde Gadsden, nice, exciting young player. David Njoku they signed, who's a little long in the tooth, but again, he can still play now. They signed blocking tight end Charlie Kolar. Man, they gave him crazy good money, too. A 3-year, $24 million deal, $17 million guaranteed for a blocking tight end? Yes, I am telling you. The Chargers have indicated to everyone under the sun, these guys are going heavy. They're going big. 12, 13 personnel. Hope you're ready to eat. Hope you're ready. Kolar's 27 years old. Statistically, he's done nothing. But you know what he does? He gets after it in the run game. Gets after it. As a matter of fact, in his introductory press conference, I think he spent a good he had like a 5-minute dissertation, like a 15-minute dissertation, straight up soliloquy, straight up monologue on the beauty of blocking. Charlie Kolar is going to be out there. Charlie Kolar might have, 7 or 8 touchdowns and like 15 receptions. That might be his stat line. Charlie Kolar. He might get 7 touchdowns just by being on the football field, pretending to block, and then play action, boom, we're going to just hit him with the quick one. Easy. Easy. Everyone's trying to account for Ladd. Everyone's trying to account, where's QJ at? Maybe a little Trey Harris. Oh my God, we got Keaton Mitchell out here. Watch for him. Watch out, watch out. And then Charlie Kolar just turns around, just catches a little 5-yard hitch. Easy. Easy. Or he might have no catches. I don't know, but he'll still be an integral part of the offense. Again, they're going heavy. Chargers going heavy now. They revamped their tight end room so they can go heavy. Oronde Gadsden, David Njoku, Charlie Kolar. Those 3 guys are going to get a lot of work. I love how this offense is set up. I love how this offense is set up. It's set up for the modern day NFL. Again, you've got Mike McDaniel in the mix. Herbert, I think, is going to excel. I think we're going to see a lot more play action. We're going to see a lot more under center concepts. Well, maybe not more than last year, because last year they were pretty heavy under center too. Right? But we'll see modernized concepts, though. I mean, listen, nobody is mistaking Greg Roman's offense for being modernized. You know what I'm saying? It also says a lot that Jim Harbaugh moved on from Greg Roman and said, you know what? Let me get this young guy in here. Let me get Mike McDaniel in here. Let me get a young guy in here that can modernize my offense and help Justin Herbert get to the next level. I think that says a lot about Jim Harbaugh as a leader and as a coach. It's really easy to go with what you know, to go with the guy in Greg Roman that's going to run an offense that you're familiar with, power, gap, and just play, close to the vest football. Nope. He says, no, let's open this bad boy up. Let's bring in Mike McDaniel. I like it. I like it a lot. By the way, most improved player on this team right now, early odds, I would say, Omarion Hampton. Again, if you missed that part of the show, Omarion Hampton, I did collegiate profiling. I did charting for his rookie season. Finished that a few weeks ago. As a college prospect, I thought he struggled at the point of attack. I thought he struggled between the tackles. I thought he struggled on man gap. None of that really made sense for me in terms of a scheme fit for him in Los Angeles. But hey, listen, it's all good now because he's going to get a lot of zone work. He's going to get a lot of outside work, I would imagine. Unless Jim Harbaugh really comes down on Mike McDaniel and says, hey, listen, brother, I like what you're doing, young fella, but we got to keep the offense on schedule. We got heavy personnel out here. I mean, shoot, they signed Alec Ingold, fullback. All of these moves are so heavy Jim Harbaugh coded, man, it's crazy. Alec Ingold, man, come on. Little fullback action. Charlie Kolar blocking tight end action. Chargers, they're going to run this ball. They're going to run this ball, and they're going to run it effectively. I love this for Omarion Hampton. Omarion Hampton could go crazy. He's got to stay healthy, obviously. But if he stays healthy, he can go crazy. I'm talking like 1,500 scrimmage yards, 10 to 12 touchdowns. Let's go. He's got all the opportunity in the world. I think this is going to be the ecosystem there for the Chargers is really nice. It's really good. I like the running back situation. I like the coaching. I like them bringing in Mike McDaniel. And they bring in the tight ends they brought in. Again, for me, it all comes down to health. And I know the Charger fans are all out there being like, well, if it comes down to health, we're screwed. I mean, golly, between the Chargers and the Niners and the Ravens, like who gets injured more often? I mean, the Ravens strength and conditioning team was so bad they had to fire everybody. I think that was 2 years ago. Crazy stuff. The Niners got that electrical substation for some reason, sapping the power away from people's ligaments. Or maybe it's just Shanahan just working players like a dog in practice. I don't know. Maybe it's that. But actually, you know what? No, I think it's the electrical substation, y'all. What a crazy story that is, But yeah, no, listen. The Chargers got to stay healthy, and I don't know what it is about why they are so star-crossed in regards to injuries, but they got to stay healthy. They got to. If they do, my goodness gracious, they are in position to be a really good football team this year. Really good. Not as good as the Rams now. Hey, listen, if the Chargers make their goal in a loaded AFC, or I shouldn't say loaded, a competitive AFC. By the way, there's just, other than the Rams, I don't think there's any teams that are like loaded. And even the Rams, they're so much older now that I don't even think they would be considered like traditionally loaded, They got a lot of names. The Rams got a lot of names, but the Rams' goal is to win the Super Bowl. If they don't get to the Super Bowl, I think that's a disappointment. And I'm saying this knowing that they're in a hyper-competitive division in the NFC West. San Francisco and Seattle in their division, goodness gracious. This is the best division in football, period. NFC West is the best division in football, period. You got the Super Bowl winning champs, you got the Rams who just got Myles Garrett, and you got San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan. Like, so long as Brock Purdy plays, I mean, that's 10 wins just out the bus. Best division in football, NFC West. Arizona's got, Baby LaFleur there now as their head coach. They'll be improved. How much improved? I don't know. Why did they draft Jeremiah Love? I don't know. They had a million needs, but sure, let's go get Jeremiah Love. All right. Sure, why not? And I love Jeremiah Love. Great player. Just they got a lot of needs. I think they will struggle this year, but, again, it's a loaded division, so maybe that shouldn't surprise. 855-97-LA-FAN. Again, that's 855-97-LA-FAN. I don't know if you guys saw this, but the big news in Lakerland is that Matisse Thybulle signed with the Lakers. How big of a deal is this for the Lakers? Pretty good deal. I won't say it's like the biggest deal, but these are the kind of moves that winning franchises make on the edges. And again, this is not like one of these like splash signings, but this is a good move. Matisse Thybulle, whose biggest problem is his injury health. Him signing with the Lakers is, again, I mean, if he can stay healthy, I know I say that a lot, but if he can stay healthy, this is low-key a big brain move here by the front office here in LA. Because this is a guy that is just about as 3-and-D as it gets. Heavy emphasis on the D. Like, he has been incredible defensively with Portland over the last 4 years and really throughout his career as well. Look, you're going to look at the stats, you're going to look at the counting stats and say, okay, James, relax, dude. This guy has averaged 5 points per game over his career. Why are you even hyping this move? That being said, let me say this, man. Over the last 2 seasons, Matisse Thybulle has shot 41.1% from beyond the arc. So again, 3, yes. We got the 3 part of it down on the 3-and-D. Okay? But we're also talking about a guy in Thybulle who has twice earned all defensive second-team honors. Not only that, over his last 2 years, dude, this guy's per 36 defensive stats have been absolutely sick. Like, disgusting. Like, what? Like, you look and you're like, what? Over his last 2 years, he has been averaging 4.15 steals per 36 minutes. 4.15 per 36. He's averaging 1.2 blocks per 36. That is sick. That's amazing. This is a guy that gets after it defensively. Active hands, as you can tell. Point of attack defense, good. Help defense, good. Let me tell you something. This is, again, a low-key, big-brain move by Rob Pelinka and the front office. It's the kind of move that, on a game-by-game basis, will it make a difference? No. But in big moments, could it make a difference? Absolutely. I mean, think about what the Thunder do with, like, Alex Caruso. I know that's like a sore subject for Laker fans. But imagine that, where a guy can every now and again pop off from beyond the arc, but you're not relying on him offensively. Whatever he gives you offensively is gravy. And when you're on a team with Luka and Austin Reeves in them, what these guys give you from beyond the arc, again, that's gravy. Oh, shoot. You know what? Let me step away. Let me take a break here. When I come back, again, more football chat. We'll take more of your calls, and we'll talk a little basketball. We'll talk Summer League. How about that? That's on the backside of this break. You're listening to the James Coe Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. What's going on, everybody? James Coe here with you. We're going heavy into the NFL. We're going heavy. Man, we've been talking about the Rams. We've been talking about them Chargers. That being said, come on now. Still got to talk Dodger baseball. As a matter of fact, we got to give you a Dodger baseball update. The Philadelphia Phillies. Dodger baseball. Yeah. The Phillies up 4-1 on the Dodgers right now in the top of the fifth. Shohei Ohtani is at the dish and he just struck out. Boo. The Dodgers tacked on 1 run in the fourth inning. And remember, if you're just joining us here, Philadelphia had a huge second inning where they scored 4 runs in the bottom of that second. So, again, we'll keep an eye on this one. We'll give you Dodger baseball updates as we go along here. The James Coe Show, taking you to the top of the sixth. If you came here, maybe this is your first time listening to the show, man. I don't know. But we are filling in, or I am, filling in for DMAC and Reiter. And the boys, they will be back next week. But all this week, unfortunately, y'all are stuck with me, man. Y'all are stuck with me. Fire. Let's go. Again, the James Coe Show will be back at its usual normal time, 6 to 10 p.m., starting next week as DMAC and Reiter are taking the week off. Good for them to enjoy their time off, man. Good for them. Okay. We talked about the Chargers, spent a lot of time talking about the Chargers. I want to go back and talk about the Rams. Let's go back and talk about the Rams here. Who's got the most to prove when you're talking about the Rams? Honestly, it's not Matt Stafford. Been there, done that. Devontae Adams, been there, done that. Most to prove on this roster, believe it or not, Puka Nacua. Why? Because my guy Puka Nacua has been wilding out this offseason. He is entering into a period of his football career where contract extensions should be in hand, considering how well he has played to start his career. Like, he should be locked up right now for as long as he wants to be in terms of a contract. I guess locked up is probably not the right phrase right now for Puka Nacua. It's probably not the right phrase, dude. My bad. No, but I mean, listen. He has been, again, he entered rehab, got out of rehab. Where are we at with Puka Nacua? If we're talking about most to prove, it's Puka. Now, did he do the rehab for the right reasons, or did he do rehab for PR? What are the reasons for the rehab? I'm not doubting it. I'm asking. Like, legitimately asking, what were the reasons for it? This is somebody in Puka Nacua who denied that concussions are real. Right? There's somebody that, allegedly bit a woman in the streets. Checked himself into rehab. So, again, most to prove, shoot, a player of his caliber doing what he has done to start his career, he should be talking about being the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. That's what his contract extension talks should be. And I don't think it's anywhere even remotely close to that. It almost feels as if the Rams might be thinking franchise tag. Let's see what we got with Puka. Like, they don't want what happened to Brandon Ayuk to happen to Puka. You know what I mean? Like, that's the last thing they want. That's the last thing any franchise wants, is to have a star receiver going out there, just making plays, being, crazy good. You give him a fat contract, and then all of a sudden he's MIA. Oh, by the way, drawing another comparison to Brandon Ayuk is the fact that his role on this team, getting into the middle of the field, will open him up to more injuries as well. Again, why did this whole Brandon Ayuk saga start? It's because he suffered a major injury. The Niners didn't like how he was rehabbing and then try to cut him off. I guess they've successfully cut him off. That ended up driving Brandon Ayuk over the edge, man. Like, supposed to go to Washington. That's not going to happen. Now he won't report, but he won't. If he reports, then they cut him. If he cuts him, then he can go on to the next team, but he's not going to report for I don't know what reason. He's got no reasons to not report at all. He should have reported 6 months ago. What the hell is he doing? I'm worried about Brandon Ayuk from like a mental health perspective. I am. I feel bad for him. And I know what the haters are saying, like, you can't feel bad for a guy who's making, $40 million or whatever it is. But I do. He's extremely talented, extremely good player, and he had a bright future, and it all went south. But, again, I am not saying that Puka Nacua is anywhere close to that trajectory at all. I'm just saying that the Rams have to be looking around and saying, okay, how comfortable are we making Puka Nacua the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL? How comfortable are we? As they sit here today, they can't be that comfortable. Most to prove in 2026, and it's not about on-field production. It's about how much of a leader will he be? How much can he stay out of the news? What is it about the wide receiver position of all positions? Like, what? Why is it the wide receiver position is like this, man? It's the most diva-ish. I don't get it. I really do not. I try to think about where there's not enough Larry Fitzgeralds out in the world. You know what I mean? Like, there's not enough Mike Evanses in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, Mike Evans gave you 10 straight years of 1,000 yards. You never heard once of you never heard him talk about, anything other than just regular old football Mike Evans. I had an opportunity to talk to Mike Evans. Mike Evans is he's just a straight up normal guy. He's a straight up normal dude, got his head on straight and just plays football. He's extremely professional, comes in prepared. Again, you just haven't heard from him. Devontae Adams, same thing, But it's like, how come there's no the Larry Fitzgeralds and the Devontae Adamses of the world are very rare for some reason. Like, high-level pros that just come in and just, set records, and they just, they don't talk about nothing except just football. They just they're normal. Rams, man. Puka. He's got the most to prove. Biggest concern. And Puka is part of this when we're talking about the Rams. Biggest concern? Shoot. Number one of two? Number one's got to be offensive fragility. Number two's got to be special teams. I hate having to talk about special teams because I don't know nothing about special teams. I don't. But their special teams last year was, a work in progress, to put it euphemistically. Now, have they found the solution at kicker? Because obviously Carty wasn't it. Joshua Carty that was not it. That did not work. Now they got thicker kicker, Harrison Mevis, who's 250 pounds. They got him at kicker. And he was great last year. He knocked down 12 of 13 field goals and knocked down all of his extra points. 39 extra points, all 39 of them made. 12 of 13 from as a field goal. Right? From beyond the from beyond 50, 1 of 1. 40 to 49, 5 of 6. So again, really good numbers. Really good numbers, but a limited sample size. Just 9 games for Harrison Mevis. It got to the point where they just picked up a new long snapper. They fired their longtime special teams coordinator, hired a new special teams coordinator. This is how much the Rams are worried about special teams. If the Rams are worried about special teams, y'all need to be worried about special teams. I'm talking about the fans. I'm talking about us, analysts. Got to be worried about the special teams because the Rams have told you they're worried about it. New long snapper. Can Harrison Mevis be the guy? We saw him in a small sample size. We're not sure. We'll see. Brand new special teams coordinator as well. So, again, this is a huge area of concern for the Rams. And after the break, we'll talk about, again, offensive fragility. That being a huge concern for the Rams as well. And what should we expect from the Rams defense? It is Super Bowl or bust for the Rams. We break it down coming up after the break right here on the James Coe Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.